In the quiet of the night, a warning was issued, heralding an immense danger. Ahead was the boss, which the system recommended attacking with 10 players. But right now, facing that monstrous boss was only a single player, the level 100 Yi Wuyu. Even though the boss's level couldn't be determined, Yi Wuyu was supremely confident that he could defeat it all by himself. As soon as it appeared, the monster unleashed its ultimate move, creating an immense amount of pressure. However, on the other side, Yi Wuyu seemed completely unfazed. If his opponent was going to attack so mercilessly, then he had no reason to be polite either. And so Yi Wuyu activated his most devastating skill, Surge. And just like that, with a single move, he obliterated the monster, successfully clearing the stage. That's right, what everyone just witnessed was an online game, and the character Yi Wuyu is played by our protagonist, the 20-year-old CU. In the game, he's a god-tier, overpowered player whom everyone admires. But in real life, CU is a complete slob, with none of that godlike aura. Just as he cleared the stage, his phone rang. CU answered, only to have his eardrums nearly pierced by the voice on the other end. This is bad. How can you still be so relaxed? Our new class president is demanding that you come to class tomorrow. CU thought it was something serious, but after hearing that, he just scoffed. He'd been skipping class for over a year. Even his homeroom teacher couldn't control him. So what the hell was a new class president going to do? Hearing Shiyu's apathetic tone, the person on the other end lowered their voice, trying to find the right words to comfort him. You kid. I know what happened a year ago was a huge blow to you, but before they could finish, Shiyu shouted, that's enough. The conversation was cut short just like that. After hanging up, he slammed the phone in his hand down on the table. Just as the person on the phone said, a year ago, CU had suffered a massive blow, which was the very reason he transformed from an energetic young man into the disheveled mess he was now. CU couldn't help but turn to his right, where a photo of that beautiful girl still sat on the table. He clutched the picture to his chest, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. Why? CU thought to himself, why wasn't she the one who survived? And what about me, the one who caused her death? How am I supposed to go on living now? At his lowest moment, CU's phone screen lit up again. He thought it was that guy calling to bother him again, but to his surprise, it was a notification from a game. Congratulations on becoming a player in the final game. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. For a moment, Shiyu couldn't process what was happening. He didn't remember downloading any game with that name. But before he could react, a blue light shot out from the phone's screen and engulfed his body. His information was quickly encrypted and appeared on a flashing status window in front of him. It showed Jiyu's current HP was 250, and his MP was 150. His 4 starting stats, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were all at 5 points. Additionally, he had 50 points. Shiyu was speechless. He felt like he was caught in some elaborate scam, or maybe he was hallucinating. But then, a voice suddenly came from the phone. Player, please be advised. You can use your points to exchange for anything. We wish you good health. Goodbye. Shiyu couldn't help but slam the table and roar. Anything. Don't think you can fool me with this fantasy nonsense. If you can really exchange for anything, then convert all my points into cash. Points conversion successful, the voice actually responded to him. Then, CU quickly received a notification that his account had just been credited with 50,000 yuan. This was truly jaw-dropping. Shiyu was stunned for a long time, right until someone rushed to his door and started banging on it relentlessly. CU had no idea who was looking for him in the middle of the night, but he went to open the door anyway. The moment it opened, he was hit with a torrent of insults. Shiyu, you listen to me. If you don't pay your rent to me today, then pack your things and get the hell out. Look at what a mess you've made of this room. It's smelly and filthy, no different from a pigsty. All right, it's just money, right? CU replied in annoyance, then quickly transferred 30,000 yuan to the landlady. This amount covered the 3 months of rent he owed, plus an advance payment for the entire next year. As soon as the money arrived, the landlady's attitude did a 180-degree turn, and she became incredibly cheerful. Oh my, little C, you made so much money. I knew from the start you weren't an ordinary person. From now on, if you need anything, just let me know, okay? Just go already. I'm already grateful enough you didn't cut my power. Just go. CU hurriedly shooed her away and slammed the door. Only after he was alone did he dare to let his guard down. He looked bewildered, with disbelief written all over his face. The money he just transferred to the landlady really went through, which meant that game was completely real. A thought flashed through CU's mind, and he immediately picked up his phone. He then asked the system if he could really exchange points for anything. What about resurrecting the dead? After checking, the system quickly replied that CU's current point balance was 0. Resurrecting the dead was possible, but it required a whopping 100 million points. That number seemed enormous, but it opened a path of hope for CU. He didn't care how many points he had to earn. All that mattered was that once he had enough, his Yu could be brought back to life. Just like that, Siyu couldn't hold back his tears, and they began to stream down his face. He hadn't been able to cry for a long time, but now, he sobbed like a child. After crying his heart out, Siyu shot to his feet, filled with fiery determination. It's just 100 million points, isn't it? He would definitely earn enough to resurrect his Yu soon. Right after that, Siyu received a special mission. He accepted it immediately, as he was extremely eager to start earning points. After that, Siyu began a series of miscellaneous tasks, from cleaning the streets for 1 point to cleaning the school grounds for 2 points. But the most outrageous one was when the system made him clean the girls' restroom to get 5 points. Although he felt like the system was messing with him, Siyu still charged into the girls' restroom to earn the points. The result was predictable. He got beaten up by a group of female students inside who thought he was a pervert. Just like that, he slaved away at missions for several days, just to earn 100 points. 100 million points was still a very, very long way off. It seemed Yu had greatly underestimated this game. Even though the journey to earn enough points was anything but easy, as long as he could achieve his goal of saving Yu felt that everything he did today was meaningful. After completing 50 missions, Yu also received a lucky draw ticket, but he decided not to use it for the time being. He thought that if he saved it for later, he might be able to get something even better. Right now, Yu couldn't think of anything else but finding more ways to earn points. While walking and looking at his phone, he unfortunately slipped on a very slippery banana peel and stumbled forward. How unlucky could he be? A girl was walking toward him, and his fall coincidentally landed him right on her huge chest, knocking her over. Realizing the serious situation he had just caused, Yu immediately stood up, backed away 10 meters, and repeatedly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl didn't seem angry. On the contrary, she had a look of utter enjoyment and then started teasing Yu. "I didn't expect a little fatty like you to be so big. Sorry. I'm so sorry, it was just a misunderstanding." Yu kept apologizing, pinching his nose to stop the nosebleed. The girl then slowly got up, but instead of saying it was okay, she demanded compensation from Yu for her emotional distress. "How should I compensate you?" Yu felt a little guilty. How should you compensate me? Let me think for a moment." She paused for a few seconds, then gave a very cunning smile. "How about you give me all the points you have?" Hearing her mention points, Yu immediately realized she was just like him, a system user. But it seems she was much more cunning and skilled than he was. Because before Yu could even react, she had already used her skill to activate an isolation domain. It was like a sturdy barrier that enveloped a large area around them. What is this? Why did the sky turn purple? Yu was terrified. This was clearly the first time he had ever seen an isolation domain. While he was still confused and trying to process what was happening, the cunning girl took out her weapon and suddenly attacked Yu from behind. He had absolutely no way to resist or defend himself and was struck by her blade, suffering a severe injury to his left arm and losing his ability to fight. In contrast to his agony, the girl seemed incredibly excited to see Yu bleed. "Even your blood is full of fat. You truly are a delicacy, little fatty." Yu gritted his teeth against the pain and took a few steps back. He wanted to try and negotiate with this crazy girl to save his own skin. "Wait, are you also a player in the final game? Then we should be working together to complete missions and coexist peacefully, right?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, she burst out laughing. "Coexist peacefully? You're so naive." Then, she suddenly moved closer to Yu and scratched his chin like he was a dog, sending shivers down his entire spine. "Since you really don't know anything, let Big Sister teach you. Hunting and killing other players to steal their points is the right way to play this game. Only idiots obediently go around doing missions." The more she spoke, the paler Yu's face became. For the past few days, he had done nothing but throw himself into missions, enduring hardship to earn every single point. Hearing her say that, Yu's entire worldview shattered in an instant, and that crazy girl seemed to be thoroughly enjoying his terror. "Come on. Instead of doing those stupid missions, why don't you let me defeat you and become one with me?" Although he was terrified, Yu couldn't just accept his fate. He told her that he had something very important to do, so he couldn't possibly die here. But he also knew he couldn't defeat the person in front of him, so his only option was to turn around and run for his life. Yu ran with all his might, screaming for help as he fled. Then, he saw a man and felt like he'd just grabbed a life-saving straw. "Sir, call the police for me. Someone is trying to kill me," Yu yelled, scrambling towards the man. However, just as he thought he was about to grasp this last hope, he passed straight through the man in a completely unscientific way. Yu tried again, confirming that he couldn't touch the other person. The man was clearly standing right in front of him, yet he was like a virtual projection that didn't actually exist. Just then, the crazy girl caught up from behind. She advised Yu to save his energy. His actions were completely useless, simply because he was inside her isolation domain. It was an alternate dimension overlapping with reality. Only players could enter it, so right now, no one could save him. You really think any prey I set my sights on can escape? As she spoke, she raised her weapon again. Shiyu felt like he was definitely dead this time. Just like that, his body was pierced by his opponent's blade-like claws, and he couldn't fight back. The pain was even worse than when his left hand had been slashed earlier. As his opponent pulled out her weapon, Shiyu's heavy body immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, she looked even more excited. It seemed this woman had an unusual passion for killing. Shiyu lay in a pool of his own blood, his life fading fast. He kept hearing beeping sounds and warnings from the system, stating that his heart was severely damaged and he was on the verge of death. Shiyu couldn't accept it. He couldn't die so meaninglessly like this. He had only just found a way to resurrect Yu Yi, so he was even more unwilling to just kick the bucket. Suddenly, the phone that had fallen nearby made a dinging sound with a notification. Low battery. Shutting down. Shiyu suddenly remembered something and shouted, "System, I want to use the lucky draw reward." His shout startled the woman, and the game successfully registered Shiyu's voice command. The prize draw system quickly activated. Shiyu didn't know what he would get, but this was the only thing he could cling to right now. He had to bet everything on this one chance. The prize roulette appeared before his eyes, and the needle began to spin. Hope surged within Shiyu like a tidal wave, but the crazy woman just laughed in contempt. "Oh, so it's just that lucky draw system with an extremely low win rate. I'd love to see what you can win. A lucky bag? Or a membership card?" Ha ha ha. Wanting to see Izyu's hope turn to despair, she held back from finishing him off for the moment. The needle on the lucky wheel was slowing down. Shiyu prayed nonstop for a prize that could get him out of this crisis. Even just some healing medicine would be enough. But in the end, the needle stopped on the "thank you for playing" space. Shiyu was completely devastated, while the woman laughed her head off. Ha ha ha. Just as I thought. It seems even God doesn't want to help you. Shiyu collapsed once more. But just as he had given up all hope, the needle moved again. It turned out the wheel hadn't stopped completely. In the end, it didn't land on "thank you for playing," but on the prize space right next to it. Special item acquired. Congratulations, player, on receiving a special item. The system's announcement rang out, and at the same time, the game's logo appeared above Shiyu's head. The woman was completely stunned. She had started this game long before he did, but she had never even heard of something called a special item. Not wanting her prey to escape, she immediately lunged at Shiyu, aiming to land a fatal blow before his body could recover. But this time, she wouldn't get her way. A powerful beam of green light shot down from the sky, right where Shiyu was lying. The surrounding area was instantly shrouded in dust and sand, making it impossible for the crazy woman to see anything clearly. But for some reason, she had a very bad feeling, and reality proved her intuition correct, because just moments later, she was counterattacked by Shiyu, who now had an incredibly powerful aura. If she hadn't been so accustomed to the flow of battle, if I had tried to dodge back then, I would have been a goner for sure. Is this the power of a special item? She gritted her teeth, muttering the question to herself. From within the cloud of dust, Shiyu emerged with his new weapon, the devouring blade, in hand. And that wasn't all. He was also gifted a full status recovery. The wounds on his left arm and in his chest were completely healed. It seemed fate wasn't ready to let him die here. Across from him, that woman looked absolutely furious and began to threaten him. A newbie who just joined the game. A weapon that powerful isn't something you can use so easily. But of course, Shiyu knew no fear now. In fact, he was incredibly confident that with this special weapon in hand, blowing his opponent away would be easy. The moment she heard the words "blowing away," the crazy woman burst out laughing. It was as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Her crazed laughter went on, making even Shiyu feel a little tense. A moment later, his opponent spoke again. "This is why I say you're too naive. You think this is just some video game, that you can win against an opponent just by relying on your gear. Well then, let me give you a taste of just how terrifying this game is. Don't look down on people. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Shiyu yelled back, raising his weapon, ready to battle his opponent. When the crazy woman charged, he swung the devouring blade. But somehow, she smoothly evaded the sword's path, then flickered like a ghost, appearing behind him. Shiyu didn't have time to wonder how his opponent had dodged. Instead, he raised his blade again, rushing toward her to land another slash. Unfortunately, just like the last time, his blade couldn't touch her. Shiyu started to get frustrated and began swinging the blade wildly, but this was exactly the effect the crazy woman wanted. She advised Shiyu to just give up. With his current strength, trying to hit her with such a massive blade was impossible. At the same time, she reminded Shiyu, "Take a look at yourself. You've got some interesting new things on you." Following her words, Shiyu discovered 4 new claw marks on his body. According to his opponent, her claws could leave an imprint on her target. After a sufficient number of attacks, they would bloom like roses. And just as she finished speaking, the claw-shaped imprints on Siyu's body all exploded at once. Although his wounds had been fully restored, even a healthy body would struggle to withstand 4 consecutive explosions right on top of him like this. Siyu had to struggle to plant the devouring blade into the ground just to stay standing. Seeing that he hadn't fallen yet, the crazy woman became even more excited. A normal person would have collapsed long ago after her last wave of attacks, but Siyu was so resilient, it just made her twisted psyche want to torture him even more. With that, this mad woman unleashed one final move. If Siyu couldn't dodge it, he was surely dead for real this time. But his entire body was in so much pain he couldn't even move. However, because of his dream to earn 100 million points to revive Yu Yi, he couldn't fall in this place. And so, with that powerful will, Siyu lifted the blade in his hands. For this very reason, the system detected that Siyu's spirit and equipment synchronization level had reached 100%. Because of this, the Devouring Blade was upgraded into the Devourer set. The equipment was quickly equipped on XEU, and at the same time, he learned a special skill called. This mode would enhance his attributes by consuming his depleting life and energy. This was his last resort. Siyu had no reason not to activate this skill. And then, another blinding aura appeared, surrounding Siyu. Every time this fat guy is about to kick the bucket, it's like he's performing a magic trick. He sure is full of surprises. The woman praised him, completely unaware that in the next second, she would be the one getting pummeled. From the center of that aura, Siyu charged out wearing a complete set of armor. He raised the devouring blade in his hand, then brought it down with immense force. The madwoman was utterly astonished by this sight. At first, she managed to dodge, but then she realized that Siyu's speed seemed to be faster than before. And what's more, it was increasing by the second. It didn't take long for him to take control of the battle's pace, and this time, Siyu successfully knocked his opponent down. She was slammed flat on the ground, her whole body trembling from the pain, her expression clearly one of extreme rage. "What is this? What the hell just happened? How did you turn into this?" she screamed. "Why am I like this? It's because you've poured all of your life force into my sword," Siyu replied. "Nonsense." His words enraged her so much that she leaped to her feet, wanting to show Siyu the difference in their power. But Siyu was no longer the slow, useless fatty he was just moments ago. He knew full well that in this battle, she was the only one who would lose. She hadn't even realized when she'd stepped into Tavu's domain. Because he'd been swinging his blade wildly from the start, its energy had already spread to every corner. Just a moment ago, she was handing him his ass. Now, it was time for her to get a taste of his ultimate killing move. "Feel a little of the wrath of the blade in my hand." As he spoke, Tavu raised his blade, but instead of slashing directly at his opponent, he plunged it forcefully into the ground. This was the ultimate skill he wanted to use. The energy of the devouring blade spread rapidly, becoming an invisible net that enveloped the woman. Only then did she feel fear, hurriedly begging for mercy, even shamelessly promising that she would submit to him and let him do whatever he wanted with her. But no matter how beautiful she was, Tavu wasn't the least bit interested. He didn't hold back, causing the entire building to collapse quickly. And so, that crazy woman was buried under the rubble, paying the price for her arrogance and cruelty. From overexertion, Tavu quickly blacked out. An unknown amount of time later, he seemed to see Vunji's anxious face, relentlessly urging him on. "Hurry up and wake up." Before Tavu could even figure out if it was real or a dream, she turned and walked away, only to be hit by a truck. At that moment, panic gripped his heart, jolting Tavu awake. His heart was pounding erratically, his body drenched in sweat. It turned out to be a dream, after all. This nightmare had haunted him countless times. Tavu vaguely recalled what had just happened. After defeating that crazy woman, he had passed out right here. His phone rang again. Tavu glanced at it. It was that annoying Vuom back again. He had no choice but to answer. Vuombak's voice was as loud as ever, piercing his eardrums from the other end of the line. "Tavu, this is bad. This is really bad. The class president just said that if you keep skipping class, they're going to report you to the school and have you expelled." "You idiot. Can't you speak a little softer?" Tavu roared. "Also, let me tell you, even if Tavu, die, I'll die out here." "I will absolutely not." He didn't even get to finish the sentence. Tavu suddenly froze, because a new notification had just appeared before him. An entrance to an underground city is about to appear near Napgang University. F rank. Hunting down the boss of this F-rank city will grant some points and experience rewards. On the other end of the line, Vuombak grew extremely anxious when his friend suddenly went silent. "Hello? Why are you saying anything? Say something." He urged him on relentlessly. "Bro, I'm done talking. I'm heading to school right now. See you in a bit." After saying that, Tavu decisively hung up. He fumbled his way out of the small alley. That crazy woman had beaten him so badly that he completely lost his way. By the time he made it to the main street, Tavu suddenly felt that something was off. Specifically, the passers-by, both men and women, were all looking at him with strange expressions today. At first, Tavu didn't understand why, but when he happened to walk past a mirror, he got it. The young man in the reflection was fit and handsome, with a chiseled face, so much so that Tavu couldn't even believe it was him. He didn't know how he had suddenly lost so much weight. The whole thing felt like a dream. Tavu kept pinching his face. The pain felt real, so it probably wasn't a dream. The system quickly sent a reminder to explain what he was thinking about. It turned out that the fat in Tavu's body had just been used as energy to activate the devouring blade. This is what burning life energy meant. It was truly killing two birds with one stone, and he didn't even have to go to the gym. A reminder popped up. Loading the startup model requires a great deal of energy. If the player uses life energy to power it again, it could be life-threatening. The system sent another notification. It seemed the price for using this shortcut to load the model was indeed steep. But what caught Tavu's attention even more was the reminder's specific choice of words. In any case, he wasn't used to this system yet, so he'd just take his time to figure it out. So for now, he didn't dwell on it. Since his clothes were torn to shreds, Tavu couldn't possibly go to school dressed like that. He then used 1 point to exchange for a set of basic clothes and headed to Napjang University. The moment Tavu appeared on campus, he attracted the attention of quite a few female students. They had never seen such a handsome hottie at their school before. Everyone looked completely smitten. As for Tavu, who had been used to living like a slob for the past year, he had suddenly transformed into a heartthrob. Being praised like this wherever he went, it would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. However, that sense of vanity didn't last long. After all, he still had important business to attend to. Tavu chose a bench to sit down on and thought carefully. It was time for him to properly understand this game. Otherwise, he might run into more players like that crazy woman. You wouldn't have enough lives to spare. So, the first thing CU did was ask the system to display his attributes. The status screen that appeared in front of him was really no different from an online game. Currently, CU was only at level 2, with a maximum HP of 300 and a maximum MP of 170. His strength and constitution were at 7 points, spirit at 5 points, and agility at 6 points. In addition, he had 3 unallocated free attribute points and a total of 99 accumulated points. CU used those 3 free attribute points, allocating 2 to strength and 1 to agility. This method was considered relatively safe at the beginning of the game, but his accumulated points hadn't increased at all. Shiyu recalled what that crazy woman had said before. If you kill another player, you get their accumulated points. So, based on the current situation, it seemed he had only defeated her, not killed her. Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing she was still alive because he wasn't mentally prepared to be a murderer yet. Next, it was time to study his equipment. The first thing that caught his eye was still the devouring blade. It was an upgradable piece of equipment that increased his attack power by 30 points. The blade's 2 skills included Load Model, which temporarily enhances the player's attributes by absorbing various types of energy, and Energy Burst, which attacks in different directions simultaneously, with the weapon dealing 200% physical damage. The skill description was very detailed, and just as XEU had thought, the Load Model skill could consume energy. Furthermore, it could only consume the energy of a life form like him. But Shiyu still felt this skill was more complex than its description suggested. He would need to test it later to be sure. Just as he was thinking this, a basketball suddenly rolled to his feet. Then, Shiyu heard someone shout, "Hey, you over there, can you throw the ball back to us?" It turned out to be members of the basketball team. Shiyu didn't think much of it, just picked up the ball, wound up, and threw it. Who would have thought his strength was so immense? The ball shot off, even shattering a corner of the backboard before flying out of sight. The kids on the court were all stunned by this scene. Oh my god, what was that? The ball went right through the hoop. Did anyone see who did that? I think he ran off over there. CU hadn't anticipated this situation either and quickly slipped away. No way. It's this insane with just 9 points in strength. I've really become terrifyingly strong. But Shiyu had no time to worry about the basketball because the system had just sent a new notification. The F-rank underground city was about to activate. It suggested that CU activate the auto pathfinding function. Of course, Shiyu had no reason to refuse. He hadn't expected this game to have an auto pathfinding feature. It was quite convenient. He just had to follow the arrow's direction to find the underground city. But CU never expected the arrow to lead him to the women's restroom. This place again? I'm seriously starting to suspect this game has some weird fetishes, he screamed internally. But he had to do the mission. CU looked left and right, confirming no one was watching him, then told himself he wasn't a pervert. He was just doing everything he could to resurrect Yu Yi. Shiyu took a deep breath, then opened the door. Luckily, there was no one inside at the moment. The arrow pointed him to a closed stall. CU was a bit confused. With the path leading this way, don't tell me the entrance to the underground city is the toilet, is it? CU could only hope not, and opened the door to see for himself. Who would have thought there was someone in the stall? The moment their four eyes met, the girl screamed her head off, while CU was petrified. His opponent hurriedly pulled up her pants, then stood up, grinding her teeth. CU really wanted to explain that it was a misunderstanding, but before he could say anything, the girl took out her weapon and dealt him a devastating blow. I heard there was a pervert at school. I can't believe I actually caught him. Well then, I'll give you a little gift as a service to the public. Anyway, you'll just have to drink a memory loss potion afterward and you won't remember a thing. Looking at her furious expression, he'd believe it if someone said she was about to castrate him. This girl even seemed stronger than the crazy woman from before. Facing such a powerful enemy, it looked like he was in real danger. Wait a second, it's not what you think. Shiyu pleaded miserably as he ran, but his opponent had no intention of listening. The system detected that the duel between the two players had been set, so it automatically acted. Only then did the girl pause, realizing that Shiyu was also a player in the final game. However, that didn't make her stop at all. In fact, she felt it was even better that he was a player because she could just slash him as she pleased. Shiyu truly wanted to cry but had no tears left. He had just escaped one crazy woman, and now he'd run into another she-devil. At this point, he could only risk it all. Shiyu immediately took out his equipment, deciding he would defeat her first and then slowly explain things later. You reek of a newbie. Where do you get the confidence to defeat me? The girl asked contemptuously. Shiyu could also tell she was very strong, but how would he know if he didn't even try? What if he could actually pull off an upset victory, just like last time? Seeing his bold attitude, his opponent became extremely excited. She was the first to charge forward, wanting a quick and decisive victory to make him submit completely. Compared to the crazy woman from before, this girl was even stronger, exerting so much pressure that Shiyu was forced to retreat continuously. However, right at this moment, the system sent a new notification, announcing that the underground fortress had opened. Players in the vicinity of the entrance would be automatically pulled in. Just like that, both Shiyu and the girl were sucked into the gate, even though he really didn't want to go anywhere with this violent woman. They were pulled deep into the portal, and then the entrance closed, as if nothing had ever happened. The method of teleportation to this fortress was just too rough, making Xiyu, who already suffered from motion sickness, feel dizzy and disoriented. What was worse was that the landing position he and the girl ended up in was extremely awkward. Although it was unintentional, Xiyu had once again offended the young lady. As a result, this time he took a punch that nearly knocked his face crooked. After getting up and taking a serious look around, Xiyu learned that this S-rank underground fortress was called the Abandoned School. It looked like an underground version of their university. This was Xiyu's first time experiencing the conquest of a fortress filled with monsters like this, so he still felt a little nervous. As for the girl, after being sucked in here and witnessing Xiyu's series of vivid expressions, she finally understood the situation. So, you came to the women's restroom because you were trying to clear this fortress? Xiyu silently thanked the heavens that his opponent had finally understood him. Otherwise, if he kept being labeled a pervert, not even jumping into the Yellow River could wash away the false accusation. Just a little chick, and you want to clear this on your own? Are you really not afraid of dying? The girl asked again. Aren't you here alone too? Xiyu snapped back. Don't compare me to a rookie like you. I'm here to gather rare materials. Look at her arrogant attitude. Xiyu was so angry he stomped his feet, thinking, so what if you have a high level? However, even though this girl's words were a bit harsh, it seemed she wasn't a bad person. Because she had misunderstood Xiyu earlier, she now decided to brief him on some essential knowledge for newbies. By the way, what's your current level? She asked. When Xiyu replied that he was only level 2, the girl let out another contemptuous scoff. Next, she pointed at the surrounding monsters and explained that the color of a monster's name indicates its danger level. For example, this steel claw wolf with a yellow name is a type of monster far beyond Xiyu's capabilities. In other words, if you had really come here alone, you would have been surrounded, attacked, and killed in less than 3 minutes. However, in her eyes, monsters like the steel claw wolves posed no threat at all, and she wasn't just bluffing. Very quickly, the girl entered a combat stance. As for Xiyu, he got to witness her true strength firsthand. She alone was enough to face an entire pack of extremely ferocious monsters. The girl possessed a skill called Wind Sweeping Clouds. Once activated, this skill was like a whirlwind, and the power it generated wiped out a pack of more than a dozen wolves. Xiyu watched from the side, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, so powerful. Just then, a steel claw wolf tried to launch a sneak attack on the girl from behind. Without thinking, he shouted a warning for her to be careful, then charged forward himself, using his devouring blade to knock it away. Unfortunately, the damage Xiu managed to inflict was negligible. Meanwhile, the girl only needed to swing her weapon once to successfully take one down. The difference in strength between them was just too great, making him feel incredibly embarrassed. As for the girl, although she constantly berated Xiu for being a noob, she also realized that his character wasn't too bad. "My name is Shen Yun Zhao. What's yours?" she asked, taking the initiative to introduce herself. "I'm Xiu." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yun Zhao's expression suddenly changed. She thought to herself, "Xiu. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it?" Right after, Xiu received a party invitation from the level 8 Shen Yun Zhao. She said he looked so pathetic that she would mercifully carry him to get some experience points. However, the party invitation also clearly stated that the method of distributing items would be decided by the party leader. This was clearly a demand for Xiu to be her unpaid errand boy. Even so, he still had to grit his teeth and accept the party invitation. He'd just treat it as a way to earn experience points. "All right, you can follow behind and leech off this lady's benevolence with a heart full of gratitude. Go ahead and leech. But if you dare cause any trouble, be careful, or I'll cut you down too," Shen Yun Zhao said arrogantly. This girl really had a terrible temper, but Xiu had no choice but to endure it. Who could he blame when he was only level 2, while she was level 8? Even so, Xiu wasn't the type of person shameless enough to just sit back and leech experience. So, he stuck close to Shen Yun Zhao, swinging his blade whenever he could, dealing whatever damage he could manage, at least participating in the monster farming process. Before long, he reached level 3 and received another 3 free attribute points. Xiu immediately spent all 3 points on his strength attribute. Right after doing so, he noticed the name of the sharp-clawed lizard in front of him had changed. This meant that with his increased strength, the danger level of the monsters had decreased. He could finally fight for real. Because of this, Xiu fought even more fiercely. The two of them cleared a path through the entire fortress, finally arriving at the boss's lair. Placing the boss on the lowest level of the fortress, this system sure has a flair for the dramatic, Shen Yun Zhao mumbled. Just as she finished speaking, something slimy suddenly landed on Xiu's shoulder. He quickly brushed it off and began to complain. "What the hell is this? It's disgusting." Shen Yun Zhao glanced at the goo on the floor, explaining that it was a slime monster. They usually live as parasites inside higher-level monsters to get nutrients and aren't aggressive, so we don't need to waste any more time here. She went ahead, and Xiu followed closely behind. The two came face to face with the boss, a level 5 poison bone alligator with 10,000 HP. A monster with a pink name, and it's so huge. Xiu was a bit overwhelmed, but Shen Yun Zhao wasn't scared in the slightest. "Stop making such a fuss. If you're scared, just stand still and don't move. This young lady will take care of this monster for you." Her arrogance angered the poison bone alligator. It immediately opened its mouth and spat out several purple fireballs with terrifying attack power. Shen Yun Zhao was not one to be outdone. She rushed forward while using her flowing shadow flash skill. She created countless afterimages of herself in the space, deceiving the monster's vision and preventing it from attacking them. Once she had closed the distance, Shen Yun Zhao launched herself high into the air, then powerfully swung the weapon in her hands. With a single strike, she sliced the poison bone alligator in half. Xiu couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. This girl might be a bit violent, but she was truly formidable. Shen Yun Zhao thought it was all over. However, just as she turned to lead Xiu away, a large number of slime monsters suddenly fell from the ceiling. They formed an adhesive substance, fusing the two halves of the poison bone alligator's corpse back together. "Watch out behind you," Xiu yelled. But by the time Shen Yun Zhao turned around, the boss had already been resurrected by the slime monsters, and because she had let her guard down, Shen Yun Zhao took a direct hit to a vital spot. After its revival, the poison bone alligator seemed even more ferocious. After being hit, Shen Yun Zhao's body was instantly paralyzed, unable to move. Xiu realized she had been poisoned and quickly activated his skill, successfully scooping her up and dodging the boss's next attack. However, there was no denying he was still too weak. After using his skill just once, he was already out of breath. "Are you okay?" Xiu asked worriedly. Maybe it was because they were so close, but Shen Yun Zhao suddenly found Xiu strangely handsome, and her cheeks unconsciously blushed. "I won't die, but I think I've been hit with a paralyzing poison. I can't move." Looking at the ferocious poison bone alligator, Xiu felt it was too strong to be a monster from an F-rank fortress. Shen Yun Zhao had also heard that higher-rank underground fortresses were highly unpredictable. Great monsters with unforeseeable power often appeared. Based on the situation, it seemed they had run into one of them. She just didn't think their luck would be this bad. At a time like this, instead of just thinking about so-called luck, she'd be better off using her brain to figure out a way to defeat that monster. Yu had already placed Shen Yunjiao on the ground and was facing the approaching poison bone alligator alone. The girl thought he was being delusional. Right now, there was no other option but to run, as Yu was no match for that monster. Of course, Yu knew he was weak, but carrying someone who couldn't move like Shen Yunjiao, he couldn't possibly escape. The only way was to stay and face the boss. He'd already tried fighting an opponent way above his level with that crazy woman before. Who's to say he couldn't succeed again? The situation was incredibly dangerous, yet Yu's optimism was so great it made Shen Yunjiao tremble. Meanwhile, he was still thinking about luring the monster a little farther away from her. After all, Shen Yunjiao couldn't escape right now. There was just one thing beyond Yu's control, and that was the monster with the body. That massive body moved with incredible speed, much faster than he had imagined, and its attack skills were even more terrifying. Yu raised the devouring blade, struggling to block the opponent's attacks. "Watch your back," Shen Yunjiao suddenly screamed. It turned out that the monster had somehow circled behind him and was opening its blood-red maw, filled with sharp teeth, ready to swallow Yu whole. Hearing Shen Yunjiao's warning, Yu quickly retreated. Although he wasn't bitten, he was still hit by one of the opponent's attacks. Just from that single blow, Yu felt as if all his internal organs had been rearranged. Before he could even recover from the pain, the poison bone crocodile lunged forward to attack again. This time, its fangs sank into his left shoulder. He tried his best to resist, not wanting to be eaten alive. But the difference in strength was too great, and Yu was thrown backward. His HP bar now showed only 150 out of a maximum of 500. Seeing that Yu had lost a lot of his strength, the poison bone crocodile attacked even more fiercely. Shen Yunjiao was incredibly anxious watching him get thrown around continuously. But frustratingly, there was nothing she could do to help. In the blink of an eye, Yu was sent flying once again, his health now at a critical low of 50 HP. This was truly difficult for someone who had only ever moved a mouse cursor to play games in his room. Now that the game had become reality, his brain could react in time, but his body had absolutely no combat experience. Yu lay flat on the ground, his body in so much pain it felt like all his ribs were broken. As for the poison bone crocodile, it had no intention of letting him rest and recover. This time, the monster attacked again by spitting poison. Yu gradually began to feel hopeless. Was there really no way out? Just then, he suddenly thought of something, and it might just be his only lifeline in this situation. Seeing that the poison bone crocodile had finished spitting its poison and was now rushing toward him, Yu tremblingly stood up and muttered, "Looks like I've finally found a way to survive." Seeing his stubbornness, Shen Yunjiao became extremely tense. Yu's body couldn't withstand another hit. If he took one more blow, he would surely die. But this time, Yu seemed confident he would win. As the monster charged closer and opened its mouth to bite him, Yu's heavy body actually managed to dodge. Next, he leaped high into the air, then shot down like an arrow and used the devouring blade to slash fiercely at the poison bone crocodile. The monster lost 100 health from this attack. Even Shen Yunjiao was completely astonished to see that Yu could actually wound it. As for Yu, he had made the right bet. As long as he could move, his blade could definitely strike the enemy. After being hit, the poison bone crocodile seemed absolutely furious. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, then attacked even more violently. But Yu seemed to have figured out its attack patterns, so he was able to dodge with relative ease and continuously counterattack. "You've had your turn, now it's mine. Time to die." He charged forward and finally brought down his prey. Shen Yunjiao's jaw dropped in surprise. She couldn't understand how Yu had managed it. When at his level, he shouldn't have even been able to keep up with the poison bone crocodile's speed. Now that the danger had passed, Yu had time to explain it to her. Actually, taking down that monster wasn't too difficult. Although its attack power was immense, its attack methods were just a few repeating patterns. For enemies more than 30 meters away, it would use a poison spray attack, concentrating on the stomach area. At a distance of 10 to 30 meters, it would initiate an earthquake attack, launching its opponent into the air. Then, as Yu was falling, it would launch an attack with its mouth. And for distances within 10 meters, the poison bone crocodile would start a continuous claw attack. The speed was very fast, but if you paid close attention, you could discover its attack pattern and avoid it. Yu was incredibly smug, feeling that this crappy game was nothing special after all and couldn't pose a challenge to a genius player like him. The poison bone crocodile's patterns had been completely figured out by Yu. It was like he could slash and strike it however he pleased. Yet it still took him about 2 hours to whittle its health bar down to 4,927 HP. Just when he thought it was almost over, the opponent's HP bar suddenly turned red. The poison bone crocodile went berserk once again. The faces of both Yu and Shen Yunjiao turned pale with fear. The system quickly sent them a red alert. The boss's HP had dropped below 10%. activating its self-destruct mode. Siyu was furious. It had been so hard for him to get to this point. Who would have thought the enemy had a self-destruct move? If he ever met the person who made this bullshit game, he would definitely beat them to death to vent his anger. But for now, he needed to figure out what to do against that monster, because even its attack methods had also changed. Not only was it faster, but the deadliness of each attack had also increased, making it extremely difficult for Siyu to defend himself. With his experience, he knew that even if this monster were to self-destruct, there would still be an attack pattern. But what was that pattern? With his current health, he couldn't afford to use his body to test it anymore. And then, suddenly, the monster completely ignored Siyu. It turned and ran in the opposite direction. However, this was nothing to be happy about, because the direction the monster was heading was right where Shen Yunjiao was sitting. She was still under the effects of the boss's paralyzing poison, so she could only watch helplessly as it thundered towards her, unable to run. Shen Yunjiao's face turned grim. It was only then that she began to regret her actions, feeling she had been too foolish and arrogant. Believing this was just an F-rank dungeon, she hadn't bothered to buy any extra equipment before entering. Now, Shen Yunjiao could only watch as the poison bone croc raised its claws to strike her down. In that moment, she was certain she was about to die at its hands, and that Siyu wouldn't be able to escape either. But then, something she could never have imagined happened. In the most critical moment, Siyu rushed forward, using his own body to block the monster's claw for Shen Yunjiao. The claw pierced straight through his heart, yet Siyu still wore a faint smile, as if it wasn't a big deal. You and she are similar in some ways. I can't bear to watch a girl like you die in front of me again, Siyu said, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Shen Yunjiao's eyes widened in utter shock. But she had no idea that this wasn't a thoughtless act by Siyu. He was gambling on something. It seemed that fate was on his side once again, because after this fatal, heart-piercing wound, the system detected an anomaly, and it automatically activated the model loading mode. Siyu smirked. It looked like his gamble had paid off again. The system, just like that, began to devour the life energy from within his wound. And before Shen Yunjiao's horrified eyes, his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Even the poison bone croc's claw was shattered by the immense power erupting from within Siyu's. The loading process was incredibly fast. In the end, Siyu reappeared in a completely different, upgraded form. His HP was now down to a single point. However, the power he radiated was enough to make even the poison bone croc tremble in fear. This time, when facing its attack, Siyu was no longer afraid. Instead, he swung his blade, which now contained 120% of its original power. And when the devouring blade came down, it created a shockwave so massive that even the poison bone croc couldn't keep its footing. It seems this is the legendary 1/9999. Witnessing this whole scene, Shen Yunjiao's jaw had long since hit the floor. She truly couldn't understand how Siyu was able to do this. But whether she understood or not, it was all over. Siyu had successfully cleared the underground fortress, and the rewards had been distributed to her. The 30-second countdown until they were teleported out of this place had begun. And that was also the moment Siyu collapsed backward from exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time, Siyu groggily woke up. The first thing he saw was Yuyi's face. He didn't know if the last battle had exhausted him to the point of delirium, but Siyu had completely forgotten that Yuyi had passed away. On instinct, he lunged forward and hugged her tightly. Yuyi, thank goodness. I can finally see you again. As a result, Siyu was sent flying into a wall by a swift kick from the person in his arms. And why, you ask? Because that wasn't Yu Yi, it was Shen Yunjiao. You pervert. I should have just left you to rot in that dungeon. This she-devil's temper flared up again. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Siyu hurriedly begged for mercy. After that, he was quite surprised to find himself still alive. But once he was fully awake, he realized something. The feeling of activating the model loading mode this time seemed different from before. And so, Siyu picked up his phone to check the information on his devouring blade. He then discovered that the item had learned a new skill, Devouring Transformation. Its effect is that the weapon will undergo a transformation after devouring a special kind of energy. The level of this weapon had synced with Siyu's level, and what's more, it could even learn new skills. This was truly astonishing. In addition, the description for the model loading skill had also changed. Specifically, the description now stated that the skill's effect was to temporarily enhance the player's attributes by absorbing various prime energies, a 1% increase per multiple. Before Siyu could study this new information carefully, Shen Yunjiao asked, "What are you muttering about?" "Nothing," Siyu replied quickly. "Oh, by the way, where are we?" Shen Yunjiao replied that they were in a hotel, since she couldn't exactly bring Siyu back to her house. Seeing as Siyu had saved her, the room fee was naturally paid by the great Miss Shen. She also went over the rewards, which included 300 points and 1 essence crystal, alligator. She had used all her points to save CU, so this alligator's essence crystal would belong to her. Shiyu didn't care much about that, because something else was bothering him more. Where are my clothes? Don't tell me you changed them, did you? The moment he finished speaking, Shen Yunjiao's face turned beet red. If it wasn't me, who else would it be? If I didn't see you were about to kick the bucket, I wouldn't have been interested in taking off your clothes to bandage you up. So, where are my clothes? Siyu asked again. They were covered in blood, so I threw them away. I used my points to buy those, Siyu yelled. In the end, Shen Yunjiao compensated him with a different, proper outfit. Siyu's wounds had stabilized by now. He then found out he'd been asleep for 5 whole days and nights. Shen Yunjiao said that 5 days was actually not bad, because without the points, your wounds would have been impossible to heal. The thing that caught her attention the most was the power of that final sword strike Siyu had unleashed. I'm very curious how you managed to do that. Well. Faced with Shen Yunjiao's question, Siyu started racking his brain to cook up a story. He bullshitted that he felt like he was about to die, but then he suddenly saw a beam of light. After that, he wasn't sure what he did and just vaguely passed out. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but he himself hadn't even fully grasped the devouring blade yet. That's why he didn't want to reveal it to an outsider. As for Shen Yunjiao, it wasn't hard for her to tell that Shiyu was lying. But it's not like they had a cooperative relationship or were friends, so if he didn't want to say, she couldn't force him. Seeing her unhappy expression, Siyu tried to change the subject. Hearing you say that suddenly reminds me of something. When you first joined this game, were you hunted by other players? You've been hunted by someone before? Shen Yunjiao asked back in surprise. Yes, once. But I managed to turn the tables and beat her. Siyu replied, not understanding why Shen Yunjiao suddenly had such a serious expression. She suddenly got close, grabbed Siyu's shoulders, and shook him hard, then demanded that he open his game interface. As soon as Siyu opened it, a map of the city appeared. After looking at it, Shen Yunjiao could only sigh. It's the game map. I knew you hadn't turned it off. Siyu was completely baffled about what was happening. Isn't this function normal? It's really convenient if you can use the map to check quests or the entrances to dungeons. Unexpectedly, Shen Yunjiao chewed him out. You idiot. You're going to get me killed. If it only had those functions, it would be fine. But this map has another feature. It can search for other players in the surrounding area. Now, do you get it? As she spoke, she anxiously pulled the hotel room's curtains shut. It was only then that Siyu realized the severity of the problem. His location had been public this whole time. Although it only showed the general area, they had been here for so long that they had probably already been targeted by other players with bad intentions, and her fears were right on the mark. They had been targeted by not just one person. First was a level 8 player named Shu Ying. Then, there was a pair of brothers. The level 5 Great Rogue Swordsman Qin Feng and the level 5 Shadow Dance Flowing Sword Qin Yu. And there was another, even more terrifying one, with the ID Blood Moon Guild's Kong Sing, level 9. Hunting other players was far more interesting to him than farming monsters. Inside the room, Siyu and Shen Yunjiao were hiding behind the door. Yunjiao frowned and said, there's a sniper at our 9 o'clock. An old player, like me. Level 8. He's the winner of the new player tournament in this area. Just as she said, a flash of light appeared from the building across from them. Shui Ying couldn't see Shiyu and Shen Yunjiao. He spoke in surprise. Their location vanished. Looks like the newbie figured it out. Back in the room, Yunjiao quickly drew the curtains, saying urgently, there are definitely other players lying in ambush around here. This is a huge pain. Siyu asked in confusion, why are they so passionate about hunting newbies? Yunjiao slowly explained. Most newbies choose to clear the underground dungeons, so they're carrying a lot of points. Once they die, all the points and equipment on them will drop for others to take. You get more points from newbies than from farming monsters and clearing dungeons. Some people do it for the points and items. Others simply enjoy the process of hunting their prey. Hearing this, Shiyu couldn't help but frown and pout. Hunting? That's just evil. Yunjiao said seriously, that's why I have to go. I don't want to become prey for those guys because of you. Even though you saved me once, I saved you too, so we're even. With that, she turned to leave. But she had only taken 2 steps before Siyu pulled her back. Yunjiao said impatiently, what more do you want? I don't want to die with you. Siyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. I just want to say, I have an idea. Hey, not only can we get out of here safely, but we can also make a bit of cash. Interested? Hearing this, Yunjiao's eyes widened in surprise, but in the end, she still chose to stay. Meanwhile, the veteran players who were looking for Siyu discovered that his location had disappeared. Qin Feng frowned slightly, muttering in confusion. Looks like he's turned off his location tracking. Qin Yu, walking behind him, cautiously suggested, "Brother, maybe we should just give up." But Qin Feng was resolute, saying, "I'm right here. What are you afraid of? If we're lucky, we might even get some points for killing him. Let's keep looking. We'll probably find him eventually." However, what the two didn't know was that Si Yu was quietly watching them from a hidden corner. Through his earpiece, he reported to Yun Zhao, "Looks like I've found them. How are things on your end?" Yun Zhao replied calmly, "The sniper is still searching for a target." Hearing that, Shi Yu grinned smugly and said, "Perfect. Let's get started." Immediately after, he leaped out from his hiding spot and shouted, "Hey, you two looking for me?" This startled the Qin siblings, but Qin Feng reacted quickly, immediately ordering, "We found him. Sister, get into your battle stance." Qin Yu immediately drew her sword, but her voice was a little frantic as she said, I'll do my best." At the same time, Bloodwing Shadow also saw signs of energy in the distance. He smiled cheerfully and said, "There they are. Looks like tonight's wait wasn't for nothing." Over here, Shi Yu was running for his life, shouting nonstop, "Yun Zhao, what's the status? I'm about to hit my limit here." Yun Zhao was in a room, observing silently. After a long moment, she spoke. "The sniper across the way is in position. If you expose yourself even a little, you'll be hit. Be careful." The two of them coordinated just like that, one running, the other scouting, which greatly frustrated Qin Feng. He quickly gave chase, aiming his gun arm at Shi Yu. Qin Feng spoke coldly, "What's your situation? From the sound of it, you're in quite a hurry. Do you really think you can get away?" As he ran, Si Yu muttered in a panic, "Because I never expected this." Before he could finish, a bullet came flying wildly toward him. At the same moment, Qin Yu slashed at him ferociously. Shi Yu hastily dodged, shouting indignantly, "This game has such a twisted function." He said this while dodging Qin Yu's attacks. Qin Yu's sword slashed into the wall behind him. She quickly landed on the ground, stared intently at Si Yu, and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, but could you please give us your points?" Si Yu didn't answer. He felt that this was the moment. Just as expected, Bloodwing Shadow saw him expose himself, but he also took aim at Qin Yu, who was standing out in the open. Unfortunately, Bloodwing Shadow didn't care. He curled his lip into a smirk and said, "Goodbye, newbie." Then, he fired. Qin Yu sensed the killing intent coming for her, but it was too fast. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Seeing this, Qin Feng cried out in alarm, "Sister!" Qin Yu's health bar dropped rapidly. Qin Feng rushed over to catch her, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Qin Yu frowned slightly and murmured, "I'm fine. There's someone else in the building across from us." Qin Feng was stunned, blurting out in confusion, "An accomplice? It seems some guild is using a new player to hunt us. We fell into a trap." Hearing this, Qin Yu said worriedly, "If we go after him, we might get shot by the person over there." Qin Feng glared outside and said coldly, "Then we'll take care of him first. Top floor of the opposite building, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he fired. Bloodwing Shadow, seeing that no one fell, was confused. Wasn't the damage enough? That can't be right. But before Bloodwing Shadow could collect himself, he was struck with terror as he saw a bullet flying straight toward him. In just a moment, the Qin siblings appeared. Qin Feng spoke coldly, "I will never forgive anyone who dares to hurt my sister." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "I'm ready, brother." As soon as she spoke, she began a flurry of attacks. A series of sword flashes rained down upon Bloodwing Shadow. From a distance, Si Yu watched the three of them fight and couldn't help but smile. Yun Zhao, beside him, couldn't help but scoff. "We barely managed to escape, and now you want to get involved again." Shrugging nonchalantly, Si Yu pouted and said, "Nah, since we already got away, there's no need to jump back into the fire. This time was too dangerous." Even though the plan was to not only escape but also gain some benefits, his body hadn't fully recovered. For now, it was best to With that in mind, Si Yu glanced at Yun Zhao and spoke up, "There's one thing I still don't quite get. What happens if you die in this game?" But before he could finish, Yun Zhao covered his mouth with her hand. She murmured in a low voice, "Logically, after all this time, we should have left the domain by now. But we haven't completely escaped it yet. It's an ambush." Sure enough, just as she finished speaking, a mocking laugh echoed out. Yun Zhao looked up in alarm, and she and Si Yu immediately backed away. Kong Xing squinted at the two of them and laughed arrogantly. Hey, not bad, little lady. You're pretty cautious. As for you, newbie brat, let me tell you something. There's no getting away." At this, Yun Zhao's face paled slightly, "And yet you didn't even sense his presence." Kong Xing raised an eyebrow at them, a malicious grin spreading across his face. But just then, Yun Zhao suddenly scoffed and said, "After putting on such a long act, you still can't avoid a head-on fight." As soon as she finished speaking, she entered her combat stance, a long scimitar in her hand. At the same time, Kong Xing pushed off and leaped down below. With a loud thud, he landed on the ground. Kong Sing looked up at Yun Jiao and her companion, scoffing coldly. I thought there was only one piece of prey. I didn't expect to get a bonus prize with some decent skills. Yun Jiao ignored him and glanced at Ziyu, suggesting, your wounds have just healed. Let me handle him. Hearing this, Ziyu couldn't help but ask worriedly, can you handle him alone? With a soft grunt, Yun Jiao said nonchalantly, that's something we'll only find out by fighting. As soon as she finished, she swung her scimitar at him. Instantly, Kong Xing blocked the blow with his sharp legs, his eyes filled with contempt. The continuous clang of their weapons rang out as the two quickly became locked in a stalemate. But it wasn't long before Kong Xing's legs swept viciously across Yun Jiao's face, forcing her to stumble back in alarm. Seeing this, Shiyu asked worriedly, Shen Yun Jiao, are you alright? Kong Xing narrowed his eyes at Yun Jiao. He spoke with disdain. Not bad, you've got some power, but compared to me, you're still a long way off. But Yun Jiao paid him no mind, quietly calculating her next move. After a moment, she glanced at Siyu and proposed. In terms of raw power, his level isn't that much higher than mine. If you can still land a strike like you did back in the underground city, then this guy is no match for the two of us. Hearing this, Kong Xing couldn't help but scoff in displeasure. You still have the energy for small talk? Are you really underestimating me? You don't actually believe you can defeat me all by yourself, do you? The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward frantically. Yun Jiao didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly raised her scimitar to block. But just then, Kong Xing suddenly planted a hand on the ground and, in an instant, slid past Yun Jiao. Heading for what was behind her, Yun Jiao was stunned. Only then did she realize his true target was Siyu. As expected, Kong Xing made a beeline straight for him. He shouted arrogantly, sorry, but you're going to have to die here today. And your points will continue to provide me with a life of comfort. With that, he raised his leg again, aiming the sharp tip to strike at Siyu. Seeing this, Yun Jiao immediately screamed in panic, Siyu, but it was too late. A terrifying explosion erupted in front of them, but within the cloud of dust and smoke, Kong Xing was utterly shocked because Xiyu had drawn a long saber. He scoffed and said, I'm the one who should be sorry. After all, I don't plan on dying here. Despite saying that, just blocking that one attack was enough to send pain shooting through his entire body. Seeing that Siyu had managed to block it, Yun Jiao charged forward fiercely, shouting, stop underestimating people. Instantly, a whirlwind shot forward. Kong Xing was startled, his pupils contracting instinctively. He hurriedly swept his leg at Siyu, knocking him away. Then, he focused on dealing with the approaching whirlwind. He let out a cold snort and said with contempt, pathetically weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Xing swept his leg, and a cross-shaped slash appeared in the air. Then, it shot forward with immense force, tearing through Yun Jiao's whirlwind. Not only that, but it continued straight towards her. With a deafening boom, a massive explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Seeing this, Shiyu cried out in alarm. Yun Jiao. After stabilizing herself, Yun Jiao replied, I'm fine. But then again, for their skills to cancel each other out and still injure her, he was just too strong. At that moment, Kong Xing smirked and said, I have to admit, you two have some skill, but before he could finish his sentence, Yun Jiao cut him off with a cold snort. What's wrong? It's not too late to surrender now. Her words made Kong Xing burst out laughing. He pursed his lips and said, I'm not one to take risks, but this situation has become a bit adventurous. Therefore, I'd like to make a deal with you two. Yun Jiao couldn't help but frown, saying scornfully, a deal. If you're looking for a nicer way to say surrender, fine. Hand over all of your points, and I'll let you leave. But Kong Xing just shook his head and chuckled. No. The deal I'm talking about is much better than that. All you have to do is stand right there, then hand Siyu over for me to deal with. As for the points, you can take 60%, and I'll just take 40. These words made Siyu slightly panic. Yun Jiao, on the other hand, said nothing. Seeing this, Kong Xing continued to smile and added, on top of that, I'll recommend you for membership in the Blood Moon Guild. Hearing this, Yun Jiao smirked and said, you mean the major guild that's ranked at the very top? The top 10 spots on the leaderboard? That's a pretty tempting offer. Siyu's face went pale. He asked with a trembling voice, you're not really planning on selling me, are you? Scoffing, Yun Jiao said coolly, if I sold you, wouldn't my 300 points be a complete waste? Besides, I have no interest in those guilds that hunt down new players. Hearing this, Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He'd almost been scared to death. But the biggest problem remained unsolved. What could he do to defeat the enemy before him? If he were in perfect condition, teaming up with Yun Jiao could give them a chance to win. But right now, forget fighting. Siyu would be lucky just not to drag her down. That Kong Xing guy's cunning and strength were both terrifying. Just then, Yun Jiao warned him, be careful. This guy is no pushover. Ziyu nodded slightly. Got it. Kong Sing didn't give up, trying to persuade her again. Little sister, you should think this through. In this game, if you die, everything you have will be gone forever. Shut up. Yun Jiao yelled, then charged forward aggressively. But just then, threads suddenly appeared, blocking her path and forcing a startled Yun Jiao to retreat. Where did these threads come from? They definitely weren't here a moment ago. But the surprise wasn't over. A hole suddenly appeared behind her, and more threads shot out from inside. Luckily, Yun Jiao dodged them. She couldn't help but frown. What was going on? At the same time, Kong Sing swooped down from above, laughing triumphantly. Little sister, I already gave you a chance. Unfortunately for him, before his blade could reach Yun Jiao, Ziyu lunged forward and parried the blow with his own. He snorted coldly. What? Am I invisible to you? Kong Sing was pushed back by the force of the blow. Ziyu glanced at Yun Jiao. Are you okay? Yun Jiao shook her head slightly and said hesitantly, I'm fine, but there's still another one of them. Hearing this, Kong Sing smirked. A moment later, a hand reached out from the hole in the wall, followed by a figure in a black cloak. His voice was cold. Enough talk. Kill them. Kong Sing glanced at him, pouting with a grin. What a perfect entrance, Ying Sha. Ying Sha remained expressionless and suggested coolly, let's end this quickly. Ziyu was panicking. He never imagined there would be two of them. The entire alley was covered in webs, and their escape route was sealed off. Yun Jiao's expression was grim. 2 on 2. We don't stand a chance. We have to find a way to take one of them out first. Be careful of the hooded one. We still don't know what he can do. Hearing this, Kong Sing burst out laughing, his tone filled with contempt. Heh. Watching you two go from hope to despair, it feels absolutely amazing. Seeing him ramble, Ying Sha cut in. Stop talking. Just kill them. Kong Sing replied with a smirk. Then, he launched himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Kong Sing launched himself into the air. He laughed triumphantly. Then I guess I'll have to use this move. Immediately, Kong Sing began to spin in mid-air like a tornado, quickly transforming into a human spinning top. Blades extended from his spinning form. Not daring to let her guard down, Yun Jiao quickly raised her saber to block. Is he trying to end this in one move? She wouldn't give him the chance. But as Yun Jiao blocked, Kong Sing relentlessly pressed his attack, forcing her backwards step by step. Only then did Yun Jiao realize Kong Sing's true goal was to push her into the threads. Realizing this, Yun Jiao's face darkened. She yelled out, Ziyu, get over here. Ziyu immediately responded and ran to help her. But after just 2 steps, Ying Sha emerged from the wall. He snorted with contempt. What a nuisance. Then, he threw something towards Ziyu. Instantly, a triangle of light appeared at his feet. The energy inside trapped Ziyu's legs, and he cried out in alarm, unable to move his body. Seeing this from afar, Yun Jiao couldn't help but scoff in frustration. Humph. In the end, I can only rely on myself. Putting thought into action, she began to activate her skill. After this move, she would truly have nothing left. Yun Jiao tightened her grip on her crescent blade and swung it horizontally, instantly unleashing her ultimate skill, Blazing Giant. The brilliant flames looked as if they could incinerate everything in their path. Seeing this, Kong Sing immediately retreated, his eyes filled with panic. Ying Sha rushed over to catch him, saying coolly, You were too careless. Kong Sing let out a huff and said coldly, I admit, I underestimated her. But look at her now. Both her health and energy must be completely spent. Just as he said, Yun Jiao's health bar was nearly empty. She glanced at Ziyu. I'm at my limit. If you don't have any other trump cards, then I guess we'll just have to wait for death. Ziyu panicked. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't use that single strike skill like he did at the fortress again, but without it, his attacks were completely powerless. But, at that very moment, Ziyu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, Yun Jiao, let me borrow something? Which left Yun Jiao a bit confused. Just then, Kong Sing's sharp footsteps approached. He laughed arrogantly and said, This is the end of the line. Whether it's hunting underground monsters or new players, I always pick targets who are one level lower than me. That way, I have a nearly 100% chance of winning. But even so, I always keep one final trick up my sleeve. Shadow Kill is the same. The more Kong Sing spoke, the more smug he became, laughing loudly. You're not wrong. My offer to cooperate with you earlier was just a lie to trick you. The moment you agreed, Shadow Kill would have taken the opportunity while you were distracted to attack from your side and finish you off cleanly. I have to admit, he conceded, you two are among the most outstanding new players. Your skills and knowledge are excellent, but you will still die by my hand, because today, I have become 100% perfect. Hearing this, however, Ziyu just smirked. He spoke coolly. There's never been such a thing as 100%. Even a 1% chance is enough to turn the tables. That's what makes things truly interesting. Kong Xing's expression instantly darkened. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. You inexperienced little brat, who do you think you are, lecturing me with your complete lack of experience? In the past, Kong Xing couldn't choose his own life, but fate gave him a second chance. So this time, his life absolutely had to be 100%. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Xing charged forward to attack. If other people's lives were worth 100 points, then Kong Xing's was only worth 50 because his legs had been crippled. As a child, the after effects of an accident caused Kong Xing to lose all feeling in his legs, but he never gave up on his life. Even when exhausted, Kong Xing would force himself to lift weights. Without his legs, he never stopped training. But no matter how hard he tried, Kong Xing was never treated fairly in this world. His teacher thought a cripple like him didn't need to go to school. Big companies wouldn't hire someone who wasn't able-bodied like Kong Xing. The word he heard most often in his life was probably useless trash. No matter how unfair the world was, Kong Xing relied on himself to climb his way to success, step by step. He used his 50-point body to achieve a 90-point life, but there were always 10 points of regret until this game appeared in Kong Xing's life, giving him the chance to make up for those final 10 points of his life. This time, he would absolutely not allow his life to have any more regrets. And now, Kong Xing was frantically attacking Shi Yu to achieve his goal. Shi Yu narrowed his eyes at him. He had no choice but to gamble. Devouring Ring. If my guess is right, then activate. Acting on his thought, Shi Yu quickly activated the Devouring Ring. He took out the S-rank Devouring Energy Core, and in an instant, a powerful stream of energy erupted from Shi Yu's body. Seeing this, Yun Zhao couldn't help but stare in astonishment. This is the same reaction from Underground the other day. This guy, the Devouring State, has started to activate. It's at 2%. Shi Yu bit his lip hard. The Devouring State wasn't as stable as a ranked state. He had to keep it within a range he could withstand. Before long, the activation state reached 15%. Shadow Kill felt the situation spiraling out of control and hurriedly shouted a warning. This is bad. Kong Xing, stop. Unfortunately, Kong Xing just kept charging forward, roaring madly. I won't let anyone tell me how to live my life. I'll use these 100 points of energy to crush him to death. At the same time, Shi Yu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his talisman sword had transformed again. Instantly, he entered an attack stance. Shi Yu's gaze sharpened. He said coldly, let me show you the reality. In this world, there is absolutely no such thing as 100%. In a flash, Kong Xing's sharp legs clashed with Shi Yu's sword. The sharp clang of the impact rang out. But Kong Xing didn't give up, screaming frantically, die. Shi Yu didn't yield either, pouring his energy into the sword. Waves of power continuously radiated into the air. Before long, a deafening explosion erupted. Dust filled the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Yun Zhao muttered worriedly, is that guy okay? Shadow Kill also spoke in confusion. How can a newbie have that much power? When the dust settled, Shi Yu's figure was revealed. He only stumbled and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Kong Xing laughed smugly. Hehe, I've won. But just as the words left his mouth, Shi Yu's dark voice rang out. Is that so? Sure enough, moments later, cracks began to appear on his legs, accompanied by the crackling sound of them breaking down. Only then did Kong Xing realize that cuts had appeared all over his body. He cried out in disbelief. How can this be? I can't lose. My 100% life. But what could he do? Kong Xing had already turned to dust. Dust. Shi Yu smirked and said, I used to live so carefully and cautiously, and because of that, I lost the most important person in my life. But this game has given me a second chance. So from now on, even if there's just a 1% chance, I'll bet everything I've got. This sight was so shocking that Ying Sha, who was standing outside, was utterly bewildered. He muttered in disbelief, Kong Xing, lost. Yun Zhao, on the other hand, was thrilled. She laughed cheerfully and said, not bad. That kid's wounds have barely healed, yet he can use that much power? Not bad at all. Saying that, she gave Shi Yu a hard slap. He couldn't help but tremble, muttering under his breath, don't touch me. That assassin is still out there. I have to stay standing a little longer. When Yun Zhao heard this, she was fucking speechless. Meanwhile, Ying Sha was secretly deliberating. He defeated Kong Xing with just a single slash. Shi Yu was just a newbie. How could he possibly do that? Right now, he looks like a spent force. Should I make my move? While he was hesitating, Shi Yu shouted out a challenge. It's not cool to just hide and watch from the side. Do you still want to fight or not? This made Ying Sha freeze. After a long pause, he whispered, an unnecessary risk, then slipped into a spatial rift. And soon, he was gone. The moment Ying Sha left, the surroundings returned to normal. Shi Yu exclaimed in surprise. The building is back to normal. The domain has been lifted. Yun Zhao nodded slightly. Looks like that guy has left. Only then did Siyu finally let himself relax. He collapsed onto the ground, sighing in relief. It's finally over. Luckily, I managed to hold on to the origin energy cube. Just then, a window appeared before them. Player eliminated. Acquired all of the player's points and items. Seeing this, Siyu immediately shouted in excitement, "The loot is here." He hurried over and opened the box. Inside, Yu was blown away by the sheer number of weapons. He picked up a gun, exclaiming excitedly, "Holy crap! How can such a small chest hold this? I'm rich. This gear looks incredibly valuable." At that moment, Yun Zhao reminded him about the points from killing that guy, besides splitting the points with me. You also have to pay me back 10 times the value in origin energy or equipment. Hearing this, Siyu shouted angrily, "What? I fought for my life, and you're demanding that much?" Yun Zhao snorted, whacked him on the head, and said coldly, "If it wasn't for me, you would have been dead a long time ago. Now hand it over. Besides, you said you were borrowing it. I get to decide the interest." Immediately, a message window appeared in front of Siyu with a prompt, "Transfer 1,700 points to Yun Zhao." Heartbroken, Siyu tearfully agreed. He sobbed, muttering, "If you convert that to cash, that's 1.7 million. After those last two fights, Siyu felt he needed to rethink his strategy for points. Thinking about it, he whispered, "Speaking of which, if you can use points to buy anything, can you buy attribute points?" Yun Zhao nodded slightly. "Of course, but at your current level, it costs 1,000 points for a single point, and the more you buy, the more expensive they get. It's not worth it for new players. Only high-level players with tons of points would even consider it. This game offers a lot of freedom. Independent players like us have to spend a lot of time figuring out our own playstyles. For example, my path is to use points to craft gear so I can handle any possible situation." She told Siyu that he could also follow his own ideas and forge the right path for himself. Hearing this, Siyu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. It's something to think about." While they were talking, Yun Zhao finished sorting the equipment. She smiled cheerfully and said, "All right, I'm done dividing it." Hearing that, Siyu's eyes lit up. "Awesome. Let's see what kind of cool gear there is." But his joy was short-lived. His expression fell and finally twisted into resentment. Because Yun Zhao had divided the loot into two piles, one with all the high-end equipment and the other with absolute junk. Siyu couldn't hold back and yelled, "Are you kidding me? Why do I get stuck with all the old, crappy stuff? And what the hell is this roll of toilet paper?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud smack echoed. Yun Zhao warned him coldly, "Don't you raise your voice at me. You're lucky I didn't take it all for myself. Your debt isn't settled yet. You can pay me the rest later." With that, she ignored Siyu, speaking as she gathered her gear. "Oh, and who was it that said they could get good loot without having to run? You nearly got yourself killed. But considering you did land that final blow to kill the enemy, I'll give you something." With that, she tossed a vial at Siyu. He caught it, bewildered, and muttered, "What the hell is this?" "This is called a suspended breath potion. For 30 minutes after use, it weakens your heartbeat and reduces your stats by 90%. After reading the description, Siyu was floored. "What kind of curse potion is this? So I'm supposed to drink this and just lie here waiting to die? Besides, is there anyone else even left here?" When Siyu looked up, Yun Zhao was already gone. He sighed in frustration. "Where did she go? How can you just leave like that?" "Fang, she didn't even say anything. And after I fought for my life, this is all I get? A pile of useless junk." Siyu grumbled as he picked up a stone block to examine it, then muttered in annoyance, "Humph. I could have picked up a random rock in the underground city that's stronger than this thing." The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. He whined, "In all my years of gaming, I've never been this humiliated." But just then, the stone in Siyu's hand suddenly began to glow, and something fell out from within it. He stared at it, a little confused. But a moment later, his eyes shot wide open. The golden light from the stone block grew increasingly bright, and a system notification chimed along with it. "Player has obtained a rare item. Please check your inventory." Hearing this, Siyu shouted excitedly, "Oh my god! My luck has finally turned around. It looks like an egg. Does it hatch on its own, or does it need to be incubated? Don't tell me I'm supposed to use my body heat to hatch it." After examining it for a while, the sky had grown dark. Ziyu decided to pack his things and try figuring it out back home. If something good hatches from this, it won't be a complete loss. The next morning, back at his house, Shiyu was lying in bed. He mumbled to himself while looking at his phone. "Ah, that was a great sleep. I guess I finally survived that endless gauntlet of battles for now. Time to sort through my rewards." With that, he quickly pulled up his status window to take a look. Ciyu's current point total was 1,799. He defeated Kong Xing and got 3,400 points, but Yun Jiao took half. On the bright side, his rank for challenging higher-level opponents went up by 3 levels. Besides strength, Siyu figured he should also allocate some points to the sensitivity stat. Lastly, there was this egg, along with a few other pieces of equipment he received. Siyu frowned for a moment before tapping on the egg. It was called the Scorching Flame Egg, a crescent-shaped item that could set other things on fire. After reading the description, Siyu nodded and mumbled, "I see. Looks like this egg requires special conditions to hatch. I'll just set it aside for now." Saying that, he moved on to check the other equipment he'd received. Among them was a level 3, gray-grade sword. The equipment rarity in this game was similar to most other online games. The lowest is gray, followed by white, then green, blue, purple, and finally, orange. After a quick look, Siyu had a good grasp on his current equipment, so he decided to sell it all. But Siyu figured this junk wasn't worth much. Just as he thought, one item only sold for a single point. Next, he checked another sword. This time, its rarity was green. Siyu decided not to sell it for now, and tried dismantling it instead. His eyes then flew open in astonishment. The defense panel. What could it be? A possibility suddenly struck Siyu, and he frantically scrolled up to check. A moment later, he threw his head back and laughed. Just as I thought, it can devour other items. Soon after, the devouring process was complete. Siyu cheered. A defensive item with such a broken ability. Awesome. Time to sell off the rest of this stuff. He then started selling and devouring the equipment he had acquired. Siyu said with a smug grin, "As long as it's a piece of gear with a secondary stat, my own equipment can devour it and convert it into my personal. I've got to find a way to get my hands on more junk equipment with secondary stats like this." He guessed that the game must have a marketplace somewhere. He needed to find out where it was, but first, he had to accumulate more points. Just then, another notification window appeared before Siyu. A new quest notification has arrived. Does the player wish to view it? Seeing it, he happily thought, perfect timing. All of the point rewards for quests weren't very high. At least they were a safe way to earn them. But when he saw that the quest required him to maintain perfect attendance at school and simply check in to receive points, his face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed. This stupid system is only good for messing with players. A little later, at Rujiang University, Siyu was on his way to class, just as the system quest demanded. He sighed as he walked. "I can't believe after all that, I'm still stuck coming back to school." At that moment, Siyu spotted a familiar figure. He muttered in surprise, "I'd recognize that goofball anywhere." He immediately ran up and slung an arm around the young man in front of him, yelling excitedly, "Wang Bo. Fancy seeing your mug here." Wang Bo didn't recognize Siyu and asked with a confused look, "Who's this?" Siyu winked and grinned. "You don't recognize me? Well, I guess I can't blame you. Who knew your buddy here would have such a glow-up?" Hearing Siyu's voice, Wang Bo's eyes lit up. He exclaimed in shock, "That voice, could it be? Siyu, it really is you." As he was being shaken and shouted at, Siyu said with annoyance, "Are you ever going to fix that habit of yours of always being so damn loud?" Just like that, the two of them walked into the school cafeteria. Siyu ordered a huge plate of food and started wolfing it down. Wang Bo, sitting across from him, spoke as he ate. "You said you were coming back to school last time, but then you just vanished. You wouldn't even answer your phone. And how did you get so skinny?" Siyu, not paying much attention, answered dismissively, "Eat less meat, more vegetables, and you lose weight, right? And yet you're currently gnawing on 2 chicken legs." Wang Bo couldn't help but feel confused. He sighed in exasperation and said, "Then what is that you're eating?" Just then, the sound of a beautiful melody suddenly drifted over. Siyu found it quite unfamiliar. He raised an eyebrow and mumbled, "What's that sound?" Wang Bo slowly explained, "You weren't attending class before, so you would know. That's our school's most popular singer right now. It's not just the students, even the teachers are captivated by her. She's really amazing." Siyu found it very pleasant to listen to and remarked, "But why does it sound so familiar?" Seeing his interest, Wang Bo raised an eyebrow and asked with a grin, "Want to know who's singing?" Siyu couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "You know her?" And so, very quickly, Wang Bo led Siyu to a classroom to meet a female student. He cheerfully announced, reporting, "Class president. The student Siyu, whom you've been dreaming of day and night, has arrived." Siyu looked at the girl in front of him, and his face completely froze. "Isn't this Yun Jiao? And dressed like this? Is this gentle-looking person really the same shrew from yesterday, who demanded 1,700 points from me?" But as Xiyu looked Yun Jiao up and down, he had to accept it. The gentle girl before him was indeed the demanding Yun Jiao from yesterday. He mumbled in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" Wang Bo paid him no mind and quickly turned to leave. I brought him to the classroom. Don't forget what you promised me, class president. Hearing this, Shiyu realized what was happening. He yelled in frustration. You dared to set me up. Just then, Yun Zhao finally spoke. Trying to get a meeting with you is so difficult, isn't it, student Siyu? Siyu started sweating bullets and stammered. I was wondering why the system wanted me to come back to school. So it was a mission, huh? Look, I'm here now. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to class to prepare for the lesson. Hearing this, Yun Zhao scoffed, pushed Shiyu against the wall, and questioned him coldly. What? Trying to run away? Siyu quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. But in reality, he was thinking, of course I'm trying to run away. Nothing good ever happens whenever he meets her. But just then, Yun Zhao spoke nonchalantly. I sold the mission equipment from last time. This is your share. Immediately, a message window popped up in front of Siyu. You have received 5,000 points from player Shen Yun Zhao. Siyu's eyes widened in astonishment. With these points, he could acquire even more low-level gear. Thinking this, Siyu couldn't help but look over at Yun Zhao. Sensing his gaze, Yun Zhao spoke, flustered. What are you staring at me like that for? Don't get the wrong idea. Those points were yours to begin with. She said that, but inside, her heart was bleeding. Ziyu, completely unaware, hesitated and asked, oh, right. Where did you sell the equipment? Is there a place like a trading market or something? Yun Zhao slowly explained. There is indeed a trading market. It opens for business every Thursday. Shiyu was delighted to hear this. Someone like Yun Zhao, who always collects high-level gear, definitely wouldn't have the things he wanted. It looked like he'd have to check out the trading market this Thursday. While Xiyu was lost in thought, Yun Zhao took out her phone and said, oh, right. Have you seen this news? It was a news report about a famous disabled designer in the city, Kong Hang, who had been found dead. Seeing that name, Siyu couldn't help but mutter in shock. This is? Yun Zhao nodded slightly and said in a low voice, that's right. This is the same Kong Hang you defeated last night. Siyu frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, why are the police saying he took his own life? Yun Zhao slowly explained, dying in the game leads to death in the real world. But the manner of death can vary. Most of the time, it's ruled a suicide or an accidental death, so it doesn't arouse public suspicion. Hearing this, Shiyu nodded in understanding. Actually, after the first time I was hunted by someone, I also thought about this issue. The rewards in this game are so generous, so it makes sense that the price would be the players' lives. But I don't want to be the one to actively harm others. Siyu wants to fight using his own methods. That also represents a player's dignity. But if someone makes Siyu their target, he will definitely pay them back tenfold. Yun Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. I was actually worried about you and wanted to offer some comfort, but it looks like you don't need it. Are you interested in teaming up with me later? I know a few low-level underground dungeons that can help you level up. Siyu shook his head without hesitation and refused. I'll have to decline for now. He said he likes to play the game his own way. He knows that being carried by a high-level player is easy, but that ease comes with a price. With that said, Shiyu turned and walked away. He stated firmly, if I can't even remember the game map on my own, it means I've already lost the ability to think for myself. In this game where your life is on the line, hesitation means death. That evening, at Shiyu's house, he was resting on his bed, his mind constantly racing. There were only 4 days left until the trading market opened. He had to seize this opportunity to complete as many missions as while Siyu was thinking. The system announced a new mission. A portal to the E-rank city, Ghostly Shadow Hospital, has been opened. Reward, 600 points and 5,500 experience points. After reading the notification, Shiyu immediately sat up. An E-rank city, huh? Perfect timing. A look of determination filled his eyes. He pursed his lips and muttered, just wait for me, Yu Yi. I'll definitely bring you back. A moment later, in a gloomy forest near an old city wall, a hand silently reached over the top. This person was none other than Siyu. You might not believe it, but the same guy who weighed nearly 90 kilograms just a few days ago could now easily scale a wall over 2 meters high. With a single leap, Siyu was inside. A spatial gate appeared before him. It seemed the path had already opened. Without a second thought, he reached his hand inside. He had no idea what kind of city this would be. Soon after, Siyu stepped through the gate. He muttered in confusion. It's not going to be a horror theme, is it? Talk about speaking of the devil. This underground city was a creepy hospital. Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if the point shop sells any items to seal this jinx mouth of mine. With that thought, he carefully observed the skeleton in front of him. It wasn't moving. The door behind him was also blocked, but another door to the side was open. Shiyu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, 2 paths again. Is one right and one wrong, or do both hold important items? After a moment of thought, Shiyu decided not to worry about it. It didn't matter which one he chose. He ran straight through the open door. He drew his weapon and cautiously moved deeper inside, only to immediately hear a rustling sound. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Trying to scare me with just that? That's not a very good plan. However, before Cu could even compose himself, a clicking sound echoed out. The door next to him suddenly swung open, and a group of demon nurses emerged from within. Their hideous appearance made Shiyu jump and scream. Oh, holy crap. Before he could react, the demon nurses were already shuffling toward him. Shiyu took a deep breath, whispering to himself to calm down. Monsters that appear this early are usually not that strong. They're perfect for practice right after leveling up. As he finished speaking, he swung his blade down. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted in front of him. Shiyu felt that he could completely handle the level of monsters in this E-rank city. And yet, in the last E-rank city he challenged with Yunjiao, he couldn't even move a muscle. Could it be that the monsters in this game automatically adjust their difficulty based on the player's level? If so, what's the point of having ranks? Is it based on the overall difficulty of the entire city? Well, the difficulty of this mob is just right. Cu could finally practice his combat skills with peace of mind. Attribute points could strengthen his body, but if he couldn't master his own body, it was useless in a fight. He couldn't rely on that state too much. That method of injuring the enemy by 1000 while taking 800 damage yourself, who knows what kind of hidden dangers it had. Cu swung his blade as he thought, and in just a moment, 3 demon nurses were annihilated. Seeing them fall, he let out a sigh of relief. His body was gradually adapting. Just then, a clop sound from behind startled Cu. He spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" But he quickly recognized the blurry silhouette in front of him. It looked just like Yu Yi. Cu immediately dashed forward. He shouted as he ran, "Stop right there." But the figure had already stepped into a room in a dark corner. Shiyu gave chase, but when he arrived, there was no one there. He bit his lip and muttered, "What am I doing? How could that be Yu Yi?" She was gone, and she would absolutely never appear in a place like this. The thought brought a pang of pain to Siyu's heart. He had known Yu Yi ever since he could remember. They grew up together. You can even call them childhood sweethearts. As she grew up, Yu Yi became more and more beautiful. In the eyes of others, she was a well-behaved and multi-talented girl. But Yu Yi also had a side that only Xiyu knew about. He thought they would be best friends forever, but people were always whispering in Yu Yi's ear, telling her not to play with a guy as fat and ugly as him. Gradually, even Siyu himself began to feel that he wasn't worthy of being Yu Yi's friend, until one day, Yu Yi asked him to hang out, but he refused. I made plans to run a dungeon with a friend today. Let's hang out another time, okay?" Yu Yi wasn't suspicious at all. She just smiled faintly, nodded, and replied, "Okay, I'll wait for when you're free then." But that another time never came. After that day, Yu Yi vanished. Recalling the past, Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. But this wasn't the time to be sad. He had to keep getting stronger. Once he earned enough points, he would definitely be able to see Yu Yi again. And then, another time would finally arrive. With that thought, Siyu continued deeper inside. In a corner, he saw a heart resting in the hands of a skeleton. Siyu sighed in resignation. Who would have thought that after all that fighting, the key item, but the monsters on the beds, theoretically, would be triggered as soon as he touched the item. Thinking of this, Siyu couldn't help but let out a contemptuous sneer. "You think you can trouble me with a cheap trick like this? I won't let you freaks get the jump on me. The best defense is a good offense." With that, he immediately raised his blade, preparing to deal with the monsters on the beds. However, Siyu's blade hit an invisible barrier. The system popped up with a notification. "Cannot attack." He couldn't help but be stunned. "Hey, there's a restriction." "But that's fine. Siyu already had a plan. Just because I can't attack you doesn't mean I can't handle you, right?" He then used some dangling ropes from the wall to tie them up. It didn't take long to finish the job. Shiyu smiled happily and said, "A great success." After dealing with the minions, Shiyu walked up to the skeleton and spoke with satisfaction. "Well, don't mind if I do." With that, he reached out and took the heart from its hands. Immediately, one of the monster's arms moved. The monster on the bed shot up and began to roar. Too bad it was already tied up. Siyu wasn't worried at all and joked, "So you can move now. Stop screaming." The monster kept roaring, struggling to break free, but it was tied down securely. Siyu happily held up the item and spoke, "Keep screaming. You're not getting out. I've got the item now. But seeing as you're in so much pain, how about I put you out of your misery?" Immediately after, he took out his weapon again, preparing to strike. In just a moment, the monsters were slashed to dust by him. The experience points just kept rolling in. Siyu laughed happily. This is some satisfying experience. Just then, the system popped up with another notification. "Congratulations on receiving a new title." Siyu was stunned. This game has a title system too? The title the system gave him was "Sir, You're So Strong," a title extremely likely to attract attention from others. CU couldn't help but smirk and joke, going all out, huh, interesting. Without any equipment, isn't this just pure sarcasm? At the same time, in a large apartment in the city, a girl who had probably just returned from outside was now sitting on a chair, about to take off her socks and take a bath. She tossed her socks into the dirty laundry basket and stepped into the bathtub. This person was Yoon Jiao. She soaked herself in the bath, feeling extremely comfortable. But then, Yoon Jiao suddenly thought of Cau. She frowned and muttered, I wonder what that guy is doing right now. But she quickly realized something was off. She scoffed inwardly. Why am I even thinking about him? He dared to reject my invitation? He'd be better off dead. Little did Yoon Jiao know, Cau was currently out hunting monsters. After leveling up, his combat power was quite impressive, and he was killing monsters with great skill. Cau sliced the monster in front of him in half. Hai Long nodded, you're getting used to fighting. In an instant, the monster vanished, and a red crystal fell into Cau's hand. He smiled happily and said, looks like this is the second key item. Great. Next, I just have to find the final boss quickly. But at that moment, Cau's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he saw that blurry figure again. This time, it was still the familiar back that Shiyu knew so well. It was Yu Yi. Shiyu shouted in extreme frustration. You keep taking Yu Yi's form time and time again. Are you looking for death? However, the figure continued walking without any reaction. Seeing this, Cau grew even angrier and lunged forward, yelling, what the hell are you? He then swung his blade down, causing the figure to vanish into thin air, and the wall in front of him exploded. Cau charged in frantically, aggressively, demanding, why do you keep taking that form? But just then, two monsters appeared. In a fit of rage, Cau began to slash wildly, killing them instantly, but as soon as he killed those two, another group appeared. He cursed under his breath in annoyance. Damn it, they always pop up at the worst possible moment. Fine, let's just finish this in one go. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the energy within his blade, and in an instant, it shot out. A series of loud rumbles echoed, but at the same time, the ground began to shake violently, startling Cau. Before he could react, he fell down along with the debris. When he opened his eyes again, Cau had fallen into another cellar. He pursed his lips and muttered, this castle is full of surprises. There's an entrance here too. At that moment, Cau suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, was that phantom trying to lead me here? With that thought, Cau stood up and looked at the sign in front of him. The 4 words Netherworld Space caught his eye. Cau couldn't help but frown. Interesting. A place that only the dead can enter. Did that phantom lead me here because it wants me to go inside? After a moment of thought, Cau took a step forward and walked in. He also wanted to see what was inside. But as soon as he stepped in, Cau froze, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Because Yuzu was now stepping into a massive cave, and all around him were floating ghosts. He muttered in astonishment, how can there be a mountain cave under here? And what's more, these monsters are a bit different from the ones outside. They're somewhat eerie. While Cau was bewildered, a phantom charged toward him. Cau didn't dare to be careless, gripping his blade tightly to meet the enemy. He had to size up his opponent first. Immediately, Cau swung his blade down, but it passed right through the phantom. He shouted in astonishment, my attack has no effect. Before he could recover, the phantom suddenly pulled out a weapon and, without a word, stabbed at Cau. With just that one move, Cau's health bar dropped by half, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Cau bit his lip hard, muttering in frustration, I can't even hit them, but they can hit me for more than half my health. After that, he decided to run first and figure things out later. Cau turned tail and ran for his life, finally making it outside. He let out a sigh of relief, but when he looked back at the 4 words Underworld Passage on the sign, he couldn't help but wonder aloud. Could it be that those monsters attack me because I'm not dead? But why would they set up a place that only the dead can enter? Besides, how could a dead person continue playing the game? But then, Cau suddenly thought of something. Wait, that thing I got earlier might actually work. If I'm wrong, I'll be instantly killed the moment I go in, but I have to risk it. With that thought, he took out the potion vial that Yoon Jiao had given him earlier and drank it without hesitation. Instantly, Cau's physical stats dropped significantly. This made him curse unhappily. This potion is a bit much. I don't have a shred of strength left. I feel like I'm really about to kick the bucket. Cau's body was now trembling uncontrollably. He grumbled in discomfort. Is this what it feels like to be old? Does it take a lifetime of effort just to take a single step? Despite his complaints, Cau eventually headed back inside. He could only hope this potion wouldn't screw him over. The moment Cau entered, the phantoms floated in front of him again. But that was it. They didn't do anything. This made Cau incredibly happy. Great, the monsters have all scattered. Just as he'd thought, without a heartbeat, the monsters wouldn't bother targeting him. A short while later, CU finally made it across the bridge, trembling. He grumbled in frustration. After all this delay, that imposter must be long gone by now. Just as he finished speaking, CU saw a spring. He muttered in confusion, I went through all that hell to get here. The fake Wu Yi is gone. I didn't get any reward. And all I find is a spring? But when he dipped his hand in, it felt incredibly warm. Even more surprising, CU's health bar began to regenerate. He cried out in amazement, It's healing me. Is this the spring of life? The end of death is the beginning of new life? This is perfect. CU continued to soak in the spring, thinking he might as well let the effects of the death still potion wear off. After all, the exit was right ahead, and he'd just run into those monsters again. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, CU, where are you looking? Hearing the voice, CU's eyes shot open in shock. That voice, it's Wu Yi's. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes and saw Wu Yi's figure in front of him, CU exclaimed in disbelief, Is it really you, Wu Yi? Wu Yi didn't turn around, speaking slowly. CU, I've been waiting for you for a long time. CU rushed over, his voice trembling as he stammered, Wu Yi, what happened to you? But Wu Yi pushed his hand away. Don't touch me. A look of panic crossed Yu's face. While he was still trying to understand, Wu Yi turned to look at him, her voice cold as she questioned, CU, why did you let me die? CU froze slightly, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Wu Yi continued, What's wrong? You don't even want to answer. The more CU listened, the worse his expression became, unable to react. But Wu Yi didn't stop. She continued to press him. If you had come back with me that day, I wouldn't have been hit by that car, and I wouldn't have had to lie there in despair for 30 minutes before I died. Wu Yi said that it was Yu who had killed her. Her words made Yu's eyes turn bloodshot. He couldn't help but remember the past, Wu Yi buying a cake with him, Wu Yi always being by his side whenever he was sad. Wu Yi was like a little son, always pulling him along to do fun things, but his own insecurity and weakness made Yu reject her time and time again. They were clearly childhood sweethearts. The more he thought about it, the more despair he felt, and he fell to his knees on the ground. Yu stammered, trembling, You're right. If it wasn't for me that day, you wouldn't have died. Even the doctor said that if you had been brought to the hospital in time, you might have survived. It was me. I killed you with my own hands. Wu Yi stood before Yu, her voice dark and ominous. I will never forgive you for this sin. Pay for it with your soul. As she finished speaking, she reached her hand toward Yu. He just sat there, completely unresponsive. Yu was lost in his tragic past, but not long after, he snapped out of it. He grabbed Wu Yi's hand. He spoke calmly, I'm sorry, Wu Yi. The old me was always insecure, weak, and cowardly. I didn't even have the courage to face. You don't have one either. If only I could have been a little stronger back then. But there are no if-onlys in this world. But Yu didn't need if-onlys anymore, because he had earned a chance to meet Yu Yi again in the real world. As he thought this, Yu smiled through his tears. This time, I won't run away. I'll become stronger, earn as many points as I can, until the day we meet again. I'll atone for my sins with my own two hands. Okay. These words stunned the Yu Yi in front of him, but she quickly broke into a smile and agreed. Instantly, the arm Yu was holding tightly began to fade. And then, so did the rest of her body. Watching this, tears streamed down Yu's face again, until Yu Yi vanished completely before his eyes. While Yu was still heartbroken, the ground beneath him suddenly began to shake, startling him. Before he could even process what had happened, Yu found himself back at the Spirit Spring, accompanied by the mechanical voice of the system. Hidden mission complete. Plus 1,200 experience points, plus 150 integration points. Yu couldn't help but be amazed. So, that was just one part of this castle, but his amazement quickly turned to annoyance as he cursed. What kind of damn setup is this? How could they pull such a disgusting trick? Give me back my tears. Unfortunately, the system didn't respond, but the Spirit Spring began to glow. Yu frowned slightly and mumbled, Is there another reward? Sure enough, a moment later, a statue of a goddess fell into his hands. He exclaimed excitedly, Judging by how I got this item, its effect must be pretty powerful. So, Yu happily stored it in his inventory and looked toward the entrance in the distance. He mumbled doubtfully, Can I get out through there? I really don't want to see those ghosts flying around again. But according to the map, it seemed the entire area had been explored. Yu figured he knew where he had to go last. And so, Yu returned to the strange door from the beginning. He picked up the bizarre skeleton sword. Yu figured that if he took the items he'd received from the two passages and placed them in the correct spots, he could trigger the boss. Putting his thoughts into action, he placed the heart he'd received into the skeleton's chest, followed by the blood crystal. Yu embedded it right next to the heart, and in an instant, the skeleton suddenly stirred. Yu wasn't surprised. Just as I thought, he quickly leaped backward as the skeleton struggled against its chains. In a flash, the chains snapped. With a loud clang, the skeleton's weapon crashed to the ground. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out again. The E-rank boss of the F-rank castle has appeared. Yu couldn't help but sigh in resignation. It looked like this was going to be another tough fight. But just then, the skeleton suddenly opened its mouth, making him jump. It can talk? The skeleton paid him no mind and spoke coldly. Have you come to vanquish me? Yu replied calmly. What else? Besides defeating you, I have one other thing to do. But just as he said that, something occurred to him. All knights have their own faith. It was very likely that the goddess statue he had just received would be useful. With that thought, Yu tossed it forward. The skeleton quickly caught it, and its body suddenly began to tremble. It cried out in disbelief. This is what I lost. You weak human, you actually brought it back to me. With that, it suddenly raised its blade, causing Yu to shout in panic. Damn it, I already gave you your stuff back, you still want to fight. However, its blade swung backward, shattering the wall behind it. It slowly opened its mouth. I shall open this path for you. Seeing this, Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but still grumbled under his breath. Could you not be so dramatic with your pauses? But this time, no one answered him, as the skeleton's body had begun to dissolve. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out once more. The E-rank castle boss has been defeated. Hidden castle boss successfully discovered. Yu was stunned. He frowned and muttered, a hidden boss. Huh. So all those hidden missions were just to trigger this. Immediately after, a whirring sound came from the large hole in front of him. But when he saw the hidden boss, Yu's pupils contracted, because the person standing there was none other than Yu Yi. So that's how it is, he thought. From the moment he set foot in this place, it had deliberately created a spirit illusion of Yu Yi, leading him step by step to this very spot. He didn't care what the hidden boss's purpose was, nor did he care if it was a hidden boss at all. For daring to use Yu Yi to mess with him, it was already dead. Immediately, Yu drew his weapon, preparing for battle. He glared forward and spoke coldly. Come on out, you coward hiding in the shadows. But as soon as Yu finished speaking, chains suddenly erupted from the ground. Without any warning, they shot up and bound Yu Yi, hoisting her into the air. The sound of rushing wind echoed again. Yu Yi was pulled backward, and next to her, a monster called the Soul Reaper Witch appeared. It had a large pair of wings on its back. Yu was startled when he saw it. For someone like him who couldn't launch long-range attacks, this was going to be a tough problem to solve, but he decided to test the waters anyway. With that thought, Yu tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, then let out a fierce roar and activated his overload mode. In an instant, Yu was enveloped in a torrent of energy. He stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. At the same moment, Yu's figure vanished, as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Soul Reaper Witch. Unfortunately, it seemed to have anticipated his movement. It let out a cold, contemptuous snort. The sound shot into Yu's ears, making him jump, but he didn't dare let his guard down. He quickly swung his blade. At the same time, the Soul Reaper Witch launched its own attack. 3 ghastly souls immediately charged towards Yu. With a slight grunt, Yu slashed at them. But surprisingly, they were completely unharmed and continued to close in on him. Before Yu could even recover, one of the souls bit into his shoulder. Just like that, Yu fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. He scrambled back to his feet, pursing his lips and muttering, a flying type like this. Its attacks are probably magical. Close combat should be its weakness, but with its speed, can I even get near it? Just then, the Soul Reaper Witch descended from the sky. It sat on a high platform and spoke with contempt. Humph. Another worthless fool who doesn't know his own limits. Feeling lucky that you found this hidden door, are you? Thinking you'll get a big reward for beating the boss? At this, the Soul Reaper Witch curled its lips into a sneer. But you're just another fool, a pitiful soul I lured to this place. Hearing these words, Yu couldn't help but mutter in shock. A boss with its own consciousness? I was right. I was lured here by this thing. Seeing he didn't react, the Soul Reaper Witch raised its scythe again, and the ghastly souls screamed once more. It sneered coldly, pitiful human. Before I take your soul, I'm going to enjoy torturing you. In an instant, all the ghastly souls shot forward with wind-tearing speed. But what surprised Yu was that their attacks weren't aimed at him. While he was still confused, a hand suddenly burst from the ground. Yu's eyes widened in shock. Before his horrified gaze, an army of the undead emerged. Yu never would have dreamed that this hidden boss could manipulate an undead army. This made getting close to it even more difficult. Just then, the undead army let out a frenzied roar and charged toward him. CU had no other choice but to charge forward as well. His blade swung relentlessly, cutting down the undead that swarmed him. He was just wasting too much energy on them. CU swung his blade down again, but this time, it was blocked. This stunned him, and he couldn't believe his eyes. His attack had been blocked by a single monster. Immediately after, it threw a punch at CU, sending his body slamming hard into the wall behind him. Fortunately, CU managed to block it with his energy. He stood up from the rubble, pursing his lips and muttering, "This puppet, it can actually block my attack even after I've gone into overload. And that equipment." He suddenly realized something. The puppet from just now was once a player, its soul imprisoned here by the boss. At this thought, Shiyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He spoke with determination. "Fighting them like this is just suicide. I have to risk it all." Immediately after, he activated 100% overload, and his energy erupted in an instant. Countless beams of energy shot out from Shiyu's blade in all directions. With a loud boom, the explosive shockwave from the energy blast spread everywhere. As it incinerated the undead army, the Soul Reaper Witch watched in shock. It hastily retreated. It couldn't help but remark, "You dealt with my undead army in a single blow, but my scythe still holds plenty of souls." As it finished speaking, another swarm of ghastly souls appeared. The sight sent a wave of panic through CU. His current energy and physical condition would only allow him to use a powerful move like that one more time. But if he used it to deal with these minions, he wouldn't be able to defeat the boss anymore. Was he going to die here? Seeing the expression on CU's face change constantly, the Soul Reaper Witch laughed smugly. "Hey, hand over your soul, human." CU took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. If Yunjiao saw me like this, wouldn't she laugh herself to death? Besides, Yu Yi is still waiting for me. I can't lose. No, as long as it's a game, I will never lose. With this thought, CU shouted with determination, "If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well go all out." At the same time, the Soul Reaper Witch screamed, "Go, my slaves." CU instantly activated a 100% force overload. His energy erupted once more, just as the ghastly souls charged toward him, was now in front of him. Shiyu didn't dare to be careless. He slammed his saber into the ground. With a loud crash, a powerful burst of energy collided with the assault of ghost souls. Seeing this, the ghost souls scattered chaotically, but those that couldn't escape in time were incinerated. Witnessing this scene, the soul-hunting witch couldn't help but smirk and say, "Oh, destroying the other zombies before the souls descend? That's praiseworthy, I suppose. But even without me lifting a finger, you've already reached your limit." Just as she said, after that one move, a weakened XEU fell to one knee. The soul-hunting witch smirked again. "Had enough of your little rampage? Can't you just die quietly? Since you provided me with a bit of amusement, I'll grant you a peaceful end." But just then, CU scoffed and retorted, "Who said I was going to lose? The real show is just getting started." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber in his hand suddenly began to glow. Devour mode had been activated. CU roared powerfully, "You souls who became wraiths in this place through suffering." In an instant, the soul-hunting witch's smug expression vanished, replaced by absolute panic. Ignoring her reaction, Shiyu gripped his saber tightly and yelled, "Become my strength. Soul devour." In a flash, all the ghost souls flew towards the saber, merging with its energy. Shiyu bit his lip, trying to endure the strain. So souls really are a type of life energy. Before long, the energy radiating from the saber grew more and more intense. The system's mechanical voice rang out again. "Energy levels have exceeded the limit," automatically converting to overload form. With a massive boom, a powerful energy erupted into the air. A moment later, Shiyu's deep voice echoed out, "I can hear them. I can feel the souls you've tormented. They're begging me to help them claim their vengeance." These words made the soul-hunting witch's expression darken, but Siyu paid her no mind as he stepped out from the immense pillar of energy. His tone was ice cold. "Repent, you monster who only knows how to toy with the souls of others." The blade of devouring transformed, and a new skill was automatically downloaded into Cuy's mind. The sensation was exactly like when he learned the energy burst skill. His body was also overflowing with power. The strain from 5% of the overload form was completely gone. The power of these souls is incredible. After a long, stunned silence, the soul-hunting witch finally spoke. "To think you actually possess this kind of power." Siyu ignored the sarcasm in her voice and roared fiercely, "Let's see you block this first." As soon as he finished, he swung his saber down. A barrage of energy beams transformed into blades of light, striking the soul-hunting witch, but she managed to defend against them. Seizing the opportunity, Siyu vanished and reappeared behind the soul-hunting witch. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out, "What? How can he be so fast?" Ziyu paid no attention to her reaction and slashed down the saber again. Countless souls materialized into sharp projectiles and began to bombard the soul-hunting witch. Although she tried to resist, under the relentless assault and his lightning-fast speed, she simply couldn't withstand it. Just like that, she was sent crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Cu exclaimed happily. It worked. The spot where the soul-hunting witch had fallen was shrouded in dust and debris. A moment later, she emerged from the smoke. Half of her health bar was gone. She spoke in a cold voice. To think. Someone could actually injure me? In that case, I will show you my true power. With that, the soul-hunting witch gave a malicious smile. Immediately after, she raised her scythe high and roared fiercely. My slaves, become my energy. Cu watched this unfold, his expression instantly turning grim. The soul-hunting witch's body was pierced by her own scythe, and a moment later, she exploded. When the dust settled, the soul-hunting witch was holding a pair of dual blades. A strange halo now floated behind her, and what's more, her health bar had been fully restored. Cu's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. Muttering, she transformed. And even her HP recovered. Before he could even process it, the soul-hunting witch's figure vanished. When she reappeared, she was right in front of Cu. She curled her lips into a malicious smile. Across from her, Cu was terrified, cold sweat covering his forehead. This speed. It's just too fast. Without a word, the soul-hunting witch lunged forward, slashing with her dual blades. Although Cu managed to block, he was still thrown back several meters. His body slammed hard into a wall, shattering it. Cu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His weakened body staggered, his eyes filled with panic. The soul-hunting witch's speed and power after transforming had increased immensely. Just then, the soul-hunting witch spoke in a cold tone. To be able to force me into this form, you deserve praise. But this is where it ends. My zombies, bind him. As soon as she spoke, she raised her blades. Shiyu immediately panicked, as a horde of zombies suddenly grabbed hold of his legs. The soul-hunting witch let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Your soul is mine. Rest in peace." The moment the words were spoken, a wave of energy burst forth from the blade. Shiyu's eyes instinctively narrowed, his face filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, a powerful pink beam of light shot towards Shiyu. His expression instantly turned grim. There was no way he could dodge a direct attack like this. He thought he was a dead man, but for some reason, he smiled. That's right. After all, Cu is a player. And for a player, what's more thrilling than a last-second, life or death comeback that boosts your HP? With that thought, he scoffed. You think you've got me locked down, but you can't move right now either, can you? The moment he said that, Cu threw the blade. This move could only be used once, and he had been waiting for this exact moment. In an instant, the blade transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting forward furiously. Moments later, it struck the soul-hunting witch's pink barrier. Cu roared with all his might, "Break!" As soon as the word left his lips, the bolt of lightning shattered the barrier. The sight sent the soul-hunting witch into a panic, but she was completely immobile, and the lightning bolt pierced straight through her. Her body slowly began to fade away. Seeing this, Shiyu let out a small smirk. I won. Soon, the soul-hunting witch's body was nearly half gone. Right before she disappeared, she suddenly smiled, her voice filled with bittersweet sorrow. I knew it. From the moment you set foot in this place, I had a feeling that you might be the one who could finally bring true salvation to my soul. The next moment, she vanished. The mechanical voice of the system rang out once more. Boss successfully defeated. Loot will be automatically transferred to your inventory. Shiyu finally let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. That was way too close. At the same time, the chains binding Yu Yi high above vanished. Her ethereal form slowly drifted downwards. Shiyu reached out to catch her, but before his hand could touch hers, Yu Yi's body became transparent. A moment later, she was gone. Shiyu couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Of course, just an illusion from the game. But still, being able to see her here, I'm content with that. Saying this, he fell to the ground. Shiyu looked up at the sky and muttered, pursing his lips, the next time we meet will be when I save you for real. After dealing with the boss, Shiyu returned home. He cleaned up with a shower, climbed into bed, and opened his status window while resting. He had gone from level 2 to level 8, and his points had increased by 1,000. Not bad at all. That grueling fight was definitely worth it. The items I got aren't too shabby either. Shiyu received a soul stone. It was an energy source that he could use to load models later. After looking everything over, he smirked and said, this is perfect. As long as I can collect enough of these source power items and combine them with my current loading model, I'll become extraordinarily powerful. Just then, however, Shiyu noticed something strange on his hand. When he looked closer, he saw that bizarre black patterns had appeared there at some point. Shiyu was startled. Is this from the battle just now? No, that's not right. I didn't get hit by any attack like this. Utterly confused, he hurriedly took off his shirt to get a better look. It wasn't just his arm. The patterns were all over Siyu's body. He cried out in shock, "What is happening? There are so many of them. Could this be the backlash from using the devouring blade? Every time I force a load without an energy source, is my own body being consumed as fuel?" The few times he forced a load before, Siyu had just gritted his teeth through the physical discomfort, thinking that if he just endured it for a bit, everything would be fine. Thinking about it now, Siyu was filled with regret. He should have realized it sooner. How could such a great power be used so easily? So the price was my own body. Siyu lay back on his bed, sighing in resignation. I can't rely on that so much from now on. But, looking at it another way, doesn't this just prove how incredibly powerful the Devouring Blade truly is? Even without relying on that loading ability, if he just uses the powerful skills of the Devouring Blade to boost his attribute points, his combat power will still increase significantly. I'll go to the trading market tomorrow. The next morning, at CU's school, the classroom was filled with incessant chatter. Hey, class president, you should join the Taekwondo club after school. It's a great workout. Hearing this, Yun Zhao blushed, stammering and unsure how to reply. Before she could answer, another person shouted indignantly, "You idiot! Why would you let the class president join an activity? That's so dangerous. It makes much more sense for her to join our basketball cheerleading squad." As the two were bickering, a pair of hands landed on their shoulders, stopping them, and a low voice cut in. "Both of you, stop fighting over her. The class president has already agreed to tutor me tonight on the subjects I've fallen behind in." When the two saw it was Siyu, they exclaimed in shock, "Siyu, you finally came to class. Man, you've changed a lot. Hey kid, you just got here and you're already trying to whisk away the class president? How shameless." A faint smile on his face, Siyu replied nonchalantly, "What can I say? I'm behind in so many subjects. The class president can't just let me drag down the entire class." Yun Zhao gave a slight nod. "All right, hurry up and get to your seat. Class is about to start." Hearing this, the three of them immediately scattered, but Siyu deliberately sat right next to her and said with a playful smile, "Hey, class president. You don't mind if I sit here, do you?" Yun Zhao gritted her teeth in annoyance. "Get away from me." Seeing her reaction, Siyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why the long face? I just bailed you out. Besides, there's something important I need to ask you." Letting out a small HM5, Yun Zhao asked coldly, "What is it? You already rejected my invitation last time. Don't even dream of me teaming up with you now. So you finally realize how tough it is to go solo, huh?" But just as she finished speaking, her eyes were drawn to something. It was the scars on Siyu's hands. Yun Zhao exclaimed in shock, "Your hands? Did you get hurt during the underground fortress siege yesterday?" Siyu explained calmly, "It's nothing serious. It's a long story. You don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, Yun Zhao retorted with a cold snort, "I'm not worried. Why would I be worried about you?" Seeing this, Siyu stopped teasing her and got straight to the point. "Let's talk business. I'll pay you 300 points for your trouble. Can you take me there tonight?" Even though Siyu was being vague, Yun Zhao knew exactly where he wanted to go. She pouted. "As it happens, I was going there anyway. Make it 500 points. No need to thank me." Siyu wasn't surprised at all. He just smiled and said, "Deal. I knew you'd say that." Just then, his phone suddenly lit up. It was a daily quest from the system. Siyu picked up his phone and looked at it, muttering in confusion, "What's this? Another daily quest with a crappy point reward. I don't want to do this at all." But hearing that, Yun Zhao scolded him in frustration. "You idiot, don't blame me for not warning you. If you fail to complete too many quests, the system will activate a penalty mode." Ziyu was taken aback, but this quest required him to answer one of the teacher's questions. Just then, the teacher at the front of the class suddenly asked, "Can anyone explain the answer to this question?" Immediately, a sea of hands shot up. Siyu sighed in resignation. "It doesn't matter if you know the answer or not. The real question is whether the teacher will even see you." Yun Zhao, who was sitting next to him, also raised her hand. She gloated, "Ha, you're on your own now." But just then, Siyu's lips curled into a smirk. "Humph, naive. I still have a secret weapon." He then raised his hand too, simultaneously activating the title he had received the other day. Sure enough, the teacher's attention was drawn to Siyu. "That unfamiliar student seems very enthusiastic. You, in the blue jacket, please answer the question." Yun Zhao was stunned. In contrast, Xiu was incredibly pleased with himself. This ability is way too overpowered. But what was the question on the board? He didn't understand it at all. Xiu furrowed his brow slightly and began negotiating with the system to exchange points for the answer. The system responded instantly. The solution flowed into his mind, and the feeling of knowledge flooding his brain was exhilarating. A second later, Shi Yu answered clearly. The answer is 1.2 meters. The teacher praised him. Correct. To calculate the answer that quickly, this student is quite impressive. Watching this unfold, Yun Jiao couldn't help but remark, that title really suits you. Shi Yu smirked. You're too kind. And earning 30 points isn't too bad either. And just like that, a peaceful class period came to an end. But Shi Yu had no idea that the teacher at the front of the room had taken a special interest in him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Blood Moon Guild, Shadow Kill knelt on the ground, reporting in a low voice, Guild Master, Wu Heng is dead. The new guy is highly suspicious. Hearing this, the Guild Master let out a cold laugh. Kill the new guy? Has he been killed yet? Immediately after, he was shown footage of Shi Yu in combat. After watching it, his lips curled into a smirk. He snorted coldly. So that's how it is. It seems the other guilds will be making their moves soon. You know what to do, don't you? Form another team. Shadow Kill nodded slightly. I understand, Guild Master. But before he could finish, another figure spoke up coldly. Leave this kind of thing to me. Just give me one day. He said that he didn't care if he was dead or alive. He would definitely bring Shi Yu before the Guild Master. After school, Shi Yu stood waiting at the subway station. He kept checking his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. Shi Yu grumbled in frustration. We agreed to take the train to the trading market, and she's still not here. Girls are so much trouble. But before he could finish his thought, an annoyed voice cut in. Hey, what are you muttering about over there? Startled, Shi Yu looked over and saw Yun Jiao walking towards him. She pouted at him accusingly. You weren't bad-mouthing me, were you? Shi Yu quickly shook his head in denial. No, no. How could I possibly dare? Why are you dressed so differently from how you were at school? With a small HMP, Yun Jiao pouted and said, It's so other players don't recognize me, obviously. Hearing this, Shi Yu pouted and thought to himself, as if, I recognized you the second I saw you. Right after that, the two of them boarded the train and left. Shi Yu couldn't help but speak up. That was close. We almost missed the last train. Yun Jiao scoffed coldly. You idiot. The last train is the one we were supposed to catch. Hearing that, Shi Yu stopped teasing her and asked doubtfully. So, which station are we getting off at? Yun Jiao didn't answer right away, replying coolly, Don't be in such a hurry. You'll find out soon enough. As they were speaking, the train doors started to close. At the same moment, the lights on the train flickered out, causing Shi Yu to cry out in alarm. Why did the lights go out? Is there a problem? Yun Jiao, in contrast, was perfectly calm. She gripped a handle tightly and gave a mysterious smile. Don't look so surprised. Just look outside. What's there to see outside? Shi Yu couldn't help but look at the window in confusion, and his pupils immediately contracted in shock. Outside, towering skyscrapers sped past, their flickering lights illuminating an entire city. Shi Yu cried out in disbelief. My God, where are we? Yun Jiao smirked and said, The moment we boarded that last train, we entered the underground city. Shi Yu was stunned again. But, isn't the underground city just for monster hunting? Yun Jiao slowly explained. This place was once a super fortress, but it was conquered by the Golden Toad Guild and converted into a trading market. And thanks to this market, that guild became one of the 4 great guilds. It's said that many of the game's rules had to be changed because of their demands. From what Yun Jiao knew, that guy Kong Xing was very likely a member of the Blood Moon Guild, so she warned Ji Yu to be careful. Shi Yu nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. This game has way more to it than I expected. The two chatted for a while as the long train journey finally came to an end and the train pulled into the station. According to the Golden Toad Guild's rules, players aren't allowed to hide their identities, so Shi Yu's outfit was forcibly changed. Shi Yu didn't really mind, though. He was too busy looking at the city outside, exclaiming with excitement, Is this the center of the trading market? This place is so cool. The market center was bustling, crowded with people coming and going. Shi Yu walked behind Yun Jiao, asking doubtfully, You just told me to be careful. Is it really okay for us to be walking out in the open like this? Yun Jiao slowly explained, The Golden Toad Guild forbids any conflicts within the trading market, but you do have a point. We should probably take a smaller path. It'll help us avoid any unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Shi Yu muttered in confusion, There are side streets? Why do I get this feeling? But before he could finish, Yun Jiao snapped irritably. Stop doubting me. I know my way around here much better than you do. And yet, after only a few steps, a loud shout suddenly echoed from up ahead. Hey, girlie, stop right there. Yun Jiao's expression immediately soured. She muttered in annoyance. You've got to be kidding me. Did I just jinx us? Shi Yu quickly ducked into a corner and said reassuringly, Don't worry, they're not talking to us. They both looked into the distance. There, they saw 2 thugs cornering a girl. Shi Yu recognized her as Qin Yu, one of the people who had tried to hunt him down before. The young girl tried to get away from them, pleading tremulously, "I don't want to. Let me go." Shiyu exclaimed in surprise, "It's that girl from the other day." Yunjia asked, confused, "You know her?" Siyu nodded slightly. "Yeah, I saw her during my fight with Kong Sing." But seeing what was happening, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. It's bad enough those scumbags are ganging up on someone, but to do it to a young girl. Shiyu was about to rush in, but Yunjiao grabbed his arm. She whispered, "You idiot, don't be so rash. If she was an enemy, then just stay out of it." Siyu shot back, "Those are two completely different things. I can't stand seeing veterans bully newbies." Seeing how determined he was, Yunjiao took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and muttered, "Fine. Then you just stay right here and don't move." As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly let out a massive shout for help, causing the objects around them to vibrate. Immediately, a distress signal was detected. And just like that, a bizarre scene began to unfold. A trash can transform into a robot, dragging other cans with it. Warning sirens began to blare. Seeing this, Shiyu was stunned. "Trash can robots? That's awesome." Yunjiao smiled cheerfully and said, "If you're in danger, all you have to do is shout to activate the Golden Toad Guild's alarm system." The trash can robot then issued a warning. "Violators detected. You have not ceased your rule-breaking activities." The two thugs weren't scared at all. They scoffed contemptuously. "You think a tiny little robot can stop us? How arrogant." Right after that, they began attacking the robots. In the blink of an eye, one of them was taken down. They gloated, "You dare to mess with the Blood Moon Guild? Pathetic." Then, they turned to Kinyu with a malicious grin. "Little lady, don't bother struggling. We're not afraid of this." Model, don't have much patience. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Siyu wanted to charge forward again, but Yunjiao grabbed his hand to stop him. "What's wrong with you? I told you to stand still and watch." Just then, a huge flame suddenly appeared in the sky, along with a majestic shout, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Golden Toad Guild's territory?" As soon as the words were spoken, the flame hit the ground, its heat feeling like it would burn everything to a crisp. When the smoke cleared, the massive arm of a robot appeared. The two guys who were so arrogant just a moment ago now had faces as pale as a sheet. On the back of the robot was the figure of a woman. The girl quickly jumped down and snapped coldly, "Causing trouble here, and even damaging my precious little robot." Siyu observed the person and muttered in confusion, "Is she from the Golden Toad Guild?" Yunjiao slowly explained, "The trading market is under the watch of the Golden Toad Guild. Anyone who dares to break the rules here will face only one outcome: death." The blonde girl held a large gun in her hand and said with a smirk, "All right then, let's have a big showdown, little golden pincer." But right after that, she took out her phone and started calculating. Rescue robot, property damage, plus the appearance fee for the Golden Toad Guild's law and order officer, Xiao Huan. Very quickly, she came up with a number. A total of 3,000 points. Transfer the funds after confirming. Otherwise, the guild will come after you. Hearing this, one of the guys snorted in contempt. "Humph, I don't have any points." Siyu, watching from a distance, felt his eyes narrow, because one of them had launched a sneak attack from behind. He laughed triumphantly. "But I do have a weapon." Shiyu immediately shouted a warning, "Watch out," and then rushed forward. Yunjiao couldn't stop him in time and could only look at him with a helpless sigh. This idiot. In a flash, Siyu had almost caught up to the guy, but just then, Xiao Huan smirked and said, "Humph, trying to ambush me, are you?" The moment she spoke, the robot's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately after, it used one hand to swat the guy away, and the other to block Siyu's blade. The force of the blow pushed Siyu back. He retracted his blade and said with resignation, "Looks like I was sticking my nose where it didn't belong." Xiao Huan walked up to him, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Hey handsome, that was very brave of you, but you damaged public property." Unintentionally, Siyu's blade had stabbed into the ground, leaving a crack. Xiao Huan ignored his sour expression and calmly quoted him a price. "I'll give you a 20% discount. Just 100 points. Siyu couldn't help but complain. "What? I'm getting fined for this too." Yunjiao ignored the two of them and walked over to Qin Yu, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Qin Yu shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine, thank you everyone." At the same time, the remaining guy saw his companion knocked out on the ground and rushed over to check on him. "Away, don't you die on me." But the other guy didn't respond at all. He then turned to Xiao Huan and questioned her. "Damn it, you people from the Golden Toad Guild dare to lay a hand on someone from the Blood Moon Guild. We will never let this go." But before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. A blade had pierced through his stomach, killing him on the spot. This sudden turn of events startled Siyu and Yunjiao, who looked over. Xiao Huan, on the other hand, was a bit calmer. The killer wore a mask, and behind him was another group of people. He laughed coldly and said, "How dare a piece of trash like you impersonate someone from our guild? You deserve to die." Yun Jiao narrowed her eyes at the man and muttered in a low voice, "Looks like the real owners have shown up." Siyu also frowned slightly and said, "We're on the Golden Toad Guild's territory, so we don't need to worry too much, right?" Xiao Huan wasn't the least bit scared. She walked up to the man and confronted him. "Ghostface, you killed him, so now you have to pay his 3,000-point debt." Ghostface seemed to completely ignore her words. He walked past her without a glance, sneering dismissively. "Sorry, I'm not interested in minors." Soon, Ghostface was standing in front of Siyu. He questioned him in a cold voice. Siyu shielded Yun Jiao behind him and declared defiantly, "I'm the one who killed him. It has nothing to do with her." Seeing this, Yun Jiao scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think you could have killed him without me?" Seeing the two protect each other like this, Ghostface couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Well, this is interesting. Don't worry, neither of you will be able to escape." While they were talking, Xiao Huan was getting extremely angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "Hey, Ghostface, are you people just going to ignore me like this?" Only then did Ghostface seem to notice her. He quickly smiled and said, "Oh, so it's little Huan from the Golden Toad Guild. No wonder you looked familiar. I'm very sorry for what just happened. We will take full responsibility for these losses." Thus, he requested the Golden Toad Guild to open the Arena of Fortune. Hearing this, Xiao Huan snorted coldly and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Are you sure about that?" Shi Yu, however, didn't understand. He muttered in confusion, "What's the Arena of Fortune?" Yun Jiao slowly explained, "Both sides wager all their points and their lives. We're at a disadvantage, but we can still win." Ghost Mask raised an eyebrow at the two and asked with a smirk, "What's wrong? Is the little brat scared?" Yun Jiao narrowed her eyes and spoke gravely, "I never thought the Blood Moon Guild would go this far for just the two of us." Siyu, on the other hand, was completely unafraid and stated seriously, "If there's a chance to win, what reason do I have to refuse? I accept the challenge." Hearing his acceptance, Ghost Mask couldn't help but exclaim, "Worthy of the man who killed Kong Sing. You got guts." But as soon as he finished, he leaned close to Egg Siyu's ear and whispered, "Kong Sing's egg is on you, isn't it, you little brat?" Then, he turned and walked away, leaving Siyu with a warning. "See you in half an hour at the luck betting arena. Don't even think about running, or you'll die a death many times more horrible." Xiao Huan paid this no mind. She walked over to King Yu and said, "Little sister, what's your name? Saving people costs a fee, you know." Qin Yu replied in a small voice, "My name is Qin Yu, but I don't have any points to give you." She explained that she came here to trade for some points to save her older brother. Hearing this, Siyu frowned and asked, "Your brother? Is he the one who attacked me with you last time? What happened to him?" Qin Yu explained sorrowfully. "During that new player hunt, he gave me all his points to help me recover, but he got injured himself." Hearing this, Siyu couldn't help but gulp. That's so reckless. The more she spoke, the sadder King Yu became. She whispered in a low voice, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have gotten hurt. That's why I came here without him knowing." Hearing this, Xiao Huan felt a pang of sympathy and spoke plainly, "I can only offer you a cheap price, but I'll buy your items for a good rate. After deducting all the fees, I'll transfer the money to you right away." Qin Yu's face lit up as she brought out a pile of her equipment for Xiao Huan to see. However, after looking at it, Xiao Huan sighed helplessly. "This stuff isn't worth anything." Qin Yu burst into tears and sobbed, "But this is all the equipment I have." After some calculation, Xiao Huan said apologetically, "At best, all of this isn't even worth 500 points." Siyu, who was standing beside them, couldn't help but interject, "Only 500 points? Are you trying to rip off a new player?" Xiao Huan huffed indignantly. "What are you talking about? The Golden Toad Guild has always prided itself on honesty. However, if this little sister really wants to earn points, it's not like there isn't a way." She explained that since Shiyu's team was short on people, Qin Yu could join them in the luck betting arena. Siyu immediately objected, "No way. This is a grudge between us and the Blood Moon Guild, and our lives are on the line. How can we drag her into this mess?" However, Qin Yu spoke up with fierce determination. "No. If I don't get the points, my brother won't make it. For my brother's sake, please, let me join your team. I'm begging you." In the Golden Toad's luck betting arena, all points are used as betting chips. It's a gamble on a player's strength and luck, where even one's life is at risk. It has become a spectacle broadcast before thousands of spectators. Every time a match is held, the people of the Golden Toad Guild earn a huge profit. Shiyu figured that was why Xiao Huan wanted them to participate. Xiao Huan admitted it without a hint of hesitation. She then led them into the betting arena. Pushing the door open, she announced with a loud laugh, "Everyone, welcome to the luck betting arena." Upon seeing what was inside, Shiyu's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Huan slowly explained, "This is the very foundation that allows our guild to stand firm as one of the 4 major guilds today. Our level 98 leader, Lord Tian Huan, the Golden Toad." Shiyu stared the Golden Toad before him and, after a long moment, couldn't help but mutter, "If he went all out, even if all the players here teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to beat him, right?" Xiao Huan chuckled softly and replied, "Lord Tian Huan is only interested in things related to money, like trades and bets. Besides, we have a pact. We absolutely will not harm any players." As they were talking, Ghost Mask and Ying Sha walked in from outside. Ghost Mask sneered, "You've got some serious guts, don't you? Are you ready? Your life is about to come to an end." Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiao Huan immediately stepped between them and announced, "Before the match begins, I request both parties to refrain from trash talking. I will now explain the rules of the game. The Golden Toad's casino is divided into 2 parts, the Wheel of Fate above and the battlefield below. After the game starts, each side will choose one person, known as the designated player, to enter the upper area with the wheel. That person will use 1,000 points per attempt to spin the wheel for a reward. If you're not satisfied with the reward you get, you can spin again, and the previous reward will be sent down to your teammates below. Both sides must attack and defend the 2 toad-shaped totem walls within their opponent's camp. The first side to have their totem destroyed loses. The losing side gets nothing, or even lose your life. Once you enter the game, unless the opponent's totem statue is destroyed, the game cannot end." After speaking, Xiao Huan looked at both sides and asked, "Have you 2 thought this through?" Shiyu didn't answer. He glanced at Qin Yu and asked, "This life or death battle has nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to participate?" Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu nodded and replied, "Yes. For my brother, I can." Seeing this, Yun Jiao couldn't help but pout and scoff coldly. "How come I don't see you asking if I want to?" Siyu let out a soft chuckle and said, "What are you talking about? We already have an understanding." Although he was unsure of Qin Yu's strength, he still had to plan the strategy. That was his role as the chess player. While Siyu was lost in thought, Qin Yu suddenly walked over and whispered softly, "Brother Siyu, Sister Yun Jiao, I have an idea for you." As she finished speaking, the girl placed something in Siyu's hand. When he saw it, he was so shocked his eyes went wide. At the same time, Ying Sha on the other side was carefully giving instructions. "Mi and Gui, don't get too confident in this battle." But Mi and Gui just laughed confidently. "Relax. You think they can win? Not a chance." Seeing that both sides were ready, Xiao Huan immediately shouted, "All right, it seems both sides are prepared. I declare the match. Begin." The moment her words fell, both sides moved forward. They stared intently at each other, each determined to win this fight. Simultaneously, this betting arena was being broadcast live. All the screens in the trading market were showing this battle. Countless spectators gathered around. With the Blood Moon Guild's reputation on the line, the audience began to shout and place bets on the 2 of them, Mian Gui and Ying Sha. This was exactly what the Golden Toad Guild wanted. Xiao Huan then spoke up again. "We invite Lord Tian Huan to activate the dueling arena." As soon as she said this, the ground instantly began to tremble. Shiyu staggered slightly, and in the next moment, the scene before him left him stunned. Shiyu and Ying Sha had been dropped onto a giant spinning top. This was the virtual battlefield created by Tian Huan of the Golden Toad Guild. The 2 of them were the chess players. In the end, what he had worried about had come to pass. With that thought, Shiyu spoke through his earpiece to Yun Jiao and Qin Yu. "Can you hear me? The fighting is all up to you 2 now." Yun Jiao immediately replied, "Your luck might not be bad, but if you dare to fail, I'll beat you to a pulp." Xiao Huan, still presiding over the match, announced clearly, "It looks like both sides are ready, aren't they?" Then, the first round, the Wheel of Fate, shall now begin. Without hesitation, Siyu used his points to spin the wheel. The wheel had all sorts of items, big, small, short, and long, but they were also divided into tiers by color. White was the highest tier, red was superior, followed by yellow and blue. But Siyu wasn't too worried, because when it came to luck, he'd never lost to anyone before. Yet at that moment, 3 pink holes suddenly appeared in front of Siyu, startling him. This is Ying Sha's skill. Before long, Ying Sha emerged from one of the holes, successfully landing on a space on the wheel, which made Jiyu curse in fury. "Damn it. Using a skill to change your position. Isn't that considered cheating?" Seeing the 2 had finished their spins, Xiao Huan spoke up. "Since it's the first round, neither side has made any significant moves, both landing gently. The result of this round is that Ying Sha has obtained a red item, the Blade of Rupture, which can instantly increase attack power by 50%. As for CU, he landed on a blue crystal core, which is useless in combat. But after the game ends, it can be exchanged for 10 points as capital, a very profitable trade. CU protested, unconvinced. I'll admit my luck was bad, but isn't Yin Sha's skill against the rules? Xiao Huan replied nonchalantly. Without Lord Tian Huan's permission, you can't bring in items or use invalid skills. Don't be discouraged. You just need to spend double the points to spin the wheel again. CU refused without a second thought. He decided it was better to observe for now. Down below, Yun Zhao saw the item CU sent down and couldn't help but mutter in dissatisfaction, "This guy got this thing on the very first round." But there was no other choice. The two of them still had to move forward. Yun Zhao announced clearly, "Qin Yu, let's go. If we go together, we might have a chance to turn this around." Qin Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand." On the other side, Mian Gui received the sword sent down by Ying Sha and gloated with a laugh, as expected of Ying Sha getting such a good item on the first round. At this point, he glared at Yun Zhao and Qin Yu. Mian Gui sneered, "You two little girls, I'm about to give you a taste of despair." Activating skill, in an instant, another Mian Gui appeared, causing Yun Zhao and Qin Yu to freeze in place. Mian Gui laughed triumphantly. "My skill allows me to create a clone that possesses half of my original strength. My weapon can also be restored at any time. Do you really think you can win?" Above, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh helplessly when he saw this. They had now lost their advantage in numbers as well. Ghostface, however, was still confident in his abilities. He spoke arrogantly, "You know, if I kill you outside, the points are reduced. But in here, as long as I win, I get to keep everything." The moment he finished speaking, Ghostface's real body and one of his clones charged forward together. Not daring to be careless, Yun Zhao quickly shouted, "Qin Yu, let's try the move we discussed earlier." Qin Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." Immediately after, Yun Zhao slashed out with her blade, creating a whirlwind. At the same time, Qin Yu also struck down with his sword. In an instant, the two streams of energy merged into one, erupting into a furious gale. However, Ghostface just snorted in contempt. Child's play. Right after, he swung his sword relentlessly, and the whirlwind was completely shattered. Not only that, but the sword's aura shot straight towards the toad behind them. Just like that, Yun Zhao and Qin Yu each lost a blood drop. They lost the first round. Ghostface laughed smugly. "The outcome is decided. Now, let me see your final, desperate struggle before you die." At the same time, DY had been observing everything. He finally understood that Shadow Slayer could control the prize landing spots, and Ghostface's cloning ability could multiply the power of the items they obtained many times over. It could be said that the combination of their skills was the most formidable weapon in this bet, but CU was no pushover either. He smirked with a devilish smile. The real show was just beginning. Just then, Xiao Huan immediately shouted, "The first round is over. The blue team loses one blood drop, the red team is completely unharmed." The result was as expected. The crowd of onlookers scoffed in disdain. This newbie is such a rookie, daring to challenge Blood Moon with just a little bit of luck. But regardless, the second round of Shiyu's group's battle had begun. Shiyu leaped into the air. He figured that if he could just get the angle of his jump right, he could also determine where he needed to land. Shadow Slayer still used his skill to choose a landing spot, and once again, it was a red item. As for CU, he landed on a blue item. Seeing this, Xiao Huan shouted, "Does either side want to spend more points to spin again?" This time, XCU answered without any hesitation, "I do." Hearing this, Xiao Huan smiled, "That's right. In this game, if you don't spend points to get high-tier items, there's no way you can win." The onlookers outside smirked when they saw this. With that little luck, anything this kid does is useless. This makes it interesting. I want to see him lose miserably. As for Shadow Slayer, he got a red item, so he didn't want to roll again. CU jumped and landed once more, but unluckily, he hit blue again. It was a drooping forehead crystal, which wasn't very useful. CU shouted without hesitation, "Roll again." Hearing this, Xiao Huan laughed cheerfully. The blue team wants to continue. Will he be luckier this time? Maybe he'll at least get a yellow one, right? Unfortunately, CU landed on blue yet again. Xiao Huan sighed helplessly. "Your luck is just terrible. Do you want to roll one more time? Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky this round." This time, CU raised his hand in protest. "No, let's stop here." But the people outside grew excited seeing this, shouting, "Hurry and bet on the red team. Maybe we can still make a little something. The blue team has no hope. He's really just asking for it." Inside the battle, CU spoke into his earpiece. "Yun Zhao, Qin Yu, the power gap is too wide. We can't fight them head on. Let him have the point." Yun Zhao was a bit bewildered, but she still nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ghostface was secretly observing the two of them. How can they be so calm in this situation? Are they planning something? But he didn't hesitate for long. He smirked and laughed loudly. Too bad. Whatever schemes you're planning are useless. Immediately after, another one of Ghostface's clones appeared. Without another word, Ghostface charged into attack. Unsurprisingly, he won again. Seeing this from above, CU wasn't too worried. This is better. Let's hurry to the next round. Just then, Xiao Huan announced loudly again. The blue team remains very calm. Luck is never absolute. What if you risk it all and manage to spin a white one? The moment she finished speaking, the wheel started spinning again. Nothing changed for CU. He landed on blue again. He chose to roll again, but he landed on a blue item once more. CU didn't stop, choosing to roll yet again, only for it to be blue every single time. He was so incredibly lucky to be this unlucky, rolling several times in a row and still getting blue. Xiao Huan couldn't help but sigh. Is this good luck or just terrible luck? The blue team has spun a blue. They were completely helpless. Yun Zhao and Qin Yu were still struggling to hold on. The crowd watching from the outside started whispering and snickering. What's wrong with that guy? Can he only land on blue? Xiao Huan, watching the match from the sidelines, grew more and more excited as she shouted. After several rounds, the blue team's current situation is not looking good at all. Currently, Yun Zhao and her teammate are down to their last 2 drops of health, while Mo Goi's side hasn't taken a single scratch. The outcome of today's battle seems all too clear. From atop the spinning wheel, Ying Sha spoke in a cold voice. This is the final round. Just accept your defeat. Letting out a soft snort, CU smirked and said, Is that so? What if I told you this was all under my control? And what if you win the next round? Hearing his words, Xiao Huan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. What? How can the blue team still be so arrogant in a situation like this? But it's not like there's zero chance. Unless they can land on the white space. The crowd outside didn't believe it for a second, continuing their scornful chatter. Has this guy gone crazy because he knows he's lost? Does he really think he can turn this around? Mo Gui, on the other hand, just curled his lip into a sneer. So, CU really is plotting something. But it doesn't matter. He couldn't care less. With that thought, he made a suggestion. Ying Sha, for the next round, go for the white area. Ying Sha hesitated and replied, But I'm not 100% sure I can do it. Mo Gui casually suggested. Then just keep adding points until you get it. On the other side, a worried Qin Yu looked at Yun Zhao and asked, Sister Yun Zhao, do we still have a chance to win? Yun Zhao frowned slightly and replied, When it comes to the critical moment, we can still trust that guy. Right now, there was no other way. They could only rely on CU. At that very moment, Xiao Huan shouted again. Is the blue team just stubbornly refusing to give up? Or do they really have some kind of secret weapon? The most critical round began. Jiu and Ying Sha leaped up once more, starting the final spin. The result this time was that CU once again landed on blue, while Ying Sha, as before, got red equipment. But what was different this time was that both CU and Ying Sha chose to add more points. It seemed both of them were desperately trying to land on the red equipment. But this time again, CU still landed on blue, while Ying Sha still landed on red. The two of them chose to add more points once again. Xiao Huan, standing on the sidelines, commented nonstop. They've added points several times in a row now. The current point total has reached 6,400. It seems both sides are determined to achieve their goals in this final round. At this moment, CU's face was full of determination. After this round, there won't be any more points to add. But CU's luck was truly terrible. He still landed on the despair-inducing blue. But what truly stunned Xiao Huan was Ying Shi's result, because he had landed on the white equipment. A record that nearly 100 people had failed to achieve has just been broken. Seeing this, everyone outside began to cheer. Oh my god, Ying Sha did it. He got white. Xiao Huan couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. What a pity. It looks like the match ends here. Next, we'll get to witness the once-in-a-thousand-years technique of Lord Tian Huan. Mo Gui was also incredibly pleased at this moment. Ying Sha is as reliable as ever. On the other side, the expressions on Yun Zhao and Qin Yu's faces turned ugly. Perhaps the only person who remained calm was CU. He smirked and said, You really think I've lost for sure. Watch closely. You saved the ultimate move for last. As soon as he finished speaking, CU took something out. This was the item Qin Yu had given him earlier. It was something Qin Fang had given her, telling her to use it to escape life-threatening danger. Hearing this, Mo Gui couldn't help but be surprised. Even Xiao Huan had no idea what Yu was planning to do. While everyone was still confused, Yu shouted, Go, Qin Yu. Hearing this, the little girl immediately took out an item identical to the one in Yu's hand, and then shouted, Big brother, lend me your strength. The moment she finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure appeared on the spinning wheel, while Ziyu returned to the battlefield below. Seeing this scene, Xiao Huan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What? Unbelievable. The blue team can actually use a position-swapping skill. The crowd outside, however, was very unhappy. They started to shout accusations. What kind of trick is this? Just give up gracefully. I bet a lot of money on the Blood Moon team. On Mogui's side, there wasn't a ripple of emotion. He just snorted coldly and spoke. So that's it. This was the moment you were waiting for, wasn't it? But, so what? Does XEU really think he can withstand a single blow from the Tian Huan Golden Toad? Seeing the Golden Toad appear, the crowd outside immediately erupted in cheers. Lord Golden Toad has appeared. Kill that arrogant little punk who doesn't know his place. CU was also a bit surprised. To think the spinning wheel had a prize with such a massive threat level. That really is surprising, but that doesn't mean he's going to lose. He added points twice each round, spending a total of 700 points. It wasn't that CU was just unlucky. It's because the points he had could only be exchanged for that amount of crystals. The crystals from this place were CU's source of power. With this thought, he plunged his blade into the ground and roared, "Devour skill. Activate." Seeing this, Ghostface couldn't help but sneer in contempt. I knew you'd pull a move like that. This is the level 98 Heavenly Joy Golden Toad. He said that even if CU could activate the move he used to kill Kong Sing, it still might not be enough to block this attack. The moment Ghostface finished speaking, the Heavenly Joy Golden Toad began its attack, and a bolt of lightning appeared. Seeing this, Yun Zhao cried out in worry, CU. CU paid her no mind, still focusing on activating his skill as he snorted coldly. Defeating Kong Sing, that was 2 weeks ago. I'm not the same man I was back then. Fortunately, Xin Yu's appearance had helped him accomplish his goal for coming to the trading market today. Before long, the absorption process was complete. CU's attribute points instantly increased by a large margin. But he didn't stop there. CU took out another crystal. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "And there's still the new crystal I just got. I saved one, and using it will give me another 5% boost." Immediately after, CU launched his attack. With a loud bang, the two powerful streams of energy collided. Shockwaves continuously radiated through the air. He had actually managed to block it. Seeing this, Xiao Huan exclaimed excitedly. The blue team's skill burst has stopped Lord Heavenly Joy's lightning strike. It only lasted for 5 seconds. If they can keep holding on, the blue team might actually win. The crowd outside, however, was in a complete panic, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? Did that bastard hack the system or something? How could he have a weapon that powerful? In the middle of the fight, CU was still struggling to hold on, his knees buckling. He bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with astonishment. So this is the power of a level 98? Seeing this, Yun Zhao rushed forward. She stood beside Shi Yu, helping him block the attack. Yun Zhao declared fiercely, "I can't let you have all the glory." Shi Yu ignored her, his voice low as he warned her, "Be careful, this attack is incredibly strong." Watching from the outside, Xiao Huan couldn't help but cry out in amazement. The blue team is truly full of surprises. Both sides are still giving it their all. Ghostface, on the other hand, was furious and snorted coldly that Shi Yu wasn't dead yet. Immediately after, he activated his clone. This was the perfect opportunity to attack CU, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Realizing this, CU shouted, "Yun Zhao, we're out of time. We have to risk it all." "Got it." Yun Zhao nodded slightly in response. The two of them quickly poured all their energy into their defense. CU bit his lip aggressively, filled with rage. He roared furiously, "Get the hell back." As soon as he spoke, a heaven-shattering explosion erupted, forcing a startled Ghostface to retreat. The scene was so dazzling that it sent the people outside into a frenzy. Ghostface and his clone could only stand on the sidelines, affected by the shockwave. Ghostface was seething with frustration. He never expected that CU would be able to resist. Refusing to accept this, Ghostface snorted, "I can do it too. This Ghostface isn't weaker than anyone." He then raised his sword to block the incoming shockwave. However, the lightning and CU's energy were too powerful, making Ghostface's expression turn even uglier. The tables had suddenly turned, causing Xiao Huan to shout in excitement. The battle seems to be getting really intense, doesn't it? The Heavenly Joy Golden Toad has also stopped its lightning attack. How will today's battle finally end? On this side, CU and Yun Zhao were weakened, but they managed to protect their last drop of health. On the other hand, Ghostface's side had lost 1 drop. Seeing this, Xiao Huan announced, "With this, the winner has been decided." But just as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened. Because Ghostface was now leaning against a rock wall, his breathing incredibly weak. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Seeing this, Shadowkill spoke up, "Cut the crap. In the next round, get the crystal with the healing effect. If we do that, we can still win." On the other side, CU shouted, "Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded slightly and replied, I understand. With that, she threw something towards Shadow Kill. Confused, Shadow Kill reached out and caught it, but before he could understand what was happening, his figure suddenly flickered. A moment later, Shadow Kill was teleported to the battlefield below, and Ghostface was sent up to the turntable above. Seeing this, Yu smirked triumphantly, then he and Yun Jiao slowly advanced on Shadow Kill. His voice was cold as he said, Shadow Kill, we meet again. Judging by your skills, I'm guessing you're not suited for direct combat, are you? Shadow Kill knew this all too well. Although he was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and say, I surrender. Xiao Huan cried out, a little surprised. Shadow Kill has surrendered. In that case, the winner of today's battle is Siyu's team. Seeing this, the spectators outside were completely stunned. They had bet all their assets on the Blood Moon Guild. If they lost, they were finished. Qin Yu was overjoyed, exclaiming excitedly, That's great, brother. The final victory belonged to their team, a model of Yu and Yun Jiao. The battle was officially over, and the three of them were teleported back. Qin Yu rushed to support Yun Jiao, asking worriedly, Sister Yun Jiao, are you alright? Yun Jiao gently shook her head and replied, I'm fine. It's just a small wound. Only then did Yu let out a sigh of relief. That was really dangerous, but thankfully, they still managed to win. At the same time, the two Shadow Slayers had also returned. One of the Shadow Slayers spoke urgently, Demon Face, let's go. Demon Face was unwilling, glaring a warning at Yu, you just wait. And with that, the two of them vanished. Immediately, Xiao Huan shouted, And now, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the thunderous applause of the crowd. However, contrary to her expectations, the audience watching on the screens was furious about losing their money, and a torrent of curses echoed endlessly. You could hear every curse word imaginable. Xiao Huan couldn't help but mutter in confusion. Huh. I guess reality isn't quite what I imagined, is it? But Yu didn't really care. He snorted coldly. Humph, let them curse. After all, I'm the one who won. Just then, someone walked in from outside, chuckled, and said, A very impressive win. Hearing the voice, Yu glanced over and saw a purple-haired woman walking in with someone else. The woman smiled cheerfully and said, Thanks to you all, our Golden Toad Guild has made quite a profit. Seeing the newcomer, Xiao Huan exclaimed excitedly, Vice President, you're here too? I was a pretty good MC, wasn't I? The Vice President nodded slightly and replied, Of course. Our little Xiao Huan is the best. Yu looked at the person, confused, not knowing who she was. Yun Jiao slowly explained, I heard the Vice President of the Golden Toad Guild doesn't have much combat power, but she's the sole strategist behind the guild. She built it into the thriving organization it is today. People call her the Pink Fan Zither. Yu nodded slightly, glancing at the Vice President and said, Vice President, the battle is over. I think we should be taking our leave now. Big guilds were always a hassle. He needed to get out of there fast. However, the Vice President offered, letting our honored guests leave like this would go against the hospitality of the Golden Toad Guild. You're all injured. Why don't you stay and heal in our guild's fairy spring before you go? Hearing this, Xiao Huan exclaimed in shock, but the fairy spring is our guild's secret place. The Vice President replied nonchalantly, Their victory brought us an enormous profit. This is simply a matter of quid pro quo. Yu didn't think so. He was certain this woman had another motive.
So, he tried to politely refuse. Well, actually, our injuries aren't that serious.
But before he could finish his sentence, Yun Jiao smacked him on the head and scolded, Idiot! Is there anything more important than the Golden Toad Guild's fairy spring? Then, Yun Jiao said casually, I heard this fairy spring can restore your stamina and even increase your attribute points. Qin Yu, you should come too. You can bring some back for your brother and sister Shang. Hearing this, the Vice President gestured for them to follow. Then, please follow me. Yu had no other choice but to go along. He just hoped they wouldn't get into any more trouble. A short while later, at the Golden Toad's fairy spring, Yu was soaking in the water. His wounds were gradually healing. But he wasn't sure if these strange scars would disappear. He just couldn't figure it out. Yu could only sigh. Well, no point in thinking about it. For now, I'm just going to enjoy this huge pool. But just as he finished that thought, Yun Jiao's irritated voice came from behind him. Huge what? What did you just say was huge? Yu looked up and saw Yun Jiao and Qin Yu walking and wearing swimsuits, which nearly gave him a nosebleed. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are you dressed like that? You scared the hell out of me. Yun Jiao stepped into the water, snorting coldly. What do you mean, dressed like that? You don't wear a swimsuit to a swimming pool. So, how much did we make today? Yu checked for a moment before answering. A total of 99,480 points. That's 33,000 points each. He added that without Qin Yu, the battle would have been much tougher. but her brother had tried to kill him before, and Siyu couldn't easily forget that. Once Jin Feng recovered, Siyu would definitely find him to settle that debt. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't object. She thanked Siyu for the points and promised resolutely, "I will definitely bring him to you to atone for what he's done." With that, she turned and ran off. "I've collected the fairy spring water, so I'll be heading back first. Thank you, brother Siyu and sister Yun Jiao. I will definitely repay you both." Yun Jiao told her to be careful, then turned back to look at Siyu, pouting mockingly. "How come I never realized you had such a backbone before? Anyway, what's that on your body? Is it a pattern?" Siyu shook his head and argued, "No, these are scars from a tough battle." But just as he finished speaking, a voice from behind made them both jump. "Those aren't scars. Haven't you figured it out yet?" Siyu couldn't help but frown, asking doubtfully, "Deviant core ring. What is that?" The Vice Guild Master slowly explained, "The Deviant Core Ring. It's an incredibly rare weapon. Its power can even defy the rules of this game." She said that 2 years ago, a player appeared, who used the Deviant Core Ring to gain the strength to stand against the 4 great guilds. And the weapon in your hands right now, along with the seal on your body, is identical to that person's. Hearing this, Yun Jiao understood the situation and nodded in realization. So that's how it is. No wonder this guy is so strong. The Vice Guild Master gently shook her head, walking over and touching the strange markings on Siyu's body. She spoke slowly. "But as powerful as the Deviant Core Ring is, its glory is fleeting." Hearing this, Siyu frowned in confusion and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" The Vice Guild Master didn't rush to answer, calmly suggesting, "Why don't you open your status window and take a look?" Confused, Xiyu did as she said and opened his status window, but his eyes quickly widened in shock. His health bar was showing signs of being burned away. The Vice Guild Master explained slowly, "Great power comes at a great price. Your current situation is identical to that other person's. Your HP is gradually being corrupted. Once it's fully corrupted, your life will end." Hearing this, Yun Jiao cried out in alarm. "How could this be? Isn't there any way to treat it?" The Vice Guild Master calmly spoke. "It's not entirely without a cure. Beneath the S-rank citadel lies the sacred healing dragon scale from the Crimson Purgatory Dragon's domain. It has the power to purge the corruption. However, the Crimson Purgatory Dragon's domain is occupied by the Blood Moon Guild, and the S-rank citadel is filled with monsters. With your current strength, obtaining the sacred healing dragon scale is impossible." Hearing this, Siyu's eyes filled with even more fear. Seeing his reaction, the Vice Guild Master spoke again to reassure him. "But there's no need to despair. Why don't you consider joining our Golden Toad Guild? We could trade you the sacred healing dragon scale." Siyu frowned slightly. This woman invited them here with this whole enticing plan already laid out. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke seriously. "Thank you very much for your offer, but it's all so sudden. Could you give me some time to think it over?" A smile unknowingly crossed her lips as the Vice Guild Master said cryptically, "No matter what you choose, I have high hopes for your future performance. You might just be the one to turn a new page in this boring game. Thank you for your understanding, Vice Guild Master." Siyu didn't have much of a reaction, simply giving a casual reply. Then, he submerged himself in the lake. Yun Jiao watched him from above, worried and unsure of how to comfort him. In truth, Siyu had already guessed that this abnormal power was not simple at all. If his life couldn't be sustained for much longer, then before it ends, he must earn 100 million points. The next day, at the marketplace area, Siyu was still in dreamland when someone started poking his nose with something, calling him to wake up. "Siyu, wake up." Startled awake, Siyu grumbled angrily, "Who the hell is ruining my beauty sleep this early in the morning?" But when he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Huan, dressed in revealing clothes, lying on his bed. She raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "It's morning. You slept for a whole day." A woman crawling into his bed first thing in the morning. Siyu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly jumped away. He demanded in a panic, "Why are you on my bed?" Xiao Huan frowned at him and asked quizzically, "Did you really forget everything that happened last night?" Hearing this made Ziyu even more flustered. What other horrifying thing happened last night? Seeing his silence, Xiao Huan sighed and explained, "Last night, after you guys went to the fairy spring, you fell asleep right there. In the end, it was Lord Jin Gong who told me to bring you back to your room so you could sleep comfortably." With that, she suddenly crawled right in front of Siyu. She raised her eyebrows, a suggestive smile on her face. "Actually, I have some good news for you." Confused, Siyu asked, "What news?" With a soft chuckle, Xiao Huan slowly explained, "I received some intel. A former member of our guild, the eccentric Brit, has appeared in the eastern district of the marketplace." Siyu had no idea who this person was. He asked again, puzzled, "The eccentric Brit? Who's that?" Xiao Huan lowered her voice. He's an oddball who's obsessed with researching weapons and items. After leaving the guild, his whereabouts became unknown, but he suddenly reappeared recently. What's more, he has the very item you need, CU, the Sacred Healing Dragon Scale. Before CU could even rejoice, someone entered and spoke up. Well, isn't that great news? The newcomer was Yun Jiao. She eagerly suggested, let's go to that night market. I've wanted to visit the Golden Toad night market for ages. Hearing this, Xiao Huan hesitated and asked, the night market isn't a place just anyone can go. The Golden Toad Guild turns a blind eye to it because of financial issues. Are you sure you want to go there? CU also nodded in agreement. Besides, because of that bet the other day, I'm afraid a lot of people are targeting me. And there's the Blood Moon Guild. I'm sure those guys haven't given up yet, he told Yun. Yun Jiao, you don't have to get involved in something this dangerous. Just let me handle it alone. Hearing this, Yun Jiao suddenly froze. In the past, someone else had said the same thing to her. Yun Jiao, it's dangerous, run. I can handle this on my own. Yun Jiao took a deep breath, shaking off the memory, and then rushed forward. A familiar thwack sound rang out. Yun Jiao had once again hit CU, leaving a lump on his head. She scolded him, annoyed, idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? Without me, you would have been reincarnated several times over by now. Even though they always ran into danger, they always managed to turn the tables and come out with their pockets full. Besides, Yun Jiao wasn't the type to abandon her comrades. Hearing this, Shiyu glanced at her, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. All right, I get it. Let's get ready to go. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Xiao Huan didn't try to dissuade them. Instead, he nodded and said with a smile, in that case, could you deliver a letter to the eccentric Brit for me? I'll give you these camouflage cloaks as a token of my gratitude. That evening, in the eastern district of the night market, it lived up to its reputation as a bustling hub. Shouts echoed constantly. With all sorts of goods for sale, you could find anything, even black market deals. CU and Yun Jiao, wearing their disguised cloaks, slipped in quietly. Looking at the scene around him, CU couldn't help but remark, this place isn't half bad. Yun Jiao heard this and scolded him, annoyed. Not bad, my foot. Hurry up and find the guy. Let's not cause any trouble. Shiyu nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'll be careful this time. With that, he took out the photo Xiao Huan had given him. Shiyu sighed in resignation. It was just a blurry picture. Finding him in this black market would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hearing this, Yun Jiao grumbled, idiot. You didn't even ask for a clear description before we left. We've been searching for almost 2 hours. Just then, a loud shout came from behind them. Hey, you look pretty down in the dumps. CU turned to see a blonde kid with his hands on his hips, looking at him cockily. You've run into some kind of tough problem, haven't you? CU squinted at the kid and pouted. Maybe I have, but what can a little brat like you do to help? The blonde boy boasted with extreme confidence. I'm Fei Zi, the kid who knows everything. I'm famous all over this black market. As long as the pay is good, there's nothing I can't solve. Hearing this, Yun Jiao leaned in and whispered to CU, wandering around like this isn't getting us anywhere. Why don't we just ask him? CU hesitated for a long moment before finally taking out the photo and showing it to Fei Zi. He asked uncertainly, have you seen this person in the night market before? Fei Zi actually recognized him. He winked and grinned. Oh, that's just the weirdo Brit. I noticed him the moment he set foot in the black market a week ago. For 100 points, I can take you to him. Yun Jiao immediately countered, 50 points, or we'll find him ourselves. Fei Zi yelled back, annoyed. Who haggles like that? Final offer, 80 points. Yun Jiao said coldly, say another word and it's 40. In the end, under Yun Jiao's pressure, Fei Zi had to compromise on the 80-point price and led them to a hideout within the black market. Yun Jiao glanced around, then muttered doubtfully, this place is a real dump. Fei Zi slowly explained. After the weirdo Brit paid a high price for this place, this is what he did to it. CU couldn't help but ask suspiciously, you haven't set up some kind of trap up ahead to trick us, have you? Fei Zi heard this and shouted defensively, hey. I, Fei Zi, have a reputation for being the most honest guy in this black market. While they were arguing, the door in front of them was suddenly pulled up by an arm. Yun Jiao flinched slightly and said, someone's coming out. It really is him, weirdo Brit. Hearing this, Shiyu looked towards the door, but when he saw the person in front of him, he was horrified. A man in armor walked out, carrying a large gun on his shoulder. This was the eccentric Brit. Brit looked at Fei Zi and snorted, you again, you little demon. I told you, I don't need a guide. If you come bother me again. As he finished speaking, he slammed the gun down from his shoulder, making a deafening noise. Brit warned coldly, you'll be the next thing I throw into the junkyard. Hearing this, Yun Jiao frowned and asked, are you talking about this kid? But as she spoke, she saw Fei Zi hiding in the distance. She grumbled, Are you really that much of a coward? Faisy trembled and explained, you just don't know how scary the weirdo Brit is. Just then, CU walked up to Brit and said hesitantly, excuse me, can I bother you for a moment? Brit refused without a second thought. I'm very busy right now, don't bother me. Hearing this, CU sighed in resignation. Just as he thought, this guy wasn't easy to approach. With that thought, he quickly shouted, wait, Xiao Huan sent me to find you. These words made Brit stop in his tracks. He glanced at CU, muttering through gritted teeth, did you say, Xiao Huan? That cunning woman. Again and again, some other time. With that, he clenched his fists, looking incredibly furious. Brit turned his head and glared at him, aggressively questioning, what did she send you here for? Seeing his reaction, CU couldn't help but feel confused. What's wrong? Aren't you two good friends? Letting out a soft huff, Brit yelled coldly, Xiao Huan, damn it, don't even think about ruining my black market plan this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. Seeing Brit get angrier and angrier, CU said in confusion, is there some kind of misunderstanding? I came here to trade for the Holy Decree Dragon Scale item with you. Just as he finished his sentence, Brit's fist stopped right in front of his face. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. After a long moment, Brit pulled his hand back, muttering doubtfully, the Holy Decree Dragon Scale, huh? CU nodded slightly and said calmly, that's right, name your price and contribution points. Brit stood there stunned, looking at him, but then he turned and went back inside his house. He said coldly, I'm not interested in contribution points. Hearing this, CU was confused, and before he could even process it, Brit spoke again. However, if you can beat me with this. CU felt a glimmer of hope, but then a vehicle engine appeared in front of him. Brit said nonchalantly, I might consider giving you the Holy Decree Dragon Scale. Shiyu was taken aback. What the hell is this? A motorcycle? Brit then slowly explained, the ultimate speed racing tournament is being held tomorrow night. If you can beat me, the Holy Decree Dragon Scale is yours. Hearing this, CU frowned in silence. Although he didn't know what this guy was thinking, he had nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, CU shouted resolutely, you've got a deal. But just then, Brit suddenly clenched his fist and snorted coldly. If there's nothing else, then get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a palm strike. CU didn't have time to react and was sent flying backward. Yun Jiao ran over to check on him, asking worriedly, are you okay? Fei Zi, on the other hand, was gloating. I knew it. I said you'd be kicked out in less than 5 minutes. All right, pay up. But Shi Yu suddenly spoke up. Wait, little Fei Zi, I still need your help with something. Hearing this, Fei Zi grinned smugly and said, still need my help, huh? Now you see how useful I am, don't you? Shi Yu said casually. Do you know how to sign up for the Ultimate Speed Tournament tomorrow night? Hearing this, Fei Zi pouted and said, for this tournament, you have to provide your own racing vehicle. A vehicle on the black market costs at least 8,000 contribution points. Do you have that much money? CU was a little surprised and asked doubtfully. 8,000 contribution points? That's reasonable. Fei Zi's eyes immediately lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, Boss, you really have that much money. Then let's enter the competition together. CU asked, surprised. You want to participate too? Fei Zi raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, this is something you wouldn't know. The ultimate speed race isn't just about competing for speed on the track, you also need a navigator in the back. Tired of listening to the kid's nonsense, Yun Jiao pulled CU away. Let's go. This kid is obviously after your contribution points. Seeing them about to leave, Fei Zi ran over, hugged Ziyu's leg, and begged, I'm not after your money. If you two don't believe me, I'll even do it for free. Siyu was stunned. This kid doesn't seem like a bad person, huh? And right now, things are urgent, so he nodded in agreement. All right, I believe you. Right now, let's hurry and prepare for the competition. Hearing this, Fei Zi immediately grinned happily and said, Roger that, boss. Little Fei Zi will go through hell and high water to help you win this race. After reaching an agreement, the three of them went to another place. Fei Zi told Siyu and Yun Jiao everything he knew. Yun Jiao frowned slightly and muttered, so that's how it is. Which means, if you want to get the Holy Decree Dragon Scale, your only option right now is to challenge the freak. Brit, Yu nodded slightly and replied, that's right. Fei Zi, who was walking ahead, chimed in, just so you know, beating Freak Brit won't be that simple. In the ultimate speed rankings, he's been at the top for the past few years, and no one has ever surpassed him. According to the rumors, Freak Brit is participating in this race because he wants to break Gu Gui's record. Xiaoyu looked puzzled when he heard that name. Seeing his reaction, Fei Zi was surprised. You don't even know who Gu Gui is. He's the legendary figure who single-handedly took on the 4 great guilds back in the day. Siyu's eyes widened slightly. Could he be the player with the extreme ring that the Vice Guild Master mentioned? Fei Zi then sighed and said, anyway, this guy is incredibly strong. If Freak Brit's target is him, then he must have made some serious preparations. Hearing this, Yun Zhao couldn't help but worry. It seems the difficulty level is really high. CU didn't pay it much mind and said nonchalantly, if I lose, I'll only lose the contribution points for the vehicle. It's worth a shot. But just then, Fei Zi exclaimed excitedly, what are you talking? With a genius navigator like me, you too. Don't worry. A moment later, Fei Zi led them to a racing car shop. The kid led the way inside. As he walked, Fei Zi explained, the race cars here are sold automatically. Just pay with points and you'll find it in your inventory. Shiyu took a look around, then spotted a car and commented, this one doesn't look too bad. Fei Zi scoffed and said, boss, you can't judge a car by its looks? Let me help you with that. But just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind, little Fei Zi. It startled the boy, and even CU was surprised. They didn't know who it was. When they turned around, they saw 3 women approaching. The red-haired woman in the middle looked at Fei Zi and said with a smile, so this is where you've been. I've been looking for you all day. What are you doing at a race car shop? The people nearby saw them and started whispering amongst themselves. It's the Chillin racing team. We should probably get out of here to avoid trouble. Hearing this, Shiyu frowned. The Chillin racing team? Who are they? Ignoring everyone's reactions, the red-haired woman spoke again. Little Fei Zi, the extreme speed race is coming up. What are you doing loitering around here? Hurry back and wash and maintain the team's cars. Fei Zi scowled fiercely and said through tight lips, Han Yan, I'm sorry, but I'm participating in the extreme speed race this time. I don't have time to help you with logistics anymore. Hearing this, the woman named Han Yan shouted in displeasure. What did you say? A punk like you wants to compete? With that, she walked over, grabbed Fei Zi by the collar, and yanked him closer. She sneered contemptuously. Stop joking around. If you're going to make up an excuse, at least make it a believable one. What kind of idiot would want to team up with a kid like you who has 0 racing experience? Hearing that, Yun Zhao glanced at Shi Yu and joked, I think she's talking about you, idiot. Shi Yu wanted to argue back but didn't know how. At that moment, Fei Zi retorted defiantly, you clearly said at the beginning that I only had to help with logistics for a month to become a navigator, but I've been your gopher for half a year now. Hearing this, Yu understood the situation. So, it was a scam. But Han Yan didn't see it that way. She sneered coldly. Stop being so ungrateful. If our team hadn't taken you in, do you think you could have survived in this black market? With that, Han Yan shoved Fei Zi to the ground and stepped on the boy's face. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but sigh. Why does this feel so familiar? Han Yan kept her foot on Fei Zi's face and spoke coldly. There's no shortage of little brats like you in this game. If we kill you, another group will be begging us for a chance tomorrow. Just then, a pair of hands grabbed her leg. Ah, it was Yu. With a slight squeeze, Han Yan's leg immediately began to tremble. He said with a cold snort, Hey lady, you shouldn't just put your feet anywhere you want, especially not on other people. Wincing in pain, Han Yan grew furious and asked through gritted teeth, Who the hell is this brat? Unfazed, Yu calmly stated, Listen up. I'm little Fei Zi's racer. Hearing this, Han Yan scoffed and sneered. So you're that idiot? Did he trick you and you still have no idea? Yu ignored the taunt, smirking as he said, Sorry, but I'm also a racer with no experience. Doesn't that make us a perfect match? I don't care what kind of grudge you two have, but until the extreme speed race is over tomorrow, you are not allowed to lay a finger on Fei Zi. His words enraged the 2 women beside Han Yan. They immediately drew their weapons and said through gritted teeth, How bold. You dare mess with our Chillin racing team. Do you have a death wish? But before they could act, Han Yan ordered, Stop, let's go. With that, she turned and left. Yu couldn't help but be surprised. That's it? You're leaving just like that. Aren't we going to fight for 800 rounds? Once the 3 had left, Yun Zhao walked over and tapped Fei Zi on the head. She questioned him in a cold voice, Kid, it seems you've been hiding quite a few secrets from us. Fei Zi lowered his head slightly and explained in a low voice, I'm sorry. I lied. I'm not actually a great navigator. I'm just a logistics crew member for the Chillin racing team. As he said this, the boy clenched his fists, his tone becoming resolute. I've always dreamed of being a navigator. I really want to participate in the extreme speed race. Just then, Yu walked over and held out his hand to Fei Zi. He chuckled and said, You idiot, have you misunderstood something? I already told you. I'm the one who asked you to take me to the race. As for whether you're an amazing navigator or not, I don't care. Hearing this, Fei Zi nodded happily. I understand, boss. Meanwhile, after Han Yan left, she contacted someone. Han Yan said maliciously, Do you remember the golden toad gamble from a few days ago? Wasn't there a kid who ticked off a lot of people back then? The person she was referring to was none other than a CU. Soon after, a piece of information appeared on the black market's dark net. A sky-high bounty was placed on your head. Han Diem smirked and said, "If our teams join forces in tomorrow's extreme speed race, that prize money might just be ours." The next evening, at the night market's racetrack, flashing lights illuminated the entire area. A clear voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd in the stands erupted in excited cheers. A female MC in a seductive short skirt and black tights stood in the center of the area. She announced loudly, "Welcome to the 42nd Extreme Flash Race. I'm your host, Yi Ji, and tonight I'll be bringing you an incredible live broadcast of the race." At the starting line, a group of racers sat in their vehicles, ready to hit the gas. Yi Ji raised an eyebrow and introduced, "Tonight, we also have two mysterious contestants. Not long ago, they decisively defeated the Shui Yue Guild at the Jinchan Casino. You could call them the supernovas of our Jinchan city." The two people Yi Ji mentioned were none other than Shi Yu and Yun Zhao, who were also ready in their race cars. Shi Yu glanced at Yun Zhao and said, "Yun Zhao, I'll have to rely on your help again this time." Smiling, Yun Zhao winked and said, "Don't mention it. I want to try racing anyway. Besides, as long as I help you win, you'll pay back my racing entry points, right?" Shi Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Of course." Fei Zi chimed in through the screen, "Big bro, you remember everything I told you, right?" Shi Yu casually replied, "Of course, I remember. But what's with those dark circles under your eyes?" Fei Zi laughed excitedly and said, "I'm fine. I just stayed up all night memorizing the route map. Trust me, I've never lost an extreme flash race." While Shi Yu and the others were talking, they didn't notice someone was watching them. Two guys on motorcycles behind them smirked and said, "So that's CAU? Huh. That guy's bounty is as good as ours." At the same time, Han Diem also drove up. Hearing the two men talking, she chimed in, "Don't be in such a hurry, you two. A hunt is much more enjoyable when you take your time." Once everyone was ready, Yege spoke again. "Besides these two contestants, don't forget our most important person of the night, the one who always dominates third place in the Extreme Flash, the racer who is said to have the best chance of surpassing those ahead of him. He is the monster, Brit." As she finished, the camera immediately panned to Brit sitting in his enormous vehicle. Shi Yu narrowed his eyes in that direction. He had to win. Just then, Yi Ji shouted again, "Before the race begins, I'll emphasize the rules. Racers can only use pre-registered standard race cars and equipment. If any danger arises during the race, contestants can use the emergency escape device on their wrists to be forcibly ejected from the track." Hearing this, Shi Yu glanced at his wrist. After announcing the rules, Yege spoke again. "Well then, without further delay, I now declare the race has begun." The moment she finished, the roar of engines immediately filled the air. The race cars proudly sped towards the teleportation gate up ahead. Shi Yu also gradually accelerated. The instant he passed through the teleportation gate, the scenery around him changed. Fei Zi immediately reminded him through the screen, "Big bro, the road ahead is a long straightaway. Speed up and put some distance between you and the others." But before he could even speed up, someone was already approaching from behind. Shi Yu frowned slightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. A muscular goon carrying a flaming club approached him. He laughed smugly. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" Yu knew that woman would cause trouble in the race, but he didn't expect her to bring helpers. Over on Yun Zhao's side, a similar goon was causing trouble. Seeing this, Fei Zi shouted a warning, "Big sis Yun, dodge towards your 2 o'clock." Hearing this, Yun Zhao snorted coldly and warned, "Call me big sis one more time, and I'll sew your mouth shut." The moment she finished speaking, she tilted her car to one side, the friction from the tires creating a shower of sparks on the road. Han Diem, chasing from behind, slowly said, "Big Snake Brothers, cover me. It's not your time to shine just yet." She mentioned that she spent quite a few points bribing an insider from the organization to tamper with CU's equipment. In other words, you can't escape. At this, Han Diem's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, bringing a heavy great sword to an extreme flash race. This stupid kid is still too green. Well then, let the hunt begin. The moment she finished speaking, she aimed her gun at CU. In an instant, a hail of bullets began to rain down on the two of them. Yun Zhao glanced at Shi Yu and shouted, "Their firepower is too strong." Shi Yu was also worried and quickly asked, "Little Fei Zi, is there any way to create some distance?" Fei Zi fell silent, thinking. Ziyu's car wasn't fast enough to escape them. The boy remembered this track from the 22nd round. The champion back then was the Tofu Master. If it were him. Thinking of this, Fei Zi suddenly realized something. He quickly shouted, "Big bro. In 10 seconds, accelerate and jump." CU and the other person nodded slightly. However, there was a sharp turn in front of them, which made Yun Jiao ask in confusion, "Are you sure you saw that, right? There's a sharp turn up ahead, no time to explain." "Trust me," Fei Zi said urgently, and 10 seconds later, the kid shouted, "Now!" Although Ziyu and Yun Jiao were confused, they ultimately hit the gas and leaped off the track. This scene left Hong Yan, who was chasing from behind, utterly bewildered. In that moment, she witnessed a stunning sight. A piercing screech echoed as the wheels skidded a long way across the ground, and Ziyu and Yun Jiao landed safely, successfully entering a hidden passage. Fei Zi quickly explained, "This hidden passage can buy you guys at least 10 seconds. Use this chance to leave them behind." But Ziyu just smirked and said, "Leave them behind? I have no intention of doing that." Elsewhere, Han Yan's group of 3 had also given chase. Han Yan floored it while gritting her teeth and cursing, "Damn it, that bastard actually found the hidden passage. Let's speed up and block them at the next intersection." The 2 beside her nodded, but before they could even accelerate, the sound of tires appeared. It was Ziyu. He was flying through the air, sneering as he said, "No need to go to all that trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward aggressively and, without hesitation, slashed down with his blade, cleaving one of the women's vehicles in 2. That woman immediately panicked, hurriedly pressing a device in her hand to make an emergency escape. But Yun Jiao appeared right on time, snatching the gun from the woman's hand. She smirked and said, "Well then, how about you leave this behind for me to play with?" Seeing this, Han Yan instantly flew into a rage and screamed, "Damn it, you stinking brat, you're so treacherous." Then she started firing wildly at the 2 of them. Unfortunately for her, Ziyu and Yun Jiao skillfully dodged. Their match was, of course, being broadcast live. Jie, the commentator outside, was exclaiming, "This is truly spectacular. It seems the Red Scale team has run into CU. The 2 sides don't seem to be competing for speed, but are instead locked in combat." Meanwhile, on the other side, the monster Brit has fallen to last place. This is really unusual. But what she didn't know was that he was just warming up. Back in the day, Gu Gui not only took first place, but he also eliminated every other contestant in that race. If he could do it, Brit believed he could too. With that thought, he pressed a few buttons on his vehicle, and then, to everyone's horror, bullets began to destroy everything, including people. With a loud boom, fire and smoke erupted violently. Not only that, but the attacking rounds also contained bone-chilling ice burning on one side, freezing on the other. In just a moment, the entire racetrack was engulfed in a wave of energy. The monster Brit passed through the track majestically, without any hindrance. Up ahead, Siyu, still dealing with the other group, noticed Brit charging towards him. He immediately grew worried, not expecting him to be so fast. At the same time, Hong Yan laughed smugly and said, "Brat, let's see how much longer you can hold out." Siyu's expression instantly turned grim. This would create a pincer attack situation. Before he could even figure out how to deal with the woman in front of him, Brit launched an attack from behind. 2 bullets flew out from the back of his vehicle. Seeing this, Yun Jiao screamed in panic, "Yu!" Seeing the 2 of them trapped, Han Yan laughed even more triumphantly. "Ha! Go to hell." Yu frowned deeply. "What do I do? At this rate, they'll catch up to you soon." In this dire situation, Fei Zi shouted, "Big bro, if you keep this up, you won't be able to finish the race." "Yun Jiao, there's a corner up ahead. We'll have to risk it with this move." Yun Jiao immediately nodded and replied, "Got it." Instantly, they both accelerated to maximum speed. The roar of the engines quickly filled the air. In just a moment, the 2 had caught up to Hong Yan ahead. Hong Yan was startled at first, but she quickly reacted. She smirked and said, "Trying to speed past me? That will only make me take your life even sooner." But at that moment, Siyu's blade scraped against the ground. He leaned over at a 45-degree angle, dodging the bullets fired by Hong Yan. Yun Jiao on the other side was no exception. She performed a similar maneuver, evading the attacks from Hong Yan's lackey. Jia Ge, watching this intense battle from the outside, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Shi Yu and Shen Yun Jiao are forcefully accelerating into the corner. Yun Jiao's movements are incredibly graceful, leaving everyone in awe. Xie Yu is now in the lead, having left Hong Yan's group behind. But Hong Yan wasn't panicking. Instead, she laughed maliciously. "So what if you pass me? Now you've just become a living shield." But Xie Yu didn't back down, retorting with a pout, "We'll see who the shield is." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Yan finally noticed 2 bullets hurtling towards her. Only then did she realize she'd been tricked. Gritting her teeth in anger, with a loud boom, the rear of her vehicle exploded. Yun Jiao and Shi Yu had pulled ahead. The muscular guy on the other team saw that Hong Yan had been defeated and sneered contemptuously. "That woman who doesn't know her own limits is done for, isn't she? That means we can have this prize money all to ourselves. Kid, I'm coming to join you." "Well, look who it is." Just after Siyu and his partner escaped Hong Yan's group, they run into these two. What a nuisance. Siyu glanced at Yun Zhao, suggesting, let's deal with them the same way. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, showing she understood. Just then, the muscular guy's flaming staff came swinging at them. Siyu didn't dare to be careless and raised his blade to block. The muscular guy laughed smugly and said, Kid, I've never lost a close-quarters vehicle battle. His accomplice also began his attack. He threw several grenades towards Siyu and Yun Zhao. They quickly swerved to dodge. With a loud boom, an explosion erupted. Not letting his guard down, Siyu shouted a warning, Yun Zhao, get clear. Yun Zhao also hurriedly tilted her vehicle to dodge. The muscular guy, who had been focused on attacking Siyu and Yun Zhao, suddenly noticed something. It was Brit charging up from behind. His massive vehicle barreled straight towards the two goons. Seeing this, the two panicked and used their emergency escape to flee. Yiji witnessed the scene and excitedly announced, the monster Brit is unstoppable. The Dasikwe team is eliminated. At the same time, Fei Zi cheered happily. That was awesome, big bro. Keep up this pace. Next, take the plan B route. Siyu nodded slightly and replied, Route B? Understood. After taking out those two, Brit snorted in disdain. All of them are too weak. Up ahead, Yun Zhao suddenly spotted a trap on the path before her. Siyu noticed it too, his brows furrowing in surprise. When did they set this up? But before he could react, the landmines exploded, sending Siyu into a panic. Both Siyu and Yun Zhao were sent flying by the explosion. After steadying himself, Siyu looked worriedly towards Yun Zhao. Watching from the sidelines, Yege couldn't help but click her tongue and sigh. Yun Zhao and Siyu were charging ahead so bravely, but in the end, they still couldn't withstand the monster Brit's assault. And just like that, both of them have fallen into the sea. Meanwhile, Hong Yan, who had escaped earlier, was still watching the match. After seeing Siyu and his partner get taken down, she immediately walked over to Fei Zi. She taunted, so that little brat lost in the end after all. My racing vehicle was destroyed because of you. Just wait, once we're off this track, I'm not letting you get away with this, you little punk. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Fei Zi gave a smirk. Who said we lost? Rewind to before the race. Fei Zi had told Yu and Yun Zhao that there are many hidden routes in the ultimate speed race. Finding an advantageous hidden route is the key to victory. During the race, Fei Zi would use secret signals to point out hidden paths. Up, down, left, or right. He had confidently declared that he would find them a path to victory, which is why right now, Fei Zi was laughing triumphantly. Watch closely. The race has only just begun. As soon as he said that, the engine of a vehicle suddenly broke the surface of the sea on the monitor. At some point, Siyu and Yun Zhao had hit the gas and were now racing through the water. This sight made Yi Ge's eyes widen in shock. She cried out in disbelief, this is absolutely incredible. Siyu and Yun Zhao have burst out from the water. They haven't been eliminated yet. Meanwhile, the monster Brit was on a roll, wiping out other players. He's truly a reaping machine. The convergence point is right ahead, and they're about to clash again. Will Siyu and Yun Zhao be able to escape Brit's assault? Right now, Brit is racing ahead of them. Seeing that Siyu and his partner were unharmed, he wasn't flustered at all. He just sneered, luck won't save you a second time. As soon as the words were out, a barrage of bullets shot out from the rear of Brit's vehicle. Not daring to hesitate, Siyu immediately activated overload. Seeing this, Yun Zhao immediately warned him, don't use overload. Your body won't be able to take it. Siyu bit his lip hard and said with determination, I have no choice. If I lose this, I'm doomed anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a slash with his blade, successfully neutralizing Brit's explosive attack. Then, he and Yun Zhao closed in right behind Brit. Seeing his powerful attack get neutralized, Brit couldn't help but muse. So you really are a unique class user, huh? But he didn't let up. He fired off several more rounds. Brit raised his hands slightly, clicking his tongue as he said, I wouldn't normally use this move on a regular player, but against a special unique class holder, I won't be holding back. Immediately after, he waved his hand, drawing a circle in the air. Then he clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. At the same time, the bullets seemed to gain additional firepower, crackling with energy as they tore through the air. The sight horrified Siyu and Yun Zhao. In an instant, the supercharged ammunition blasted towards them. They didn't dare let their guard down and swerved desperately to dodge. The scene was absolutely stunning. Yiji couldn't help but exclaim, it has appeared. The monster Brit's ultimate move, the gravity field. It can create an absolute lockdown and even destroy an opponent's advanced skills. On such a narrow track, it's nearly impossible for Chiyu and Yun Zhao to escape. At that moment, Chiyu's face was incredibly grim. He felt as if his body was being crushed by a massive mountain. The two of them were now trapped inside the gravity field, and Britt was already approaching the finish line. Seeing this, Fei couldn't help but sigh in defeat. I guess this is it, after all. Beat that monster, Britt. But just as he finished speaking, Yu shot back. Little Fei, why are you being so pessimistic? Where did all your confidence go? Fei replied dejectedly. But we're really out of options now. Even if we could escape the gravity field, it'd be too hard to catch up. Yun Jiao let out a soft laugh, pouting as she spoke. You idiot. Just shut up and watch closely. As for this unreasonable guy, Yu. As long as he doesn't fall, we still have a chance. The moment she finished speaking, Yu took out a soul stone and began to absorb it. The blade in his hand radiated a powerful energy. Seeing this, Jiage couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yu still hasn't given up. His great sword is undergoing an incredible transformation. It's become a long spear. At the same time, Yun Jiao also focused her power into her hands. Everyone in the audience stared at the screen in great anticipation. They wanted to see how Yu and his partner could possibly turn the tables. In the midst of the battle, Yu gripped the long spear and yelled, Yun Jiao, I'm counting on you for what comes next. With that, he threw it. The long spear shot forward, tearing through the air. Yun Jiao quickly reached out her hand to match its speed, and then precisely caught the long spear. In an instant, the long spear was pulling Yun Jiao along with it. This sight made Jiaji exclaim in shock. That's absolutely incredible. I've never seen a skill combination like that before. And just like that, Yun Jiao, holding Yu's long spear, shot forward in a flash, piercing through layer after layer of the gravity field. Her current speed was truly unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, she was about to catch up to the monster Britt. Britt couldn't believe his eyes either. Although Yun Jiao's hand was burning with pain at that moment, she refused to give up. Her hand remained clenched tightly around the long spear, not letting go for a single second. The monster Britt's explosive power was completely useless. Britt couldn't help but reflect. Yu used his explosive power for a speed boost instead of attacking me. A very clever choice. Before long, Yun Jiao was getting closer and closer to Britt, and right ahead of them was the finish line. Yu watched the two of them with anticipation. Fei, on the sidelines, was doing the same, pursing his lips and muttering, just a little more, just a little more. Yun Jiao was also feeling the pressure, urging herself inwardly to go even faster. A few seconds later, the wheels of both racers nearly touched the finish line at the same time. It happened so fast that it was impossible to see who the champion was. Jie, knowing everyone was waiting, quickly announced, we'll let the system analyze the results. Immediately, the system displayed a time difference of only 6 milliseconds, and the winner was Yun Jiao. After 20 minutes, the gravity field set by the monster Britt disappeared. The last surviving player, Yu, successfully reached the finish line. Jie immediately announced, and with that, the race is over. Although Yu's time was slow, since there were only 3 racers left, he was still lucky enough to become the third-place winner. Additionally, the all-time leaderboard has seen some changes, but unfortunately, no records were broken tonight. Immediately after, Jiaji invited the 3 winners onto the stage to receive their awards. The 3 quickly walked up, and the crowd in the stands immediately erupted in cheers. Yun Jiao stood on the highest podium, in high spirits, while Britt, in contrast, looked a bit gloomy. Fei was also incredibly moved at this moment. This is great. I can't believe we actually won. This means I can call myself the handler of a champion. That flamboyant red-haired woman won't dare to bully me anymore. On the podium, Yu glanced at Yun Jiao and praised her. You were amazing just now. Yun Jiao smiled smugly and said, it was a piece of cake, just a standard maneuver. Yu ignored her boast, glanced at Britt, and said with a smile, well then, Britt, as promised, the sacred healing dragon scale is mine. Hearing this, Britt scoffed contemptuously. Kid, I came in second, you came in third. How is that you beating me? Yu froze, retorting defensively, that's not right, but I helped Yun Jiao win first place, so in a way, that means I beat you, right? Britt replied flatly, sorry, I only look at the race results. Just then, Jia Ge spoke up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for this year's awards ceremony, our organization has once again invited a special guest. As you all know, Mr. Gu Kui, who was at the top of the rankings, has left us. Therefore, tonight, we have invited the person ranked second on the leaderboard to appear. Upon hearing this, the people in the stands immediately started murmuring amongst themselves. No way. Why would they invite that guy here? That's way too dangerous. Jiaji ignored the crowd's reaction and continued. His heroic posture has subdued all enemies, and at the same time, he is someone we are all familiar with. The Guild Master of the Blood Moon Guild. When Yu and Yun Jiao heard the identity of the guest, their expressions turned grim. They never would have dreamed that he would appear here. Amidst Jiaji's cheers, Leng Jing, the Guild Master of the Blood Moon Guild, walked step by step into the racetrack. CU broke out in a cold sweat looking at him, trembling as he muttered, "That guy is the guild master of the Blood Moon Guild." Jia Jie handed the trophy to Leng Jing and said with a smile, "Well then, I'll leave the rest to you." Leng Jing nodded slightly and replied, "No need to be so formal. I should be the one thanking you for inviting me here tonight." CU narrowed his eyes at the man, a hint of panic flashing in his gaze. "He isn't here to settle scores with me, is he?" While he was worrying, Leng Jing had already walked up to Yun Jiao, smiling as he said, "You must be Miss Shen Yun Jiao. Your performance tonight was outstanding. This trophy looks especially beautiful with you." After speaking, he handed the trophy to Yun Jiao. She reached out to take it, but her face was full of panic. She mumbled with a trembling voice, "Thank you." Leng Jing paid her no mind and walked over to Brit, handing him a trophy. "Long time no see. It's a real shame about tonight. You were just a little bit short of breaking my record." Hearing this, Brit cursed in displeasure. "Shut up and stay away from me." Leng Jing completely ignored his attitude and walked towards Cau. He looked up at the boy and asked with a frown, "You're Cau?" He mentioned he heard of Cau's reputation for a long time and that the Blood Moon Guild had been well taken care of by him. Cau knew he didn't have good intentions, but he couldn't figure out what Leng Jing was planning. Still, he feigned politeness and replied, "Likewise, you people from Blood Moon have taken good care of me." Immediately after, the two shook hands. In that instant, Leng Jing's gaze turned razor-sharp. Yu immediately felt an oppressive force weighing down on his body, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. It felt as if Leng Jing was toying with him in the palm of his hand. As they were locked in this stalemate, another hand grabbed Leng Jing's. In a flash, another stream of energy appeared, clashing with Leng Jing's. The one who intervened was Brit. He reminded him in a cold voice, "Leng Jing, you're a guild master. Are you really going to fight a teenager who isn't even 20? Hearing this, Leng Jing pulled his hand back and let out a hearty laugh, saying, "My apologies. He is, after all, a unique super endurance holder. It's hard not to get a little excited." Cu bit his lip hard. Even though it was just for a moment, he could feel that this guy was much, much stronger than him. Seeing his expression, Leng Jing raised an eyebrow and said, "Cu, don't be so tense. I didn't come here to cause trouble for you. Not only that, but I also have some good news to share." With that, he turned to the crowd in the stands and announced, "In half a month, we will be opening the S-rank dungeon under the Blood Moon Guild's management, the Crimson Dragon's domain." He said that at that time, any player under level 40 would be able to take on the challenge. Aside from rare equipment and items, the first player to get the final kill will also earn a chance to join the Blood Moon Guild. These words stunned XEU. Yun Jiao was no exception. Isn't the Crimson Dragon's domain the dungeon where you can obtain the Holy Healing Dragon Cloud? In contrast to their confusion, the entire venue erupted at this news. This was exactly the reaction Leng Jing wanted. He continued, "All of you dissatisfied players, bring your desires and come slaughter each other. We, the Blood Moon Guild, will provide you all with the most spectacular arena." At this point, he glanced at Cu again, raising an eyebrow provocatively. "Cu, you're not going to tuck your tail and run this time, are you? Is that so?" Shiyu stared at Leng Jing, his face filled with grim determination. A short while later, at Brit's place, he took out a dragon scale that was enveloped in a golden aura. Seeing it, Shiyu immediately cried out in joy. "Is this the Holy Healing Dragon Scale?" Brit nodded slightly and replied, "That's right." Cu assumed Brit was giving it to him and reached for it, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Did you call us here because you changed your mind and decided to give it to us?" Brit snorted softly, mercilessly pushing him away, and said indifferently, "No. You didn't beat me, so why would I give it to you?" Hearing this, Cu retorted angrily, "Then why did you call us over here?" Brit shrugged nonchalantly and said with a pout, "The one who beat me was Shen Yun Jiao. This Holy Healing Dragon Scale. I'm giving it to her." This made Shiyu even more annoyed. Could your logic be any weirder? The two of them just kept arguing like that. Yun Jiao took the scale and handed it to Shiyu. He asked uncertainly, "This thing, do I drink it or rub it on myself?" "You idiot." Yun Jiao snapped in annoyance upon hearing that. Then, she raised her hand and shouted, "Use item, Holy Healing Dragon Scale." On player Cu. While Cu was still confused, he saw a golden light envelop his body. In that very instant, the blackened marks on his health bar began to fade. Before long, his health had almost returned to normal. Seeing this, Cu exclaimed in excitement, "This is great. It really works. My health is finally recovering. The main thing now is to go to the Crimson Dragon's domain and get more Holy Healing Dragon Scales. Then I can finally get rid of this side effect." While he was celebrating, Yun Jiao spoke up to remind him, "Hey, Cu, he gave you the item. Have you forgotten what little Wanzi asked you to do?" Cu frowned slightly, a bit of confusion in his eyes, but he quickly remembered something. It's true. Before I left, little Wanzi told me to deliver this letter to you personally. Saying this, he handed the letter to Brit. However, Brit slapped it away and said with a cold snort, "Don't put anything related to her in front of me." But just as the letter was knocked away, something fell out from inside, and a voice was heard along with it. Mechanical voice. Monster Brit detected nearby. System automatically activating, releasing electrical current. In the blink of an eye, Brit was surrounded by an electric current. Xiaoyu, not understanding what was happening, mumbled in confusion. What is this situation? Just then, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. My dear Brit, by the time you hear this recording, I trust you've been hit by the 100% accurate armor-dissolving ray that I've been researching for years. Brit bit his lip fiercely, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this is so annoying. Then, he looked up at Shi Yu and Yun Jiao and ordered, You two, get out of here right now. But the two of them didn't want to leave. Zhe Yu, seeming a bit excited, said, Let's just watch and see. Yun Jiao pursed her lips and mumbled, But my gut is telling me something terrible is about to happen. And sure enough, a moment later, Brit's body began to change strangely. The layers of armor on his body seemed to crack, and from within, flawless, fair skin was revealed. Shi Yu and Yun Jiao froze solid at the sight. The monster Brit was actually a woman. This situation was just too unbelievable. Brit looked at the two of them, her eyes filled with rage. She gritted her teeth and said, You two. I told you to get out, since you've seen what I look like. Seeing that Brit was about to attack, Shi Yu and Yun Jiao quickly tried to placate her. Monster Brit, no, Miss Brit, we didn't mean to. Fortunately, Brit just punched the wall, muttering in frustration. Damn it, this is all Xiao Wanzi's fault. With that, she sat right down on the steps. Brit looked up at Shi Yu and Yun Jiao and said coldly, You two are still useful to me, so I won't harm you. But you must absolutely not tell anyone about this. Hearing this, Xiu let out a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. No problem, Miss Brit. But then, Brit introduced herself. My name is Yelin. Shi Yu was a little taken aback and asked in surprise, So Brit isn't your real name? Hearing this, Yelin seemed to recall something unpleasant. In the past, Xiao Wanzi had stood before her, chattering away. You're so pretty, big sis. Are you a new member of the guild? What's your name? If you keep ignoring me, I'm just gonna call you Brit from now on. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she got. Yahello warned them, annoyed. In any case, you are not allowed to call me Brit when I look like this. Also, kid, you just said you wanted to go to the Crimson Dragon's domain, right? Cu nodded slightly and replied, Of course. It's an S-rank underground city. Not only does it have the Holy Dragon scale, but also rare resources and a huge number of points. Yalin's expression grew a bit solemn. She said seriously, You think that guy, Lang Jing, will let you off that easily? Did you know? Lang Jing is also a unique wielder of the Extreme Anomaly Ring. These words made Shi Yu's eyes widen in shock. Yaolin said that Lang Jing has always been a meticulous and cunning person. The fact that you survived this long is probably all part of his plan. And now that Lang Jing is luring you to the Crimson Dragon's domain, it means he's confident he can deal with you. But Yu wasn't afraid at all. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, But I have reasons why I must move forward. I can't just live in fear and hide from him forever, right? Scoffing lightly, Yaolin said coolly, Idiot. Who told you to hide? If you just become stronger, you won't have to be afraid of that guy anymore. And I can teach you the true way to use the Extreme Anomaly Ring. Yu was stunned for a moment. There's a method like that? After a long silence, Yu asked hesitantly. But why would you help me? Giving me the Holy Dragon scale was already a huge help. Yeah, Lin didn't explain. She stood up and walked toward the two of them. She said nonchalantly, There's no why. If you must have a reason, just assume I'm doing it because I feel like it. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and a teleportation gate appeared behind Yu. He cried out in alarm, Wait, I haven't agreed to anything. But before he could finish, Yaolin kicked him, scoffing coldly, Stop dawdling. Just like that, Yu was kicked through the teleportation gate. Yun Jiao was very worried, but there was nothing she could do. A moment later, in the teleportation space, Yu fell from the air with a thud. He grumbled under his breath, Damn that woman. Where is this place? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yaolin appeared in front of him, stating coolly, This is my usual training ground. And now, I will train you here. Hearing this, Yu panicked. You can't be serious, can you? Yaolin wasn't joking at all. She brought out her two mechanical arms and said in a stern voice, Prepare yourself. Your options are to either defeat me or get beaten half to death by me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yaolin's mechanical arms powered up, and without a moment's hesitation, she slammed a fist into the ground. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but stammer in a panic, I'm gonna die. Yaolin replied coldly, That's right, if you don't get serious, prepare to die. The moment she finished speaking, she lunged towards Shiyu like a flash of lightning. Not daring to be careless, Shiyu quickly drew his blade to defend himself. Yaolin saw this and scoffed coldly. Don't think you can block my attacks that easily. The moment she finished speaking, her mech's arms lashed out, accompanied by a series of intermittent explosions. Shiyu couldn't block it and was sent flying backward. He dragged his blade along the ground as he slid, carving a long gash into the earth. But before Shiyu could even recover, Yaolin charged at him again. She spoke with contempt. Too slow. Without a moment's hesitation, her two arms slammed down. Shiyu couldn't react in time and was sent flying once more, smashing hard into the stone wall behind him. Yaolin glared at him, her tone filled with provocation. Well, is this all you've got? Shiyu bit his lip fiercely. This girl's aggression is seriously infuriating. I guess I'll have to teach her a lesson. With that thought, he immediately shouted, then watch my power closely. Instantly, he activated his overload state. In a flash, Shiyu's figure appeared behind Yaolin, but before he could strike, she raised a hand to block him. She raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk. Oh? Not just your power, but your speed has increased as well. Shiyu was stunned. That heavy fist actually kept up with his post-overload speed. In that case, I'll go even faster. Putting thought into action, he pushed his speed even further. But unfortunately, Yaolin blocked every move. Shiyu was fast, but she was faster. In just a moment, the two had exchanged several blows. Yaolin glared at Shiyu and said with a contemptuous smirk, your attack patterns are too simple. At this level, you can't even scratch me. As she finished speaking, she applied a bit of force. And just like that, Shiyu was pushed back. But he wasn't flustered. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back anymore. During that last attack, I left sigils on the ground. His words startled Yaolin. When she looked closely, she saw there were indeed sigils on the ground. And right now, they were emitting a layer of energy. In an instant, that energy erupted violently. Seeing this, Shiyu spoke triumphantly. Getting hit by this move of mine should finally injure you a little. And yet, when the smoke and dust cleared, Shiyu's expression darkened. Because Yaolin was enveloped in a protective barrier, completely unharmed, Shiyu's face immediately turned ugly, those massive mechanical arms. This feeling was just like when his greatsword transformed into the soul spear. While Shiyu was lost in thought, Yaolin dashed forward. She curled her lip into a smile and said, what's wrong? It's only been 3 minutes and you're already done for. Shiyu's expression changed drastically again. Damn it, there's no escape. At his maximum speed after using overload, his stamina had reached its limit. And so, Shiyu was caught by Yaolin's mecha arms. With no other choice, Shiyu had to speak up. Miss Yaolin, I surrender. Hearing this, Yaolin snorted with contempt. What? You really are still too weak. And to think I even activated my hetero extreme ring. Shiyu seemed to have expected this. He voiced his realization. So, your weapon is also a hetero extreme ring? Yaolin gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. That's right. The so-called hetero extreme ring is a weapon that can awaken a new form when certain conditions are met. This transformation is called heteromorphosis. Depending on the will and physical condition of the wielder, the degree of heteromorphosis for each ring will also be different. Shiyu's requires absorbing a certain amount of energy before it can undergo heteromorphosis. But Yaolin said that even if he could use the heteromorphosis spear form now, it wouldn't change the outcome of his defeat. Because Shiyu's heteromorphosis can't compensate for his biggest weakness in combat, that is, Shiyu relies too heavily on his own overload method. Once he faces a strong enemy, he'll just exhaust his stamina and collapse. It will become your fatal flaw. Hearing this, Shiyu sighed helplessly. But, what am I supposed to do? This is the passive attribute of the devouring ring. I can't control it. Yaolin raised an eyebrow at him and said seriously, thinking like that just proves your content to be controlled by the hetero extreme ring. If you want to get stronger, you must counter it. Shiyu frowned slightly, muttering in confusion. Counter it. Yaolin stated casually. To become stronger, you must awaken another stage of heteromorphosis. In other words, you need to find an energy item that can trigger the next transformation. Hearing this, Shiyu felt helpless. That soul stone. I nearly died just to get that one. Yaolin said calmly. Energy items themselves are extremely rare. Even my intelligence network has no records of them, regarding the underground city, potentially dropping energy items. But in the end, the hetero extreme ring is a double-edged sword. Even though it's also a devouring ring, perhaps I overestimated you. I hope I won't be disappointed the next time we meet. After saying that, Yaolin vanished. Seeing this, Shiyu panicked and called out, Hey, you're just leaving like that. Unfortunately, no one answered him. He sighed helplessly. What a strange person. I can't figure out her intentions at all. However, Thanks to Yalin, Siyu now had a better understanding of the mechanics of the devouring ring. Next, I just need to figure out how to enhance my metamorphosis. Who knows, I might become as strong as Yaolin, and then it'll be easier to get points. If I get the points, Yui can be revived. Thinking of this, Shiyu became even more determined. He spoke seriously. Just you wait, I'm about to get stronger. The next morning, at Shiyu's school, Yun Jiao arrived as usual. The male students greeted her as soon as they saw her. Yun Jiao also replied politely. However, when she entered the classroom, she saw Siyu already sitting there. She frowned in surprise. Siyu actually came to school this early? Is it for the system's daily mission again? With that thought, Yun Jiao walked over and patted his shoulder in greeting. But Siyu looked absolutely terrible at that moment. His eyes were as dark as a panda's, which made her cry out in shock. What's with this exhausted look of yours? Shiyu sighed softly and said, It's nothing. I was thinking about the difficult problem Yaolin gave me all night and couldn't sleep. Yun Jiao seemed to understand. Looking at the notebook on his desk, she asked doubtfully, What are you writing? Shiyu hurriedly explained, This is the ultimate leveling guide I spent all night thinking up. Hearing this, Yun Jiao pouted disdainfully, completely unable to understand it. You're in such a rush to get stronger. Are you that determined to conquer the Dragon Domain trial? Siyu nodded slightly and replied, Of course. By the way, do you know which dungeon drops energy items? Energy items? I've never heard of them. Yun Jiao frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, But didn't we just meet a friend who knows everything? Siyu then remembered that guy and exclaimed excitedly, That's right, that guy has to know something. But when he messaged Fei Zi, he received a very provocative message. Fei Zi's tone was extremely unpleasant. Who the hell are you? I don't remember adding a fat pig like you. Shiyu bit his lip fiercely. This guy must have a death wish. In his anger, he explained that he was Shiyu. Hearing this, Fei Zi quickly replied. After reading the message, Siyu scratched his head in frustration. Leveling up is important, of course, but for him right now, metamorphosis is the fastest way to increase his combat power. While Siyu was lost in thought, the lecturer walked down from the podium. He reminded him, Young man, the content of this lesson is a mandatory key point. Please pay close attention. Then, the teacher called on him to answer. Please stand up and explain what the law of conservation of energy is. Siyu quickly stood up, but luckily, he still had some knowledge. He answered honestly, Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another, right? The lecturer nodded slightly and replied, Correct. Furthermore, energy reflects the state of motion. Different forms of energy can be converted into one another. He said that fire and lightning were natural disasters in ancient times, but they were later harnessed by humans to create the age of steam and the age of electricity, respectively. Similarly, nuclear energy can destroy everything like a nuclear bomb, but that's only if its energy conversion can't be effectively controlled. Hearing this, Siyu frowned and asked, So, you mean we should follow the law of conservation of energy and utilize it? The lecturer nodded slightly. That's right. As long as we can control the use of energy well, we have the hope of entering a new energy era where human society will have infinite possibilities. As he said this, a meaningful glint appeared in his eyes. Shiyu pondered the teacher's words, and soon after, he exclaimed excitedly, I've got it. Hearing this, the lecturer raised an eyebrow and asked, You figured out the answer to the question on the board? In that case, please share. But before he could finish speaking, Siyu had already rushed off. Teacher, my stomach suddenly hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. This left the lecturer stunned and confused. Even Yun Jiao, sitting beside him, was surprised and muttered, What is that guy doing? It seemed as if the lecturer would be angry, but instead, he suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Siyu, who had just run out, was messaging Fei Zi, telling the kid to send him the location of a dungeon. He had a bold idea and couldn't wait any longer. He had to go test it out immediately. A moment later, in front of a teleportation gate, this was the place Shiyu was looking for. It didn't matter what kind of dungeon it was, he decided to go in first and figure things out later. This place was the C-rank dungeon, Fallen Frontier. Siyu entered, full of fighting spirit. Alright, where are the little monsters? Come on out. But before he could even meet a monster, a loud shout came from behind. Big bro, run. Siyu was startled. He turned his head and saw Fei Zi tied up by a demon-faced man, who smirked and said, Shiyu, long time no see. Shiyu's expression immediately turned grim. Fei Zi shouted in fear. Big bro, he pretended to be me and sent you that message to lure you here. It's a trap. Mogui grew impatient with the boy's rambling. He threw the kid aside, huffing coldly. You little brat, you're so damn noisy. Then he looked towards Siyu and said with a cold laugh, Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Make your move, Ying Luen. It turned out that it wasn't just Mogui here. There was another person. Siyu's pupils contracted instinctively. his eyes filled with vigilance. The one who came to help Demon Mask was a woman, with a cloak on her back that looked like a pair of fallen wings. Demon Mask spoke smugly. "See you, even though the guild master told us not to cause you any trouble. Now, enjoy the feast I've prepared for you." The moment he finished speaking, Yinglong made her move. In an instant, the surrounding objects seemed to come to life, beginning to gather in one spot. Before Shiyu's astonished eyes, they formed a small mech. Before long, he was surrounded by the mechs. Demon Mask didn't stay idle either, activating his clones. He smirked and said, "Yinglong's ability is controlling mechanical puppets. In a place full of mechanical scrap like this, it's like setting a tiger free in the jungle for her." Over on the side, Fei was extremely worried and shouted, "Big bro, it's dangerous." But Siyu was very calm. He spoke casually, "Little Fei, don't worry. Since you called me big bro, I won't just stand by and watch you die." After saying that, Siyu glanced at Demon Mask, his tone aggressive. "Demon Mask, since you're resorting to such despicable tricks, I might as well use you to test out my new move." Up until now, during battles, Siyu had never paid attention to the issue of energy distribution. Increasing the energy of his skills would increase the area of damage, but in a one-on-one fight, it would just consume more energy. Using Overload would cause energy to cover his entire body, comprehensively boosting all his stats, but it also increased the rate of energy consumption. If energy was a finite resource, Siyu should avoid unnecessary consumption and instead concentrate his energy into a single point, using it only to defeat the enemy right in front of him. With that thought, Shiyu pointed his blade at Demon Mask and shouted, "Bring it on, Demon Mask." His brazen attitude annoyed Demon Mask. He snorted contemptuously, "Stop posturing. You don't stand a chance." Shiyu paid him no mind, calmly dealing with a group of mechs. Although Shiyu currently didn't have an energy item to trigger his transformation, according to what Yahello had implied, as long as he had enough energy, he could activate it. Shiyu had just been healed by the Holy Healing Dragon Scale, which meant he had a full supply of life energy. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, "Come, Devouring Blade, let's have you devour my body once more." In an instant, Siyu's body was enveloped in a stream of energy. Before long, the energy surpassed its peak, shifting into an overload state. A surge of energy swirled through the air, rushing straight toward the group of mechs. This scene horrified Demon Mask and Yinglong. Even Fei was completely bewildered. Before everyone's bewildered eyes, the group of mechs was completely annihilated by Siyu. Demon Mask couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. "What's going on?" This move never appeared in the previous data analysis. Siyu, on the other hand, smirked smugly. It worked. In order to reduce consumption, he wanted to transform the greatsword into a smaller form. But I didn't expect it to be so greedy. It even swallowed my left arm. But it's fine. Siyu raised an eyebrow provocatively. "Come on, Demon Mask. I'm feeling pretty good right now." Demon Mask quickly regained his composure, snorting coldly, "Child's play. You think that's enough to scare me? Yinglong, let's attack together." Hearing this, Yinglong immediately obeyed and began controlling the puppets. Several mechs attacked Siyu once again. Unlike with the greatsword, Siyu's speed was now clearly faster. He didn't need to enter overload mode, instead concentrating all his power into the blade's edge. And so, in less than 3 seconds, he had cut down all the mechs attacking him. At the same time, Demon Mask also lunged down from the sky. Shiyu wasn't flustered at all, calmly raising his sword to strike. He spoke with contempt, "Just a clone. Too weak." This scene enraged Demon Mask. He summoned another wave of clones and shouted, "Damn it, all of you, attack." Seeing this, Siyu wasn't afraid either, calmly swinging his sword to counter. He even taunted Demon Mask, "You still don't get it, do you? Defeating your clones and puppets is nothing more than cutting vegetables for me. Your plan to wear me down is useless against me." Demon Mask stared at Siyu in a daze. He never expected him to have this fighting style. And by this point, Siyu had destroyed all of his clones. He smirked and said, "So, still want to continue? On the contrary, it's you who no longer has the strength to summon more clones. Stop talking nonsense." Demon Mask roared in anger and then charged forward. The clanging sound of collisions rang out. Just then, Demon Mask suddenly pushed off his feet, and 2 more clones appeared to surround Siyu. As if he had anticipated this, Siyu wasn't surprised. He smiled calmly and said, "So you were holding back after all, huh? What a coincidence. So was I." The moment he finished speaking, he activated Blade Energy Blast, and a series of energy beams shot up from the ground. This forced Demon Mask to hastily retreat. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Ixiu charged forward again. "This is it, Demon Mask." Immediately, a barrage of blade energy beams shot powerfully toward Demon Mask. Not daring to be careless, Demon Mask also raised his sword to defend himself, but before long, it was shattered by Siyu's blade energy. CU raised an eyebrow at him and said with a smile, "You've lost." But even though he was defeated, Ghostface just laughed and said, "Is that so?" CU was stunned, not understanding what he meant, but he quickly realized that another one of Ghostface's clones was holding FaZe hostage, warning with a cold laugh, "Drop your sword, or don't blame me." Then, he looked towards Yinglone and shouted, "Yinglone, finish him now." But hearing this, Yinglone didn't move an inch. Just then, a fiery sword slash suddenly appeared. Yun Jiao, appearing from nowhere, cut down Ghostface's clone and snorted coldly, "Don't get too smug. You're the—" After dealing with the clone, she looked at Chi Yu and said, "I had a weird feeling about you, so I followed you here to see what was up. I can't believe something was actually going on." With his plan foiled by Yun Jiao, Ghostface gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, you wretched woman. Why did you have to interfere at a time like this?" CU glared at him and asked coldly, "Is that all you have to say?" Ghostface's attitude changed in an instant. He smiled fawningly and said, "CU, let me explain. This is all just a misunderstanding." But CU wasn't buying it. He snorted coldly and said, "Sorry, I already gave you your chance. Besides, when someone like you is in such a hurry to hand-deliver points to me, how could I possibly refuse?" With that, he swung his sword down, taking Ghostface's life. After finishing him off, Shiyu turned to Yinglone and said flatly, "That just leaves you." However, Yinglone had no interest in fighting. She turned and walked into the teleportation gate, saying, "This fight is meaningless. I won't continue." She mentioned that the Crimson Dragon's domain would make them experience true hell. At the same time, Yun Jiao suddenly gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she cried out, "It's her. She's the one who attacked us back then." Realizing this, Yun Jiao rushed forward, shouting, "Hold on. Don't you dare run." Yinglone seemed a bit startled, but she didn't stop. And just like that, Yinglone disappeared into the flames of the portal. Seeing Yun Jiao's reaction, Yu couldn't help but ask, "What was that all about? There's no need to chase her." Yun Jiao bit her lip hard, shaking her head slightly as she replied, "I'm fine." Once out of danger, FaZe ran and hugged Ixiyu's leg. The boy started to cry his eyes out. "You saved me again. Oh, big bro, to repay your kindness, I'll work like a slave for you for the rest of my life." Seeing this, Shiyu let out a helpless sigh. "You don't need to thank me. Actually, Ghostface only kidnapped you because of me." Hearing this, FaZe nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. So in that case, big bro, you owe me one, right?" Just then, Yun Jiao spoke up. "This place isn't safe. We should get out of here before we talk." FaZe's fear quickly disappeared, and the boy said confidently, "In that case, let's go talk at my place. My house is really big." A short while later, the three of them stood in front of a huge mansion. CU exclaimed in disbelief, "Little FaZe, isn't this a little over the top? You didn't buy this mansion by cashing in your points, did you?" FaZe sighed and replied, "Of course not. This house belongs to my super rich dad. Besides, when it comes to cashing in points, the system places limits on you depending on your level." Hearing this, CU nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's how it works." While they were talking, the mansion's gate swung open. Three maids stepped out from inside, crying out cheerfully, "Young master, you're finally back." Seeing the three of them, CU's eyes widened in amazement. So this is what the world of the rich looks like. Before FaZe could even react, a maid ran up and hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "You've been gone for 2 days. I was worried to death." Another maid walked up to CU and said, "You two must be the new tutors the master hired. Thank you so much for looking after the young master." Then, they ushered the two of them inside the mansion. FaZe, on the other hand, was not happy about being pulled along. He shook her hand off irritably. "Xiao Li, let go of me. I know how to walk by myself." Soon after, the three maids led them inside. Xiao Li said respectfully, "We have prepared dinner. Please, make yourselves at home." A magnificent feast was already spread out on the table, with every delicacy imaginable. Looking at the spread of food, Shiyu was at a loss for words. Xiao Li then spoke up, "Young master, if you need anything else, please let me know." Before leaving the dining room, seeing her leave, Shiyu picked up a bite of food from the table and couldn't help but remark, "Little FaZe, I had no idea your family was this wealthy." But FaZe didn't look happy at all. He just pouted sullenly. "It's not me who's rich, it's my old man. As for me, he's had my entire life planned out for me since I was a kid. I've had enough of this boring existence." Ever since he started this game, FaZe felt like he had been reborn. In the game world, there were no strings attached, and he was free to pursue his own adventures. But as he said this, FaZe suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Shiyu. "But then you went and helped me win the Hua Biao tournament, and now I've lost my purpose in life all over again." Shiyu was baffled. "And how is that my fault, model?" But FaZe didn't care and said excitedly, Next, you're going to the Crimson Dragon domain, right? You have to team up with me. Siyu frowned slightly and said hesitantly, but you should think carefully. Continuing to team up with me could lead you into all sorts of dangers like that demon face. But just as he finished speaking, Yun Zhao also spoke up. I want to go to the Crimson Dragon domain this time, too. Hearing this, Siyu was stunned, but he quickly realized something. He narrowed his eyes at her and asked, Yun Zhao, that person named Ying Luan from earlier. She has something to do with you, doesn't she? Yun Zhao didn't hide it and admitted it calmly. That's right. I've actually been searching for her all this time, and now I've finally found her. This happened a few months before she met Siyu. Back then, as a newbie, Yun Zhao was lucky enough to meet a helpful player. Her name was Xiao Yu, and she teamed up with Yun Zhao. After that, they successfully conquered quite a few dungeons, and Xiao Yu became Yun Zhao's only friend, and her best friend. But those good times didn't last long. During one run, the two of them were ambushed in a dungeon, and the attacker was none other than Ying Luan. To protect Yun Zhao, Xiao Yu decided to cover her escape. Although Xiao Yu was very confident in her abilities, after that incident, Yun Zhao never saw Xiao Yu online again. Ever since then, Yun Zhao has been comforting herself, thinking maybe she just quit the game or perhaps removed her as a friend. But if their attacker was from the Blood Moon Guild, she fears that something terrible truly happened to her. As she said this, Yun Zhao's voice filled with a bit of heartache, but she quickly sighed and said, I don't know what to do. For now, I just have to focus on earning points. But just as she finished, Siyu suddenly spoke up. If the worst has happened, 1 billion points might be able to bring her back to life. Hearing this, Yun Zhao was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, Are you kidding me? How is something like resurrection possible? Siyu slowly explained. Isn't this game all about making the impossible a reality? It's because I believe in that possibility that I've made it this far. He said that he had decided from the very beginning that he would earn 1 billion points to save his friends. Yun Zhao was immediately stunned. She never expected this was why Ziyu had always been risking his life. Even Fei couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Noticing everyone's strange looks, Jiyu couldn't help but pout and say, Why are you all looking at me with such disbelief? With that, he poured himself a glass of water, then slowly spoke again. Don't worry. We're already making good progress, aren't we? Thanks to your help, I've earned a lot of points recently. If we keep this up, 1 billion points won't be a problem. Yun Zhao couldn't help but smile. She finally believed it. If it was Siyu, maybe he really could do it. Fei also shouted excitedly, Boss, I get it. We have 10 days. I'll thoroughly prepare the intel for the S-rank dungeon. With that, the three of them clinked their glasses, looking forward to heading to the Crimson Dragon domain to make a huge score. A few days later, in a dark cellar, a man was being protected by a shield. He shouted aggressively, Very good. Bring them all to me. You trash mobs. This is the A-rank dungeon, the Gloomy Cave. The man was surrounded by a swarm of monsters, but he wasn't panicking. He calmly shouted, The mob pull is complete. The rest is up to you guys. Immediately, a girl outside received the command and began firing wildly. In an instant, what looked like a sun appeared in the air, then continuously shot energy beams at the monsters. Shiyu's group of 3 was also here. Seeing the other group's coordination, Siyu couldn't help but remark, So the Golden Cicada Guild actually has a class like this. Just then, he leveled up to 24. Seeing this, Fei laughed excitedly. Boss, you leveled up again. Siyu replied calmly, It's worth spending a few points to maximize efficiency. A moment later, the man walked out from the fray, weapon in hand. He scanned the crowd and asked, All right, that skirmish is over. A lot of equipment dropped. Anyone want to buy? Yun Zhao went over to take a look. She spotted a short spear and exclaimed excitedly, Nice, this is great gear for fast, close-quarters combat. Shiyu, however, wasn't paying attention. He walked up to the man and said, Uncle, same as always. I'll buy all the low-priced green equipment. The man nodded slightly and replied, Got it. I'll save it for you. While they were talking, a fat man cut in, Hey, party leader. Remember to save any good equipment for me. I'll pay your guild double the price in RMB back in the real world. Shiyu ignored the man and checked his inventory. The haul wasn't bad this time. He had bought nearly 50 pieces of cheap green equipment. Seeing this, Fei couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Boss, why do you need so much of this equipment? Isn't it a huge waste of points? Siyu just smiled mysteriously and replied, I have a use for these. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to devour the entire pile of equipment. And immediately after, all of Ziyu's stats began to rise continuously. This made him very satisfied. Very good. I feel so much stronger now. Just then, the person in front suddenly stopped. The woman spoke slowly. The final boss is just ahead. You guys can't follow us up there. With that, she pointed into the distance and suggested, when the fight starts, just hide behind this bone fragment. It's in the boss's blind spot, so it's perfectly safe. The man leading the team also nodded in agreement. This boss is pretty tricky. Even for the two of us, it might take over an hour. Don't move around during that time. Hearing this, the chubby guy from before started to sigh. How boring. The life of a rich person power leveling is just so simple and dull. After giving their instructions, the two of them charged forward together to face the Berserk Beastman. Before they could even get close, its giant blade came crashing down. The male leader didn't dare to be careless and raised his shield to block. The two of them worked together, one drawing the Berserk Beastman's attention while the other started attacking to chip away at its HP. Watching this from the sidelines, the chubby guy couldn't help but sneer. Man, this is pathetic. Taking this long for a boss of this level, the Golden Cicada mercenaries are so weak. Hearing this, FaZe snapped back in frustration. If you're so great, why don't you go fight it? Unfortunately, the chubby guy paid the kid no mind, because he had just spotted a precious gem in the distance. The chubby guy's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't that a gemstone? If it's high quality, it could sell for a high price. With that thought, he ran over, wanting to claim it for himself. Seeing him run off, FaZe called out a warning. Hey, you. They told us not to wander around. At the same time, the Berserk Beastman let out a sudden roar, which confused the male leader a bit. Huh, why is it acting so strange all of a sudden? Before his astonished eyes, the Berserk Beastman changed direction and started running. The chubby guy, still oblivious to the danger, was still basking in the glow of his find. The man finally realized what the Berserk Beastman was after and desperately shouted a warning. You idiot. Get out of the way. But it was too late. By the time the chubby guy realized what was happening, blood was already splattering everywhere. He had been swatted dead in a single blow by the Berserk Beastman. The sight made FaZe curse out of fear. The female leader was also terrified by the scene. If this continued, all of their clients would be wiped out. CU's expression grew a little grim, while the others were terrified. They didn't want to die yet. Just then, the Berserk Beastman charged towards CU. The male leader's face instantly turned ugly. We're done for this time. However, CU remained perfectly calm where he stood. The very moment the Berserk Beastman's claws struck, the blade in his hand also swung out. With lightning speed, the flash of his sword cut straight through the Berserk Beastman's body. The sight left the male leader stunned, unable to react. But CU had actually one-shotted an A-ranked boss from the Undercity. Seeing this, FaZe's admiration grew even stronger as he shouted, As expected of my big bro. The woman, who had just been terrified, was now utterly bewildered. He killed an A-ranked boss in a single strike. What kind of gods snuck in here? CU, on the other hand, was very satisfied with his own abilities, and said with a happy smile, I've gotten quite a bit stronger. Plus, he had leveled up to level 25. After 10 days of intense power leveling, the day the Crimson Dragon's domain opened had finally arrived. CU and his two companions stepped out of the teleportation gate. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but remark, So, this is the place? So many people. FaZe exclaimed excitedly. Of course, endgame dungeons are divided into team dungeons and public dungeons, and this time, Blood Moon actually opened up the S-rank dungeon they had desperately tried to keep hidden. That's why so many people are speculating that Blood Moon might not be able to conquer this Undercity. Hearing this, Ixayu smirked and said, Something that even Blood Moon can't conquer? That's just what I was hoping for. Seeing his attitude, Yun Jiao spoke up to remind him, You should tone it down a bit. Don't forget how many enemies you make every time you do something. After a long wait, the countdown for the gate to open finally finished, and everyone could now enter. Seeing this, Shiyu suggested, Let's get going. But before he could even take a step, he stopped in surprise. Because the space in front of him was suddenly empty, everyone had moved to the sides. He muttered in confusion, What is everyone doing? Why are they clearing a path? Seeing him still standing there, FaZe urgently shouted a warning, Big bro, hurry up and move to the side. CU was baffled, but before he could get out of the way, a displeased voice rang out. Players these days are getting more and more worthless. Don't even know to make way for the Golden Cicada Guild. The one who spoke was a young man with blonde hair, with a woman beside him. Seeing the two of them, the people around immediately started whispering, Look, it's people from the Golden Cicada Guild. It's that rookie with the incredible track record. Do the Demon Blade. The blonde-haired guy, hearing everyone whispering about him, couldn't help but say with a smug smile, Tianye, you're underestimating me by saying that. For better or worse, I'm known as the most handsome guy in the Jin-Chan Guild. I'm pretty famous, you know. Hearing this, Tianye scoffed in disgust. Forget about a guy with a ridiculous hairstyle like his. She couldn't understand why she was assigned to the same team as this utter narcissist. It was disgusting. Just then, Mao Du noticed something in another direction and exclaimed in surprise, Wait a minute, not you. Seeing the man looking his way, Siyu asked warily, "What is it?" "I'm Siyu. You got a problem with me?" But Mao Du just pushed him aside, pulled a flower out of nowhere, walked up to Yun Jiao, and said with a smile, "Well, if it isn't the lovely Miss Yun Jiao, your performance at the Extreme Speed event last time was truly spectacular." Shiyu's expression immediately turned sour. What the hell is this brat doing? And where did he even get a rose? Mao Du paid him no mind and continued talking to Yun Jiao. "If you don't mind, could you teach me how to race sometime?" Yun Jiao was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Siyu, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat, afraid that Yun Jiao might actually agree. But just then, a mecha arm shot out, grabbed Mao Du, and lifted him high into the air. It was Xiao Huan. She let out a cold snort and said, "Hey, Mao Du, you're taking forever." Being lifted up, Mao Du shouted in protest, "Xiao Huanzi, put me down right now. I'm in the middle of something very important." Once again, the people there began to murmur. The Jinshan Guild had sent more than just 2 people. Xiao Huanzi was here too, along with her top support, Jin Zhenzi. Zhenzi sat next to Xiao Huan, still holding some food in her hand, but she asked curiously, "Is there anything tasty inside this underground region?" Xiao Huan chuckled and replied, "I heard there's a lot. I'll treat you to some grilled skewers later." With that, Xiao Huan waved to Siyu. "Well, if it isn't little brother Siyu, thanks for helping me deliver that letter to the weirdo Brit last time. See you in a bit." After saying that, she led her people inside. Only then did Siyu let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Xiao Huan had made him break out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, nothing bad happened. Just then, a sudden shout rang out. "Look, the Sui Yue Guild is here too." Yun Jiao was slightly startled and glanced over, just in time to see 2 people and a dog emerge from the teleportation gate. That woman, Ying Luan, actually showed up. The other person was the owner of the mecha dog beside them. Rumor has it, he's never failed the top assassin with a 100% kill rate, the ghost assassin, Zentian. Fearing Yun Jiao wouldn't be able to stop herself from attacking Ying Luan, Siyu quickly warned her, "Yun Jiao, don't be reckless. Now's not the time to settle the score with that woman." Yun Jiao pressed her lips together and replied, "I understand." But just then, a cannon suddenly fired. Zentian and his companion quickly took a step back, while the mecha dog dashed forward, opening its mouth to catch the explosive shell. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted everywhere. When the smoke cleared in an instant, Zentian and his partner were standing there, unharmed. At that moment, 3 people stepped forward and shouted righteously, "Zentian, even if it costs us our lives, we will have our revenge today." Seeing this, someone in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Are these people trying to get themselves killed, daring to challenge the ghost assassin, Zentian? But they showed no fear of death, charging towards him together. Seeing this, Zentian let out a cold snort. "You pathetic ants. Very well, I'll grant your wish." With that, he slowly reached for the sword on his back. The moment the blade left its sheath, countless flashes of sword light danced through the air, their speed so incredible it startled Siyu, who was watching. This guy is no joke. Zhenqian narrowed his eyes at the 3 of them and spoke coldly. "You're not worthy of being killed by my own hand. Go, Luosha Wan." As soon as he finished speaking, the mecha dog was about to lunge at them. In the nick of time, 3 beams of energy suddenly enveloped the 3 men, successfully protecting them. At almost the exact same moment, the teleportation gate opened again, and someone else stepped through. Seeing the newcomers, the crowd gasped in amazement. It's the Xiongxi Guild. No wonder someone was able to use a barrier skill from so far away. So it's the Xiongxi Guild's elven swordsman, Long Tian. The man known as the elven swordsman slowly opened his mouth. "This ends here," he declared. With members of the Xiongxi Guild present, the Shui Yue Guild had better not think of causing trouble. The woman beside him was Ling Ran. She also warned in a cold voice, "Zentian, I will absolutely not allow you to trample on order." Seeing the 2 of them, Zentian grew impatient and sneered. "It's these annoying flies again. Let's go, Ying Luan." After that, the 2 of them turned and headed inside. After they left, Long Tian spoke again in a booming voice. "Everyone, listen. As long as we of the Xiongxi Guild are here, the pillar of justice will never fall. All evil will face our judgment." Siyu, observing from the side, couldn't help but think to himself, such an elegant and refined style, a complete opposite of the Jinshan Guild. At that moment, a young man with blue hair suddenly shouted excitedly, "The Xiongxi Guild has gone in too, but no one from the Kui Wu Guild has shown up. Let's just not join them. All right, it's our turn now, let's go." But just then, someone stepped out from the doorway, stopping them with a stern voice. "Everyone, hold on. You can't enter yet." The person introduced himself as an officer from the Blood Human Guild in charge of maintaining order in this underground city. seeing that the number of players entering this time exceeded 122. With that said, he handed each person a number. It was random, and they would enter sequentially. Faizi received his number and immediately shouted in excitement, "This is great. I'm number 22. Standing ahead, Yun Jiao also spoke up happily. "I'm number 25. Faizi then looked at CEU and asked quizzically, "Big bro, you're always so lucky. Don't tell me you got number 10 this time." But at that moment, CEU's arm was trembling uncontrollably, and his face was as grim as if he grumbled in frustration. What did that fat guy say just now? A total of 122 people this time. Was he wrong? I actually drew the very last spot. Hearing this, Faizi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, big bro. Don't feel too bad about it. We'll handle your share of the fighting for you." CU pouted slightly and said, "I don't even care about the points from the first floor. I'm just worried it'll be dangerous for you two to go in alone." Yun Jiao glared at him and scolded in annoyance. "Stop looking down on us. You should worry about how you're going to catch up." Faizi also said a word to reassure CU, then pointed to a spot on the map and said, "Then, let's set a meeting point. The exit of the first floor, the tomb of the spirit serpent. We'll regroup there and then enter the second floor together." While they were talking, people had been entering one by one, and now it was Faizi's turn. CU watched from the outside as the others went in, his expression turning a bit grave. He had a feeling it wasn't going to be that simple. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the underground city, in the abyss of 10,000 serpents, a giant python was attacking everyone. Modu hurriedly raised his sword to block, then charged power into his blade. In a flash, the python's back was enveloped in a faint blue light. And not long after, Modu unleashed an explosive slash, killing the python instantly. Modu ran a hand through his hair, smiling cheerfully. "Easy peasy. Can't let my hairstyle get messed up." Then, he suggested, "All right, little prince, let's hold the line." But just where Modu wasn't looking, two more pythons attacked. Caught off guard, he was ensnared by them. He cried out in alarm, "How are there still more?" Just then, Qian Ye charged out with her sword. She snorted in contempt, "Modu, you really are perfect bait." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure moved like a dancer, incredibly graceful, yet the slashes from her sword were supremely sharp, and in just a moment, she had dealt with the two pythons. But all around them, many more blood-red eyes appeared, staring intently at them. Qian Ye pouted and muttered, "You've drawn all the snake monsters around here to us." Just then, a water bubble suddenly appeared. Zhen Zi, while creating the bubble, shouted, "The great Zhen Zi is here too. I won't let anyone get hurt." In an instant, the water bubble enveloped Modu, making him laugh smugly. "Hee, you can't touch me now." At the same time, Xiao Huan shouted a command, "Little Vajra, activate fighter mode. Roast these monsters before us alive." The moment she spoke, the mecha behind her readied all the guns in its body. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its full firepower. With a deafening boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing all the pythons to pieces. The three women high-fived in celebration. "Our coordination is just perfect." The only one who wasn't happy was Modu. He was now charred black as coal, complaining indignantly, "Not perfect at all. Okay, you blew me into a piece of charcoal. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Unfortunately, the three women paid him no mind at all, turning and walking away, which drove him mad with anger. "Don't you underestimate me, you bunch of women." They had no idea that someone from above had been observing their entire battle. Ying Luan spoke contemptuously. "So this is the Golden Toad Guild. They don't look like much of a threat to us." Hearing that, Zhen Tian reminded her, "Don't be fooled by appearances. Let's go check somewhere else." In another part of the snake cave, another group of people was also being attacked by pythons. Suddenly, the monsters started breathing fire, throwing the players into a panic. But there was one who remained calm. He slowly drew his sword. Long Tian spoke coolly, "Fire element monsters." Then the corresponding attribute is ice. As he spoke, he delivered a slash wreathed in frost, instantly freezing two of the pythons solid. At the same time, Ling Ran charged forward with his blade. A brilliant holy light shone from his slash, slicing the pythons' bodies into pieces. Seeing this, the other players rejoiced. "It's the Lion Guild. We're saved." After striking, Ling Ran asked in confusion, "Long Tian, this place is clearly called the Crimson Purgatory Dragon's Domain. Why have we only encountered snake monsters along the way?" Long Tian slowly explained, "In legends, snakes are called little dragons. They have the potential to transform into dragons, just like us. You know, every snake actually wants to become a dragon." Hearing this, Ling Ran didn't ask any more questions and quickly suggested, "Let's go." They rushed to get to the final floor first according to their original plan, but little did they know, they were being watched by members of the Blood Moon Guild. Ying Lone couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. as expected of a powerhouse guild. Not only are their individual abilities outstanding, their teamwork is flawless too. Zhen Tian nodded in agreement. Correct, but they aren't our target. Yinglong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If it's not them, then who could make the guild master send you personally? Could it be? Before she could finish, Zhen Tian nodded in confirmation. That's right. I've already made all the arrangements. Your next mission is to make sure those two don't show up and disturb me. Our target is extremely strong. I must ensure I can kill him with everything I've got. In another part of the cave, a pair of legs was moving silently. It was Yun Jiao, all alone at the moment, unhappily muttering to herself. Xiao Feizi told me to go this way. Why haven't I seen anyone yet? Just as she took a few more steps, she suddenly froze, because some kind of liquid was dripping from above. Yun Jiao hastily dodged it. Sure enough, in that same moment, a giant python appeared. Far from being scared, she leaped into the air. With a cold snort, she cursed, "You disgusting monster." As the words left her mouth, Yun Jiao slashed down, killing the python in a single blow. From it, she obtained a crimson toxin. She exclaimed in surprise, "This really is an S-rank dungeon." Even the materials dropped by mobs are high level. While she was collecting the item, a sudden noise from behind startled Yun Jiao. Without the slightest hesitation, she charged toward the source of the noise, ready to destroy the monster. Just as her weapon came slashing down, a startled cry rang out. Wait! Yun Jiao's attack froze instantly. The furry hood suddenly fell off, revealing it was Feizi. The young boy quickly cried out, "It's me, Big Sis Yun." Seeing him, Yun Jiao demanded with annoyance, "Xiao Feizi, what in the world are you doing?" Feizi laughed happily and replied, "This is my special monster disguise. With this, I don't have to worry about surprise attacks from other monsters." Hearing that, Yun Jiao scoffed in disgust. "That thing is hideous. Get rid of it. From now on, you just stick close to me. Understand?" Feizi nodded lightly. "All right, let's head to the end of this floor and wait for Big Bro." Hiding in a dark corner, Yinglong silently watched them before reporting back to Zhen Tian. The other two have no intention of meeting up with him. Zhen Tian immediately replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, outside, after several hours, number 122 was finally called. Siyu was extremely annoyed. He tilted his head back and yelled at the sky. "What kind of stupid rule is this, making me wait all day? Just you wait. This dungeon is mine for the taking." As soon as he finished speaking, he stormed off and shot through the portal with a whoosh. In no time, Xiu found himself inside the cavern of the first floor. Scanning his surroundings, he couldn't help but frown and mutter, "This place is massive. How am I supposed to find Yun Jiao and Feizi?" But at that very moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. "So, you're finally in." Siyu was startled, his eyes instantly filling with caution. The person who had arrived was Zhen Tian, accompanied by his mecha dog. He spoke coldly. "Unfortunately, you won't need to choose any path, because this is where your journey ends." Zhen Tian's voice was dripping with killing intent. Siyu's brow furrowed. So, they really were scheming against him. They planned to ambush me from the very start, but in a way, that's good. It proves Zhen Tian isn't targeting Yun Jiao and Feizi. With this in mind, Siyu raised an eyebrow provocatively. "Bring it on, Blood Moon. Are all of you going to jump me at once? Fighting you one by one is just a damn nuisance." Zhen Tian snorted and said coldly, "Don't be in such a hurry. For the crimes you've committed against the Blood Moon Guild, I'll make you pay for every last one of them, right here." The moment he finished speaking, he drew his blade and threw it. Siyu was taken aback. Aren't these samurai types supposed to be masters of the blade? Why would he just throw his sword away? The blade tore through the air with incredible force, but moments later, a pair of hands caught it, giving Siyu a huge shock. Zhen Tian had appeared in front of Siyu without him noticing, but Siyu's reaction wasn't slow either. He hurriedly raised his blade to parry. His first strike having failed, Zhen Tian remained calm and let out a cold snort. Not bad reflexes. Rakshasa, attack. The mecha dog frantically charged at Siyu. Isn't this a 2-on-1 fight? Not daring to let his guard down, Siyu quickly transformed his weapon, the Blade of Devouring, which finally took the shape of a sword. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, pushing both Zhen Tian and his mechanical beast back. This sight made Zhen Tian unable to stop himself from smirking. He reached behind him and drew another blade. His voice was dripping with murderous intent. "A weapon that can change its form. How interesting. Pray like you. I won't let you escape." Shiyu didn't back down, retorting with a slight smirk. "Well, you're not so bad yourself. At least you didn't go down in one hit." Biting his lip aggressively, Zhen Tian threw his blade once more. He spoke with a cold voice. "This time, try not to die too quickly." Instantly, his figure vanished again, and by the time he reappeared, his blade was already clashing with Siyu's. Shiyu couldn't help but marvel. Not only was this guy's strength on par with his, but he also had the speed to instantly teleport to his blade's locations. While Siyu was lost in thought, Zhen Tian's figure flickered and vanished again, reappearing behind him. He aggressively threw the blade in his hand. Fortunately, Siyu reacted in time, blocking it with his sword. But as soon as he blocked one blade, another one came flying, forcing him into a defensive position. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several more blows, with Siyu constantly being pushed back. However, Zhen Tian had no intention of letting him go. He recalled his two blades. Just then, Siyu launched a fierce slash forward. Unfazed, Zhen Tian calmly threw a blade, forcing Siyu to dodge once more. His eyes were filled with frustration. Does he have an endless supply of these damn blades? While he was dealing with Zhen Tian, his pet suddenly rushed forward with a blade in its mouth. Siyu's eyes instantly narrowed. He hastily dodged the pincer attack from Zhen Tian and his pet. Zhen Tian raised an eyebrow smugly. It's over. There's no way you can dodge this next move. With that, he charged forward aggressively. But at that moment, Siyu calmly smiled and said, "What if I don't need to dodge?" Zhen Tian ignored his words, unleashing a ferocious slash. A powerful purple energy surged madly towards him. Not daring to be careless, Siyu also began to unleash his own sword energy. With a loud boom, the two powerful energies collided. The crackling sound of energy waves filled the air, and then, in an instant, they exploded, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Seeing this, Zhen Tian couldn't help but remark, "To think you could block that. You're making this hunt more and more interesting." Siyu squinted at him, raising an eyebrow provocatively. "It's not certain who the prey is yet. You're not weak either. If I defeat you, I should get a lot of starting points." As soon as the words left his mouth, both of them vanished simultaneously. With a clang, the sound of their weapons colliding rang out. Zhen Tian let out a cold snort and said, "Then by all means, come and try." But at that moment, a puff of purple smoke suddenly appeared, startling both of them. With a loud bang, the smoke exploded. Zhen Tian looked cautiously in that direction and shouted in a cold voice, "Who's there?" When the dust settled, a figure was revealed, sitting on a broom and hovering in midair. Siyu's eyes widened in surprise as well. Who in the world was this? Just then, the person opened their mouth. "Both of you, stop right now. According to the guild's peace treaty, fellow guild members have the right to monitor and prohibit meaningless combat with third parties." She said that in the name of the Grey Feather Guild, she was prohibiting the private duel between Siyu and Zhen Tian. Hearing this, Zhen Tian spoke up, displeased. "Doesn't your Grey Feather Guild have a policy of never interfering with other guilds? Don't even think about stopping me. Anyone who gets in my way dies." With that, he pointed his blade directly at the girl as a warning. Shortly after, Zhen Tian attacked her. The girl quickly dodged, then landed on the ground. She looked warily at Zhen Tian. On the side, Siyu also spoke up doubtfully, "The Grey Feather Guild. What exactly do you want? I won't rule out the possibility that you're an enemy." Hearing this, the girl retorted in annoyance. "An enemy? What are you talking about? I'm here to save you." Siyu was confused, only to see her activate a magic formation. In an instant, a teleportation circle appeared beneath their feet. Seeing this, Zhen Tian shouted in frustration, "Rakshasa Wan, don't let her get away with it." On his command, the dog charged forward, trying to attack the girl. Seeing the situation was dire, Siyu immediately jumped in between them, using his sword to block the attack. But while he was distracted, he bumped into the girl. In that one moment, the energy of the formation fluctuated, and then the formation's energy erupted. Zhen Tian was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Grey Feather Guild, you just wait." Elsewhere, at the other end of the teleportation circle, Siyu opened his eyes in a daze, muttering in confusion. What happened, that last moment? But when he saw where he was standing, he became even more bewildered. Siyu glared at the girl and demanded, "Why am I in this god-forsaken place? What did you do? Where is this?" The girl was just as lost, muttering in confusion. "Yeah, where is this? I swear, I set the coordinates for the exit." Hearing that, Siyu snapped in frustration. "Are you kidding me? Wasn't this your doing? How can you not know where we are?" The girl hurriedly checked the coordinates, and after a long moment, she spoke up. "Found it. We've been transported to the border region of the underground city." Hearing this, Siyu asked doubtfully, "So how far is it back to where we were?" The girl slowly replied, "Roughly, a 2-day journey." Her words made Siyu even more furious, and he yelled, "Are you messing with me? Teleport me back right now." She was frightened and quickly shook her head, replying, "I'm sorry. I can't, and I won't." She slowly explained, "You might not know this, but the president of our Ash Mist Guild has the power of absolute prediction. That day, the president predicted that a great disaster would descend, and many lives would be lost because of it. The Chosen One was also buried in the Black Flame. The other members were all on missions, so the president asked her to come here. Even if she couldn't stop the disaster, he hoped she could save XCU. After hearing this, CU couldn't help but marvel. This game has such a fantastical ability, but he didn't understand. Even if the prophecy was real, he had no connection to the Ash Mist Guild. Why would they want to help him? The girl slowly explained, because the weapon in your hand is related to something the guild is searching for. So, to us, you're as important as a panda. At this point, she cheerfully introduced herself. All right, my name is Lin Wei Ni. It's a pleasure to meet you. We just need to wait here for our skills to cool down, and then I'll teleport you out. The mission will be complete. However, CU turned to leave. Sorry, I can't just idle around here. Hearing this, a confused Wei Ni asked, Don't you believe me yet? CU replied firmly, I still have teammates elsewhere. If what you're saying is true, they're in even more danger now. These words made Wei Ni a bit frantic. She mumbled with a trembling voice, You still have teammates. I'm sorry, but to get back to where we were from here, the path is very long and dangerous. But no matter how she tried to persuade him, CU remained resolute. If you're scared, then stay here. I can't waste another second. Meanwhile, in the Python Cave, Yun Jiao and Fei Zi had gathered a lot of loot. But Yun Jiao spoke up worriedly. Still no word from CU? Fei Zi casually replied, He's probably still at the entrance. But just as he finished speaking, a broken-up voice came through. Hey, little Fei Zi, can you hear me? Fei Zi immediately grinned and said, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I'm getting a signal from the boss. On the other end, CU was fighting off monsters, trying to contact them to warn them. Listen to me. This underground city is probably more dangerous than we imagined. Stay where you are and wait for me to regroup. But Fei Zi couldn't hear him clearly at all and asked in confusion, Boss, what are you saying? I can't hear you clearly over here. Did you say you're rushing to meet up with us? CU yelled in frustration. You idiot. I said, don't go any further. Stop where you are and wait for me. I'm going to be a little late. Unfortunately, it was no use. Fei Zi still couldn't hear him, completely misunderstanding his words. The signal is terrible, boss. Did you say we should keep moving forward? And so, Yun Jiao and Fei Zi advanced to the second floor. On his end, CU was furious, shouting, Hey, the signal keeps cutting out. What kind of crappy communication is this? How can I hear you clearly, but you can't hear me? With that, CU glared at Wei Ni behind him and asked warily, And what are you doing? Wei Ni explained sheepishly, This is my first time seeing the variant edge ring up close. Can I touch it for a bit? Stay away from me. I'm annoyed enough as it is, CU snapped. He then checked the system, which announced that a new route had appeared, asking if he wanted to take it. CU had no choice but to follow it. But when he arrived, he muttered in confusion, Is this the branch route? The new route split into two paths, and they both looked a little strange. Just then, Wei Ni suggested, Then let me scout it out. As she finished speaking, she activated her magical probe. In just a moment, Wei Ni's expression turned grim. She trembled and mumbled, We really shouldn't go this way. I can sense a terrifyingly powerful magic energy inside. But CU just smirked, a battle-hungry smile spreading across his face. No, this is the way. It's a faster route, and there are stronger monsters. It's just what I wanted. And with that, he charged straight ahead. It wasn't long before CU encountered monsters, but he didn't back down, calmly dealing with them. He pouted and remarked, The monsters here are no joke, as expected. While CU was locked in combat with them, flames suddenly shot past from behind, startling him. When he looked back, he saw Wei Ni attacking with fire magic from behind, constantly reminding him, Be careful. This type of monster has a poison effect. It'll be a real pain if you get hit. But instead of being grateful, CU yelled in annoyance, You scared me. And besides, you stole my experience points. Getting yelled at, Wei Ni apologized guiltily. He snorted and said coldly, I'll handle the rest myself. With that, he quickly transformed his weapon into a spear. Seeing this, Wei Ni exclaimed in awe. The weapon's form changed. So this is the variant edge blade? CU didn't answer. He dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had swept past the group of monsters. Wei Ni watched from the side, her eyes filled with admiration. The variant edge blade truly possesses extraordinary power. But even so, the president's warning can't be wrong. I hope that next time, before we run into the disaster, my skill, her teleportation can heal, so she can protect CU. Of course, he had no idea what Weir was thinking. CU remained focused on killing monsters, now on his 20th one. He nodded in satisfaction. The experience he was gaining seemed pretty high. I've leveled up again. But just as he said that, his eyes widened in shock. CU cried out in surprise. It's a dead end up ahead. There are only these bizarre carvings. Weir also frowned and muttered, The system guide shouldn't be wrong. Yu fell silent for a long moment before slowly speaking. So that's how it is. Take a look around here. Doesn't this look like a puzzle? Wei looked down as he suggested and saw 4 spheres of different colors on the ground. There were also 4 stone pedestals nearby. In front of them stood 4 giant dragon statues under a blood moon. As he spoke, Yu picked up a sphere. Based on my experience with games, these different colored spheres represent 4 dragons of different elements. This red one represents the fire dragon, so the next step is to place it on the corresponding stone pillar. The one with fins on its head must be the water dragon, which corresponds to the blue sphere. The one with moss on it is probably the wood dragon, for the green sphere. The one with spikes on its head is the thunder dragon, which corresponds to the yellow sphere. Wire followed Yu's lead, and together they placed the spheres. Then she asked doubtfully, "So we just have to place these spheres on the pillars, and that's it?" The moment she spoke, something stirred below. But Yu felt something was off, and he frowned thoughtfully. Isn't this a little too simple, though? With 4 spheres, even through trial and error, there are only 16 possibilities. Before Weir could reply, she noticed something and cried out in horror. When did so many monsters get here? They blocked the entire entrance. Yu's expression turned grim as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. This means we haven't solved the puzzle yet. Just as I thought, it's not that simple. Did we miss something? As he spoke, he examined the formation on the ground again. The light from the 4 giant dragons converged at the center of the altar, as if they were summoning something. But there isn't an extra sphere for a central slot like this. However, it didn't take long for Yu to figure something out. Wait a minute. The giant dragons are summoning something. And this is the Blood Moon Underground City. Could this be related to that dragon egg I got from the Blood Moon so long ago? With that thought, he quickly took out the egg. Weir was extremely anxious and asked hesitantly, Yu, what should we do? These monsters are about to attack us. Should we fight our way out? Hold on, let me try something first. Yu replied, shaking his head slightly, and then placed the egg in the center. Not long after, the altar reacted. The surrounding monsters froze in place. Seeing this, Weir exclaimed happily, "It's working. The monsters have stopped." Yu remained standing there, muttering in confusion. But something's not right. It still hasn't hatched. Just then, a wave of energy suddenly erupted. It was so powerful that it sent both Yu and Weir flying backward. Biting his lip hard, Yu gritted his teeth and muttered, "An attack from above." Who is it? When he looked up, a colossal figure had appeared above them, and a voice filled with authority boomed out. "You audacious humans. Not only have you trespassed into this forbidden land, but you've also dared to activate the forbidden seal. This is unforgivable. You will pay for your ignorance with your lives." It was a massive dragon, and the aura it radiated was terrifying. Weir cried out in terror, "This is bad. This terrifyingly powerful pressure. It's a malicious beast." Hearing that, Yu muttered in confusion, "A malicious beast? What's that?" Weir slowly explained. According to legend, there's a special type of monster that exists in the underground city. It's intelligent and can even speak to players. So far, only players at the guild master level have been strong enough to fight them. These monsters are called malicious beasts. Just then, the malicious dragon attacked. Yu and Weir hastily defended themselves, but in an instant, half of Yu's health bar was gone. He bit his lip hard and cursed. Damn it, its power is as terrifying as I expected. And I was already low on health. Weir also mumbled in a daze. Could this be the disaster mentioned in the prophecy? Does that mean I led Yu straight to his doom with my own hands? At that moment, the malicious dragon roared again. "Go, my minions. Go and crush these humans." Hearing this, Weir cried out in even greater panic. "Oh no, those monsters are about to attack." As she spoke, she created a defensive formation. She quickly urged, Yu, "I'll hold them off here. You go take care of the monsters at the entrance. That's our only escape route." "Got it." He nodded slightly and then charged toward the monsters by the exit. Weir, meanwhile, was being forced back by the malicious beast's energy. She yelled urgently, "Hurry up. I can't hold back the malicious beast's attacks. I'm at my limit. These lesser monsters, while numerous, aren't very strong." With that, he swung his blade, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. It completely shattered the cliff face. "Now, use your fire ability and attack the egg." Weir was a bit bewildered and asked back, "Are you sure we have to attack this egg?" He nodded resolutely. "Trust me, attack it now, or the moon's shadow will disappear." Hearing that, Weir didn't dare hesitate any longer, unleashing a fiery attack towards the egg. The very moment it was engulfed in flames, the eggshell began to tremble. Yu bit his lip fiercely, waiting for the result. It has to work, or I'm not getting out of this. Heaven did not disappoint. The egg began to shake violently, and then the eggshell cracked. Weir's eyes widened at the sight. Yu also stared, his eyes wide with shock. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the mission. The Secret of the Dragon Egg. Mission reward, Little Winged Dragon Pet. After emerging from its shell, the little winged dragon glanced over and saw CU. It immediately pounced into his arms, but he grumbled in dissatisfaction. I thought this egg held some kind of weapon. What's the use of a baby dragon hatching from it? But as soon as he finished speaking, the little winged dragon bit his finger, making him even more annoyed as he scolded, "How dare you bite your master?" Weyer, on the other hand, was delighted. She picked up the little winged dragon and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate it. Pets in this game have enormous potential. For example, Zhen Tian's Asura ringhound. When paired with a player, it can unleash unbelievable combat power. As its master, CU could probably see its stats and abilities already. This little guy had a lot of skills, which was something he hadn't expected. At this moment, the evil dragon's voice boomed once more. "So you've broken the seal. Perfect. Then you can all be destroyed together." As it finished speaking, lightning crashed down from the sky again. Seeing this, Weyer cried out in panic, "Oh no, the beast is attacking again." Shiyu was also very worried. He thought to himself, "Is the little winged dragon really that powerful? Let's find out." Immediately after, he unlocked the dragon wing support ability. In an instant, the little winged dragon's eyes lit up. A blinding ray of energy shot out from its body, soaring straight into the sky. Shiyu and Weyer watched this from the side, their eyes wide with astonishment. When the light faded, they saw the little winged dragon again. Only now, it was no longer little, it had become massive. It had become a flame-winged dragon, completely enveloped in fire. Seeing this, the evil dragon snorted in contempt, "A flame-winged dragon. Do you want me to destroy you a second time?" Seeing how powerful the little winged dragon was, he used his points to unlock another ability. Soaring Wind Wall. The winged dragon approached the two of them and lowered its body. Weyer murmured in confusion, "Is it telling us to get on?" At the same time, the evil dragon's lightning struck down again. But the winged dragon had already taken flight. It shot through the barrage of lightning and flew straight into the sky, carrying CU and Weyer with it. In a flash, it came face to face with the evil dragon. At this moment, he leaped from the winged dragon's back, shouting coldly, "Now it's our turn." Immediately after, CU stabbed down into the evil dragon's body. Not only that, but he also slid his blade down its long back. The evil dragon roared in pain and anger, grinding its teeth. "You insolent human who doesn't know your own limits." Weyer wasn't idle either. She attacked with her fire ability and shouted, "CU, I'll cover you." With her fire support, CU dodged the evil dragon's attack and stabbed it with his blade once more. He had already left an attack mark along the path he'd cut, and at this very moment, the energy began to surge and then violently exploded. CU leaned back to dodge it, then yelled, "Flame Winged Dragon." The Flame Winged Dragon immediately flew over and caught both CU and Weyer. He praised it with great satisfaction. "Perfect teamwork," she urged. "Now's our chance. Let's go." But the moment she said that, her eyes widened in terror. She let out a frightened cry. Sure enough, the evil beast wasn't going down that easily. In the blink of an eye, it was about to surround them. The evil dragon blocked the flame-winged dragon's path and snarled, "Humans, don't even dream of escaping my grasp." Seeing this, Wei-Er shouted, "See you, get down." Then she tried to cast another spell, but her magic hadn't fully recovered. She could only hope to teleport them even a short distance. A moment later, Wei-Er activated the teleportation circle. The flame-winged dragon dove right through the portal, successfully escaping the evil dragon. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness we got away. How were we supposed to fight a monster like that?" Seeing that she'd been helpful, Wei-Er smiled smugly and said, "See, my teleportation ability is pretty amazing, isn't it?" Hearing this, CU snorted in annoyance. "Don't forget, it was your teleportation that brought me to this godforsaken place in the first place." Having lost the argument, Wei-Er quickly changed the subject. "Stop blaming me. Look what I found." In her hand was a stone of thunder attribute Holy Decree Dragon Scale. It had fallen off the evil beast when Shiyu was fighting it earlier. Wei-Er wanted to give it to him. Shiyu's face lit up. All right. Although her teleportation had wasted a lot of his time, he'd ended up with a flame-winged dragon and a Holy Decree Dragon Scale. This was a pretty good haul. Thanks. Wei-Er suddenly blushed and said shyly, "No need to thank me. This was all part of the mission the guild leader gave me." Now that they had the flame-winged dragon, it seemed they could get back to their original position very quickly. Wei-Er thought that by successfully escaping the evil beast, she had broken the guild leader's prediction. She just hoped they wouldn't run into any more trouble. Just then, Siyu gave an order. "Flame-winged dragon, full speed ahead. I need to meet up with Yun Jiao and Little Fei as soon as possible." The flame-winged dragon sped up and flew off. Meanwhile, where Little Fei and Yun Jiao were waiting for Siyu, they had run into a monster of their own. Little Fei threw a bomb and yelled, "Don't underestimate me." Eat this. Boom. The bomb exploded, but that wasn't all. A flash of a sword came from a distance. Yun Zhao skillfully finished off the monster. Yun Zhao smiled cheerfully. That's all the dragon souls on this level collected. Let's get ready for the next floor. Hearing this, little Fei chuckled. We're going so fast, I'm afraid the boss won't be able to keep up. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly cried out in surprise. Wait a minute. The radar is acting weird. There's a red dot that's been right behind us for a while. Is there a monster following us? But little Fei quickly dismissed his own idea. No, that's not it. I think someone is following us. Hearing this, Yun Zhao frowned and muttered, Someone's following us. She then swung her blade at the empty air and shouted, Who's there? With a loud crash, the wall in front of her shattered, sending dust everywhere. When the dust settled, Ying Luan's figure was revealed. She smirked. So you found me? Yun Zhao's eyes went wide. She never expected to see her here. Ying Luan didn't even glance at Yun Zhao and little Fei, pouting as she said, I have no interest in you too. I was only following you to find out where Shi Yu is. Why hasn't he met up with you yet? But while she was talking, Yun Zhao had already lunged forward. She attacked Ying Luan without a moment's hesitation. Her flaming blade slashed forward wildly, but it was blocked by Ying Luan's thin threads. Yun Zhao didn't stop, pressing her attack with ferocious momentum. Ying Luan could only retreat step by step, forced onto the defensive. She was a bit confused and asked, Why are you so angry with me? Biting her lip fiercely, Yun Zhao said through gritted teeth, Have you forgotten so quickly? Why did you attack me and Xiao Yu that day? What did you do to her? Ying Luan paused for a moment. Ah, so that's what this was about. She raised her hands, manipulating the threads between her fingers. Ying Luan spoke coldly, Sorry, I can't tell you. On the other hand, by attacking me so recklessly, haven't you noticed you've already fallen into my trap? She explained that as soon as Yun Zhao moved, the threads would tear her to pieces. If she didn't want to die, she had to obediently reveal Ixi Yu's whereabouts. Watching from the side, little Fei cried out in fear, Big Sister Yun. But at that moment, Yun Zhao spoke. Is this the same pathetic little trick you used to ambush Xiao Yu? With that, she gripped the threads tightly and roared. Just you wait. I'll never forgive you, even if it tears me to shreds. Just as Ying Luan had said, the moment Yun Zhao moved, the threads sliced into her body. In an instant, numerous wounds appeared all over her. But at the same time, Yun Zhao had severed all the threads. Seeing this, Ying Luan thought she had gone mad. Yun Zhao didn't retreat, charging forward once again. I'll make you pay tenfold for all the pain Xiao Yu suffered. Humph. Ying Luan scoffed dismissively. You alone. I'll show you the real difference between our strengths. As she finished speaking, her threads moved again, and a giant golem burst up from the ground. Yun Zhao wasn't flustered, calmly raising her blade to defend. She pursed her lips and muttered, Ever since I learned you were a member of the Blood Moon Guild, I've been preparing nonstop, just for the day I could finally defeat you. And now, that day has finally arrived. With that, she channeled energy into her blade and shattered the golem, shocking Ying Luan. Fei Zi, watching from the side, was also shocked and cried out in disbelief. So this is what Sister Yun Zhao spent all her points on. Yun Zhao's body was now enveloped in a faint golden light. In the blink of an eye, her clothes had changed, transforming her into a new form. Meanwhile, Si Yu was flying on the back of the Yan Yao Long. He looked at the map as he spoke. According to the map, we should be there soon at this speed. Then, Si Yu contacted Fei Zi. The call connected. Little Fei Zi, can you hear me? How are things on your end? Fei Zi hurriedly replied, Big bro, Sister Yun Zhao is fighting Ying Luan from the Blood Moon Guild. Shi Yu's eyes narrowed, and he frantically warned, Don't engage with her. Get out of there, now. But Fei Zi sounded extremely excited as he replied, What are you talking about, big bro? Sister Yun Zhao is amazing. There's no way she can lose. After her transformation, it was clear Yun Zhao had become much stronger. But Ying Luan didn't seem worried in the slightest. She yelled aggressively, Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger, but don't you dare underestimate me. I am, after all, an A-rank assassin for Blood Moon. As she finished speaking, Ying Luan's threads moved once more. This time, 3 poisonous beasts appeared. Fei Zi, watching from the outside, checked his scanner and said, I've heard the Blood Moon Guild ranks its members' strength from high to low. A, B, C, to D. That demon-faced guy we fought before was only a D rank, but this Ying Luan, she's an A rank. According to his analysis software, her combat power was fluctuating slightly higher than Yun Zhao's, but Fei Zi believed that with such a small gap, there was no way Yun Zhao could lose. Just then, Yun Zhao slowly advanced toward the 3 poisonous beasts. She spoke coldly. I saw through these little tricks of yours long ago. The pure feather form greatly increases Yun Zhao's speed. No matter how strong Ying Luan's puppets were, The only one she aimed to attack was their master. The moment she finished speaking, Yun Jiao shot straight past the three poisonous beasts, charging directly toward Ying Luwen. Seeing this, Ying Luwen scoffed with contempt. How naive. Don't think you can get close to me that easily. As she spoke, she manipulated her threads once more. A swarm of other poisonous beasts appeared. But Yun Jiao didn't falter. She boosted her speed again, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already behind Ying Luwen. She snorted coldly. Got you. And with that, she swung her blade down. Ying Luwen dodged quickly, but still lost half of her health bar. Biting her lip fiercely, refusing to give up, Ying Luwen manipulated her threads. Just like that, Yun Jiao was bound tightly. Ying Luwen spoke coldly. I won't let you off this time. Trample her, my puppets. The moment Ying Luwen spoke, the poisonous beasts closed in on Yun Jiao. She bit her lip hard, closing her eyes as a memory came back to her. A few months ago, during a training session, Yun Jiao broke her weapon. She said, disappointed, Xiao Yu. Am I just hopeless? This is the third blade I've broken. Xiao Yu replied with a soft laugh. How could that be? It's because your combat power is too high. You have an incredible ability to adapt, converting various fighting styles into immense strength. Hearing this, Yun Jiao thought she was being mocked. She pouted and said, stop laughing at me. I couldn't even manage to keep my last one from breaking. But just then, Xiao Yu took out a long saber and said, why don't we try this? I have a feeling this one will be a perfect fit for you. Yun Jiao was incredibly grateful. She promised she would never abandon the weapon Xiao Yu gave her, and that she would use her own fighting style to unleash its greatest power. Back in the present, Yun Jiao's body reconfigured. She had summoned her steel blade form. Yun Jiao spun her long saber in a full circle, instantly slicing the heads off the poisonous beasts. The sight horrified Ying Luwen. She gritted her teeth and muttered, she has more than one form. While she was still in shock, Yun Jiao lunged at her. With a loud crash, Ying Luwen's body crashed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Yun Jiao pointed her blade at her. She demanded in a cold voice, if you don't want to die, you'll tell me why you attacked Xiao Yu. Did you kill her? Ying Luwen pursed her lips and muttered, are you kidding? The Xiao Yu you're talking about is the high-ranking executive everyone calls the Azure Gem. How could someone with my power possibly kill her? Hearing this, Yun Jiao cried out in shock. What? But she disappeared the day after she met you. Ying Luwen hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke after a long pause. It was the guild master. He just... Before she could finish her sentence, a dagger came flying from the distance. Startled, Yun Jiao hurriedly dodged out of the way. The dagger flew as fast as lightning, and with a loud bang, the ground exploded. Yun Jiao was knocked back by the force of the explosion. The attacker was Zhen Tian. He stood in front of Ying Luwen and said in a cold voice, girl, tell me where Shi Yu is. Meanwhile, his flame-winged dragon was still speeding away. As it flew past people, it terrified them, making them think it was a boss-level monster. But the flame-winged dragon did nothing. It just zipped past them and continued on. Someone spotted Shi Yu and cried out in amazement. Am I seeing things? It looks like someone's riding a dragon up there. But others were skeptical. He paid no attention to their reactions, urgently pressing, flame-winged dragon, go faster. If Yun Jiao runs into that guy, she'll be in grave danger. Shi Yu was genuinely worried. But as fate would have it, Yun Jiao was already fighting Zhen Tian. The two were locked in a stalemate. However, a closer look revealed she was at a disadvantage. Zhen Tian glared at Yun Jiao and asked coldly, I'll ask you one more time, where is Shi Yu? Biting her lip fiercely, Yun Jiao scoffed, I'm not going to tell you. Instead, you should get out of my way. I still have questions for Ying Luwen. At the same time, Feizi had found information on Zhen Tian and cried out in surprise. This guy's name is Zhen Tian, an A-rank assassin from Blood Moon. His combat power stats are abnormally high. Just then, Zhen Tian ordered his mecha dog to attack. It charged forward, carrying a short blade in its mouth. Not daring to be careless, Yun Jiao quickly slashed with her blade. Zhen Tian retreated a few steps, then threw his own blade. Yun Jiao jumped back in alarm as the spot where she had just been standing was shattered by the short blade. But before she could even recover, a crimson mist spread through the air. From out of nowhere, Zhen Tian had appeared behind Yun Jiao. Without a moment's hesitation, he furiously slashed at Yun Jiao. Seeing this, Feizi cried out in panic, Sister Yun. 2/3 of Yun Jiao's health bar was wiped out by a single one of Zhen Tian's attacks. She bit her lip fiercely and muttered, damn it, I used up too much energy earlier. I'm no match for him now. Just then, Zhen Tian spoke again in his cold voice, I've changed my mind. If you refuse to talk, then I'll just kill you first. Shi Yu will come to me for revenge on his own then. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yun Jiao, ready to strike. With no strength left to resist, Yun Zhao pressed her lips together and whispered, "So, this is the end, isn't it?" As Zhen Tian's short blade was about to strike, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. But at that moment, a massive figure that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared. It was the flame-winged dragon. Shi Yu, on its back, immediately yelled, "Zhen Tian, stop right there." Hearing this, Zhen Tian froze in surprise. Just then, he leaped down from the flame-winged dragon's back. Seeing his prey had arrived, Zhen Tian smirked, "You're finally here." He then raised his blade to block Si Yu's attack. With a loud clash, another explosion erupted in the area. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced at Yun Zhao and asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." But Shi Yu's eyes remained on her and noticed she was covered in wounds. His expression immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Zhen Tian, how dare you harm a member of my team?" Immediately after, he brought his blade down with a vicious slash. The powerful energy overwhelmed Zhen Tian, forcing him to retreat. But the energy from the slash didn't stop, crashing straight into the wall behind him. Elsewhere, Wei Ni had run over and activated a healing formation for Yun Zhao. Feeling her body suddenly recover, she asked with suspicion, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Wei Ni quickly replied, "I'm Lin Wei Ni from the Ashen Fog Guild. Don't worry, I'm on your side now." Back in the fight, Zhen Tian's short blade had shattered from that last attack. He said with annoyance, "Si Yu, as expected, you're a prey that can actually give me some enjoyment." Si Yu didn't want to hear him ramble. He roared aggressively, "Cut the crap. Let's settle this with a fight." Letting out a soft snort, Zhen Tian said coldly, "Fine. I'll make your death a quick one." Immediately after, he increased his combat power. Seeing this, Feizi cried out in fear, "Sister Yun, are you all right? That Zhen Tian guy's power is no joke. We need to get out of here." Wei Ni nodded in agreement. "The demon, Zhen Tian, it's best if we don't pick a fight with him." Immediately after, she created an illusionary fog, blocking Zhen Tian's vision. Seeing this, Zhen Tian shouted angrily, "More pathetic tricks from the Ashen Fog Guild? Don't even think about escaping." He then swung his blade again. Seeing this, Feizi chuckled. "He took the bait. That was just one of my decoys." Zhen Tian frowned slightly, his eyes turning vicious. Meanwhile, the flame-winged dragon had already gotten everyone onto its back, including Si Yu. He complained, "Why are we running? If we don't deal with this guy now, he'll just cause more trouble for us later." Hearing this, Feizi reassured him, "Boss, don't worry about that. The location of the next floor is Dragon Sky Island. It won't be easy for Zhen Tian to follow us. After all, not everyone has a cool flying mount like you do." The path through the black cliff of Dragon Sky Island is filled with high-level monsters in ambush. An ordinary person could never get through. Trying to get through this normally would be next to impossible, but Shi Yu's group was different. They just rode on the back of the flame-winged dragon and flew away. Feizi sighed in amazement, "Boss, how in the world did you get a pet like this?" Shi Yu shook his head slightly and replied, "It's a long story. Just say I found it on the road." Yun Zhao looked gratefully at Wei Wei and said, "Lin Wei Wei, thank you. After your treatment, I feel much better." Wei Wei shook her head gently and replied, "Don't mention it. It was nothing." A moment later, the flame-winged dragon landed. This was the location of the raid boss. Seeing the flame-winged dragon shrink down, Yun Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, "It got smaller. It's so cute." Feizi glanced at Shi Yu and asked with a grin, "Boss, are you ready? This is the S-rank boss of Dihi City. So far, very few people have managed to defeat an S-rank boss, but according to the intel he had, a team that successfully defeats an S-rank boss gets a reward of at least 1,000 points. Shi Yu was stunned when he heard this. 1,000 points? If he could successfully defeat 100 S-rank city bosses, wouldn't that mean he'd accumulate 100,000 points? At this thought, he nodded with determination. "All right then. This time, I'll risk everything to defeat this city boss and get those points." But just then, something strange happened up ahead. Seeing this, Feizi cried out in alarm, "Danger!" In that split second, Wei Wei used a formation to block whatever was rushing toward them. Si Yu was puzzled. An attack from the front? Realizing something, he quickly rushed forward. He stopped in front of a crack in the cliff wall. When he saw the scene inside, his eyes widened in shock. Inside, an incredibly fierce battle was taking place, and the raid boss's health bar was almost completely depleted. Si Yu muttered in frustration, "Damn it, we're a step too late. The Lion Guild and the Golden Cicada Guild are already fighting the boss." Feizi also cried out in panic, "Boss, what do we do now? At this rate, they're going to get the boss." Seeing their panic, Wei Wei reassured them, "Don't worry. The legendary S-rank bosses of Dihi City all have special mechanics. Even if the Lion and Golden Cicada Guilds team up, it'll be hard for them to defeat the boss quickly." Sure enough, It wasn't long before the boss became powerful again. Xiao Huan, who was about to attack, saw this and shouted in disbelief, "You've got to be kidding me. Are you trying to cheat again?" In an instant, the boss's body was enveloped in holy light, and its health bar was full once more. Immediately, it attacked Long Tian. He quickly raised his shield to block, but was still pushed back. At that moment, he saw CU's group and quickly called out, "CU, so you did come." Hearing this, Feizi panicked. "Don't tell me they plan to get rid of us and take everything for themselves." Yu narrowed his eyes at him and said warily, "You're Long Tian from the Lion Guild, aren't you? Don't think you can get rid of us that easily." With a slight smile, Long Tian calmly proposed, "No, quite the opposite. I hope you'll join us and help take down this boss together." Hearing this, Xiao Huan shouted in discontent, "Long Tian, don't make decisions on your own. If another team joins, how are we supposed to split the points?" Mo Du chimed in, "That's right, don't try to bully us." Ling Ran retorted with a soft snort, "But do you have a better plan? The Holy Light Spirit Dragon has an infinite self-healing ability. The only way to defeat it is to focus our firepower and attack it before it can recover." CU understood then. So that was it. They wanted to borrow his strength so their damage output could overcome the Holy Light Spirit Dragon's self-healing ability. But if he joined, the way the points were split would be pathetic. After a moment of silence, Shi Yu made a proposal. "Let's make a bet. The team that deals the final blow gets to take 60% of the reward points. That way, the other two teams will each receive an average of 20%. What do you guys think?" Hearing this, Xiao Huan smirked and said, "Looks like you didn't get enough of a thrill at the Golden Cicada Casino last time, huh? But if it's a bet on luck, we at Golden Cicada have no reason to refuse." Long Tian also nodded in agreement. "As long as we can take down the boss, the Lion Guild is fine with anything." Having gotten everyone's agreement, Shi Yu glanced at Yun Zhao and instructed, "Yun Zhao, are your injuries from before, okay? In a bit, I'll be the main attacker." Yun Zhao nodded slightly and replied, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Hearing this, he said no more, then glanced at Wei Wei and asked, "Do you want to join in?" Wei Wei agreed without a second's hesitation. "This is a rare opportunity to fight an S-rank boss. I wouldn't miss it." Ji Yu smiled faintly, then turned to Feizi and said, "Well then, little Feizi, we'll be counting on you next." Feizi was confused when he heard this, but ultimately did as he was told, and with that, their team charged forward, heading straight for the raid boss. Meanwhile, in the real world, someone ran frantically into the top floor of the company headquarters, shouting, "This is bad, Chairman. Our men can't stop that girl at all. Should we activate the combat domain to deal with her?" Hearing this, the chairman paused his target practice. He sneered, "A bunch of useless fools. You guys couldn't even stop one girl. Are you trying to make our Blood Moon Guild a laughingstock?" This man was Lang Jing. The woman beside him couldn't help but suggest, "Guildmaster, how about I go and teach that intruder a lesson for you?" Lang Jing let out a soft chuckle and replied coolly, "No need. When a woman offers herself up on a silver platter, why would I refuse?" Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room was smashed open. The person outside flew in and landed with a thud on the ground, filling the room with dust. Lang Jing squinted in that direction, a look of excitement on his face as he laughed. "It really is you. Long time no see. Funny, I've been thinking about you a lot these past few days." The person who arrived was indeed Yahello. Her eyes held a malicious glint. She scoffed coldly. "Is that so? Don't try to get familiar with me. You and I are not close." Lang Jing squinted at her and asked indifferently, "So, what is it that made you come looking for me personally?" Yahello said coldly, "Cut the crap. You know why I'm here. I just came to clarify one thing." She asked what his scheme with CU was. Gu Gu was already dead, so was he still afraid of the devouring blade? As soon as she said this, Lang Jing roared in anger, "Shut up. Don't you dare mention that person's name in front of me." Yahello was completely unfazed, questioning him coolly, "What's wrong? Has it come to this, and you still don't dare to admit it?" Lang Jing raised an eyebrow and challenged Yahello. "So, you came to me for revenge? I'm always ready for you." Yahello said fiercely, "Rest assured, the day will come when I deal with you myself." Shrugging nonchalantly, Lang Jing pouted and said, "What a boring girl. Fine, I can tell you what I plan to do next. But, same old rules. You have to beat me at this first," he said. "All right then." Yahello snorted coldly, snatching the pool cue from Lang Jing's hand. She leaned over the pool table and said coolly, "I'm not the same person I used to be." With that, Yahello began clearing the balls on the table. One after another, they went straight into the pockets. Before long, she had cleared the entire table. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Sorry, I win." Lang Jing was a man of his word. He snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Not bad at all. Fine, I'll grant you your wish." Instantly, a projection screen appeared in midair. displaying an image of CU's group preparing to fight a boss. Yahello stared at the screen for a long moment before speaking. "Is this a live broadcast from the Redland Dragon Field?" Leng Jing replied casually. "That's right. Watch carefully. You'll have the answer you're looking for very soon." On the screen, the battle had begun. Everyone was continuously attacking the boss. Waves of skill, energy constantly flared in the air. Tianye was on the outside dealing with the smaller mobs. She fought while shouting, "Leave these small fry to us. You guys focus on attacking the leader." Ling Ran wasn't idle either. She raised her sword high and yelled, "Jin Chan did a great job. Leave the rest to us." A myriad swords as one. As she spoke, the sword formation of annihilation appeared and charged straight towards the boss leader. CU couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. Incredible. The Xiangxi Guild's strength is truly impressive. Hearing this, Long Ran reminded him, this isn't the time to get distracted. Focus your energy on attacking the leader. As soon as he finished, he shouted, "Everyone, back away from the leader a bit." Then he swung his sword down. In an instant, lightning flash enveloped the boss leader, reducing its health bar to only half. Seeing this, Xiao Huan smirked and said, "Your Xiangxi's attacks are pretty strong, but I won't be handing the leader over to you." With that, she began to attack the boss leader frantically. CU was also preparing his attack. "Yun Jiao, let's go." Immediately after, the two of them attacked the boss leader in unison. Wei Ni was also using a formation to provide support. This is called an attack-boosting formation. The two blade lights from CU and his partner slashed fiercely at the boss leader. Seeing this, Long Tian shouted, "Keep it up, everyone, maintain the attack. Even with its healing, the leader won't last." Because the boss leader's health bar was already close to the bottom. At this moment, Xiao Huan suddenly curled her lips into a smug smile. "It's dropping fast. Jin Zhenzi, make your move." "Understood." Jin Zhenzi immediately responded, then shot out large water bubbles. Shi Yu's entire group was trapped by them. The same thing happened to Long Tian's group. He roared in anger, "Xiao Huan, what do you think you're doing?" Xiao Huan giggled and said with a smirk, "Isn't it obvious? The leader is ours." As she finished speaking, the robot activated its million-power drive. Immediately after, the heaven-destroying, earth-shattering magic energy was unleashed. The boss leader raised its hands to block it, temporarily avoiding any damage. Long Tian became even more furious. He snorted coldly, "Jin Chan, don't dream of holding me back with such a despicable trick." With that, his sword quickly changed its attribute. Then, he attacked the boss leader at the same time. Seeing the bad situation, Yun Jiao asked worriedly, "Xiyu, what do we do now? We can't get out of the bubble. This guy. At this rate, they'll kill the boss before we do." But he just smiled calmly and said, "Don't be afraid. If these guys aren't going to play fair, then we don't have to hold back either. Don't forget, we still have another friend with us." Hearing this, Xiao Huan glanced over at Fei Zi and scoffed in disdain. "You mean this string bean? What can he possibly do?" Those words really got on Fei Zi's nerves. The kid yelled out in annoyance, "What? Who are you calling a string bean? I'm obviously way bigger than you." CU cut him off before he could waste any more time, shouting urgently, "Fei Zi, stop wasting time. They're about to steal the Great Dragon. Release your dragon, now." Fei Zi nodded slightly, then released the little winged dragon. Xiyu recalled how he'd won against Extreme Speed and Demon Face last time, accumulating a good number of points. If he could secure this S-rank boss, the points would be even more generous. Now, he had no choice but to rely on the little winged dragon's previously unused ability. Putting the thought aside, Xiyu shouted, "Go, little winged dragon," and it activated the Roar of the Fire Dragon King. That one ability alone cost him a whopping 50,000 points. Instantly, the little winged dragon began to transform. Its body was enveloped in a powerful energy. Then, wings began to sprout from its back. More and more wings sprouted, and in just a moment, the little winged dragon's body transformed completely, becoming a massive dragon. This sight made Xiao Huan cry out in shock. How did another boss-level monster just appear? What is going on? Fei Zi also mumbled in amazement, "Big bro, where on earth did you find this pet? I want to find one too." Even Xiyu himself hadn't expected this, and he stammered, I didn't expect it to be this dramatic." Under everyone's stunned gaze, the little winged dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, and it flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. Then, without a moment's hesitation, it attacked. A furious torrent of flames shot down towards the ground. The flames instantly engulfed the boss leader. Its screams echoed nonstop, and in a flash, it was incinerated. The system immediately announced that player CU had successfully defeated the boss, the Holy Light Spirit Dragon. Watching this, Ling Ran couldn't help but sigh. "So CU managed to kill the boss before us." Long Tian nodded in agreement. To have a pet that can evolve, CU is truly no ordinary player. Xiao Huan screamed, almost losing her mind. How could this happen? We were so close to killing the boss ourselves. Seeing this, Zhenzi chuckled. Don't be discouraged, little Xiao Huan. Better luck next time. Meanwhile, after defeating the boss, the little winged dragon reverted to its small form. It immediately flew into Xiu's arms. He hugged it back, laughing happily. Little winged dragon, you were amazing. Fei Zi also exclaimed excitedly. Thank goodness for the little winged dragon. We really hit the jackpot this time. Outside, Yahello saw what happened inside and breathed a sigh of relief, then raised an eyebrow and looked mockingly at Leng Jing. Is this what you wanted to show me? You seriously underestimated CU. His growth rate far surpasses that of a normal player. That's why you're so afraid of him, isn't it? But not only was Leng Jing not angry, he actually had a smile on his face. His eyes sharpened as he asked in a menacing tone, and what if I told you this was all part of my plan? These words made Yalin's eyes widen in horror. Leng Jing slowly explained. The destruction of light means the darkness is rising. Back in the game, after the boss was defeated, its body was suddenly enveloped in a cloud of dark energy. Immediately after, it silently moved towards Ixiyu's group. As if sensing the killing intent, he glanced back. But it was too late. The dark energy had already completely engulfed Ciyu's body. It lifted him into the air before everyone's shocked eyes. Long Tian and Xiao Huan frowned, not understanding what was happening. In an instant, a soul-devouring dark dragon appeared in the sky, and Ciyu was bound by its soul hunt ability. He was forced to become a sacrifice for 2 hours. After 2 hours, his soul would be completely devoured by the soul-devouring dark dragon, and it would be revived once more as the Holy Light Spirit Dragon. At that moment, the soul-devouring dark dragon tilted its head back and let out a roar, a terrifying sound that struck fear into everyone. Yun Zhao was now extremely worried about Ciyu. Wei also cried out in terror. This boss doesn't just have the ability to self-heal, it also has a revival ability. But it didn't stop there. The corpses of the smaller monsters scattered around were also enveloped by the dark energy. Then, they quickly revived and began to attack. Mo Du reacted just in time, shielding Tianye. He cried out in a panic. What's going on? We clearly defeated them just a moment ago. How are they alive again? Xiao Huan couldn't understand it either, muttering in fear. What in the world is happening? In the blink of an eye, every single monster in the area had revived. Seeing everyone panicking, Long Tian quickly tried to calm them down. Everyone, don't panic. If they've revived, we just have to defeat them again. Let's save Ciyu first. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a whirlwind to attack the horde of monsters. However, the soul-devouring dark dragon wasn't the least bit afraid. It spat out. A beam of dark energy shot towards the vortex. This sight made Long Tian's eyes narrow in utter shock. That energy beam slammed directly into the mountain behind it. Just like that, it completely shattered a mountain. Long Tian dodged just in time and asked worriedly, Is everyone alright? Xiao Huan was terrified, because her mecha had just lost an arm. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Tianye quickly shouted, Watch out! These revived dragon monsters are attacking again. They're much stronger than before. Yun Zhao suggested while fighting Lin Weier, this situation isn't looking good. We have to find a way to save Ciyu and then retreat. Weier nodded slightly and replied, I understand. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in Long Tian's ear. Long Tian, can you hear me? Long Tian immediately answered, What's wrong? The person on the other end was assessing the situation, their voice filled with panic. Something's happened in the Crimson Purgatory Dragon domain. In an instant, a huge number of monsters all over the domain have revived. Not only that, their strength has increased too. The number of players being killed is rising constantly. The entire Crimson Purgatory Dragon domain is in danger now. Hearing this, Long Tian's expression immediately darkened. He trembled and muttered, How can this be? Does this mean there's no way out of the entire underground city? Weier spoke up then, This is my last bit of magic power. Even if I can only move him a little, I have to separate Shiyu from that dangerous boss first. As she spoke, she created a teleportation circle, trying to warp him away. However, the teleportation circle couldn't reach Ciyu. The moment it touched him, it was shattered by the dark aura. Weier's face instantly turned grim. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring dark dragon's eyes grew vicious, and it spat out more beams of dark energy to attack. Jin Chan's group over here was hit, and Ling Ran was also bound tightly by the dark aura, making Long Tian extremely worried. This situation made Weier collapse to the ground in despair. She trembled and muttered, I get it now. I've misunderstood all this time. The evil beasts we faced before weren't the ones the guild master predicted. This is the great evil calamity he spoke of. So many people are going to die here, including Ciyu and me. and I'm powerless to change any of it. Long Tien was the only one still holding on. He scowled fiercely. After this boss dies, its body becomes the soul-devouring dragon. Through a sacrificed player, it revives again to become the Holy Light Spirit Dragon. With a cycle like this, it's impossible to defeat. Right now, only Long Tien could still fight, but he had already expended a lot of energy. How on earth can I defeat this boss? If I don't, everyone will die here in this underground city. But just then, a brilliant red slash of blade energy suddenly appeared, slicing across the dark dragon's body. Long Tien frowned slightly, muttering in surprise, "It's you." The newcomer was Zhen Tian. He sneered mockingly. "Long Tien, you look pathetic. To think a mere underground city of this level could bring you lions to your knees. Isn't that just hilarious?" Long Tien bit his lip in frustration and said, "Cut the sarcasm. Even you would have a hard time defeating the boss in its current state." Zhen Tian frowned slightly, then chuckled out loud. Clearing the underground city and defeating the boss are two different things. The boss is this strong now because it has absorbed the energy of the sacrifice. If you want to kill the boss, you have to kill CU. These words left Long Tien stunned, unsure how to react. Seeing his reaction, Zhen Tian continued with a smirk. "Your sense of justice won't let you accept this method, will it?" Before Long Tien could answer, Yun Zhao shouted angrily, "Don't spout nonsense. You wanted to kill CU from the start, and now you're trying to use Long Tien to do it." But at that moment, Long Tien pressed his lips together and muttered, "No. What he said is the only way." Yun Zhao stared at him, shocked, and stammered, "How could you say that? Lin Weier, you have another way, right?" Weier slowly shook her head, speaking in despair. "I don't know. My magic is completely gone. I'm sorry." Xiao Huan then cried out in panic, "If this goes on, we're all going to die here." Everyone's reactions made Yun Zhao's eyes widen in utter despair. Outside, Ye Lin witnessed everything and shouted furiously, "Lang Jing, this was your plan all along, wasn't it? Using this underground city's mechanics to make CU the game's sacrifice." Lang Jing laughed smugly. "This underground city has such a difficult mechanic, you know. It nearly wiped out my entire team at first." Yao Lin bit her lip hard and said with a cold snort, "I won't let you get your way." She then turned to open a portal to leave, but just then, Lang Jing suddenly made his move. He sneered, "Yao Lin, you're still as hot-headed as ever." In a flash, Yao Lin was trapped inside a pillar of energy. Lang Jing said nonchalantly, "This is a high-level prison I had custom-made just for you. Even for someone like you, it should take at least half an hour to break free, right? Until then, just be a good girl and watch me. The real show is just beginning." Yao Lin's rage reached its peak as she struggled. He wanted to escape, but it was useless. Inside the game, Zhen Tian and Long Tien charged forward together. Long Tien couldn't help but remark that he never thought he'd see the day they'd fight side by side. Hearing this, Zhen Tian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Their goal was to kill Xiu. Seeing this, the soul-devouring dark heaven spat out a blast of dark energy. Zhen Tian's mecha dog lunged forward at the same time. Zhen Tian roared fiercely, "Rakshasa ring, become my power." In an instant, master and dog merged into one, transforming Zhen Tian into a man-beast hybrid, wildly emitting energy. The Imperial concubine, watching from the outside, cried out in fear. With those two teaming up, if this keeps up, Big Brother will really be killed. Damn it, I can't do anything. Yun Zhao remained standing there silently, not knowing what she should do in this situation. Over on the other side, in just a flash, Long Tien and Zhen Tian had arrived in front of the soul-devouring dark dragon. Zhen Tian, wielding two blazing blades, began to slash frantically, the light from his blades dancing in the air. A powerful energy pulsed continuously. At the same time, Long Tien had reached the spot where Siyu was trapped. He muttered apologetically, "For the greater good. Don't blame me. Siyu." With that, he prepared to stab him with his knife. But at that very moment, a whooshing sound cut through the air. In a flash, Yun Zhao had appeared in front of him, blocking Long Tian's attack with her long blade. Long Tian frowned at her, questioning her harshly. "Shen Yun Zhao, do you have any idea what you're doing? If this continues, not only will you fail to save Shi Yu, but all of us will die." "I know." Yun Zhao nodded calmly, yet she still shouted fiercely, "But how can I just stand by and watch another one of my comrades die in front of me again?" Hearing these words, Long Tian nodded in understanding. "I get it. Your stance isn't wrong. My apologies." Immediately after, he swung his sword, and a whirlwind swept Yun Zhao away, sending her flying. She slammed hard into the wall behind her. Seeing that Long Tien still hadn't succeeded, Zhen Tian threw his blades. He sneered contemptuously, "Long Tien, you're taking way too long." Yun Zhao frowned fiercely and muttered, "I absolutely cannot let this happen." In the next moment, she charged forward again, using her long blade to block Zhen Tian's spinning blades. At the same time, a crimson flash appeared in the air. In an instant, Zhen Tian was right in front of Yun Zhao. He spoke coldly, "Girl, you're getting in the way. Let's just die together." As soon as he finished speaking, his spinning blades changed their trajectory, successfully evading Yun Zhao's long blade. Then, Zhen Tian stabbed directly through her body. Yun Zhao couldn't react in time, watching helplessly as the blade pierced her body and her own weapon was shattered. Outside, Lang Jing's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this scene. Ever since she was young, Yun Zhao's academic performance had been outstanding. She was the pride and joy of her parents, but this excellence gradually created a distance between her and her peers. In her memory, Yun Zhao spent most of her time studying alone. That was until this game appeared, and she met Xiao Yu. But not long after, Xiao Yu's sudden disappearance plunged her into despair within the game. Then, by a stroke of luck, Si Yu appeared. Yun Zhao had originally planned to use him to gain some advantages in the game, but time and time again, he disregarded his own safety to help her. It was because of someone like Si Yu who would sacrifice himself for his goals, that Yun Zhao found hope again, letting her know that she still had a chance to bring Xiao Yu back to life. But now, she was completely helpless, seriously wounded, with even her weapon broken. Yun Zhao was unwilling to accept this. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "But how can he just die here so easily? Last time, it was because I ran away on my own that something terrible happened to Xiao Yu." As she spoke, Yun Zhao reached out and grabbed Zhen Tian's spinning blades. She roared defiantly, "This time, no matter what, I can't run away again. The sin of choosing to live on my own. I won't bear it a second time." As her words fell, Yun Zhao's long blades suddenly transformed. The remaining fragments on the blade's body suddenly fell off and reformed into a different weapon. This scene startled Zhen Tian. Yun Zhao paid him no mind, pouring her energy into her new weapon, her eyes focused intently on it. At the same moment, Si Yu, who was still with his eyes closed, was pierced by a golden energy that broke through the dark aura and entered his subconscious. Si Yu seemed to react, his eyelashes trembling slightly, and soon after, he woke up with a start. He looked around dazedly, muttering in confusion, "Where is this?" Just as Si Yu was feeling lost, a light suddenly appeared before him. Immediately after, the light dissipated, forming the figure of a girl. Seeing the familiar figure, Si Yu called out in surprise, "Yu Yi, why are you here?" Yu Yi gave Si Yu a sincere smile. She spoke with a gentle smile on her face, "Because I came to save you. If you want to bring me back to life, how could we possibly meet in the afterlife? I believe in you. We will definitely meet again." Her words moved Si Yu, who stared at Yu Yi intently. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at a guild's headquarters, a sphere was enveloped in purple energy, with a girl in front of it maintaining its power. She trembled and muttered, "My prediction has been altered. A mysterious and powerful energy has changed everything." At that very same moment, inside the game, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. Then, a hand grabbed Zhen Tian's blade, much to his extreme annoyance. But Wei and Fei Zi, watching from below, were so overcome with emotion they nearly burst into tears when they saw who it was. Meanwhile, Long Tian couldn't help but smile, because Yahello had returned. He supported Yun Zhao and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Yun Zhao." As he finished speaking, he crushed Zhen Tian's blade with his bare hand. Si Yu glared at Zhen Tian and declared in a cold voice, "From now on, leave this to me." Zhen Tian stumbled back in shock, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible. How could he alone break the soul-devouring dark dragon's binding?" But just as he said that, he was struck by the soul-devouring dark dragon's dark energy and sent flying. Si Yu ignored him, turning to confront the soul-devouring dark dragon. "So, you're the main culprit, aren't you?" The soul-devouring dark dragon glared viciously at Si Yu and Yun Zhao, as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. Outside the game, this scene made Lang Jing burst out laughing in excitement. "Ha ha ha, it finally appeared, just as I thought. My prediction was spot on." Yahello, not understanding what he meant, muttered in confusion, "What on earth is happening?" An S-rank boss's targeted binding skill isn't something a normal player can just break. Lang Jing chuckled softly and said, "But what if it wasn't broken, but rather reset to its original state? A function that no ordinary player can use." His words left Yahello completely stunned. She cried out in disbelief. "Not an ordinary player, could it be?" Lang Jing smiled and explained slowly, "That's right, this is what I've been searching for all this time. The fourth abyssal blade." Back in the game, the soul-devouring dark dragon began to attack him with dark energy. However, the light enveloping Xiu blocked it. Seeing this, Yun Zhao cried out in disbelief. This crystal-like light. It blocked the dark dragon's attack. and the aura is slowly healing my wounds. As she said this, she suddenly remembered. That's right. This is the weapon Xiao Yu used to use. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Yun Zhao's mind. Yun Zhao, by the time you hear this voice, it means I'm no longer by your side. I'm sorry I left that day without saying goodbye. Yun Zhao instantly recognized the voice as Xiao Yu's, but why was it coming from this weapon? Overwhelmed by longing and regret, Yun Zhao was in a daze. Unable to think clearly, she hugged the weapon and wept. So it was you. You've been protecting me all this time. After speaking to Yun Zhao, the voice turned its attention to Siyu. I have suppressed the dark dragon's power. Hearing the voice so suddenly, Siyu was startled. Outside, Leng Jing's face was ecstatic as he shouted, "This is magnificent. Come on, show me the power of two abyssal blades combined." After a moment of confusion, Siyu finally raised the weapon and shouted, "Blade of Devouring, activate. Swallow all of this darkness." The moment he finished speaking, the dark energy surged towards him, converging entirely onto the blade. Without hesitation, Siyu swung the blade, slicing the soul-devouring dark dragon's body in two. At that same moment, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Siyu took Yun Zhao in his arms and flew into the sky. He spoke with determination, "Yun Zhao, don't worry. Everything's all right now. Anyone who stands in our way, I will burn them to ashes." Afterward, Siyu brought Yun Zhao to a safe place and whispered softly, "Yun Zhao, rest here for now." Yun Zhao looked at him worriedly and asked, "Are you okay? You changed so much all of a sudden." Siyu shook his head gently. "Don't worry, I can feel it. I'm much stronger than before." Just then, a powerful surge of dark energy appeared. The soul-devouring dark dragon had regenerated. Siyu didn't waste a moment. He drew his blade and slashed without hesitation. The soul-devouring dark dragon's dark energy was instantly dispersed. Immediately after, Siyu leaped into the air. With a beat of his wings, he flew forward. In an instant, Siyu was face to face with the soul-devouring dark dragon. He snorted coldly, "I'm not letting you run rampant any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Siyu slashed down viciously, sending the soul-devouring dark dragon's body plummeting to the ground. But at that very moment, a sharp blade suddenly lunged at him. Sensing the approaching killing intent, his eyes narrowed. The attacker was Zhen Tian. What a pest. Siyu quickly raised his blade to defend. He glared at him and said coldly, "Zhen Tian, you actually dare to show your face again." Shrugging nonchalantly, Zhen Tian replied coolly, "You are my prey. I won't stop until I've killed you. Then come and try me." Siyu roared, swinging his blade. In an instant, the two powerful energies collided. Zhen Tian was pushed back by Siyu's immense power, backward, but he didn't give up. He quickly threw the short sword in his hand. A wild whistling sound tore through the air as Zhen Tian charged forward in an instant. A series of blade flashes began to dance in the air, looking sharp enough to kill Siyu right then and unfortunately, the blade flashes couldn't even touch Siyu. They were all blocked by his wings. With a soft snort, Siyu spoke with contempt. "Don't you understand yet? Your strength is no longer on the same level as mine." As he spoke, he snatched Zhen Tian's short sword, his voice filled with killing intent. "Time and again, you've hurt Yun Zhao. I will not forgive you for that." The moment he finished speaking, Siyu swung the blade, severing Zhen Tian's arm. He fell to the ground just like that, muttering resentfully, "Damn you." But before he could finish his sentence, the dark soul dragon guard appeared and swallowed Zhen Tian whole. Seeing this, Siyu couldn't help but frown and mutter, "He got eaten. Well, that saves me the trouble." Just then, the dark soul dragon guard fired a beam of energy at Siyu, but he dodged it. The beam hit the cliff wall behind him, instantly turning it to rubble. Its attack having failed, the dark soul dragon guard suddenly threw its head back and roared as swirling black energy continuously poured into its body. This scene terrified Long Tian. He trembled and muttered, "The leader has this kind of power? Even Siyu might be in trouble." But he was overthinking it. On the other side, Siyu remained perfectly calm and said with a smile, "So, you're finally going all out, huh?" With those words, he charged forward, blade in hand. In an instant, the black energy formed a massive sphere that seemed poised to devour everything. But Siyu didn't retreat an inch, thrusting his blade straight forward. Step by step, he forced the soul-devouring dark dragon's black energy back. At that moment, Siyu roared powerfully. "This ends now." As soon as he spoke, an immense power erupted, swallowing the black energy whole. At seemingly the same moment, the lesser monsters attacking everyone else turned to ash. From the outside, Yun Zhao couldn't help but sigh. That guy. He really never disappoints. With the threat dealt with, Siyu quickly landed on the ground. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations to player Shiyu for successfully defeating the leader, the soul-devouring dark dragon. You have completed the— Seeing this, Fei Zi shouted in excitement. This is great. Big Bro defeated the S-rank boss. Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. My prediction was wrong. See you. He's really beyond words. Meanwhile, CU had received his system rewards. He smiled happily and said, it's finally over. And the haul this time wasn't bad at all. All right, everyone, get ready to leave this godforsaken place. But as he was speaking, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared behind him. Very quickly, CU realized what was happening and hastily glanced in its direction. Just as he thought, someone stepped out from within. The man smirked, a low chuckle in his voice. CU, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As the host, I haven't had a chance to congratulate you properly yet. The newcomer was Lang Jing, and beside him stood two other subordinates. A look of vigilance immediately flared in Shiyu's eyes. He questioned him aggressively. Lang Jing, what the hell are you doing here at a time like this? Long Tian was also stunned by this sudden appearance. He muttered in confusion, the guild master of Blood Moon. Why is he here? Lang Jing simply raised an eyebrow and smirked. Now, don't get so agitated. I didn't come here for you. See you. Hearing this, CEU snorted coldly. Oh, really? If there's nothing else, then we'll be leaving. But before they could leave, Lang Jing gave a command, make your move. The blonde woman beside him immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, guild master. Instantly, she fired 3 arrows in quick succession. A look of alarm flashed in Shi Yu's eyes. Their target was Yun Zhao. Just as he thought, the 3 arrows shot straight towards Yun Zhao. But surprisingly, they were stopped by an invisible barrier. Yun Zhao eyed Lang Jing's group warily and demanded coldly, what you people want? As soon as she spoke, the arrows on the barrier suddenly exploded, releasing a dense barrage of energy, yet it still didn't affect Yun Zhao in the slightest. Lang Jing didn't seem surprised by this, calmly muttering to himself. As expected of Xiao Yu's extreme edge blade, an attack of this level is completely incapable of harming her. Saying that, he walked up to Yun Zhao and gave her a polite bow. Lang Jing casually proposed, my apologies, Miss Shen Yun Zhao. In my capacity as the Guild Master of Blood Moon, I would like to formally invite you to accompany me to the Blood Moon headquarters. Yun Zhao was stunned. You want me to go with you? She asked back in disbelief. Shi Yu, on the other hand, was furious. What the hell are you talking about? He snapped. There's no way I'm letting you take Yun Zhao. With that, he charged forward to attack, but was blocked by one of Lang Jing's subordinates. Shi Yu frowned in frustration, raising his blade to block, but the man's punch was incredibly powerful, forcing him down to the ground. Seeing this, Fei Zi cried out in horror. What is happening? It's not just Lang Jing. Those other two. The man and the woman. They represent Blood Moon's top fighting force. They're high-ranking members of the guild. The S-rank dungeon's power. Pinned to the ground by that guy, CEU was furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Don't you dare push me around. With that, XEU pushed himself up from the ground and launched another attack. He ignored the other guy and charged straight for Lang Jing. His dark energy-infused blade slashed forward menacingly. But unfortunately, Lang Jing blocked it. He spoke with contempt, daring to face me head-on. You've got guts. Yu was stunned. Muttering in disbelief, he blocked it. With just one hand? While he was still in shock, Lang Jing drew a blade of his own. He spoke coldly. You didn't actually think you could defeat me just by awakening a fraction of the Abyssal Blade's power, did you? With that said, he slashed down without a moment's hesitation. One of Xiyu's wings was sliced off, and he fell to the ground like a broken kite, while Lang Jing's single strike actually tore the ground apart. The sight struck Fei Zi with terror. Xiyu was equally horrified. To think Lang Jing could create such a scene with just a casual swing of his sword, he's just too powerful. Lang Jing looked at the battlefield he had just created and chuckled with false remorse. Haha, my apologies. It seems I couldn't quite control my strength just now. He glared at Xiyu and said dismissively, give up your useless struggle. No matter what, I'm taking Shen Yun Zhao with me today. Yun Zhao, who was enveloped in a crystal-like light, heard this and was utterly bewildered. What did she ever do to him? Why do you want to take her? Xiyu didn't understand either. He asked doubtfully, why are you so obsessed with taking Yun Zhao? With a sudden smile, Lang Jing answered casually, fine, I'll tell you. 1 year ago, he discovered a special support-type weapon with a self-healing ability far stronger than any normal weapon. He guessed that it was a support-type Abyssal Blade. From then on, Lang Jing found its owner, but she strongly resisted his presence. Not long after, for some unknown reason, Xiao Yu completely vanished from the game world. Then Siyu appeared, wielding the inherited ancient Abyssal Blade, drawing everyone's attention to him. But it wasn't Xiyu that Lang Jing was truly interested in. He was far more intrigued by Yun Zhao, who was always by Siyu's side. He suspected that the abyssal blade that disappeared that year might be hidden within her. So, Lang Jing sent the demon face to scout their abilities and specially prepared this S-rank dungeon just for them. Only in an extreme combat environment like this could that abyssal blade be awakened. After hearing this, Yu still thought he was talking nonsense and snorted coldly. So what? I won't let you take Yun Jiao anywhere. Lang Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He smirked and said, "It seems you still don't grasp the current situation. I'm not asking for your opinion." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of Yu a moment later. The two of them clashed, but Lang Jing didn't even consider him a threat. He spoke with disdain. "You don't know your own limits." Instantly, he twisted his blade with a slight exertion of force. Just like that, Yu was pushed back. Unwilling to give up, he swung his blade again, only to find no one in front of him. A flicker of terror appeared in Yu's eyes. By the time he could react, Lang Jing had already closed the distance in a flash. The blade in his hand swung relentlessly, its light dancing through the air. Lang Jing's speed was so incredible that only afterimages of him could be seen. Yu couldn't possibly dodge in time and was struck. Blood rained down from his wounds. Lang Jing watched him fall to the ground, his eyes filled with contempt. "Trying to fight me at a mere level 40? How naive." Just then, 3 bombs flew towards Lang Jing from out of nowhere. The one who threw them was Fei Zi, but unfortunately, before they could even explode, Lang Jing casually destroyed them. Seeing this, Lang Jing's subordinate appeared behind Fei Zi and said coldly, "Where did this little pest come from?" With that, he grabbed the boy and asked, "President, what should I do with him?" Lang Jing replied coldly, "Kill anyone who gets in the way." Hearing this, Yu became extremely worried for Fei Zi, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get back up. The bald subordinate clenched his fist, about to crush Fei Zi on the spot. In this life or death moment, a beam of energy suddenly shot forward. The bald man's arm was hit, forcing him to let Fei Zi go. At the same time, Lang Jing found himself bound by countless threads. He snorted in annoyance. "Another nuisance has arrived?" Zhen Zi looked into the distance and then shouted excitedly, "This is great. Xiao Wanzi, the president himself is here." Looking in the direction they were pointing, they immediately saw countless teleportation gates, with 2 people emerging from within. One was the vice president of the Golden Cicada Guild, and the other, according to Zhen Zi, must be the president. Lang Jing narrowed his eyes at the man and questioned him coldly. "This has nothing to do with you. Bringing your elite team to barge into my territory. Are you declaring war on my Blood Moon Guild?" The man took a long drag from his cigarette. "TCH," he scoffed. "Nothing to do with me? You're hurting the person I care about most right now." Meanwhile, Fei Zi was in a complete panic. This guy. He looked so familiar. The young man cried out in disbelief. "How can this be?" That's right, it was that damn third master. This man was the guild master of the Golden Cicada Guild, and also the damn third master that Fei Zi had mentioned. He glared at Lang Jing and commanded coldly, "If you know what's good for you, release my son at once." Hearing this, Lang Jing hoisted Fei Zi up and sneered, "Oh, so you're saying this brat is your son? Fine then, you can have him back." However, the vice guild master beside him raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "The guild master's son is important, of course, but we can't just ignore his teammates." The guild master nodded in agreement. "That's right. As the guild master of Golden Cicada, I have always valued loyalty and friendship. My son's friends, Yu and Shen Yun Jiao. I must take them with me as well." These words enraged Lang Jing. He growled through gritted teeth, "You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Using such a pathetic excuse to try and take 2 people from me. That would be a huge loss on my end." Shrugging nonchalantly, the guild master of the Golden Cicada Guild replied with a sneer, "I only make fair trades. I'll give you 2 S-rank underground cities, managed by my Golden Cicada Guild, in exchange." Lang Jing laughed in fury and let out a cold snort. 2 S-rank underground cities, that's no small price. But it seems you still don't quite understand my position here. As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand, and a horde of monsters appeared behind him. Lang Jing said menacingly, "Listen up. No matter what happens today, I'm taking Shen Yun Jiao with me." But the guild master of Golden Cicada wasn't fazed in the slightest. He smirked contemptuously. "What a shame you had to summon your army of beasts. It seems you'd rather start a war with me than let them go." Just then, a sharp cry rang out, "Wait!" Immediately after, a beam of energy slammed down from the sky. Dust and smoke filled the air, and a deep voice boomed through it. "How can I allow you all to trample on order like this?" Upon hearing this voice, Long Tian and his companion were overjoyed. Ling Ran exclaimed happily, "That voice? Could it be the Lord Vice Guild Master?" Sure enough, as the dust settled, a tall man appeared before them, carrying a giant blade and accompanied by an army of cavalry. He said with a slight smile, "Both of you, calm down. War is not the way to solve our problems. CU looked at the newcomers, feeling completely bewildered. The Lion Guild is getting involved too? What in the world is going on? The Vice Guild Master of the Lion Guild glanced at Ling Jing and said, "You only want to take Shen Yun Jiao to exploit the power of the Azure Time Scepter. Don't even think about The more he spoke, the darker Ling Jing's expression became. He gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his rage. Ling Jing roared, "Lion, still running your mouth as always. Stop wasting your breath. If you want to take her from me, then come and try." Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Xiao Huan couldn't help but sigh. This is bad. The four great guilds had only just managed to form an alliance. Now, it's about to be shattered in an instant. 3 of the 4 guild masters are already here. This has blown up into something huge. CU bit his lip hard and spoke up. "Damn it. I don't care what you all are fighting about. I have to get Yun Jiao and little Fei Zi out of here." But just as everyone was locked in a tense stalemate, a few thin threads suddenly materialized in the air. They danced through the air, brushing past the woman from the Blood Moon Guild. In the blink of an eye, another person had appeared in front of Yun Jiao. The expressions of the 3 guild masters instantly turned to alarm. "Isn't that the legendary Gu Gui?" CU was confused. He had heard that this person possessed unparalleled strength, but a moment later, Lang Jing burst out laughing. "Interesting. This is just too interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of blood-red light flashed through the air. He rushed toward Gu Gui as fast as lightning and attacked, all the while cursing. "One after another, you fools who don't know your place, just keep popping up. Stop the act. The real Gu Gu died a long time ago. You're an imposter." Gu Gui didn't answer. He brought his blade down in a single slash, and a powerful wave of energy erupted, knocking Lang Jing backward. Seizing the opportunity, he extended his hand toward Yun Jiao, creating a triangular isolation barrier around her. He did the same for Xiyu. Immediately after, Gu Gui began to pull the 2 of them away, but it wasn't going to be that easy. A sudden flash from a blade cut through the air, forcing Gu Gui to halt. Lang Jing roared, "Don't even dream of escaping." As he spoke, he swung his blade again. A crimson streak shot out, binding Yun Jiao. Seeing her caught, Yu quickly grabbed her hand. At the same time, Lang Jing appeared in a flash, blocking Gu Gui's path. He said coldly, "Imposter, where do you think you're going? Die." Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Jing swung his blade down. Gu Gui was wounded, unable to block in time, but he still managed to cast a spell to separate Yun Jiao's and Yu's clasped hands. Just like that, the 2 were separated as he was pulled back by Gu Gui. Yun Jiao was incredibly agitated, but there was nothing she could do. Gu Gui and Yu entered the teleportation gate just like that. After escaping the underground city, Yu remained unconscious for several days. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. But the first person to meet his gaze was a strange girl. Yu rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "Where is this?" The girl smiled cheerfully and said, "You're finally awake. Looks like the medicine worked. In that case, let's give you another shot." Seeing the syringe in her hand, Yu screamed in terror. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Seeing his reaction, the girl tried to reassure him. "Hey, big bro, don't be scared." Just then, the door opened again. Someone walked in from outside and said in a deep voice, "You slept for so many days. You're finally awake, huh?" Yu looked at the newcomer in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "Physics teacher, you're a player too." The physics teacher let out a soft laugh. He frowned slightly and asked quietly, "Does that mean you're Gu Gui? You're the one who saved me." The teacher shook his head slightly and replied, "I was the one who saved you, but I'm not Gu Gui." Yu was a bit confused. He continued to ask, bewildered, "Then who on earth are you people? Why did you save me?" The teacher slowly explained, "When Mr. Gu Gui was alive, he founded a guild called War Giant. Although he is gone, the guild has continued to operate in secret, and I have inherited his will as the current guild president." Hearing this, Yu nodded in understanding. He swung his legs off the bed and asked doubtfully, "All right, so where is this place? How long was I unconscious? I don't have any more time to waste here." But when he saw the scenery below, his eyes widened in shock, because XCU was still in the game world. The War Giants Guild president seemed to understand his worries and spoke slowly. There was no war that day, but Blood Moon still got what they wanted. Hearing this, Yu panicked. "Does that mean Yun Jiao is in danger?" With a soft chuckle, the War Giants Guild president said casually, "Don't worry. Just use the team system's communication function to contact her and you'll know." Yu grew even more dissatisfied, shouting, "What if she fell into the hands of Blood Moon?" But before he could finish, the president had already called Yun Jiao. Very quickly, Yun Jiao picked up, exclaiming happily, "Yu, I finally got in touch with you." Hearing her reply, Yu asked urgently, "Yun Jiao, were you captured by Blood Moon? What's happening now?" Mentioning this, Yun Jiao seemed a bit troubled. Finally, she slowly opened her mouth. You don't need to worry. They haven't done anything difficult to me. On the contrary, they forced me to go on vacation in Hawaii, saying I needed to rest or something. These words left Siyu completely dumbfounded. He thought she would have been eliminated if she were captured. Seeing Siyu's worry, Yun Jiao reassured him. Anyway, you don't need to worry. That's all for now. It won't be good if I get discovered later. With that, she hung up the phone. The War Giants Guild president couldn't help but laugh teasingly. Haha, I told you so. Shen Yunjiao would be fine. Siyu didn't understand anything, muttering in confusion. What is going on? What the hell do those bastards from Blood Moon want? The War Giants president glanced at him and explained. Shen Yunjiao is a crucial link in Lang Jing's plan. He captured her only to secure the pawn in his hand, not to harm her. Shiyu frowned slightly and asked quietly, You know Lang Jing's entire plan, don't you? The War Giants president took a drag from his cigarette, his tone becoming serious. All right, let me tell you then. This whole thing started 2 years ago. That day, a mysterious gate appeared somewhere beneath the underground city. No one knew its conquest level, required combat power, or any information about its rewards. The only thing the system announced was a short note. The Abyssal Demon Underground City has been activated. Players who can successfully conquer it will be rewarded with supreme, ultimate power. Therefore, a large number of players rushed in, including the major guilds, all wanting to be the first to conquer it. They wanted to claim the mysterious reward. But after a while, players went in but never came out. The death toll kept rising, and this underground city was still not conquered by anyone. To prevent further disaster, Gu Gui decided to handle it, but in the end, he couldn't make it out alive either. The abyss was not successfully conquered, and its entrance was sealed. No one knows what happened inside. After hearing this, Shi Yu understood the situation and whispered, So, Lang Jing wants to reactivate this dangerous underground city. The War Giants Guild president nodded slightly in response. That's right. After so many years of accumulation, I'm afraid he's confident enough to conquer it. Once Lang Jing successfully conquers it, he will receive the mysterious reward of the Abyssal Demon Underground City. He will then shatter the balance of the 4 great guilds, allowing Blood Moon to Wu asked, Do you get it now? You guys have been played by Lang Jing this whole time. Xia Wu frowned slightly, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. There's one thing I still don't understand. Why are you helping me? What do you want? With a faint smile, the guild master of the Battle Axe Guild stubbed. He spoke nonchalantly. Haha, so straightforward. In that case, I won't hide it from you anymore. Our guild will help you become the new king. In return, you help us destroy Blood Moon and kill Lang Jing. Hearing this, Shi Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. He repeated in disbelief, You want me to become the new king and kill Lang Jing? Dan Mo nodded. The guild master of the Battle Axe Guild replied casually, That's right. This game is nothing more than the strong devouring the weak. Right now, the only way for us to see this through to the end is to become the strongest beings. Shi Wu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and refused. I appreciate your kind offer, but my goal right now is to accumulate 100 million points. Your objective is too troublesome for me. The guild master of the Battle Axe Guild seemed to have expected this. He let out a soft chuckle. Haha, as expected. You're not interested. Just like Mr. Gu Gui back then. Hearing that name again, Siwu couldn't help but feel curious. Who is this person, really? Why does his name keep coming up? But he didn't want to get involved. He asked coolly, So, can I go now? The guild master of the Battle Axe Guild nodded slightly and pointed into the distance. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to leave, just head in this direction. The source of that light is the transfer gate. He said he had exhausted too much energy these past few days and couldn't accompany him there. He also warned Siwu to be careful on the way, as this island once had an S-rank underground city. Without a second thought, Siwu climbed out the window. Thanks for saving me from Lang Jing. I'll definitely repay this debt if I get the chance. With that, he leaped from the window, transformed, and left. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Guildmaster, is it really okay to just let him go like that? After all the trouble we went through. Before she could finish, the Guildmaster of the Battle Axe Guild cut her off coldly. Just let him go. If my judgment is correct, he might just be able to awaken the artifact that Mr. Gugoe left on this island back then. Hearing this, the girl understood and nodded. Oh, so it's that. Elsewhere, after leaving the base, Siwu ran into a forest. He immediately told the system to open his status window. After numerous battles, he had reached level 42. Siwu nodded to himself and muttered, Looks like I got a good amount of experience from the Crimson Dragon's domain. I still haven't opened the spoils from there, either. Let's see what I got. With that, he opened his inventory to take a look. The moment he saw it, Siwu's eyes flew open in shock. What? 1 million points and a sacred dragon scale. He instantly felt conflicted and mumbled, I was supposed to share the points with Xiong Shi and Jin Chan, but So much happened after that. Does this mean I'm taking it all for myself? In that case, Ziyi Wu's total points were now 1,228,694. Looking at this number, he immediately grew excited. If he could conquer 100 S-rank underground cities on his own, getting 100 million points wouldn't be a dream anymore. Just then, a sound suddenly came from the bushes behind him. Si Wu's eyes narrowed, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Almost at the same instant, a monster attacked him, but luckily, he managed to dodge it. Si Wu quickly drew his blade. He frowned and muttered, "There are mobs here." It's a level 60 sturdy treant. Without much thought, Si Wu charged forward. This was perfect. If he could defeat a level 60 mob, he could level up quickly. Immediately after, he swung his blade. And although the attack landed, the treant was completely unharmed. It then swung its arm, sending Si Wu flying back 10 meters. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Looks like the level gap is too big. Even a mob isn't easy to deal with." But to his surprise, there wasn't just one, but 3 of them. A large number of them was truly a pain. "I don't want to use that power." While he was hesitating, a flash of sword light swept across, and Si Wu's eyes instinctively narrowed. Because, from out of nowhere, a girl had appeared and begun slaughtering the trance. Meanwhile, back at the Battle Axe Guild's base, a young man shouted in a panic, "It's bad, Guild Master. This is bad." Hearing this, the Guild Master of the Battle Axe Guild asked doubtfully, "What's the matter? Why the rush?" The young man hurriedly explained, "Guild Master, it's Feng Ji. She went to find Zi Wu by herself. I tried to stop her, but I couldn't." Upon hearing this, the Guild Master's expression immediately turned sour. He asked irritably, "Didn't I tell you all to keep a close eye on her?" Lan Shi, who was standing nearby, hesitated before suggesting, "How about I head out immediately to stop her?" Back with Sexy Wu, the girl who had just appeared quickly finished off the treants. She glanced at him and asked, "You're Si Wu, right?" Si Wu was stunned. "I leveled up. But who is this girl?" Since she helped him level up, he spoke politely. "Thanks, you really helped me out a lot. May I ask who you are?" Meanwhile, the Guild Master of the Battle Axe Guild shook his head in disagreement. "Wait, don't go making a mess of things." But Lam Hai still spoke up, extremely worried. If this keeps up, even someone like Siyu could end up dying at Feng Zi's hands. Just as she said, before Siyu could even finish his sentence, a flash of a sword cut through the air, rushing toward him. The girl named Feng Ji had backed Shiyu against an ancient tree. He couldn't help but mutter in alarm, "Just who are you? What do you think you're doing?" Feng Zi replied coldly, "Enough talk. Duel me. I want to take your devouring blade." Hearing this, Siyu panicked and tried to explain, "Wait, even if you kill me, the devouring blade isn't a guaranteed loot drop." Feng Ji actually sheathed her sword. She spoke nonchalantly, "You're right. I won't kill you. So, duel me. If you lose, you'll hand over the devouring blade. I will prove that I am far stronger than you. I am the one who truly deserves the heretical blade." As she spoke, Feng Ji's gaze was incredibly determined. He narrowed his eyes at her and asked suspiciously, "So, who are you? Really? Don't tell me you were sent by the Blood Moon sect." "Blood Moon?" Feng Ji scoffed disdainfully. "Don't you dare lump me in with those scumbags. Now listen closely. I am Feng Ji, from the War Titan Guild." Siyu realized it was because he had rejected the invitation from the War Titans Guild Master. That's why Feng Ji was in such a hurry to take the power of the heretical blade for herself. With that thought, he spoke calmly, "You keep going on about a duel, but what's in it for me if I win?" Hearing this, Feng Ji shouted in frustration, "What? I will never lose." Yu couldn't be bothered. He pouted and said, "If there's nothing in it for me, then I have no reason to duel you." Seeing that he was about to leave, Feng Ji said hastily, "Fine. If you win, you can do whatever you want with me. Now get over here." Yu smiled in satisfaction. Now that didn't sound too bad. With that, he immediately got into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Feng Ji grew excited, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She laughed and said, "Come on. The devouring blade will be mine." Shiyu didn't hesitate to slash out with his blade. Energy erupted in an instant, but it didn't strike anyone. It only caused the nearby ancient trees to collapse. Siyu seized the opportunity and made a run for it. He wasn't about to duel some crazy woman for no reason. But after taking just a few steps, Siyu stopped in his tracks, horrified, because behind him, there was a sound of something slicing through the air. And then, the inevitable happened. Feng Ji had caught up to him. A series of sword flashes began to dance through the air, forcing Siyu to block them. He bit his lip hard. This girl's level and actual strength were definitely much higher than his. He couldn't fight her head-on. While Siyu was deep in thought, Feng Zi's sword flash struck again, forcing him to retreat. Feng Zi narrowed her eyes at Siyu and said coldly, "If you don't accept this duel, then even though I can't kill you, I will torment you until you finally hand over the devouring blade." Hearing these words, Siyu couldn't help but shudder. He quickly shouted, "Wait, this isn't a fair duel." Feng Zhi furrowed her brows slightly and asked in confusion, "How is it unfair?" Siyu declared aggressively, "I'm only level 42 right now, and you're already level 60, aren't you? How can a duel like that possibly be fair?" Hearing this, Feng Zhi snorted coldly, "Fine. As you wish. I will make this duel more fair." Then, she took out a rope. To Siyu's utter confusion, she tied him to the base of a tree. Feng Zhi spoke coldly, "Stay put for me. This is to prevent you from running away again. I have no choice but to do this." She said that to make Siyu submit willingly, she would help him level up quickly. With that said, Feng Zhi took out a device. It was called a monster lure, capable of emitting sounds that would attract monsters. Sure enough, before long, a horde of monsters was lured over, all of them level 65. Siyu had no idea what Feng Zhi was planning to do. When he received a party invitation from her, he grew even more confused. Feng Zhi slowly explained, "By joining my party, I can ensure you receive a huge amount of experience points. Just stay put for me." And with that, she charged forward, the sword in her hand looking no different from a meat cleaver. Every swing of her sword sent a level 65 monster to its doom. Siyu was tied to one spot, but before long, he had already leveled up to 58. He couldn't help but marvel. So cool. This girl isn't bad looking, either, but I can't afford to waste my stamina on her right now. After taking care of all the monsters that had been lured over, Feng Zhi returned to Kaie Yu's side. She frowned and spoke, "How about it? Your level isn't much lower than mine now, is it? You have no more complaints, right?" Siyu let out a soft chuckle and said casually, "I'm very grateful that you helped me level up, but I'm afraid I have to apologize. Come out, little wyvern." The moment the words left his lips, the little wyvern emerged from his equipment. Feng Zhi was startled, but by the time she could react, it was too late. The little wyvern expertly transformed into the flame wyvern. It then flew off with Siyu on its back. He laughed and taunted, "So what if you're amazing? I'm model. I can't believe she can fly too. Still, getting a ton of upgrades all at once feels amazing." Feng Zhi was infuriated by Siyu's actions. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Siyu, just you wait." He paid her no mind and flew forward with the blazing winged dragon. Soon, he saw the exit. But just as he was about to reach it, something suddenly attacked Siyu. The blazing winged dragon quickly dodged. He muttered in confusion, where did that attack come from? When Siyu took a closer look, he saw a swarm of monsters hovering in the sky, and they were heading this way. Siyu's expression immediately turned grim. These monsters shouldn't be able to launch an attack like that. Damn it. What is it this time? Just as he suspected, the ones launching the attacks were the riders on the backs of those monsters. Yu narrowed his eyes to observe them and whispered, "These dragon riders, they aren't players." Soon after, he realized they were humanoid monsters, level 60 Dark Knights. A Dark Knight hurled a spear at Yu. He dodged it quickly, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Then, he rose to his feet, standing steady on the blazing winged dragon's back. Yu scoffed, "They're just a bunch of minions. I don't have time to waste on them. Get out of my way." As he spoke, he swung his blade, sending out a powerful wave of energy. However, the Dark Knights blocked it with their shields. Yu was surprised. They even have warriors dedicated to defense. These guys are weird. First, they attacked with magic, then they defended with shields, and now they're initiating close-quarters combat. Compared to the monsters he faced in the underground city, this bunch had tactical group intelligence. It looked like Yu wasn't going to get away easily. Realizing this, Yu transformed into his soul-devouring dark dragon form. But before he could even make a move, a Dark Knight suddenly took out a whistle and blew it loudly. Yu was stunned. Are they calling for backup? Sure enough, in just a moment, dozens more Dark Knights arrived on their monstrous mounts. They surrounded Yu. Their numbers were overwhelming. Without giving him any time to prepare, the Dark Knights launched their attack. Not daring to let his guard down, Yu quickly raised his wings to block. He scoffed, "An attack of this level is nowhere near enough to defeat me." However, the moment he said that, Yu felt something strange. His wings had been frozen solid. So they're trying to neutralize my ability to fly. These monsters are no joke. While Yu was lost in thought, the monsters raised their spears in unison and hurled them forward. Just then, Feng Zhi arrived on her own monster mount. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her sword, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. It then turned into a gale, blowing away the monsters in front of her. Yu glanced at her, annoyed. "You actually managed to catch up?" But Feng Zhi had no time to bicker with him. She yelled angrily, "You idiot! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Charging through Snow Valley all by yourself? Even if you won't hand over the devouring blade, you shouldn't just throw your life away for nothing." With that, she threw out 2 flash grenades. With a boom, a blinding light erupted. It was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Seizing the opportunity, the blazing winged dragon immediately turned and fled. It flew at incredible speed, and before long, they had shaken off the dark knights. A moment later, the blazing winged dragon landed in a safe spot. Siyu gently stroked it, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry you got hurt. Go back to the system and rest, blazing winged dragon." But Feng Ji immediately pointed her sword at him, declaring fiercely, "Siyu, I'm not letting you run away again." Siyu couldn't help but sigh at this. "Hold on," he said warily. "This isn't the time for us to fight. Hasn't the boss of the underground city already been defeated? So why are there such dangerous enemies here?" Feng Ji pursed her lips and explained, "It's true, the boss on this island has been defeated. But because of that, the legions of knights hiding on Snow Mountain have been growing stronger ever since their leader was killed. They have high combat intelligence and are constantly expanding their territory. They punish any and all intruders, which is why so many players no longer dare to come to this underground city. That's why the War Implement Guild has been hiding out here." As she said this, Feng Ji pointed her sword at Shiyu again, her voice full of accusation. "And now, thanks to you, we're deep in the heart of their territory. I don't even know if we can get out of here alive." Siyu sighed in exasperation. It wasn't like he wanted this either. He reached out and pushed her sword away. He said with a small smile, "Why don't you lower your sword for now? We should probably focus on escaping from these monsters first." Just then, a sudden noise outside startled them both. It was two dark knights, but they weren't attacking. They were speaking to each other in a language neither of them understood. Hiding off to the side, Siyu listened and muttered in confusion. "Looks like they have their own language." Feng Ji nodded slightly. "They do. Our guild leader managed to translate their language and developed a translation system so we could gather intelligence on them. Let's see what they're talking about." With that, she activated the translation software, and they could finally understand the two Dark Knights' conversation that night. After a moment, one of the Dark Knights spoke up. "We have to patrol every day. I haven't bathed in so long." The other one nodded in agreement. "Me too." Then, the two of them immediately took off their armor. This scene left Siyu and his companion completely stunned. He exclaimed in shock, "Hey, they're taking off their armor." Feng Ji was also bewildered, muttering, "What's going on? This is the first time I've ever seen this." Unaware that anyone was watching, the two Dark Knights removed their armor, revealing that they were actually two women. They looked quite human, but they had pointed ears. They relaxed and soaked themselves in a nearby stream. The more Siyu watched, the more shocked he became. He mumbled in disbelief, "What is this? The enemies who want to kill us are female elves?" Feng Ji, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much, saying indifferently, "It doesn't matter what they are. They're just characters created in a game." He frowned slightly and asked, "So what are you going to do?" Feng Ji took out a rope and declared aggressively, "Do you even need to ask? We capture them first, then we'll talk." Siyu was left speechless. He asked helplessly, "Don't you have a more peaceful way of doing things?" With a soft huff, Feng Ji scolded coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. If we keep dilly-dallying, we won't be able to escape when their main force arrives." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her whip towards the stream. The two elves flinched, trying to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. Both of them were tied up tightly by Feng Ji. Piercing screams echoed through the air. Feng Ji emerged from the shadows and said coldly, "Don't move. It'll only make it more painful for you." With that, she pointed her sword at them and warned, "If you don't want to die, tell me how to get out of here." But as soon as she finished, the red-haired elf shouted defiantly, "Don't even dream of escaping, human." The elf next to her chimed in aggressively, "That's right. Kill us if you want, but we will never bow to a human. We and humans can never be on the same side." These words enraged Feng Ji, and she raised her sword, ready to charge. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Just some side characters in a game, and you have this much nerve? Watch how I kill you." Seeing this, Siyu pulled her back. "Don't get so worked up." The red-haired elf, who had just been so defiant, suddenly started sobbing. "Just you wait. Our comrades will definitely avenge us." Just then, a loud shout echoed from behind them. "We found you, humans." Feng Ji flinched and looked back to see a group of Dark Knights approaching. The one in the lead carried a large mace and roared aggressively, "You dare trespass on Snow Mountain? I'll show you what hell is like." He squinted at the group, his eyes filled with doubt. Are they beastmen? It seems the elves have allied with the beastmen. Feng Ji, however, was very calm. She pulled the two elves onto the bank. Then she held her sword to their throats. Feng Ji warned in a cold voice, "I advise you not to make any sudden moves, or I'll kill them." Her action thoroughly enraged the beastman. He gritted his teeth and said, "Foolish human. A soldier taken prisoner is a disgrace to us." As he finished speaking, he snatched a spear from the hands of a Dark Knight. Then, without any hesitation, he threw it. Before Feng Zi's astonished eyes, the long spear pierced through the red-haired elf's chest. A chill ran down Cuyu's spine. He stammered. He has no feelings for his own comrades. Feng Zi was also bewildered, not expecting things to turn out this way. Ignoring their reactions, the beastmen shouted again, "Archers, get ready." However, after what had just happened, the Dark Knights hesitated, their movements slow and reluctant. The beastmen looked at them angrily and asked with displeasure, "What's wrong? Are you planning to defy my orders?" Soon after, the Dark Knights raised their bows and aimed them at Ciyu and Feng Ji. His expression immediately turned grim. Ciyu wanted to activate the Dark Dragon Blade, but it was still in its resting state. At that very moment, a shower of arrows rained down on them. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He ran to shield the two elves, using his sword form to slash at the arrows. This action made the other elf's eyes widen in astonishment. Even more surprising, Feng Ji also took action. She shielded the two of them, and as a result, an arrow pierced her arm. Feng Ji pulled the arrow out, gritting her teeth and cursing, "You're dead meat." With that, she swung her sword and charged. In the blink of an eye, Feng Ji was in front of the beastman. However, the beastman blocked her attack. He snorted contemptuously. An attack like that doesn't even tickle. Immediately after, the beastman swung his mace down, catching Feng Ji off guard and sending her flying. The beastman had no intention of letting her go. He charged forward aggressively. "For your transgressions, I will repay you tenfold." Seeing the situation was bad, Ciyu quickly activated his sword's energy. A powerful blast shot directly toward the beastman, but as soon as the blast hit him, it shattered. He laughed smugly. "It's useless. Your attacks can't hurt me." Seeing the beastman's arrogance, Feng Ji was displeased. She immediately rushed forward and snorted coldly. "In this game, there hasn't been an enemy yet that I can't cut down." He raised his dagger to block. Unfortunately, Feng Ji showed no mercy this time, unleashing a frantic flurry of slashes. The beastman was struck by the continuous sword strikes, and his body quickly. But before he died, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "So what if you defeated me? Just you wait, you detestable humans. Lord Shueliao will devour every last one of you." Seeing the beastmen fall, the Dark Knights behind them immediately drew their bows, ready to shoot. Ciyu saw this and shouted, "Wait, you're not like the beastmen, are you? Can you spare us? In return, I can heal this elf." As soon as he said this, the leading Dark Knight sneered. Then she took off her helmet and said in a cold voice, "The words of you humans can never be trusted." Hearing this, Ciyu felt a bit helpless. He sighed and said, "Damn it, a fight is unavoidable." Even though she was just a game character, the blue-haired elf suddenly shouted, "Wait, Captain Nina, my healing magic isn't working anymore. It's because that human saved me by blocking an arrow just now." She said, "Maybe we can trust them." She begged Ciyu to give it a try, her voice trembling as she pleaded for him to save her sister. Hearing this, Nina hesitated for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. She said that if they really healed the elf, as a reward, she would lead them out of this place. "If you can't heal her, then don't even dream of leaving here alive." He was very confident. Ciyu chuckled and replied, "Don't worry. A small wound like this is nothing for the Holy Decree Dragon Scale." With that, he took out the Holy Decree Dragon Scale and used it on the elf's body. In an instant, the girl's vitality was restored. She exclaimed in amazement, "The wound is healed, and the pain is gone." Her sister beside her heard this and cried out joyfully, "That's wonderful." Even Feng Ji couldn't help but remark, "You have quite a rare healing item, don't you?" Flattered by the compliment, Ciyu said smugly, "Don't forget, I'm the one who successfully conquered the Crimson Smelting Dragon's domain." The blue-haired elf looked gratefully at Ciyu and Feng Ji and said, "Thank you both. If it weren't for you, my sister." But before she could finish, Nina cut her off coldly. "That's enough. There's no need to thank humans. This was just a transaction between us." The blue-haired elf fell silent. Nina glanced at the two and ordered, "You two, follow the squad back to rest for now. Leave the rest to me." With that, Nina walked up to Ciyu and Feng Ji and said, "I will keep my promise and lead you two out of here." Hearing this, the red-haired elf said worriedly, "Captain Nina, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let us come with you." But before she could finish, Nina cut her off coldly. "Don't worry. I'm more than enough on my own. It's just two puny humans. They're no threat to me at all." This remark infuriated Feng Ji, but there was nothing he could do. Nina paid him no mind, pointing to 2 sets of armor in a corner and suggesting, "Humans, put on those 2 sets of armor for me." Feng Ji couldn't stand her superior tone and said with displeasure, "I am not your subordinate." Nina was just as stubborn, retorting with a cold snort, "Fine. If you won't listen to me, then do as you please." Seeing this, Ciyu couldn't help but sigh helplessly. The personalities of these two. Can I really get out of here smoothly? Despite the argument, Ciyu and Feng Ji eventually put on the armor. Nina walked ahead to lead the way, instructing them dispassionately, "Follow me. No matter what happens later, do not make a sound." A short while later, she led them to the beastman's base. Seeing her, a beastman sneered, "Well, if it isn't Captain Nina, where are you all going?" Nina slowly explained, "There are intruders. We're heading to the border for reinforcements." But the beastman didn't let her pass, deliberately making things difficult. "What's the hurry? Have a drink with me." Nina bit her lip hard and refused coolly. "The situation is urgent. I cannot afford any delays." Seeing her lack of cooperation, the beastman became angry, gritting his teeth and cursing. "I'm offering you a drink nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Then he grabbed Nina's jaw and mercilessly poured wine into her mouth. Yet Nina didn't resist, simply allowing the beastman to humiliate her. Seeing this, Feng Zi gritted his teeth and cursed. "That bastard. Let me teach him a lesson." Siyu quickly stopped him. "Don't be rash. Remember what she told us." After a while, the beastman seemed to have had his fun. He snorted coldly and pushed Nina away, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "How boring. I poured so much wine, yet you're still not drunk. Your subordinates all fell at my hands, one by one. Only you have never lost." Nina wiped the remaining wine from her lips, then led Siyu and Feng Zi away. The beastman, still not satisfied, called out, "Just you wait. One day, I'll get you drunk." Once the three of them were far away, Feng Zi finally took off his helmet and couldn't help but ask, "Why did we just leave like that? Aren't you the captain of the elves? Why do you tolerate those beastmen?" But Nina didn't appreciate his concern in the slightest. She said resentfully, "Cut the fake concern. Besides, compared to invaders like you, this humiliation from the beastmen is nothing to me." She said, "If we hadn't chosen to ally with the beastmen, the elf tribe would have been completely wiped out by humans." CA. You then nodded in agreement. "She's right. The elf tribe are just monster characters in a game. For players like us, they're just prey with good loot." Nina didn't understand what he was saying and cut him off coldly. "I don't understand what you people mean. What are these players you speak of? I just want to survive here, that's all. But you people keep killing us. You even harmed the Elf King." Hearing this, Feng Qian couldn't help but be shocked. The Elf King was the previous leader of this underground city. If that's the case, then teacher Gu Gui. Before she could finish, Nina spoke again coldly. "You saved my comrades. As a trade, I will lead you out of here, then we'll be even." Feng Qian bit her lip fiercely, feeling very unhappy. Her teacher couldn't possibly be wrong. Their target was the leader of the underground city. But where did it go wrong? Siyu also felt that something was off. What exactly is hidden in the mechanics of this game's design? The two of them walked on, lost in thought. A moment later, Nina stopped. "The preparation room is up ahead. Beyond that is the border area." They quickly went inside, but as soon as they entered, Feng Qian covered Siyu's eyes. "Don't look," she said, because in front of them were female elves putting on their armor. Walking behind them, he asked doubtfully, "The elf tribe. Why are you all female?" Nina suppressed her anger and replied, "Our male warriors have basically all died in battle. Are you satisfied with that answer?" Hearing this, Siyu shut his mouth and didn't ask again. The three of them continued forward, stopping when they reached the dwelling of the flying monsters. Nina started to explain. "In a moment, my squad will ride the winged beasts out for reconnaissance. That's when you two should find a chance to leave." But just then, the ground suddenly trembled. A set of powerful claws approached, accompanied by a loud shout. "All you elves, stay put for me. Don't move." As soon as the words were spoken, all the flying monsters prostrated themselves on the ground. Nina complied, not forgetting to remind Siyu and Feng Qian, "Quick, kneel down." He frowned slightly, puzzled. He muttered, "Is this guy the leader of the beastmen?" A horned beastman riding a large wolf approached. He spoke coldly. "There's no mistaking this scent. There are humans hiding among you." The beastman leader scanned the group of dark knights, a smirk on his face. "There are humans hiding among you. I wonder which one it could be. Well now, let me have a little fun with you." With that, Sui Liao channeled energy into his hand and struck a dark knight. Instantly, the knight's armor was burned away, revealing an elf. Shui Liao clicked his tongue in disappointment. "What a shame. I guess wrong." He showed no concern at all, sneering as Shui Liao stripped the armor off one knight after another, but each time, the figure of an elf was revealed. Nina watched from the side, biting her lip fiercely and muttering, "Damn it, what do I do? Shui Liao is toying with us elves. I can't take this anymore." Besides her, someone else couldn't take it either and drew their sword. Feng Qian charged forward aggressively. "You, damned beastman, die." However, Shui Liao was already on guard. The moment she swung down, he threw a punch. He muttered disdainfully, "So you came out on your own? You've got some nerve, human." Xu Liao's strength was immense. Feng Qian was sent flying. He pouted and said, "But you're still too weak." At the same time, Shi Yu also charged forward with his sword. He channeled energy into the blade, but it couldn't even pierce Xu Liao's body. The beastman smirked and asked, "Are you trying to tickle me?" Then Xu Liao grabbed Shi Yu's head and brutally slammed it into the ground. He shouted coldly, "I have no interest in human men." After taking him down, Xu Liao gloated, shouting, "Everyone, look closely. I, Xu Liao, will absolutely not spare any human that appears before me. In this world, we are the masters." Hearing this, the beastmen began to cheer. Lord Xu Liao is mighty. Mina witnessed this scene, a conflicted look in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I can't get you two out of here, but in this situation, I'm powerless." On the other side, Xu Liao looked at Yu and said coldly, "Human, you will be the 109th player to die by my hand. This is your honor." He seemed to realize something and whispered softly, "This guy can speak human language, and he calls us players. That's right, he's a demonic beast. Feng Qian, from now on, leave it to me." Feng Qian nodded slightly, showing she understood. Immediately after, Yu summoned the little winged dragon. Right now, he had plenty of points, so there was no need to be stingy when facing a demonic beast. Yu used 10,000 points to activate the little winged dragon's ultimate state. In the blink of an eye, the little winged dragon became the Imperial Winged Dragon. Its body was enveloped in brilliant flames. Without a word, the Imperial Winged Dragon fiercely punched the ground. A pillar of fire erupted, but Xu Liao wasn't scared at all. He even laughed excitedly. "That's not a bad attack, but fire is useless against me." With that, he opened his mouth and inhaled all of the blazing flames. This sight made Yu cry out in shock. "What?" He swallowed the flames whole. Xu Liao then laughed smugly. "I am the true lord of the flames." Instantly, his figure vanished, reappearing right in front of the winged Emperor Dragon. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Slave of a human, let me set you free." With that, Xu Liao threw a vicious punch. The winged Emperor Dragon couldn't defend itself, and its energy was completely shattered, causing it to revert to its little winged dragon form. It fell weakly into Yu's arms, who asked anxiously, "Little winged dragon, are you all right?" Xu Liao snorted in contempt, couldn't even take a single hit. Seeing how bad the situation was, Feng Kui ran over to him and taunted with a pout. "Didn't you say you'd handle this? What was that all about?" Yu pursed his lips and muttered, "This guy's a demonic beast. We need to figure out how to escape." Hearing this, Xu Liao let out a deep laugh. "No human can escape from my grasp." Right after, he threw another punch, but at the same time, the flash of a blade appeared. Xu Liao recognized the attacker and muttered in annoyance, "It's you." Feng Kui's eyes widened in surprise. The person who came is the president of the War Giant Guild. Xu Liao glared at him and roared fiercely, "All of you humans will die here." The president of the War Giant Guild heard this and scoffed. "Is that so? I'm afraid you're not capable of that." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint aura of energy appeared. The sword in his hand began to transform, and in an instant, it became a devouring blade, identical to Yu's. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. His weapon turned into the devouring blade. Feng Kui slowly explained, "Don't be surprised. The president's power is quite unique. He can replicate any weapon he's ever touched." Just then, Xu Liao roared furiously. "You were lucky to get away last time. Let's see how I rip you to shreds this time." But before he could even get near the president, a beam of energy shot up from the ground, followed by dozens more that completely enveloped Xu Liao's body. The president of the War Giant Guild couldn't help but praise him. "Yu, your devouring blade is quite impressive. You flatter me." Yu replied with a chuckle, though he knew full well that the blade in the president's hand was a replica, yet its power was clearly far greater than his own. Having taken a hit, Xu Liao was no longer so arrogant. He gritted his teeth and said, "I admit, for a human, you're quite capable. Wolf Cavalry, advance." As soon as he gave the order, a pack of beastmen riding wolves slowly advanced, surrounding Yu and his two companions in an instant. The president of the War Giant Guild spoke up to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. According to my research, the demonic beast Xu Liao has a weakness." He frowned and asked, "A weakness?" The president nodded slightly. "That's right. Attacking it with ice skills can significantly weaken its flame abilities for a short time. The main thing is to seize that moment." As he finished speaking, the president transformed the devouring blade into an ice sword and charged forward without hesitation. He swung his sword, temporarily freezing half of Xu Liao's body. Yet, Xu Liao didn't panic. He snorted contemptuously, "You fool. Using the same trick twice, don't even dream of it working this time." His flames quickly melted the ice on his body, causing the president of the War Giant Guild to exclaim in surprise, "This guy's even stronger than before." Just then, Xue Liao unleashed his scorching flames. Not daring to be careless, the president quickly created a wall of bone ice to defend himself. Seeing this wasn't going well, Feng Kui rushed forward, shouting as she attacked, "I'm here to help. I have ice-type skills too." The president nodded slightly. "Excellent. Let's attack together." With that, he swung his sword, and in an instant, bone ice tightly bound Xue Liao's legs. At the same time, a flying vehicle suddenly appeared in the sky, and someone shouted, "President, I'm here. Everyone, get on." Shi Yu was bewildered. There are even more reinforcements? Seeing more people arrive, the elven Dark Knights drew their bows, ready to attack. A volley of arrows instantly shot towards Feng Kui, causing her to panic. But since she was in midair, she would be hit no matter how she dodged. In that critical moment, another arrow suddenly shot forward, splitting the one aimed at Feng Kui right down the middle. The archer was Nina. She spoke slowly, "This is all I can do to help you." Meanwhile, Xue Liao roared in fury, "Damn it, I won't let you escape." The president of the War Giant Guild let out a cold snort and said icily, "You're just a demonic beast. Don't be so arrogant. Dance." As soon as he said that, ice lotuses bloomed up from the ground, completely blocking the beastman's view. The War Giant Guild members and Shi Yu managed to escape. A little later, back at the War Giant Guild's base, Lan Shai was furious. "Feng Zi," he scolded, "you acted on your own. Do you have any idea what kind of danger you put the guild in?" Feng Zi knew she was in the wrong and bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry, I messed up. But if it wasn't for this guy Shi Yu escaping from Snow Mountain." Hearing this, Shi Yu, who was standing nearby, retorted indignantly, "What? Now you're blaming me for this?" The guild master couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "That's enough. Feng Zi, I know you want to become stronger to prove to Master Gu Gui that you've grown up, but do you think he would approve of you stealing someone's ultimate—" Feng Zi trembled slightly, unable to say a word. After dealing with the internal matter, the guild master turned to Shi Yu and said apologetically, "This was my failure. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you out of this underground city." Shi Yu nodded slightly in response. "All right, thank you for your trouble." At that moment, Feng Zi spoke up again, puzzled. "But there's one thing I still don't understand. The king of the spirit race is the leader of this underground city, right? Was he really killed by Master Gu Gui?" Hearing this, the guild master couldn't help but frown, his voice low as he asked, "Did the spirit race tell you too that?" "Fine, I'll tell you then. The one who attacked the Spirit King in the beginning wasn't Master Gu Gui." Feng Zi was stunned and asked in shock, "But then who was it?" The guild master sighed helplessly. "It's a long story. As it happens, I've kept the video recordings of every raid on the underground city to study tactics. See for yourselves what happened that year." He then played the video recording. The screen lit up in an instant. Siyu's eyes were filled with excitement. He was finally going to see it for himself. He was about to see the legendary figure known as Gu Gui. The scene quickly shifted to a battle, where a blood-red blade sliced majestically through the air. The owner of that blade was none other than Gu Go. Having just finished a fight, he laughed excitedly. "The leader of this underground city is much tougher than I thought, but unfortunately for him, he's a fire attribute, which is my counter." As a result, Gu, seeing their spirit king about to lose, the nearby spirit race members angrily pointed their weapons at Gu Gui. They said something, but no one could understand it. A player next to Gu Gui, armed with guns aimed at the spirit race, and eagerly suggested, "Great job, Gu Gui. Let me give him the final blow." Seeing this action, the Ice Spirit King's eyes immediately narrowed. As if he had made up his mind, he waved his hand, dispelling the flames in front of him. Immediately after, the Ice Spirit King summoned the last of his energy. He erected a wall of ice, enclosing all the members of the spirit race behind him. This sight surprised Dati. What's he doing? Why put up an ice wall? The current guild master of the War Giant Guild was also there, and he replied calmly, "It seems he has other plans." Gugu also smirked and said, "That's right, he's surrendering." The Ice Spirit King's purpose is to separate himself from the soldiers behind him, hoping they won't be harmed by our groups. This situation stirred a bit of compassion in Gugui. He sheathed his blade and said casually, "I never thought a monster in a game could have such humanity and intelligence. Even though he's a game boss, I really can't bring myself to finish him off." Hearing this, Datai couldn't help but try to persuade him. "Are you kidding me? We've been fighting him for a whole day. We barely managed to." But before he could finish, Gu Gui cut him off. "All right, say no more." The Ice Spirit King didn't understand human language, but seeing Gu Gui's group leave, he looked slightly surprised. Meanwhile, Gu Gui was still reflecting, sacrificing himself to save his comrades. Isn't that something our guild does all the time? If we continue to attack, wouldn't we be going against our own principles? With that, he ordered a retreat. Despite Datai's protests, he was resolute. But just then, the Ice Spirit King suddenly said something, then waved his hand again. A sheet of ice blocked Gugui's group's path. Dati cried out in alarm. Look, he's not letting us leave. While everyone was confused, a sword levitated into the air and flew toward them. Gugui was puzzled, but the younger version of the current guild master chuckled and said, "Looks like he doesn't want us to go back empty-handed. This must be his way of repaying us for sparing his life, offering us this gift." After presenting the gift, the Ice Spirit King retracted his ice and frost. Watching up to this point, Fangji realized something. She took out a sword and quickly asked, "Is it this one?" "This is the sword Master Gugui gave me when he was still alive." Siyu was also very surprised and asked, "You had it?" The guild master was also caught off guard. "So Master Gugui gave the spirit sword to you." Fengji had never been willing to use this sword before. She had only been forced to use it earlier to fend off Sui Liao. The guild master then spoke up again. "All right. Based on my speculation, the one who really killed the Spirit King was the evil beast, Shui Liao. He must have struck while the Spirit King was weakened. That way, there would be nothing left to counter his power." He didn't understand and muttered, "But shouldn't the monster characters in the game be targeting the players? Even a vicious beast shouldn't kill the leader of the underground city, who was on the same side." The guild leader slowly explained that in this game, the so-called vicious beasts are a special existence. Not only do they possess intelligence, but more frighteningly, they can grow and develop just like us players. Ever since Sui Liao killed the Ice Snow Elf King, he has been getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, he demanded that Siyu and Feng Ji not go to Snow Valley to provoke him anymore. Furthermore, he believed that Shui Liao's existence also helped prevent other players from barging into the underground city. This was also a good thing for the War Guild. After hearing this, Feng Ji remained silent, but that night, alone in her room, a whirlwind of thoughts consumed her. Feng Ji desperately wanted to do something, but she couldn't go against the guild leader's wishes. She muttered in frustration, "Damn it, what should I do now?" She remembered Nina being humiliatingly forced to drink by that beastman. She's just a character in a game, but why does she seem more real, more alive, than an actual person? After a moment of silence, Feng Ji finally made her decision. She really couldn't just swallow her anger. Meanwhile, outside the base, a dark dragon mech was parked on the ground. Shiyu walked around it, giving it a quick inspection. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. "All right, riding this will save a lot of trouble. The little winged dragon is injured, so I'll let it rest at home." Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. It was Feng Ji. She questioned him in a cold voice. "What are you doing sneaking around in the middle of the night?" Shiyu stammered, trying to explain. "Nothing. I'm just out for a walk." Hearing this, Feng Ji snorted contemptuously. "You think I'd believe that?" Shiyu didn't answer, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "Never mind me. What about you? Coming out here this late at night? You must be planning to disobey the guild leader's orders, right? Be careful, or I'll report you." Feng Ji glared at him, annoyed. Seeing his teasing made her blush, Siyu stopped joking around. He patted the back of the mech and said, "All right, I was just kidding. I knew you'd come, so I was waiting for you." Feng Ji's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that. Shiyu raised an eyebrow and grinned. "While I'm not interested in the elves in the Snow Mountain, that vicious beast is a huge walking pile of points to me. If you want to go to the Snow Mountain, come with me." At the same time, inside the Snow Mountain, sunlight was illuminating Snow Valley. But at that moment, Nina and two elf sisters were tied to a post outdoors. Shui Liao, who had captured the three of them, sat on a high chair, with other elves gathered below. He spoke coldly. "All you elves, look closely. Some of you dared to collude with humans. This act is a disgrace to our kind, a crime punishable by death." The red-haired elf said guiltily, "Captain Nina, this is all my fault. I'm the one who got everyone into this mess." Nina bit her lip fiercely and said grimly, "Don't say that. We did nothing wrong." Just then, Shui Liao gave the order. "Do it. Get rid of these damn elves." As soon as he finished speaking, the beastmen raised their spears. Without a moment's hesitation, they threw their spears. The other elves watched in terror, but Nina remained completely calm. She closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. She thought she could finally be reunited with the Elf King and her fallen comrades, but at that very moment, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared, slicing the spears in two. This scene startled the elves. The beastmen, on the other hand, were furious because they saw Feng Ji and Siyu. They were standing protectively in front of Nina and the others. Seeing them, Nina cried out in shock, "Why did you come back?" Feng Ji scoffed in reply, "Is there even a need to ask? If we let you die, the score between us could never be settled." Seeing Siyu and Feng Ji, Shui Liao laughed smugly. "You humans actually dare to show your faces here again. All elves, hear my command. Capture these two humans for me." The elves were conflicted, unsure of what to do. They hesitated, muttering, "What do we do? Are we supposed to attack these two? Feng Ji stood on a high platform. She scanned the crowd of elves and shouted, "Wait, you elves have been deceived by Shui Liao. The one who killed the Ice Snow Elf King wasn't us, it was Sui Liao." As she spoke, she drew the elven sword for everyone to see. She quickly explained, "This is the proof. This was a gift from the Elf King to us humans long ago. We did not kill your king." Seeing the sword in her hand, the elves immediately began to whisper among themselves. "How does she have that? What should we do? Could what she's saying be true?" Nina's eyes also widened in surprise. The Ice Elven Sword. Back then, the great Elf King only bestowed it upon trusted subordinates like us. What she's saying is the truth. Seeing the elves begin to waver, Sui Liao roared in fury. "Useless elves! You've all been bewitched by these cunning humans. All of you, die." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a massive attack, a fireball towards the elf tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Yu leaped into the air, shattering it with a single slash. He turned to the elf tribe and pleaded, "Elves, this is a conflict between Sui Liao and humans. We have no desire to be your enemies. Please don't stand in our way." Hearing this, the beast tribe sneered in contempt. "Just two humans? And you've got such a big mouth? Watch us grind you into dust." But the words had barely left their mouths when they felt an intense heat bearing down on them, breaking out in a cold sweat. The little winged dragon had now transformed into the flame-winged dragon, viciously spewing fire at the beast tribe. Seeing this, Shui Liao became furious. He let out a roar, and a brilliant torrent of fire erupted from his mouth. At the same time, Feng Qian switched to her ice spirit sword. She quickly shouted, "See you, I'll cover for you." Ice bones formed a large circle, enveloping Si Yu's body and allowing him to charge toward the flames. Just like that, Shi Yu successfully closed the distance to Shui Liao. The beast gritted his teeth and snarled, "Human, I won't spare you this time. I'm going to slowly savor the pleasure of watching you crumble to dust." Shi Yu snorted coldly, retorting with a sneer, "Is that so? I won't be sparing you, either." As he finished speaking, Si Yu slashed out with his sword. Dark energy instantly enveloped Sui Liao, but he managed to dodge it. Then, he reached out and caught Xie Yu's sword. Sui Liao sneered in contempt, "Too weak." Then he threw a punch at Si Yu. Not daring to be careless, Si Yu quickly dodged. Seeing this, Feng Qian charged in. She roared fiercely, "Don't forget about me." With one slash of her sword, ice bones tightly bound Sui Liao's body. Xi Yu's brow furrowed. If he wasn't mistaken, Sui Liao's weakness was that the moment he was frozen, his defensive power would drop. Therefore, Shi Yu poured all his energy into his blade and plunged it straight into Shu Liao's chest. Seeing this, Feng Qian bit her lip and murmured, "It went through. We did it." Struck by the pain, Shui Liao gritted his teeth in fury. "You humans have really pissed me off now." The moment he finished speaking, he threw a punch that sent Xiu flying. Shui Liao grunted, his eyes filled with rage. Shi Yu's eyes widened in shock. This guy was still holding back his power. Under everyone's horrified gaze, two large scales suddenly appeared on Shui Liao's body. Before long, his entire body was covered in hard scales. He threw his head back and roared, "All of you will die." In an instant, the snowy mountain was enveloped in brilliant flames, all of them erupting from Sui Liao's body. One of his own men standing beside him was engulfed in the flames, trembling as he called out, "Lord Sui Liao." But Sui Liao seemed to have fallen into a berserk rage. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, he placed a hand on the beastman's head and squeezed hard. Fresh blood instantly spurted out like rain as Sui Liao roared madly, "Blood makes my flames burn even hotter. I need more blood." Witnessing this, Shi Yu and Feng Qian immediately flew over. He warned in a low voice, "Be careful." Shu Liao's gotten stronger. Shui Liao glared viciously at the two of them as they charged, roaring, "Humans, I'll drink every last drop of your blood." With that, he slammed a fist into the ground. A pillar of fire immediately erupted, blocking Si Yu and Feng Qian's path. Shui Liao sneered, "Don't even dream of escaping my grasp." In an instant, scorching flames danced wildly through the air, looking as if they could incinerate the entire snow valley. Feng Qian tried to use her ice spirit sword to disperse the flames, but it was almost useless. She cried out in panic, "The power of these flames has gotten stronger. There's no way I can freeze them." But just then, a layer of ice bones suddenly appeared before her, immediately forming into a large claw. Feng Qian's eyes widened in shock. Looking over, she saw the elves wielding ice spirit swords. They were working together, creating the ice bones. Nina led the others, shouting, "Humans, we will fight too. Elves, cast off your armor of sin. Take up the swords bestowed upon us by the great elf king, and kill Sui Liao." Seeing this, Shui Liao couldn't help but frown and sneer. "You want to resist me, you ice elves? Fine, then I'll just have to slaughter you all over again." The moment he finished speaking, flames shot out wildly from the sky. In an instant, they transformed into evil spirits from hell, attacking everyone. Yu tried to cut one down, but it had no effect. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "They can't be killed by cutting them." Feng Qian was also being held back by the evil spirits. She cried out in alarm, "Shui Liao's target isn't us. He wants to take care of the elves first." She wasn't wrong. A horde of evil spirits was already restraining Nina and the other elves. They were completely unable to move. An evil spirit plunged its claws into Nina, and fresh blood instantly sprayed everywhere. The sight of blood made Shui Liao even more frenzied. He laughed with excitement. "Elf blood. Ah, how I've missed this taste. I hope it's as delicious as the blood of your elf king." Seeing how bad the situation was, Yu quickly shouted, "Feng Qian, this can't go on. Hurry up and use your spirit sword to freeze these evil spirits." Hearing this, Feng Qian bit her lip hard. "Damn it, I can't freeze them with my power alone." She deflected Shui Liao's flames. She couldn't help but remember Gu Gu's words. He believed this sword would help her become stronger. Snapping out of her memory, Feng Ji pursed her lips and murmured, "I'm sorry, Master Gu Gu. I'm still not strong enough. But there are things more important to protect than becoming stronger." The next moment, she threw the sword and shouted, "See you, catch." Slightly bewildered, he reached out and caught it. Feng Zi quickly explained, "My power alone isn't enough to fight Shui Liao. But with your way of devouring, we might just stand a chance against him. Don't you disappoint me." "I understand," Yu replied with a slight nod. Immediately, he unlocked his black dragon form and activated the devouring blade to consume the ice spirit sword. In that very instant, the evil spirit next to Feng Ji was frozen solid. Not only that, but all the rampaging evil spirits turned to ice. Yu had successfully devoured the ice spirit sword. Seeing this, Shui Liao couldn't hide his shock. "You're radiating an aura similar to the Spirit King. But this is perfect. Devouring you will surely make me stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward aggressively, meeting Yu's sword with his fist. The two were quickly locked in a stalemate, torrents of fire and ice clashing relentlessly. Both were fighting with ferocious intensity, trying to force the other into a fatal corner, but Shui Liao was simply much stronger. He landed a heavy punch on Yu's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Even after absorbing the power of the spirit sword, I still can't win." At that moment, Shui Liao suddenly roared, "I'm done playing around, human. Go to hell." With that, he summoned his Hellfire avatar. Shui Liao's avatar, like a hellish flame, swung its blade madly towards Yu. Not daring to be careless, he quickly raised his blade to block. Seeing this, one of the spirits urgently suggested, "Should we go and help? The human strength right now is still no match for Shui Liao's." Nina shook her head slightly. "No, their power has already far surpassed ours. There's nothing we can do to help. But that human gained immense power by absorbing the spirit's sword, so maybe..." After a long silence, she suddenly shouted, "Human, listen to me." Startled, Yu glanced over. Nina held her spirit sword out towards him and declared, "If you can defeat Shui Liao, we will give you all of our spirit swords." Instantly, a series of system notifications popped up. Numerous ice spirits had been bestowed upon Yu. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. "You've just done me a huge favor. Let's go. Devouring blade. Devour them all." In that moment, all the spirit swords held by the spirits transformed into brilliant auras. The blade in Yu's hand began to glow, and the flames gradually weakened. Yu bit his lip hard and roared, "Consume them. Go." Devouring blade. The moment he shouted, frost erupted from the blade, beginning to freeze the flames. Before long, the Hellfire avatar was completely turned to ice. This sight made Shui Liao grind his teeth in rage. "Only the Ice Spirit King should be able to freeze my flames. Yet a mere human managed to do it." Nina and the other spirits couldn't help but stare in astonishment. This ice power was incredibly familiar to them. And this nostalgic presence. Yu's appearance had changed, with wisps of frost now swirling around him, but it brought tears to Nina's eyes. It's as if our Lord Spirit King has been resurrected. But she was mistaken. Yu had simply unlocked a new form, the Ice Spirit King. That's why his current appearance was so similar to the Spirit King when he was alive. Feng Ji couldn't help but feel triumphant seeing this. The power of the devouring blade truly is bottomless. After changing forms, Yu's power had grown immensely. He roared defiantly, "Demon beast Shui Liao. I will defeat you with this power gifted to me by the ice spirits." Scoffing, Shui Liao said coldly, "In your dreams. Even the Spirit King was no match for me. What makes you think you can win?" With that, he launched another fireball attack. Unflustered, Yu calmly retorted, "You're lying. You only had a chance that day because Gu Gui had already weakened the Spirit King. You could never have defeated the Ice Spirit King at his full strength. As he spoke, he slashed out with his blade. A wave of frost appeared in an instant, freezing the flames. Shui Liao was completely surrounded by the frost. His rage boiled over. He snarled through gritted teeth, "You disgusting mongrel. I'll crush you." The moment he finished speaking, Sui Liao threw a ferocious punch. Siyu managed to raise his shield in time to block. Immediately after, he roared, "This is the end." Siyu slashed out with his blade. The raging frost struck Shui Liao's body head-on, causing him immense pain. But the next moment, as fresh blood began to pour out, Sui Liao suddenly roared, "Let my blood burn." Siyu's eyes widened in shock. What? He's using his own blood to amplify his flames? You were still dazed as Sui Liao lunged right in front of you. He roared aggressively, "I've got you now. Burn to ashes for me." In the blink of an eye, flames like those from the 18th hell erupted violently, engulfing Siyu's entire body. Siyu bit his lip fiercely. "Are you trying to take me down with you? In your dreams?" Just then, Feng Ji rushed in, kicking Sui Liao in the head. She snorted coldly, "Don't forget about me." Then, she glanced at Xiu and shouted, "Stop dawdling." "Got it." Siyu nodded slightly and then activated the power of ice. Instantly, a frozen vortex appeared. Shu Liao was bound tightly by it, and he roared in anger. "Damn it! Impossible. This is the Ice Elf King's technique. Impossible." But no matter how much he screamed, his only fate was to be frozen solid. Siyu snapped his fingers and scoffed, "Shatter into ice fragments." Shu Liao couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die like this. But in this moment, all he could do was shatter and disappear. The system immediately popped up with a notification. Siyu had successfully eliminated the evil beast, Sui Liao. He smirked and mumbled, "Go repent in hell." Seeing Shu Liao turn to dust, the beastman cried out in panic. Lord Shu Liao was destroyed by the humans. "Impossible. He's just one puny human. Without Shui Liao to back us up, the beast tribe is nothing." They immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. "We surrender. Please, elf tribe, spare us." Hearing this, the elves snorted with contempt. "Spare you? Your leader Sui Liao not only murdered our king but also humiliated us. How could we possibly forgive beastmen like you for this crime?" Seeing that begging wouldn't work, the beastmen resorted to threats. "Don't be so arrogant. After the elf king died, if it weren't for Lord Shui Liao, we would have been slaughtered by the humans." The elves felt there was some truth to his words. They immediately mumbled sadly, "He's not wrong. We've all lost our leader now. We're just going to be slaughtered by the humans later anyway." But at that moment, Siyu suddenly spoke up. "You don't have to worry about that. I will protect the elf tribe." As he said this, Siyu's tone was incredibly firm. This made the elves look towards him with expectant eyes. Siyu spoke calmly, "This power is a gift from all of you. In return, if anyone dares to harm you, I absolutely will not stand by and watch." His words left the elves utterly astonished. They mumbled in disbelief. "What? A human dares to say he'll protect us? Can we trust him?" Nina frowned in silence. Siyu inherited the power of the Elf King. His words are not a joke. Thinking this, she immediately took the lead and knelt, shouting, "I understand. If you can protect my elf tribe, I am willing to follow you." With her taking the lead, the others began to follow suit. "If Captain Nina has chosen to trust you, then we, the elf tribe, are all willing to follow you." In an instant, the tables had turned. Siyu was now revered by the elf tribe. At that very moment, the system popped up another notification. "Congratulations to the player for completing the Assist the Elf Tribe quest." Not only that, but many members of the elf tribe had joined Xiyu's party. The flood of notifications left him stunned. Siyu looked at the elves kneeling before him. "Have I really become their king?" Meanwhile, Feng Ji couldn't help but sigh in amazement. "This is incredible. In-game characters have become allies." As far as she knew, only the 4 major guilds in the game currently had this special type of arrangement. Could this be what my guild leader was talking about? The hidden secret of this island is becoming a king of power, and Siyu has just achieved it. Meanwhile, at the Blood Moon branch, in the stronghold of the Iron Fang squad, a red alert was flashing continuously. Warning, large energy fluctuation detected in the underground city of Ice Mirror Island. Hearing this, one of the men exclaimed excitedly, "An underground city whose leader was wiped out. Why would there be an energy fluctuation? Scout the area for me. I want to see what's happening there." The person next to him immediately nodded, "Yes, Lord G." In a flash, the scouting system detected the Battle Giant Guild's base. Seeing this, Ji cried out in excitement, "I finally found them. This must be the hidden Battle Giant Guild. Lord Lang Jing's plan is about to begin. Brothers, head to Ice Mirror Island immediately and wipe out the Battle Giant Guild." Inside the base, Lan Shi was in the middle of her work when she suddenly heard the system warning that the base had been discovered. Lan Shi cried out in horror, "This is bad. Guild leader, we've been discovered." The only ones who could have found us must be the Blood Moon Guild. We need to prepare to retreat, quickly. But just as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly darkened. She stammered, trembling. Oh no, they've already started activating the teleportation gate. And just as she feared, the sky was now shrouded in darkness. Before long, the teleportation gate opened, and a horde of players and flying monsters poured out. Seeing this, the leader of the War Titan Guild immediately gave the order. Activate the teleportation device at once. Move all of our supplies. Hearing this, Lanji hesitated and mumbled, but teleportation will take at least 15 minutes. The War Titan Guild's leader replied calmly, don't worry, I can hold them off. Outside, the Iron Fang squad's flying monsters were relentlessly spitting fire at the War Titan's stronghold. Just then, one of the men's eyes widened in horror because he saw Gugui's combat form relentlessly slaughtering his people. Seeing this, another man immediately opened fire and yelled, you dare to fight alone? I'll burn you to a crisp. However, the War Titan's leader was incredibly fast and dodged it completely. Immediately after, the leader shouted, Master Gugui, lend me your strength. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword again, its dancing light relentlessly sweeping through the horde of flying monsters. Seeing this, Ji exclaimed excitedly. As expected of the Mirror Man, Lin Chen possesses countless legendary skills. Let the captain of the Iron Fang squad be your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged with his axe to intercept Lin Chen. Ji glanced at his subordinates and yelled, brothers, I'll hold Lin Chen off. You guys hurry and attack the main base. Hearing this, Lin Chen cried out in alarm, oh no. In an instant, the Iron Fang squad changed course and attacked the War Titan's base. But from out of nowhere, a shield of bone ice appeared, repelling all the fire back at them. This sight made Ji's eyes widen in shock. When he looked closer, he saw a group of people in black armor, also riding flying monsters, attacking his men. He cried out in panic, black armor. Which guild sent these reinforcements? The aura of those black armored Shadow Knights was incredibly fierce. They were now gaining the upper hand. Members of the Blood Moon Guild fell one after another under their weapons. Realizing the situation was dire, Go gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. What guild do these reinforcements belong to, that they dare to oppose us? The Blood Moon Guild. Just then, a slash of bone ice energy struck out, freezing all of the Blood Moon's flying monsters solid. Immediately after, a flying monster flew over, with a majestic figure standing upon it. It was the new Elf King of the Elf King clan. Siyu spoke coldly. So, it's the Blood Moon Guild, huh? Perfect. In that case, I no longer need to hold back. Lin Chen was surprised to see Siyu. Could it be? You've already conquered the city. In the past, Gu Gui had told him this. Lin Chen, I've made my decision. We will establish our guild's stronghold on this island. A surprised Lin Chen had asked. Why the sudden decision? Gu Gui replied with a calm smile. If I'm not mistaken, this underground city might be hiding an enormous reward. It's even possible that this reward could overturn the entire power balance of this game. Lin Chen mumbled in confusion. Really? This seemingly ordinary underground city could actually. If that's the case, then let's hurry and claim that reward now. Gu Gui laughed loudly. Haha, it's not that simple. An enormous reward means the difficulty is also extraordinary. Right now, we aren't strong enough to conquer it. Later, he said he had become strong enough and decided to establish the guild's stronghold here. This hidden reward would be left for Lin Chen and the future generations of the guild to discover how to claim. But not long after, Gu Gui unfortunately passed away. To restore the guild's power, Lin Chen continuously tried to explore the island, but was unable to because of the blood. And yet, Siyu had succeeded. Just then, Ji suddenly raised his axe and roared, You mongrels, don't you dare underestimate me. I am Ji, captain of the Blood Moon Guild's Iron Fang squad. I don't care who you are, you're all going to die. In an instant, a furious lightning flash struck out, sending the elf Shadow Knights flying. Seeing this, Lin Chen created a shield to protect everyone. Siyu held out his new blade to him and suggested, Master, copy my new weapon. I understand. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Very quickly, the weapon in his hand transformed. He couldn't help but exclaim, This truly is an ice element weapon pushed to its absolute limit. Let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, two ice dragons charged furiously forward, causing Ji to panic. In an instant, Siyu and Lin Chen unleashed the twin dragon ice bite, instantly freezing Ji solid on the spot. Seeing this, the Blood Moon members were terrified. Our leaders have been defeated. We're no match for them. Retreat, quickly. Inside, Lan Shi saw this and cried out with joy. This is great. The Blood Moon is retreating. Outside, after the battle ended, Feng Ji ran to Lin Chen's side and asked with concern, Guild leader, are you all right? I have no objections. Don't mention it. Blood Moon is my sworn enemy too. Seeing that he didn't mind, Lin Chen didn't press the issue and then suggested, "Next, you're planning to rescue Shen Yunjiao, right? Come with us." Siyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "With you guys? Don't tell me you?" Lin Chen nodded slightly. "That's right. The time is ripe." He said he was going to launch an all-out war against Blood Moon, so he asked Siyu for a hand. Meanwhile, in a treacherous, rocky mountain terrain, Leng Jing was walking ahead. He glanced back and asked, "Are you sure you're ready?" The person with him was none other than Yun Jiao. She spoke coldly. "Enough talk. Let's go." Hearing this, Leng Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, how brave. Shen Yun Jiao. Well then, let's go. Time to open the next door." With that, he started walking forward. Yun Jiao slowly followed behind. A short while later, inside the base of the War God Guild, Shi Yu went in to discuss matters. However, there was one thing that made him feel a bit helpless. Nina and her companion had followed Shi Yu. He said helplessly, "I already told you. You don't need to stick so close to me." Nina shook her head fiercely. "No way. Right now, you are our temporary leader. We must ensure your safety." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. "Haha, interesting. So this is the reward you received after defeating Sui Liaohe? See you." Shi Yu replied casually. "I guess you could say that. They're my comrades now." Lin Chen chuckled lightly and said, "It seems you still don't understand. They aren't just comrades, they're a rare Legion power in this game." Hearing this, Siyu was shocked, his eyes widening. "Legion power? What's that?" Lin Chen slowly explained. Legion power is the strength a player gains with the help of supporting combat characters. It can even allow them to dominate a region. Unlocking Legion power is extremely rare up to this point. Shiyu had seen Legion power demonstrated before. It was the power of the current 4 great guilds: Golden Flash's Robot Army, Lion's Heart's Skeletal Knight Formation, and also Blood Moon's Dark Magical Beasts. And now, Siyu possessed the distinct combat power of the Elf Warriors. Hearing this, Siyu nodded in understanding. "So that's what they are." Lin Chen continued to explain. "Although your current army is far weaker than those of the 4 great guilds, this power of yours will be a crucial weapon in the upcoming fight against Blood Moon." As soon as he finished, Shiyu couldn't help but retort, "Wait a minute, teacher. I think you've misunderstood something. The elves are my comrades. I don't see them as soldiers to throw away their lives for me like Blood Moon does." Lin Chen understood this and nodded. "You can rest assured on that point because you are not our main force against Blood Moon. Connect to them, Miss Lancy." Lancy quickly replied, "One moment, Guild Master." She immediately established a connection. Soon, the Guild Master of Golden Flash and the Vice Master of Lion's Heart appeared. They weren't surprised and calmly greeted him. "Long time no see, Lin Chen." Siyu, who was beside them, couldn't help but be surprised. They're already on the same side. At this moment, the Guild Master of Golden Flash suddenly spoke up. "Lin Chen, Vice Master Han Shi of Lion's Heart, you can all rest easy. The reserve weapons for this battle are we at Golden Flash are all set." Hearing this, Han Shi curled his lip in contempt. "You old fox, you planned well, only worrying about reserve equipment. But we at Lion's Heart are different. As long as you agree to assist, we will be on the front lines to crush Blood Moon." Seeing them so fired up, Lin Chen couldn't help but speak up. "Thank you, both guild masters, for attending this meeting. Besides everyone here, I've also contacted another ally who harbors an immense hatred for Blood Moon. He said it was no exaggeration that her strength surpassed everyone present, and that with her help, it would be like giving a tiger wings." Just then, a pair of long, slender legs stepped inside. It turned out to be Yahello. It wasn't wrong to say she hated Blood Moon, because she wanted to kill Leng Jing. Seeing her, the Golden Flash Guild Master exclaimed excitedly, "This is great. Ever since that incident at the Abyssal Demon Underground City, Yahello left our Golden Flash Guild. Now that she's on the same side as us, victory is certain." Han Shi also nodded in agreement. "I heard that back then, there were 3 players who possessed the unique Extreme Blade. After that incident, Leng Jing appeared. Having her help is the best thing that could happen." Seeing Yahello, Siyu greeted her happily. "Yahello, long time no see." Yahello glared at him and snapped resentfully, "Shut your mouth, you idiot." With that, she looked towards the other 2 and said, "Listen up, you old geezers. Even though I've chosen to ally with you, my goals are not the same as yours." Their goal was merely to stop Leng Jing from entering the Abyssal Demon Underground City and gaining more power. Yahello, on the other hand, wants to prevent the Abyssal Demon from being activated again at all costs. Yahello paused abruptly, then glanced at Shi Yu, a meaningful glint flashing in her eyes. She spoke coldly, "Even if the price is killing the key, Shen Yunjiao." Her words made Shi Yu furious. "What did you just say?" Lin Chen then spoke up. "Miss Yahello, Is your intense focus on the abyssal demon underground city related to the incident years ago, when a demon ambushed players inside? Yahello replied coldly. That wasn't a rumor. What happened that year was real, and what's inside is no simple monster. Listen closely. The parasite living in that underground city is a massive horde of evil beasts. This made the leader of the Golden Toad Guild's eyes go wide with shock. A massive horde of evil beasts? A single evil beast already has enough power to kill over 100 players. If it's a massive horde. Hanshi muttered in alarm. This is the first I'm hearing of this. If it's true, that underground city is incredibly dangerous. Yahello bit her lip fiercely and said in a grave tone, Lang Jing must be trying to make a deal with the evil beasts in exchange for even greater power. Once that underground city is opened, every single player in this game will be in extreme danger. Yu couldn't help but be horrified. The giant dragon from the Red East Dragon domain and the Blood Liao evil beast, both were opponents nearly impossible to defeat. If a massive horde of them appeared, players would be. Lin Shen's expression also became incredibly grave. He said in a low voice, I understand. In that case, we absolutely must defeat the Blood Moon Guild before Lang Jing can activate the— Hearing this, Yahello scoffed. Coldly. Good. As long as you understand. You all can work out the next steps. I have other matters to attend to now. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. Yu suddenly had a bad feeling and stammered. Huh. Don't tell me. But before he could finish, Yahello lifted her leg and kicked Yu right in the face. Get in there for me. Yu yelled in frustration. Can you stop kicking me in the face? But he was helpless as she threw him into the portal. Yu landed quickly. He glanced around, sighing and muttering, This place again. But before he could even get his bearings, two other figures fell from above. It was Nina and her companion. They landed right on top of Yu. He cried out in frustration, Why did you guys follow me here? Nina replied calmly, I have told you before, we will protect your safety at all times. The elf beside her also asked worriedly, Are you all right, Lord Yu? Just then, Yahello also walked over slowly and said indifferently, Get up. Yu looked up at her and asked doubtfully, Yahello, you want to spar with me again? Don't underestimate me anymore. I'm much stronger than I was before. Yahello glared at him and scolded with a cold scoff. You idiot. Next, we'll be fighting an all-out war against the Blood Moon Guild. Coordination between members will be far more important than— To be honest, I was also very surprised that Yu obtained the power of the Legion. But how much of it can you even use? With that, Yahello snapped her fingers, and two mechs appeared in front of her. She said indifferently, I'll conduct a match against you three. If you can't even defeat the puppets in my formation, then we won't stand a chance of defeating Lang Jing. Nina and the other elf immediately stood in front of Yu and said in a cold voice, Bring it on. We'll show you how formidable we elves are. Hearing this, Yahello sneered disdainfully. Just a couple of NPCs, but you talk big, don't you? Besides, your appearance is too conspicuous. It'll be a huge disadvantage for you if you're later identified as non-players. After saying that, she snapped her fingers. Nina and her companions' bodies suddenly glowed, and in a flash, they were both wearing new combat outfits. Yu looked at their revealing outfits and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Sigh. Thanks for the new outfits. Seeing him dazed, Yahello pointed a finger and scolded him. Yu, get serious. I told you before, this isn't a joke. If we can't defeat Lang Jing, then we'll have to kill Shen Yunjiao. I understand. Yu nodded slightly in response, then drew his weapon. He said coolly, I will prove my strength to you. At the same time, he activated the skill Alley Resonance. Alley Resonance is a special skill only available in elf form, which allows fellow elves to receive a 10% boost to their own elemental power. Just then, the two puppets charged forward. Nina quickly swung her blade, sending ice spikes flying. However, one puppet shattered the ice spikes with a single punch. The other puppet then attacked the other elf. Seeing this, Yu immediately rushed in. They're just two machines. I'll finish you off right now. But you forgot, there was still Yahello. She had run to block his path. Don't forget about me. Without holding back at all, Yahello threw a punch, and a powerful surge of energy erupted. Luckily, Yu managed to dodge it. Not backing down, Yu slashed out with his icebone sword. The wave of ice tore through the ground, sliding towards Yahello. Unfortunately, Yahello casually raised a hand to block it. She said with contempt, Your ice-type attacks are too weak against my fists. In other words, your ice power is As she said this, Yahello raised an eyebrow provocatively. Let me show you my variant blade. The variant blade is considered special because its power isn't limited. It possesses infinite room for growth. Her variant blade's Fist of Strength can absorb the power of an attack, convert it into her own strength, and reflect it back twofold. As soon as she finished speaking, Yahello threw a punch. Shi Yu didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly raised his blade to defend. The ice blade, lacking the ability for instant burst damage, isn't suitable for dealing with this type of opponent. Thinking this, he immediately switched to the swift sword form. A flash of light appeared in an instant as Shi Yu slashed down with his blade. Yalin's fist technique was immediately shattered, but she just scoffed coldly. Idiot, your swift sword might be able to easily handle my heavy fists, but you lose the attribute enhancement from the spirit form. Shi Yu was stunned. Only then did he realize that as soon as he had changed forms, Nina had been put at a disadvantage. The other spirit was in the same situation. They would be no match for the puppets in Yalin's formation. Right after that, Yalin charged forward again, saying contemptuously, "Is this your idea of teamwork? It's pathetic." She said that if you make one wrong choice on the battlefield, your own comrades will be the ones who die. The more Shi Yu listened, the grimmer his expression became. What do I do now? In the ice spirit form, he'd be suppressed by Yalin and unable to support them. But in the swift sword form, Nina and the other spirit were no match for these puppets. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Yu decided on the safest option, stopping Yalin. He then activated ally resonance, but Yalin just smirked. Too late. Even with your increased power, you can't escape my crushing pressure lockdown. Meanwhile, Nina was enveloped in a ray of light, her power gradually increasing. Shi Yu wasn't worried at all. He just smiled calmly and said, "Is that so? You said it yourself. The variant blade has no power restrictions, right?" The moment he finished speaking, a dark aura suddenly appeared around Nina. The sight made Yaolin cry out in utter astonishment. Using black flame power in the ice spirit form, Shi Yu replied with a cold smile. "That's right. Thanks to you reminding me that the variant blade's power has no limits. If both powers belong to me, why can't I use them at the same time?" By simultaneously combining the ice attribute of the devouring blade and the black flame attribute, an immense power could be created. With that, Shi Yu activated ally resonance again. A pair of large wings instantly appeared on Nina's back, and she soared into the air. Both spirits now possessed immense power. Seeing this, Yaolin was even more astonished. The black flame power has merged with the spirit's body. While she was still reeling, Shi Yu shouted, "Go! Use the power of the black flame." The moment he finished speaking, Nina and the other spirit raised their blades high and simultaneously unleashed a slash infused with dark energy. The two puppets hurriedly launched palm strikes to defend, but their attacks were completely enveloped by the dark energy. Seeing this, Shi Yu grinned triumphantly. "Your palm strikes might shatter ice, but they can't block the black flame. It's being completely devoured, isn't it?" In just an instant, Yalin's two puppets were infiltrated by the dark energy and slowly collapsed. He walked over to Nina and the other spirit, exclaiming excitedly, "We won." Yalin showed no pity as she watched her puppets fall. She simply raised an eyebrow and looked at Shi Yu with admiration. "Your power manages to surprise me every time." "All right, I acknowledge your strength." Hearing this, Shi Yu looked at her with determination and said, "In that case, I hope you can trust me. Stop treating Yanjiao like a pawn. I have to save her." Yaolin nodded and said calmly, "Don't worry. Those were just words to provoke you. This time, I will protect everyone." As soon as she said this, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Protect everyone. You're overstating things." Hearing this, Yaolin turned her head, frowning and muttering, "It's you?" The newcomer was Feng Zi. She seemed agitated, scolding aggressively. "Didn't you say the exact same thing back then? You said you'd be Master Gu Gui's support. And look what happened." As she spoke, Feng Zi charged forward aggressively. Yaolin quickly raised her hand to block. Feng Zi questioned her frantically. "You disappeared right after it happened. You finally have the nerve to show your face again, huh? Tell me, why were you the only one who made it out of that underground city alive? Why did you abandon Master Gu Gui?" As she finished, Yaolin tightened her grip on her sword. She spoke coldly. "It's my fault I couldn't bring Gu Gui back." "I'm sorry, Feng Zi." Yaolin's usual arrogant demeanor was gone, replaced by a sense of guilt. She bit her lip and muttered, "Because of my regret, I've been living in hiding all this time, too afraid to face anyone." But this time, Yaolin said, she wouldn't run away. She would atone for the mistakes she had made, if Feng Zi could still trust her. Model, I will tell Feng Zi everything that happened in the Abyssal Demon Dungeon. Feng Zi frowned slightly, hesitating for a long moment before asking, "Why was Gu Gui defeated? This isn't the right place to talk." Yaolin brought them back to her home in the real world. Si Yu couldn't help but sigh wistfully. Thinking back, it's been a long time since I've been back to the real world. Yaolin poured them some tea and spoke slowly. "This is my home. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Feng Zi was looking at an album Yaolin had given her. She asked suspiciously, "Why are you showing me this album?" Yaolin explained slowly, "I compiled all of Gu Gui's memories from that year into this one album. You can see glimpses of Gu Gui here." Si Yu, curious, also glanced over and immediately noticed one particular photo. He asked, puzzled, "Why does this picture look a little strange?" A part of the photo you mentioned had been covered up. The picture showed a young Gugui and Yalam taped over. Yalam slowly explained, then reached out and peeled the tape away. Seeing what was hidden underneath, Siyu couldn't help but frown in shock. "This is..." Yalam calmly began to explain. "That's right. This is what I wanted you two to see. Back then, the ones who went to the Abyssal Demon Dungeon together were the two of us, and Leng Jing. At that time, the three of them were still teammates who trusted each other." Feng Ji seemed unable to accept this truth. She retorted resentfully, "Leng Jing used to be your teammate?" Yalam nodded slightly. "That's right. This is also the reason I've always avoided the subject, not wanting anyone to bring it up." Seeing Feng Ji getting agitated, Siyu quickly tried to calm her down. "Feng Ji, just calm down and listen to the rest of the story." Yalam then sighed and said, "This story, it goes back a long time. Back then, you two hadn't even entered this game world yet. The game wasn't dominated by the four great guilds like it is now. The game world was ruled by the original Red Moon Guild. Order hadn't been established yet. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The Red Moon Guild seized the early opportunities and became incredibly powerful, committing every evil act imaginable. The entire game world was a hell for weaker players. It wasn't until later that one person stood up to challenge the Red Moon Guild. He defied everyone's expectations with his strength alone. All by himself, he managed to destroy the entire Red Moon Guild. After that, this person stood at the very top of the game world, establishing order and the rules of the game. He advocated for the game to be like real society, needing laws to bind players and prevent them from slaughtering each other. He guided the entire game world toward a fair and peaceful society. That's right, that person was Gu Gui. Shiyu couldn't help but marvel. Gu Gui was truly incredible. Hearing this, Feng Ji pouted and scoffed. "Is that even a question? He was my master." Yalam waited for the two to finish their exchange before continuing the story. But this was only the beginning of everything. After Gu Gu re-established order, the major guilds began competing with each other by hunting in the dungeons. The guilds that grew the strongest at that time were Golden Flash, Red Lion, and Grey Mist. It was also around then that I, by some twist of fate, joined the Golden Flash Guild as a member of the major guild. During a joint dungeon raid, I was lucky enough to meet Gu Gui. But at that time, Gu Gui was no longer alone. The person standing beside him, his subordinate who followed his orders, was Leng Jing. It was said that Leng Jing was once a member of the Red Moon Guild. After Gu Gui dealt with Red Moon, Leng Jing switched sides and joined him. Gu Gui trusted that man completely. He brought him along on every important raid mission. From then on, the three of them continuously conquered the strongest dungeons. Their power surpassed that of the masses. Even the three great guilds, despite their large numbers, had to be wary of them. But those happy and peaceful days didn't last long. Soon, the Abyssal Demon Dungeon appeared. At first, Gu Gui didn't pay this dungeon much mind, but then the demonic beasts inside began to stir. They dared to proactively attack the players' home bases, completely shattering the long-held concept of players being the hunters. That's when the three of us realized that in front of these demonic beasts, the players were the prey. Hearing this, Feng Ji seemed to realize something, murmuring in confusion, "Is that why?" Master Gu Gui decided he had to conquer the Abyssal Demon Dungeon. Yalam nodded slightly. "That's right. To avoid causing a panic, only a few of us knew at the time that the demonic beasts would proactively attack players. That's also why the major guilds gathered their top-ranked players and formed an elite team. Together, they would raid the Abyssal Dungeon. But the number of demonic beasts inside far exceeded their imagination. Even the elite team was quickly crushed. Despite that, Gu Gui still relied on his own strength. He led me and Leng Jing into the deepest part of the dungeon. At the time, the strategy was for me to be in charge of attacking the monsters from behind. I would cover them as they advanced, and the final battle would be left to Gu Gui and Leng Jing. Shi Yu became suspicious again. So, Gu Gui was killed because he couldn't fight back against the beasts. Yaolin gently shook her head, but if you look closely, the hand holding her teacup was trembling uncontrollably. She bit her lip and murmured, "No." Although the beasts were strong and numerous, there's no way Gu Gui could have been defeated by them. The one who truly defeated Gu Gui was Leng Jing. Ye Lin would never forget that moment for the rest of her life. Gu Gui was betrayed. In his final moments, he was filled with rage and despair, while Leng Jing wore an incredibly smug expression. Hearing the whole story, Shi Yu couldn't help but be shocked. So that's how Gu Gui was defeated. Feng Ji, on the other hand, was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "I knew it. There's no way Teacher Gu Gui could have been defeated under normal circumstances." She had heard from Lin Chen before that Leng Jing killed Teacher Gu Gu, but she never imagined it was through such a despicable betrayal. Yaolin suppressed her grief and continued. "After that, Leng Jing and I were lucky enough to escape the underground city. The Abyss Demon Underground City closed automatically after that, but we were just welcomed into a new kind of hell. Lang Jing showed his true colors. He used the power he gained in the underground city to rapidly expand his influence. He re-established the Red Moon Guild, changed its name to Blood Moon, and brazenly seized resources by hunting new players. Siyu couldn't help but ask doubtfully, if you all still care so much about Gu Gui, why didn't you use your saved-up points to resurrect him? Hearing this, Feng Zi snapped angrily, you idiot. If that were possible, I would have tried it a long time ago. Players who die in battle inside the game can't be resurrected with points. Yao Lin then sighed and spoke up, Feng Zi, I've been hiding this from you because I was worried you wouldn't be able to accept the truth and would go after Lang Jing for revenge. But the time is now right. This time, let's get justice for Gu Gui together. Seeing how heartbroken the two of them were, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. Even though I've never met Gu Gu, I feel like he's still alive in both of your hearts. As he spoke, he picked up a photo album to look through. His eyes were drawn to a picture of Yao Lin and Gu Gui. Immediately, Shi Yu spotted a familiar figure. He cried out in shock, Yao Lin, what's with this picture? Where did you two take this? And when? Ye Lin asked, a little confused. What's wrong? It's just a normal photo of us. Of course it's not normal. Xie Yu shook his head slightly and questioned her aggressively. Why is Yu Yi in a picture of you two? Just as he said, in the distance, the back of Yu Yi could be seen in the photo. Xie Yu recognized her in a single glance. A few hours later, in Xie Yu's room. After returning, he couldn't stop thinking about that photo. Why was Yu Yi coincidentally there too? When he asked Ye Lin, she didn't know anything either. She said she didn't know Yu Yi. Xie Yu frowned in silence. Is it just a coincidence? Well, I guess it's possible. This city is so small. It wouldn't be strange to run into someone by chance, right? After thinking for a while, he sighed and mumbled, whatever. Now is not the time to get hung up on this. The more important thing is to save up points. The last attack on Blood Liao must have given me a lot of points. But as soon as he checked his points on the status screen, Siyu cried out in alarm. 300,000, my total is now 1,200,000 points. He couldn't help but exclaim, the rewards for defeating these beasts are incredible. As for the loot, there's also Blood Liao's rare item. If I use it for the Devouring Blade, it might even increase its flame attribute. But Siyu already had the Black Flame state, so this wouldn't benefit him much. However, while Siyu was thinking, the little winged dragon suddenly jumped out. It then held out its hand towards the item, as if it wanted it. Shiyu agreed without a second thought. Alright, then this is for you. We both have the fire attribute, so maybe this can increase your power. With that, he transferred it to the little winged dragon, but the little winged dragon started crunching on it with great relish. Siyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, you're eating it? Isn't it supposed to be equipped? Before long, the little winged dragon had finished eating Blood Liao's item. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Siyu, startling him. Siyu, what are you mumbling about? The person who arrived was Feng Zi. He jumped and cried out, why did you just barge into my room? Feng Zi looked at him, jumping around like a clown, and snorted coldly, you idiot. You're the one who didn't close the door. Then she spoke again, I need you for something. The attack on Blood Moon has begun. Come with me, now. Siyu was stunned, asking in confusion, the battle has already started? A short while later, inside a base within the game, Feng Zi led Shi Yu to a location and introduced it. This is our temporary combat command center. Seeing him, Lan Shi spoke urgently. Shi Yu, you're finally here. Si Yu walked over to her and asked, puzzled, what's going on? Didn't you say the attack would start in 3 days? Lan Shi slowly explained, it happened too suddenly. 3 hours ago, we detected a massive power fluctuation coming from the Blood Moon headquarters. We suspect Lang Jing has begun trying to activate the Abyss Demon Underground City. Lin Chen thinks this is the perfect opportunity to attack them. Realizing that delaying any longer would be extremely risky, they decided to activate their battle plan and immediately attack Blood Moon. The operation was split into 2 prongs, with the first being led by Lin Chen and Han Shi. With their strength, breaking into Blood Moon's territory wouldn't be an issue. At this moment, Siyu spoke up. With 2 guild master level figures leading the charge, it'll be difficult for Blood Moon. However, Lan Shi shook his head and disagreed. No, the fight has just begun. We can't predict the outcome yet. Meanwhile, on the strike team's side, Long Tian was also present. He looked towards Han Shi and spoke, Captain, is this the best the Blood Moon's monster army can do? They're no match for us at all. No, don't let your guard down. Han Shi said cautiously, shaking his head slightly. The Blood Moon's monster army has a wide variety of species, and many of them can directly counter our entire Lion Guild army. And just as he predicted, right after he spoke, monsters appeared in the sky. Han Shi frowned and muttered, speak of the devil, flying centipedes. Immediately after, he gave the order to shoot the monsters down. In an instant, the flying centipedes were hit by a barrage of attacks, but they were completely unharmed and even spat venom back at them. Seeing this, Han Shi shouted a warning. Be careful. Their attacks are corrosive. But some of his men were still hit. Seeing this, Han Shi gave the order. All units, full defense. These flying types are difficult for us to handle. Just then, the sky filled with flying monsters confronting the Lion Guild army. The flying centipedes relentlessly spat venom from above, but their attacks were suddenly blocked. Seeing this, Long Tien muttered in confusion. Someone's blocking their attacks. Han Shi also raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, so this must be the air support Lin Chen told us about. The newcomer was Shi Yu. He floated in midair and spoke coolly. It seems I've arrived just in time. Go, my elves. As soon as he finished speaking, elves clad in dark knight armor appeared all at once. They also had 2 large wings on their backs. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the swarm of flying centipedes. Yu glanced at Nina and gave her a warning. Nina, this battle is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Nina nodded slightly and replied, Don't worry. Monsters of this caliber are no match for us elves. She wasn't wrong. The elves quickly engaged the flying centipedes and gained the upper hand, infuriating the Blood Moon commander. He roared in disbelief. Impossible. The Lion Guild has air support. We were careless. But the number of our Blood Moon monsters far exceeds theirs. Immediately after, he deployed the cannon tail monsters to annihilate the enemy in the air. Nina was still feeling confident, but it wasn't long before an energy cannonball suddenly shot towards her, startling her. The other elves were no exception. They had to constantly evade the energy blasts. Seeing this, Yu clicked his tongue. Had they become flying targets? A large number of the cannon-firing monsters were mobilized, firing non-stop. Nina quickly shouted a warning. Everyone, focus on defending. Down below, Han Shi joined the battle. He snorted coldly and yelled, Are you just going to ignore the Lion Guild? Charge. Flatten these insects for me. The moment he finished speaking, the Lion Guild's elite cavalry began to attack the insect-like monsters. Han Shi fiercely raised his blade and brought it down in a powerful slash. In an instant, energy erupted like a tidal wave, sending the swarm of insects flying. Seeing her chance, Nina yelled out the order, Now's our chance. Concentrate your fire and attack. The elves immediately obeyed, bombarding the flying centipedes from the air. Despite never having met, the cavalry and the elves fought with perfect coordination, pushing back the Blood Moon's monster army. The Blood Moon commander roared in anger. The entire Blood Moon assassin corps prepared to strike. But just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Commander, rushing in recklessly will only lead to more casualties. Let us take it from here. The commander glanced back and saw a woman in a black cloak slowly approaching. He snorted in contempt. With just a few of your parlor tricks, how much of an impact can you really have on this battle? The woman, however, spoke with complete confidence. Oh, you can. Rest assured about that. We've already set the stage. Now, we will change the tide of this battle. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers and magical arrays appeared in the sky. A member of the Lion Guild saw this and cried out in alarm. Captain, strange patterns are appearing in the sky. Hearing this, Han Shi looked up and was completely stunned. No way. Could it be? On the other side, Yu also saw the arrays and muttered in confusion, What is this? Han Shi quickly realized what it was. He yelled a warning to everyone. The entire army, on high alert. These are the techniques of the Ash Mist Guild. Long Tien was shocked when he heard this. The Ash Mist Guild and Blood Moon have joined forces. Just then, the woman appeared and snorted coldly. You figured it out far too late. Activate the mist barrier. As soon as she finished speaking, a fog enveloped the entire corner of the mountain. Han Shi cried out in alarm. This thick fog will cut off our team's communications, and what's more, it'll eat away at everyone's strength stats. Meanwhile, Yu was completely baffled. What is happening? Why can't I see anything? Han Shi bit his lip fiercely, cursing internally. The Grey Mist Guild has never taken sides before. Why are they suddenly with Blood Moon? Damn it, at this rate, our chances of winning this battle are getting slimmer and slimmer. While the entire army was in a state of confusion, something was silently approaching from a corner. Long Tien tried to attack the fog, but it was almost useless. He shouted in frustration, No matter how I attack this fog, it won't disappear. In a corner of the fog, an elf had let their guard down and was attacked by a monster. Their armor shattered in an instant. Nina quickly shouted, Everyone, gather up. Don't spread out. Yu also landed on the ground. The state of the battle is unclear right now. Let's regroup first and figure it out. But the moment he touched down, something lunged at him. Yu hastily dodged, but he couldn't see where the enemy's attack came from. Before he could even compose himself, a strange circle appeared behind him. On high alert, Yu swung his blade down, immediately knocking the thing to the ground. He barked in a cold voice, "Who's there?" But the thing on the ground spoke, "Who am I? It doesn't matter, because you're about to die right here." As soon as the words were spoken, a figure appeared. It was the Blood Moon Assassin, Ma Xiaoqian. Meanwhile, Lan Shi was observing from the command room. Seeing the situation suddenly turn, her expression grew grim. She trembled and muttered, "What on earth is happening?" Her forward view was completely blocked by the fog. Inside the battle, with the army helpless, the Blood Moon Assassins took advantage of the fog to launch sneak attacks. The cavalry and the elves couldn't react in time and were struck down. The Blood Moon Assassins appeared and disappeared, and with the fog, no reinforcements could get through. In just a blink of an eye, the death toll on the Lion Guild and CU's front lines rose relentlessly. Noticing this, Lan Zi panicked and muttered, "What is going on? We've suddenly fallen into a dangerous position." In the midst of the battle, Shi Yu was fighting Xiaoqian. He spoke with contempt, "Just you alone? You have absolutely no chance of defeating me." Just then, Xiaoqian suddenly turned into mist, and his figure quickly vanished. Shi Yu couldn't see him anymore and raised his guard. A moment later, the assassin suddenly materialized behind him and swung his axe in attack. Unfortunately for him, Shi Yu was already on alert. He raised his sword to block, smirking, and said, "An assassin type like you. I knew you'd try a sneak attack from behind." But Xiaoqian threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Then what about a frontal assault?" With that, he charged forward to engage Shi Yu in close combat. Shi Yu quickly used his 2 dark dragon wings to defend. No matter how Xiaoqian attacked, it was useless, blocked by the black wings. He retreated, snorting coldly. "I admit, you're very strong. Even if I'm not confident I can kill you, just take a look around." Hearing this, Shi Yu glanced around. Many of the elves had already fallen. Xiaoqian smiled smugly and said, "All I need to do is hold you down, and your army will be killed off by my subordinates, one by one." He declared that they had already won this battle. Elsewhere, Han Shi was also ambushed, and he angrily cursed, "Despicable tricks, show yourself." Immediately after, he slammed down a fist, sending the assassin flying. Han Shi bit his lip fiercely, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, I opened a path for the Grey Mist Guild. If this keeps up, the lions will be completely wiped out." But Han Shi couldn't accept this. He gritted his teeth and roared, "I can't accept defeat. The lions will not lose." Right after, he raised his blade again, and in an instant, lightning enveloped the entire weapon. With a loud boom, the blade's light slashed out along with intense lightning. The fog, shaken by the lightning's shockwave, slowly began to dissipate. Before long, everyone's vision was no longer obscured by the fog. Seeing this, Long Tian cheered, "It's the vice leader's attack. It's clearing away the fog." Seeing this, Xiao Tian cursed in frustration. That old fossil from the lions was hiding such incredible power. At that moment, Han Shi roared, "Now's our chance." Everyone, the entire force immediately moved. Long Tian quickly acknowledged the order and ran towards Han Shi. Shi Yu also quickly gathered his people. Nina led the elves to assemble on the ground. "Understood." Nina nodded slightly, leading the elves down to the ground. The commander inside watched this and muttered in annoyance. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to deal with them. In a flash, both sides had reformed their battle lines, no longer scattered. That woman scoffed and said coldly, "So what? My fog doesn't dissipate that easily." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to cast her magic again. Once more, the fog obscured everyone's vision. Long Tian frowned fiercely, pursing his lips and saying, "We can only hold them off for so long. If we can't clear out this fog, we're in trouble." Shi Yu, on the other hand, he smirked and said, "It's a good thing the guild leader gathered everyone. I have an idea that can take care of this fog." Han Shi heard this and asked in surprise, "You have a way?" Shi Yu gave a mysterious smile, then summoned the little wyvern. Seeing the little wyvern, Long Tian seemed to remember something and nodded, muttering, "That's right. If you can still use that move from the Red Dragon's domain, the intense heat could make this fog evaporate." Just then, the system popped up with a notification. "The little wyvern has received a special power. Pay 1,000 points to activate the new skill, Molten Fang Burst." Siyu saw this and furrowed his brow, confused. Molten Fang Burst? Huh. Could that be the loot from the Blood Liao that the little wyvern swallowed? Without thinking twice, Siyu shouted, "All right, use the points. Scorch the enemy with your flames, little wyvern." As soon as he finished speaking, the little wyvern's eyes began to glow brightly. The sight startled Siyu. It's transforming again. The little wyvern had grown much larger, with 2 wings sprouting from its back and 2 sharp horns on its head. The little wyvern threw its head back and let out a mighty roar. Seeing this, Han Tian gritted his teeth and muttered, "He can summon a giant dragon, too." The little wyvern stomped a foot, making the ground tremble, and then it began to breathe fire. Instantly, flames erupted, spreading beneath the ground and surging towards the Blood Moon assassins. In a flash, the flames exploded, incinerating all of the assassins. Han Shi couldn't help but praise the scene. "See you. That was brilliant." See you just chuckled in response. "You flatter me." In truth, he was just as surprised. The power of the skill obtained from the Blood Liao's loot was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Han Tian, who had luckily avoided the flames, cried out in panic. The entire valley is scorched. Even the fog was burned away by the fire. Everyone's vision quickly returned to normal. Han Shi gripped the hilt of his blade and ordered all units prepare to charge. Pay them back tenfold for that last attack. The elite cavalry of the Lion's Pride Guild immediately charged, attacking the remaining assassins from Blood Moon. The commander saw this and glanced at the woman beside him. "The Grey Mist Guild's fog formation is broken. What now?" The woman replied coldly. "We'll try to buy you a little more time. The rest is for you Blood Moon folks to handle on your own." Hearing this, the commander shouted in frustration. "I knew it. You people from Grey Mist are completely unreliable. I will not let guild leader Leng Jing's plan be. I'll put my life on the line to stop you. Release the giant beast." Immediately, the valley began to shake violently as a massive beast burst forth from the mountain. Its colossal body began to attack the Lion's Pride cavalry. Long Tian saw this and grew anxious. "This is bad. Giant monsters are appearing all over." Han Shi also pursed his lips and muttered, "Our Blood Moon's monsters endless. We're in a dangerous situation again." But just then, a large robot appeared and fired an energy beam. With a loud boom, the giant beast was struck and fell to the ground. Feng Zi arrived with her troops. "We're here to join the reinforcements." Shi Yu saw her and called out, "Feng Zi, why is it just you? Where's the master?" Feng Zi shook her head slightly and replied, "The guild leader disappeared as soon as the fog cleared. I thought he had already rendezvoused with you all." Meanwhile, in another part of the valley, a figure was gliding through the air, moving so fast that only an afterimage was visible. Leng Jing squinted at the newcomer, scoffing. "So, it couldn't stop you after all." The person who arrived was none other than Lin Chen. He returned to his normal form and spoke coldly. "The day has finally come where I get to stand right in front of you. Do you have any idea what that means for you?" With that, he drew his weapon, ready to attack. At the same time, members of Blood Moon drew their bows, aiming at Lin Chen. The woman warned him with a cold laugh. "Don't even think about it. We're not just going to stand by and watch you attack our guild." But before they could even act, Leng Jing ordered them to stand down. "Even all of you combined are no match for him. This old friend is someone I must greet personally." Finishing his words, he also drew his blade, preparing to face his opponent. Lin Chen scoffed contemptuously at his words. "Old friend, don't make me laugh. I don't have treacherous, backstabbing friends like you. I will personally avenge Gu Gui." In an instant, a powerful aura of energy erupted around him. Leng Jing just smirked and said, "You really think you can defeat me? You know the power of my polar blade. I bet you won't be able to withstand a single hit from me." Lin Chen didn't back down, retorting coldly, "I know your power all too well, but not a single one of your slashes will ever touch me." His words made Leng Jing laugh in anger. Such big talk. Then, he swung his blade. Lin Chen stood there calmly and used his ability to copy the formless blade. Immediately, a spatial shift portal appeared, blocking Leng Jing's blade aura, then it reappeared behind him. Leng Jing caught it with his hand, smirking as he said, "An attack copy skill? You've really prepared a lot just to deal with me, haven't you?" Lin Chen snorted softly and said coldly, "That's right. For the past 2 years, I've been studying your fighting style. Every single one of your moves is within my calculations. Your defeat is inevitable." With that said, he transformed his weapon into a ruptured greatsword. Soon after, a stone wall appeared. It blocked Leng Jing, preventing him from acting. Lin Chen didn't stop either. He continuously copied swords, then launched them all at Leng Jing at once. Fire bullets, lightning bolts, ice spikes, he attacked with everything at the same time. Leng Jing bit his lip fiercely. "You're really not going to give me any face at all, are you?" Immediately after, he didn't dare to be careless and began to defend against the onslaught. On Siyu's side of the battlefield, he glanced at Feng Zi and spoke up. "If I'm not mistaken, the guild master has already gone to find Leng Jing." Feng Zi couldn't help but frown, saying worriedly, "He didn't wait for us to go with him. The guild master is being reckless." Siyu said nothing. He had to get there quickly. He also wondered how Yun Jiao was doing now. While he was thinking, Long Tien approached and suggested, "Siyu, leave clearing the battlefield to us. You go stop Leng Jing." Shiyu couldn't help but hesitate, asking, "Are you sure?" Long Tien nodded slightly and replied, "We can handle the Blood Moon's grunts. Your strength should be used to deal with Leng Jing. Go. I'll see you off." Siyu thanked him, then quickly flew away. Back on Leng Jing's side, after a wave of attacks from Lin Chen, the air was filled with dust and smoke. When the dust settled, Leng Jing was still standing there, unfazed. He was completely surrounded by a blood-red aura. He spoke nonchalantly. That was dangerous. If I hadn't deployed my blood intent defense in time, I might have been seriously injured. With that, he looked back at Lin Chen and said with a contemptuous smile, "But you understand, don't you? Every time I'm hit by a special attack, my blood intent blade gets stronger, its attack power increases. With this next blade, I'll end this pointless battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Jing charged forward with his blade. Lin Chen wasn't flustered. He responded calmly, saying casually, "Every move you make is within my predictions. I won't give you a chance to swing that blade." Immediately, he unleashed a wind blade imbued with holy light. Leng Jing's blood-red aura, which was charging forward madly, was met by Lin Chen's holy light wind blade and became trapped inside. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. "I told you I wouldn't let you land a single hit." But just then, Leng Jing smirked and said, "Lin Chen, I admit you've analyzed me thoroughly. But don't forget, you analyzed the me from 2 years ago, the me before I entered the demonic abyss under." The blade, however, had already been swung. Only then did Lin Chen realize the attack had been launched, and his expression immediately turned grim. Leng Jing laughed smugly. "This is a skill I learned later. As long as I'm attacked, no matter where the attacker is, my blood intent can lock onto the target and counterattack." And just like that, Lin Chen was struck by dozens of blade auras, leaving him covered in blood. Leng Jing snorted coldly again. "Give up. You know as well as I do that the limits of the extreme blade are not something you can break through." Lin Chen's body trembled slightly. He remained silent. Before long, a portal appeared in front of Leng Jing. He spoke indifferently. "If you don't want to die, get out of here. The entrance will reopen soon. This game world will be ruled by me." Hearing this, Lin Chen shouted in defiance. "For your own ambition, you'd stoop to any level. First, you betrayed Gu Gui at all costs, and now you do this just to become the strongest." Shrugging indifferently, Leng Jing sneered. "It's true that the massive number of evil beasts in the underground demon city is extremely dangerous. It's inevitable that some people will be sacrificed. But that's just— you're the one who sees this world too naively." "Naive?" Lin Chen snorted, speaking coldly. "Then what about everything Mr. Gu Gu tried to do back then? Was his hope of establishing an orderly game also just a naive thought?" As he spoke, his tone became harsh. He roared furiously, "I won't allow it. I absolutely will not allow you to insult Mr. Gu Gui like that." Immediately after, Lin Chen activated his weapon copy skill again. Leng Jing's expression turned ugly in an instant. He trembled and muttered, "What could it be?" In a flash, energy surged forth like a spring. Far in the distance, Feng Ji saw that energy and felt a sense of familiarity. She was instantly stunned. "It's Gu Gui's extreme blade." Feng Ji wasn't wrong. Lin Chen had copied Gu Gui's pole-breaking blade. Han Shi also sensed this energy and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, Long Tian, take a good look. This is the great—" Long Tian couldn't help but ask, stunned. "The strongest? Does that mean Guildmaster Lin Chen really managed to copy Gu Gui's extreme blade? I'm a little confused. Lin Chen's weapon isn't an extreme blade, so how can he use its copy to achieve a power level far beyond his own?" Xing Shi explained with a faint smile. "You're not wrong. Our normal weapons all have limitations. Only the extreme blades possess infinite power. For example, the devouring blade grows stronger by consuming the power of external materials. The Fist of Strength can continuously accumulate power during combat, converting the force of incoming attacks into its own strength. As for the Bloodthirsty blade, it absorbs the opponent's energy each time it kills them. The abilities of the extreme blades I just mentioned are terrifying enough. But even so, the limit-breaking blade that Gu Gui awakened possesses power far beyond them. It's no exaggeration to say that the limit-breaking blade holds a terrifying, infinite source of power." Xing Shi said that Lin Chen's colorless blade copies weapons. The copy power can reach 80% of the original. Combined with copying 10% of the weapon's might, you can see it's still primarily based on his own strength. After hearing this, Long Tian muttered in disbelief, 10% of the limit-breaking blade? A smile crept onto his face as Xing Shi let out a triumphant laugh. "That's right. Even if it's only 10%, 10% of infinity is still infinity." At this moment, Lin Chen was enveloped in an incredibly powerful energy, and the blade in his hand emitted a terrifying killing intent. Leng Jing bit his lip fiercely. "Lin Chen, this isn't a power you can control. Forcing yourself to use it is just a death wish." As he spoke, his eyes filled with contempt. But Lin Chen paid him no mind, calmly replying, "It's fine. As long as I can drag you down to hell with me, it's enough. I'll show you the difference between you and Lord Gu Gu." The moment he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the blade, preparing to attack. This time, Leng Jing didn't dare to underestimate him anymore, hastily gathering his blood energy to meet the blow. Lin Chen scoffed coldly and shouted, "You should feel honored to have the chance to die by the limit-breaking blade today." Then, he slashed down. A powerful energy was released in an instant. Lang Jing desperately tried to dodge, but it was fundamentally impossible. He could only raise his blade to block, despite having pushed his blood energy to its absolute maximum. Lin Chen gave him no time to breathe, unleashing another slash called the First Earth Annihilating Slash. The blade's light quickly flashed past Lang Jing's body. He spoke coldly. Because its power is too immense, Lord Gugui only ever used the limit-breaking blade as a last resort back then. But I'm sure you know that no one has ever survived 3 strikes from the limit-breaking blade. Scowling fiercely, Lang Jing cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it. That first earth-annihilating slash already cost me more than half my strength. But at that moment, Lin Chen rushed forward again frantically. I won't give you a chance to breathe. Once again, the second slash of the limit-breaking blade was unleashed. Lang Jing hastily dodged, but Lin Chen spoke calmly. If the first slash is unavoidable, then the second slash is indefensible. In just an instant, a pillar of energy crackling with lightning struck down. It was like the power of the heavens itself. Anyone hit by it would be blown to pieces. Immediately after, the lightning suddenly split into countless small threads, all rushing toward the ground. Lang Jing didn't dare to be careless, hastily deploying all of his blood energy to defend himself. In a moment, he was surrounded by crimson streaks of light. A few seconds later, the crimson light condensed into blood blades, simultaneously clashing with the lightning bolts. Waves of energy continuously erupted from the conflict. The 2 streams of power danced in the air, but a single touch would mean instant annihilation. Lang Jing roared fiercely, I can't lose here. At the same time, Lin Chen stood just outside the clash. Watching the powerful energy emitted by the lightning, he couldn't help but marvel. Such massive, destructive power. Is this why Lord Gugui never bothered with having an army? A moment later, the energy finally dissipated. Dust filled the sky, but Lang Jing was still standing there defiantly. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! I haven't lost yet, have I? Lin Chen, even after the second slash, I'm still alive. Sneering lightly, Lin Chen spoke coldly. What are you so happy about? Don't tell me you think I can't unleash the third and final slash that will end everything. The moment he finished, he raised his blade, preparing to strike. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Chen swung down fiercely. Energy surged forth in an instant. The third slash of the limit-breaking blade had appeared. Lightning continuously thundered down, the energy looking as if it could rip space itself apart. Yet Lang Jing just stood there, not moving an inch. Lin Chen then shouted, the third slash destroys any target, ignoring all defenses. Go to hell, Lang Jing. Yet at that moment, Lang Jing suddenly smirked and opened his mouth. Sorry, but I'll be going to hell sooner or later. But for me, right now is still too soon. Because suddenly, crystal-like streams of light appeared in the air. They enveloped Lang Jing's body, shielding him from the energy that could shatter the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Lin Chen was shocked. What is this? The third slash is no. Lang Jing sneered and said, the third slash can tear through space itself, ripping everything apart. But space cannot break the constraints of time. I found it hard to believe too, but it's already happened. Just then, another person appeared behind him, Shen Yun Jiao. In her hand was the Liu Li scepter, which has the ability to store time. Seeing her, Lin Chen instantly understood the situation. He gritted his teeth and demanded, Shen Yun Jiao, why are you helping Lang Jing? Yun Jiao lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. Lang Jing cut in with a cold snort. Enough talk. The third slash is over. You've lost. With things having come to this, Lin Chen truly had no options left. He muttered in despair, damn it. Lord Gugu, I have failed you. At the same time, the time limit ended. The Abyss Demon Suppression Underground City activated. Lang Jing laughed victoriously. No one can stop me now. Then, he snapped his fingers and commanded, gather, my subordinates. In the blink of an eye, countless dark figures appeared. The most elite members of the Blood Moon stood before Lang Jing. He roared authoritatively, S-rank hunting members, hear my command. Take the Abyss Underground City from me. Lin Chen, drained of energy, sighed helplessly. In the end, I still couldn't do it. But just then, a loud shout echoed out. Lang Jing, don't even dream of getting your way. Immediately after, a punch crashed down like a meteor. A series of rumbles echoed as earth and rock flew everywhere. Lang Jing raised an eyebrow, looking in that direction. So you guys finally showed up. The newcomers were Ya Lin and Cu. Yeah, Lin glared at him and said coldly, I will absolutely not allow you to take a single step into the Abyss Underground City. You've used up almost all your strength. Even with this mob of yours, you're no match for me. As soon as he said this, one of the S-rank members became disgruntled. Such big words. A woman like you is exactly the kind I enjoy killing myself. The moment he finished speaking, the whole group charged forward with their weapons. But before they could even do anything, beams of energy shot out from nowhere and cut them all down. This sudden turn of events made all four people there stare wide-eyed in horror. When they looked closer, they saw that streams of dark energy had appeared in the air at some point. Along with it came a voice filled with both madness and excitement. "We've been in prison long enough. Come on, now. Entertain me. Humans." An abomination snapped its fingers and said excitedly, "It's been a while since we've had so many. Which one should I start with?" But just after speaking, she seemed to spot something and smirked. "Well now, there seem to be two very familiar faces among you. That makes things easy. I won't let you two escape again." The two people the abomination was talking about were Leng Jing and Ya Lin. They had met before. The female abomination immediately lunged at Leng Jing, while the other one confronted Ya Lin. Seeing this, Siyu rushed forward to help. "Ya Lin, I'm here to help you." But before he could do anything, the abomination threw a punch that sent him flying. The female abomination then summoned her energy, screaming maniacally, "Struggle, you ants." Watching from the side, Xiu Yu bit his lip fiercely. Damn it. There are only two of them, but their power is terrifying. It's far beyond what Xu Liao had. Even the S-rank members of the Blood Moon were no match for them. Even Ye Lin was struggling to keep them under control. Just then, the female abomination grabbed a member of the Blood Moon and snorted coldly. "Vile humans, offer up your souls." But suddenly, a crimson slash cut right through her arm, severing it completely. Leng Jing glared at her and said with displeasure, "Are you ignoring my presence?" Immediately after, he summoned the bloodlust within his blade and said indifferently, "Ya Lin, I must refute what you said earlier. You said that my fight with Lin Chen drained me, and that I'm no longer a match for you." Ya Lin, in the middle of her fight, heard this and was utterly bewildered. At the same time, the female abomination roared in anger, "Die, you insects." Then, her claws swiped down again. But this time, Leng Jing wasn't afraid in the slightest. He smirked coldly and said, "Sorry, but I haven't been using my true power from the start. I'll show you that I've been conserving my strength all this time." The moment he finished speaking, a powerful energy burst forth like a waterfall, forcing the female abomination to dodge hastily. But it wasn't long before an arm emerged from within that energy. Immediately after, a powerful figure charged out. Before the female abomination could even recover, a flash from a blade slashed towards her, severing her head from her neck and killing her on the spot. The one who had just struck was the transformed Leng Jing. He screamed maniacally, "Look closely, I am the true Black Dragon." Seeing this, Lin Chen's expression turned grim. "What is this? This power? It's even more terrifying than the abominations." Just then, the remaining abomination flew towards Leng Jing, but he was somehow able to face it head-on. Leng Jing smirked. In such a hurry to die? Immediately after, he swung his blade down with lightning speed. The abomination couldn't react in time and was instantly sliced into pieces by Leng Jing. His aura was terrifyingly overwhelming. At this point, even the demonic beasts were no match for him. He smirked and said, "I don't have any more time to play with you." With that, Leng Jing stepped onto the high platform. Now Lam was furious when she saw this. Before stepping through the gateway, Leng Jing let out a loud, malicious laugh. "Listen up, now Lam, see you. If you're not afraid of dying, then come and stop me. I hope you can keep up, and don't let the demonic beasts make short work of you." With that, he stepped through the gateway to the abyss of demons. Seeing this, Siyu panicked and cried out, "What do we do now? Are we just going to let Leng Jing walk in there?" Now Lam was also furious, cursing in frustration. Damn it. But before they could figure out what to do, the gate to the abyss suddenly trembled. Immediately after, countless dark figures rushed out from within. Siyu cried out in panic again. "We're screwed. A huge swarm of magical beasts is pouring out." Now Lam anxiously added, "We have to find a way to stop them. There might be demonic beasts mixed in there too." Without hesitation, he charged forward to attack the dark figures, but no matter how many he cut down, their numbers never seemed to decrease. He said frantically, "There are too many. There's no way we—" Just then, the glazed scepter suddenly spun. It was Yun Zhao. She walked over and said, "Leave the rest to me." Siyu was stunned to see her. Ignoring his reaction, Yun Zhao raised the glazed scepter into the air and shouted, "Glazed maze of time, unleash the power of time." In the blink of an eye, iron chains materialized out of thin air, tightly binding the gateway to the abyss of demons. Siyu immediately ran to her side, relieved. "Yun Zhao, you're all right. That's great. But why did you help Leng Jing? Why did you open the gateway to the underground city of the abyss?" Yun Zhao lowered her head, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. "No, it's not what it looks like." She explained that she wasn't the one who opened the entrance to the underground city of the abyss. At these words, Now Lam exclaimed in shock, "You didn't open it? Then what on earth happened?" Yun Zhao sighed and replied, "It's a very long story. Leng Jing told me everything. It happened 2 years ago. The underground city of the abyss didn't just close, it vanished completely. As Leng Jing was leaving, he witnessed a strange energy he'd never seen before begin to seal the underground city. And what was even more shocking was that the energy was coming from it was Xiao Yu. It was Xiao Yu who used her power to seal the underground city, stopping the demonic beasts from escaping and putting an end to the catastrophe. After that, Leng Jing founded Blood Moon, plotting to open the underground city of the Abyss again. He knew the key to activating it lay with Xiao Yu. You all know what happened next. 1 year ago, I joined the game and happened to meet Xiao Yu. I had always thought she was just a normal player like me. Hearing this, Yu suddenly understood. He cried out in alarm. So that means a year ago, Leng Jing found Xiao Yu before she could successfully activate the underground city, and Leng Jing murdered her. Ying Zhao slowly shook her head. No, Leng Jing had nothing to do with it. That day, Ying Luan attacked us and took Xiao Yu away. After that, Xiao Yu went to see Leng Jing. He looked down at her from above and asked coldly, I finally found you. You know why I was looking for you, don't you? Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, Of course. But, unfortunately, I no longer have the strength to open the underground city of the Abyss. Hearing this, Leng Jing frowned. Not enough strength? If you use the power of the Blade of Polarity to seal it, you must have a way to reverse it, right? Xiao Yu said calmly, That's right. But as you know, overusing the Blade of Polarity causes its backlash to become more and more severe. And I have reached my limit. Seeing she was about to fade away, Leng Jing cried out in panic. Wait, I just found you. Why is the backlash starting now? Before she vanished, Xiao Yu simply said with an air of detachment, This is fate's design. I have no control over it. But rest assured, it will reappear 1 year from now. Hearing this, Leng Jing's eyes filled with suspicion. He pursed his lips and asked, If you're already suffering from the backlash, why not just give me your Blade of Polarity? Xiao Yu shook her head slightly and refused. No, my Blade of Polarity holds the power of time. I have already entrusted it to someone worthy. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to dust and vanished into the air. As she recalled this, Yun Jiao's grip on her glazed scepter tightened, her expression filled with sorrow. And so, the seal on the underground city of the Abyss began to fade. The time for its reappearance, just as Xiao Yu predicted, had finally come. And that's when Leng Jing found me. He told me that in this game, there was an enemy that only I could defeat. After hearing the story, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and cursed. I can't believe Leng Jing planned this far ahead. Now Lam, however, was furious. She demanded angrily, Even if that's true, why did you block Lin Chen's attack for him? If you hadn't, we could have defeated Leng Jing. Yun Jiao bit her lip and murmured, It was all because of a promise Leng Jing made to me. Leng Jing said that by obtaining the grand prize of the Abyss Dungeon City, he could gain supreme power and revive Xiao Yu. Hearing this, both Si Yu and Ya Lin were shocked, exclaiming in unison, What? It can bring a player back to life. He thought to himself in silence. In that case, if we conquer this dungeon city, we'll get 100 million points, and Wu Yi will come back. Ya Lin felt the same way. She wanted to revive Gu Gu. But just then, a reproachful voice came from behind them. What are you all thinking? How can you possibly believe Leng Jing's words? It was Han Shi. He had just arrived and overheard their conversation, speaking with displeasure. That's definitely a lie that Leng Jing made up just to use you. Shen Yun Jiao, the guild master of Golden Toad, was also present and nodded in agreement. That's right. This is a real headache. In the end, we still let Leng Jing get into the dungeon city. This can't go on. We have to stop him. Seiyu glanced at them, calculating in his mind. Although no one could be sure whether Leng Jing was lying or not. If it's true that any wish can be granted, then neither Lionheart nor Golden Toad would ever back down. At this moment, Yun Jiao spoke up hesitantly. But my power isn't enough to seal the entrance again. If we open it now, the demonic beasts will swarm out. The guild master of Golden Toad heard this and scoffed coldly, asking, Is that really true? Or are you hoping Leng Jing can successfully attack the dungeon city? That way, he could grant your wish for you. Yun Jiao was cornered by the question, unable to say a single word in her defense. Han Shi also nodded in agreement. That's right. If Leng Jing conquers the dungeon city, he'll gain supreme power. This game will be ruled by him and become a lawless hell. Open the gate. Just then, another voice came from behind. Guildmasters, must you make things so difficult for a young woman? Hearing the voice, they immediately turned to see a purple-haired girl approaching, carrying an orb. When Han Shi saw her, he spoke with annoyance. Guildmaster of Ash and Fog, you've already formed an alliance with Blood Moon, so why bother coming here to make sarcastic remarks? If Leng Jing succeeds, all three of our guilds will be doomed. The Guildmaster of Ash and Fog gently shook her head, denying it. Ash and Fog has not formed an alliance with Blood Moon. I am simply following the guidance of fate, allowing the Abyss Dungeon City to reopen smoothly, so that it can finally be brought to an end. She said that in the mists of the future, she had seen the Abyss demon suppressing Dungeon City fall into chaos from the attacks of countless players crumbling into dust. Hearing this, CU bit his lip fiercely, cursing inwardly. More of these grandiose predictions. Right now, it seems everyone has their own ulterior motives. The guild master of Ashen Fog, unaware of his thoughts, continued speaking. I will use the power of the Grey Bones to temporarily block the demonic beasts from appearing. I ask you all to please attack the Abyss Dungeon City. As soon as she finished speaking, she created a magic formation, opening a portal that led deep into the Abyss Demon Dungeon City. And just like that, the 4 great guilds advanced into the Abyss. The other players also began to stir, preparing to enter. They figured that by following the 4 great guilds, they might be able to pick up some scraps. Shiyu walked alongside them, listening to their chatter, and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. These people seemed to have no idea how dangerous the demonic beasts are. While he was lost in thought, Yun Jiao came up from behind. She spoke coldly. Shiyu, what are you still waiting for? Everyone's already inside. We can't wait any longer. Let's go too. Shiyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. But the reward can bring a player back to life. You know that each of us has someone we want to bring back. If things go wrong, we might end up. But before he could finish, Yun Jiao cut him off coldly. You fool, what are you worried about? We don't even know what the situation inside is like. It's not even certain if we can conquer the dungeon city. But even if there's only a sliver of hope, she said, they can't give up. Hearing this, Siyu fell silent. Just then, a voice called out from behind, Siyu, wait. He turned his head to see Lin Chen walking over, supported by Feng Ji. He spoke slowly. If you want to obtain the reward, then a confrontation with Lang Jing is unavoidable. But with your current strength, you can't possibly stand against him. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to defeat Lang Jing. Hearing this, Shiyu comforted him in a low voice, Master, you did everything you could. Please don't blame yourself. Lin Chen then tossed the sword in his hand to Siyu and said, Please, do this for me in return. Please accept this weapon. Seeing it, Siyu panicked and refused. I can't. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen sighed and said, If you don't take it, then this limit breaker blade, which I copied using the last of my strength, will disappear along with me. Hearing these words, Siyu was stunned. He stammered with a trembling voice, Master. Lin Chen's body had already begun to turn to stone, but he spoke calmly. That's right. This is the backlash from the extreme blade. My time is up. Siyu, I'm counting on you. Please, defeat Lang Jing. This extreme breaking blade is just a fake, and it can only launch one more attack, but I believe you can do it. After saying this, Lin Chen completely turned to stone. Seeing this, Feng Kui's eyes filled with tears as he cried out in agitation. Guild leader Ji Yu gently closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Even at the last moment of his life, Lin Chen still wanted to defeat Lang Jing. I can't let him down. With that thought, Siyu opened his eyes, which were now filled with determination. He spoke up, Yun Jiao, let's go. One of us must get the reward. Immediately after, the two of them quickly entered the abyss. The system promptly alerted them. You have successfully entered the abyss dungeon. Yun Jiao and Shiyu had entered one of the random maps called the Land of Greed. He frowned slightly, murmuring in confusion. A random map? Does that mean players will be scattered to random locations? Just then, a sudden laugh rang out. Siyu followed the sound, his eyes filled with curiosity. When he saw the scene inside, he was even more shocked. A group of players were in a killing frenzy. Immediately after, they obtained good weapons and shouted in excitement, Another rare weapon. This dungeon is amazing. You can get high-grade weapons just by defeating small monsters, Siyu muttered in disbelief. This isn't what I expected. I thought players in this dungeon would be attacked by monsters, barely able to take a step. But the ones being slaughtered were the monsters. The players were ecstatic, killing with insane fervor. It had even reached the point where they were fighting each other to kill the monsters. Yun Jiao, paying it no mind, suggested, let's go. Even though the rewards from these small monsters are generous, we don't need to waste our time here. He nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. This is way too easy. There must be a catch. Just then, a player suddenly exclaimed, Haha! Another high-level weapon. In the past year of grinding dungeons, I've never gotten so many good weapons. But as soon as he finished speaking, a black aura suddenly erupted from the sword. In an instant, it wrapped tightly around the player. Then it crawled into the man's mouth. He wasn't the only one. The others were suffering the same fate. Siyu was startled. The players are being corrupted by the weapons. Amidst the confusion, a gloomy voice echoed. Foolish mortals, pay the price for your greed. Your avarice will make you my slaves. Immediately after, a monster appeared. It floated in the sky, shrouded in a black aura. He quickly pulled Yun Jiao back and whispered a warning. Be careful, it's a beast lord. I knew this place wasn't that simple. It was the beast lord of the land of greed, the Fatebinder Scourge. It tilted its head back and let out a malicious laugh. Ha ha. After 2 years, I can finally taste humans again. The other players were stunned by this sight. They stopped killing monsters, and someone shouted a warning, "Quick, throw away the loot. Those things will corrupt us and turn us into monsters." As soon as he said that, a player sliced another who had turned into a monster in half. Then he roared fiercely, "Don't panic. If they turn into monsters, the only thing to do is kill them." Soon after, the crowd's panic subsided. 2 people looked toward the Fatebinder Scourge and spoke up. "That beast is the mastermind behind all of this. If we can take it down, the rewards will be huge." With that, the 2 of them charged forward together, but the beast paid them no mind, merely swinging its scythe casually. In an instant, the 2 of them had turned into dried skeletons. See, you couldn't help but cry out in horror. It turned 2 people into skeletons with a single blow. The other players saw this and began to mutter in panic. "This is bad. We can't handle a beast this powerful." As everyone was panicking, the beast spoke again. "Humans, there's no need to be afraid. Although killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Before that, if you don't mind, let's play a game." He frowned, puzzled. "What is this thing planning?" The Fatebinder Scourge gave a wicked smile and said, "Those who meet the conditions will receive a generous reward from me. The condition is very simple. Kill a player that I designate." This statement shocked the crowd of players. A white-haired young man who had been killing monsters until now stopped his hands, and he became the first target. Seeing the threatening gazes directed at him, he quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't let it deceive you. It just wants us to kill each other." But he had barely finished his sentence when another player attacked from behind, stabbing right through him. That person snorted coldly and said, "So what if we kill each other? I risked my life coming here for treasure. If I can get a boost, I'll give it a shot." Seeing this, the Fatebinder Scourge laughed and said, "Very good. Someone who meets the conditions has appeared so quickly. Now, come and the reward was his in an instant. That player received 100,000 points and even leveled up. What a steal. Seeing this, the other players who had been hesitating couldn't help but realize the beast was telling the truth. It was that easy to get 100,000 points. Seeing the crowd begin to waver, the Calamity Beast spoke up again. "Then let's move on to the next round. But before we do, I must make one thing clear. The reward for the next round will be doubled." The young man who had just received the reward heard this and shouted excitedly, "Doubled? If that's the case, there's no way I'm leaving now. I'll participate in the next round." In an instant, CU realized the wicked beast's true intentions. It wasn't planning on dealing with the players itself. Instead, it was using their own greed against them. Plus, all the players who had risked their lives to come to this underground city were hoping for a hefty reward, so this tactic preyed perfectly on their minds. If this continued, every single one of them would be played like a puppet by this beast, all because of their greed, and the only way for them to advance to the next floor was to kill this beast. As he was pondering this, Yunjiao spoke up. "Yu, I have a great idea." After hearing her out, he hesitated and mumbled, "That's way too risky." Yunjiao gently shook her head to reassure him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Immediately after, she stepped forward and addressed the beast. "Beast leader, why don't you designate me as the next player? I'm the wielder of the extreme blade, which makes me the strongest one here." The other players heard this and mumbled in confusion. "Is she for real? The extreme blade? I've never heard of a player like that." The Calamity Beast, however, recognized it. He asked coolly, "But why would you volunteer? What's in it for you?" Yun Jiao answered casually, "You're right. I was hoping you would agree to one condition. If I can survive for 10 minutes, then the reward will belong to me." The Calamity Beast thought for a moment, then nodded in response. "I admire your greed. As you wish, the next designated player will be you." The moment he finished speaking, a mob of players charged forward. Yun Jiao hastily dodged, moving far away from the battle. Seeing this, the players opened fire, determined not to let her escape. Yun Jiao just kept running forward. When the time was right, she activated her glazed light. For the duration of its effect, her glazed light would halt all incoming attacks. The attacks of ordinary people could never defeat her. Yun Jiao flew right in front of the beast. Seeing her, the Calamity Beast smirked. Hehe. Just as expected from a demonic relic weapon. Yun Jiao paid him no mind, landing calmly and raising an eyebrow. Well, time is up. The players behind her now had looks of pure greed in their eyes. One of them even started scheming. "It really is the extreme blade. If I just get the chance to kill that girl, it will be mine." Unsurprisingly, Yun Jiao received the reward of 200,000 points. The Calamity Beast spoke up again. "Are you really satisfied with just this? If you continue and win the next round, I'll teleport you out of this place. You'll be sent to the highest floor of the underground city." Scoffing, Yun Jiao said coldly, "Don't even think about tempting me. I'm not taking the bait." With that, She pointed her glazed scepter at the Calamity Beast and declared, "While I was evading all those attacks, I intentionally displaced all of the attacks from the other players to orbit around you. And now that the time freeze has ended, time will resume, and all of those attacks will descend upon you at once." In an instant, dust and smoke filled the air, but the Calamity Beast emerged from within completely unscathed. He asked coldly, "Human, why would you attack me? Only by submitting to the rules of my game can you get the many things you desire." Scoffing, Yun Zhao retorted coldly, "I'm not falling for your tricks. I know full well that the only way to get to the next floor is by defeating you." Hearing this, the Calamity Beast gritted its teeth in fury and muttered, "Unforgivable. You won't abide by the rules of the game. Humans are unforgivable." The moment he finished speaking, iron chains materialized around him. The Calamity Beast roared menacingly, "All of you, listen up. From now on, the rules have changed. There will no longer be a designated target. Anyone who kills another person will receive a reward. To compensate for the power disparity between all of you, the rule of this game is simple. Just kill one person. It doesn't matter how many of you team up to do it. I will grant you all a fitting reward." At this, the Calamity Beast pointed directly at Yun Zhao and declared, "And as for whoever manages to kill this girl, they will receive a special reward. The reward will be 800,000 points." This figure made the player's eyes burn red with greed. After giving his instructions, the Calamity Beast gave the order, "Now, begin. Go on and satisfy your desires." Instantly, a group of players set their sights on Yun Zhao. "Hey, even if you're the wielder of the extreme blade, with a reward that big, I can't possibly resist." Watching from the side, Shiyu's expression immediately grew grim. This is going to be tough. The fiend is using everyone's greed to turn them against Yun Zhao. The player who wanted to kill Yun Zhao earlier knew he was still no match for her, so he decided to go after other players first. But things didn't go as planned. Before he could even make a move, another player ambushed him from behind, running him through with a sword and killing him instantly. Calamity saw this and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. According to the rules of this game, whoever meets the condition will automatically receive the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, that player received over 200,000 points, causing him to cry out in excitement, "Haha, an incredible surge of power is flowing into my body." Immediately after, he charged toward Yun Zhao to attack. Yun Zhao, not daring to be careless, quickly raised her staff to defend herself. He's gotten a lot stronger. With a loud crash, the man's sword came swinging down. He laughed smugly. "You won't be able to block my attack this time." Meanwhile, Siyu was also being attacked by other players. He wasn't using his full strength, just casually parrying their attacks. These people, desperate for the reward, had already started killing each other. In an instant, the area devolved into a chaotic brawl. Siyu bit his lip fiercely. If they wanted to kill him, then they shouldn't blame him for what happened next. Immediately after, Siyu made his move, killing the two players who were attacking him. In a flash, the reward was granted to Yu. His power increased dramatically. Seeing this, Yun Zhao's expression turned grave. Across from her, that player had unleashed his full power. He laughed smugly. "Hee, little girl, where are you going to run this time?" Seeing the situation was bad, Yu rushed to stand in front of Yun Zhao, saying, "Yun Zhao, I'll help you." The other guy seemed certain of his victory, sneering arrogantly, "Do you two really think you can stop me? I've killed over 10 players, and my strength has increased more than tenfold." Yun Zhao frowned and muttered, "The power boost the fiend is giving them is just too strong. We can't hold off this many players." He sighed helplessly. "There's no other choice. We have to give it our all. If we don't take care of them, we can't get to the fiend." But just then, Yun Zhao suddenly said, "Wait, I have an idea we can try." Immediately, she swung her glazed staff and shouted, "Shine, light of glaze." In an instant, a crystalline light poured out, enveloping a group of small monsters that had just been defeated. The glazed staff possessed the power to alter time. While it didn't work on players, it could restore the puppets back to their state before they were defeated. Seeing this, Siyu smirked. "I get it. The rule is to successfully kill an enemy unit, right? In that case, I won't hold back." He then charged ferociously at the monsters, wiping out a whole group with a single attack. This development made Calamity, who had been enjoying the show, instantly panic. Siyu paid it no mind as his power surged once more. He grinned triumphantly. "Hee, took out 3 in an instant. Another power boost for me." The other player was stunned by this turn of events. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "No way. You can do that." Yun Zhao was very pleased with this situation. She raised an eyebrow playfully. "Watch closely, fiend. I'm a very greedy person, too. Keep him coming." Without hesitation, Siyu immediately charged forward to kill the newly revived monsters. He said excitedly, "Excellent. As long as you can keep reviving them, I can keep fighting like this." A moment later, Siyu had defeated 10 monsters. He declared smugly, At this rate, I'll have over 10 power-ups in no time. Seeing this, the surrounding players couldn't help but yell out in frustration, "Isn't this cheating? You can do that." Calamity clicked its tongue in annoyance, then started killing the remaining small monsters itself. Yunjiao narrowed her eyes at it, raising an eyebrow tauntingly. "What's wrong, fiend? Are you planning to break the very rules you created?" Calamity pouted and shook its head, saying coldly, "No, I'm not breaking the rules." The game continues. I never said I wouldn't join in on the fun. As soon as it spoke, the iron chains on its back danced through the air, wrapping around players and instantly taking their lives. Calamity stated nonchalantly, "Since I'm a participant in this game, I have every right to slaughter." In the blink of an eye, it had killed numerous players. The thick stench of fresh blood filled the air, and it began to extract their souls, collecting them in the white cup it held. It laughed smugly, using your human souls to brew a fine wine. Now, this is the greatest delicacy in the world. The scene was too brutal. One player couldn't take it anymore and turned to flee. "I've earned enough. This is too dangerous. I'm out." But Calamity wasn't about to let him escape. He had only taken 2 steps before the chains shot out after him, and just like that, he was strung up upside down in midair. Calamity snorted coldly, "I am very greedy. Model, not a single one left." Seeing this, CU couldn't help but sigh. This vile beast has finally shown its true colors. Just then, Suoming Tianzai spoke up. "I was originally going to select the soul of the strongest one to create the finest wine, but your 2 extreme blades ruined my plan. But no matter. I will take both of your souls myself. I will drain every last drop." As soon as the words left its mouth, Suoming Tianzai's form began to change. CU didn't back down, raising an eyebrow and retorting, "A direct confrontation just makes this easier to handle. Yunjiao, if we combine our extreme blades, not even this vile beast will survive." With that, he immediately charged at the creature. The gleam of his blade cut through the air. But then, something happened that astonished CU. Suoming Tianzai didn't even try to dodge, and only lost a sliver of health. It even had the audacity to remark, "Worthy of the extreme blade." That was a decent attack. But now, it's my turn. Immediately, the vile beast swung its scythe at Xiau. He dodged instantly, but the blade still managed to slash across his chest. Without giving CU a moment to catch his breath, Suoming Tianzai raised its scythe to the sky and roared, "Scythe of Ambition, activate. Every time this scythe strikes you, it will drain your power and your soul." He couldn't help but be stunned. Watching his own life force being slowly siphoned away, he thought, how can a lifesteal skill be this powerful? Suoming Tianzai laughed smugly. "Ha ha, don't you dare think your pathetic little extreme blades are a match for me." CU charged forward, gritting his teeth. "I'm not letting you get away." At the same time, Suoming Tianzai unleashed iron chains that encircled CU, trapping him inside. It spoke coldly. "Offer up your soul and become my exquisite wine." In your dreams, CU roared upon hearing this, then attacked ferociously. Suoming Tianzai took 2 direct hits, but its health barely dropped. Not giving up, CU charged in again. Suoming Tianzai snorted with contempt. Such a futile struggle. Drain him. Instantly, CU's health bar plummeted, infuriating him. At this rate, his power would be completely drained, while the beast wouldn't lose a single drop of health. Suoming Tianzai seemed to have victory in its grasp as it laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, such a delicacy. I can't wait to drain you dry." CU frowned, thinking to himself, "To fight magic, you have to use magic, right? If I use the Blade of Devouring, it might just be possible." With this thought, he yelled, "Don't celebrate too soon. Get a taste of my Blade of Devouring." Fortunately, the beast had granted him a reward of power at the very beginning, which allowed the Blade of Devouring to absorb its strength and take on similar attributes. In an instant, Suoming Tianzai's energy began to be siphoned away. A constant rumbling echoed as dust and debris filled the air. In a matter of moments, CU successfully acquired the Bone Demon form, gaining the passive attribute of lifesteal on his attacks. CU's power surged. He raised an eyebrow in provocation. "Come and get me, you vile beast." Suoming Tianzai bit its lip fiercely, muttering through clenched teeth, "You brat. You dare to absorb my power? Unforgivable." Immediately, it swung its scythe, slashing right into CU. His health bar instantly dropped by half, but CU just laughed nonchalantly. "What do you mean, absorb? This is the power you rewarded me with. Let's see how you like being attacked by your own strength." With that, CU slashed down as well, but Suoming Tianzai didn't dodge, simply letting the blow connect. It spoke with arrogance. "It's useless. I'll just drain that power right back from you now." But CU wasn't the least bit flustered. He just raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Oh, really? Skill activate. Soul Siphon." Suoming Tianzai was utterly stunned, crying out in disbelief. You have this ability as well? A small smile appeared on Siyu's face as he spoke calmly. That's right, which means I have nothing to fear from you anymore. Suoming Tianzai's fury boiled over. It threw its head back and roared at the sky, swinging its scythe. Detestable. A barrage of scythes shot forward like daggers, but Shiyu remained calm, standing his ground. He spoke slowly. Now that I have a powerful, lifesteal ability like this, there's no need for me to dodge. And so, he met the barrage of scythes head-on. A series of explosions rang out, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But Shiyu was still standing. He charged forward aggressively, yelling, "Not bad. You almost managed to drain all my health." Then, Shiyu landed a slash on Suoming Tianzai. His health rapidly regenerated. Shiyu gave a smug grin. See, not bad at all. This act infuriated Suoming Tianzai. It snarled through clenched teeth. Unforgivable. The beast then charged forward in a frenzy, its scythe swinging relentlessly. Die. It roared aggressively. Shiyu didn't yield, retorting sharply. I will not lose to you. Yun Zhao, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel worried. They both have lifesteal abilities. If this keeps up, the winner will be decided by who has the stronger attack power. Victory. During the battle, Shiyu slashed out with his blade again, but the soul-locking calamity didn't dodge. He met the attack head-on. Then, he reached out and grabbed his blade. The beast suddenly laughed in excitement. Got you now. Shiyu was bewildered by this. What did this mean? But before he could even figure it out, his feet were bound by countless iron chains. The soul-locking calamity raised its scythe and snorted coldly. From the moment this fight began, I knew you were nothing but a fake. Then, it slashed down at Shiyu, who was completely unable to dodge. The soul-locking calamity sneered. In the end, a fake's power is no match for mine. This means my health will constantly regenerate, while yours will gradually drain away. If this continued, it would soon drain Shiyu's soul completely. Seeing him at a disadvantage, Yun Zhao rushed to help. Shiyu's expression grew grim. The beast was right. His health regeneration couldn't keep up with its. At this rate, Shiyu's health would run out first, and he was trapped by the chains, unable to escape. Shiyu's health was already getting dangerously low, but just as he began to worry, his health bar suddenly stopped depleting. This surprised him. Meanwhile, the soul-locking calamity was equally bewildered. It cried out in shock. Impossible. My health is dropping instead. This was all Yun Zhao's doing. She had activated a time-lock skill, which could temporarily freeze the opponent's weapon, making it unusable for a short time. This meant that for a brief window, the beast could no longer use its life-draining skill on Shiyu. Realizing this, the soul-locking calamity ground its teeth and muttered, "Despicable humans. I'll kill you." Hearing this, Shiyu scoffed, "Kill us? It looks like you won't get the chance." He stated that the beast could have easily defeated them, but it wanted to indulge in the joy of greed and its cruel game. In the end, he was able to defeat it precisely because of its greed. In the blink of an eye, the beast's health was completely drained. It began to disintegrate, but just before it died, the beast roared defiantly. "Humans, just you wait, I will return." As soon as it finished speaking, the beast's entire body exploded, and a system notification popped up. Congratulations to the player for successfully conquering the Abyss Demon Underground City, Land of Greed. Reward received, Shard of Greed. Holding it in his hand, Siyu was surprised. No points and no equipment, just this weird shard. Just then, the system announced, collect all the shards to form a complete set, and you will receive the ultimate reward. Hearing this, Yun Zhao was even more stunned. Does that mean everything Leng Jing said was true? She asked. Shortly after, the door to the next floor opened, and the two of them quickly went through. Siyu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. As long as the two of us combine our skills, there's no level we can't beat. Yun Zhao, however, cautioned him. It's better to be careful. We don't know what's waiting for us. But at that exact moment, the doorway ahead of them suddenly shimmered. Before Siyu and Yun Zhao could even process what was happening, several figures came flying out from inside. When they took a closer look, they realized they were knights from the Lion Guild. Siyu couldn't help but frown, wondering what's going on up ahead. Filled with questions, the pair slowly advanced inside. Soon enough, they saw a beast roaring in a frenzy, and the members of the Lion Guild were desperately fighting it. The beast's eyes were bloodshot as it clutched a knight in its hand, growling, "You worthless scum. All of you can just die." Han Shi bit his lip fiercely, cursing in frustration. Damn it, we're no match for this thing at all. Seeing this, Siyu couldn't help but cry out in shock. Even the Lion Guild can't deal with this monster. At that moment, the beast roared menacingly, "Foolish humans, taste my wrath." Seeing it about to attack, Siyu rushed forward. He wielded the Ice Spirit Sword, which happened to be the perfect counter to the beast's fire attribute. Han Shi was alarmed when he saw him. Shi Yu's here too? Oh no. Unaware of Han Shi's reaction, Si Yu charged right up to the beast and stabbed it with his ice spirit sword. Long Tian's face immediately turned serious. This is bad. Every time that beast gets attacked, it doesn't get hurt. Instead, its size and strength increase immensely. Just as Long Tian said, the beast's body began to expand non-stop, despite its mouth constantly whining. That hurts. Human. Its body kept growing. Seeing this, Shi Yu's eyes widened in shock. In just an instant, the beast had grown much larger than before. It roared frantically. This pain will become my strength. I'll pay you back 10 times over. You ants dare to defy me? As it spoke, a brilliant fireball appeared in its hand. Just seconds later, it grew to a colossal size, making it difficult for Si Yu to contain. With a loud crash, the evil beast's fist and fireball slammed down, causing the ground to explode. Luckily, he had managed to dodge just before it struck. Han Shi quickly shouted a warning. It's useless. Shi Yu, your attacks only make it grow bigger. That's not the way to defeat it. Long Tian also chimed in. We made a mistake right from the start. We didn't give it a fatal blow when it was still immature, and now our hands are tied. Hearing this, Yun Zhao's expression immediately turned grim. A monster like this. Is there any way to defeat it? As everyone was in a state of panic, the evil beast clenched both hands into fists, and a powerful fist infused with the fire attribute appeared. Si Yu bit his lip fiercely. There has to be a way to beat it. But what on earth do I do now? In this critical moment, the glazed scepter in Yun Zhao's hand suddenly began to glow. Immediately after, that crystal-like energy shot through the air towards him. Shi Yu couldn't help but be astonished. What's happening? Under his surprised gaze, the light took shape. Xiao Yu appeared from within that light. She shouted urgently, "Si Yu, quickly, use the Holy Edict Dragon Scale." He was even more shocked. What is this scene? And Xiao Yu, why is she telling me to use the Holy Edict Dragon Scale? Now's not the time to be healing me. While Si Yu was bewildered, a powerful fist from the beast came crashing down. In that very instant, he seemed to realize something. Shi Yu immediately cried out, I get it. It's the Holy Edict Dragon Scale. With that, he took out the Holy Edict Dragon Scale. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately threw it. In a flash, the Holy Edict Dragon Scale enveloped the evil beast's body. Seeing this, Yun Zhao cried out in shock. Using the Holy Edict Dragon Scale on the evil beast, even the beast didn't understand, muttering in confusion, Human, what have you done to me? Han Shi frowned and spoke up. If we keep attacking, this beast will only get stronger. In that case, if we do the opposite and heal it, then. But before he could finish, Shi Yu cut him off coldly. That's right, this beast can turn the pain it receives into the power of its rage. If all its wounds are healed, then perhaps. At that moment, the evil beast suddenly let out a pained roar. In an instant, it had shrunk back down. He gave a triumphant smile. Just as I thought. It's gotten smaller. Now's the time. Concentrate all attacks and destroy it. This way, it can't grow back again. Hearing this, Han Shi nodded slightly and offered, leave the rest to me. The wounds that the Xiongxi Legion received, I will pay it back tenfold. Immediately after, he raised his sword. Lightning instantly enveloped the blade and then, without any hesitation, he swung down. The greatsword seemed to tear through the heavens. Han Shi roared fiercely, die. In a flash, the evil beast was completely engulfed in lightning. The heaven-cleaving greatsword plunged straight into its body. A torrent of energy that seemed to rip space itself burst forth. Just like that, the monster died. And so, they had successfully defeated the evil beast. Si Yu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of the Xiongxi's vice-captain, to still be able to unleash such a powerful blow. With that, he glanced over at Yun Zhao and asked, did you see that just now? Xiao Yu's figure appeared in the light. Thanks to her reminder, I knew to use the Holy Edict Dragon Scale. Yun Zhao nodded slightly and replied, I saw it too, but I don't know why Xiao Yu's figure would appear. It must be the power that Xiao Yu left behind protecting us. Just then, the system also distributed the loot. This time, it was a fragment of rage. Han Shi squinted at it for a long moment, then he tossed it over, speaking coolly. Take it, say you. He reached out and caught it, momentarily stunned. Han Shi slowly explained. Our Knight Order is already heavily wounded. If we continue on, our losses will be even greater. The rest of the journey is up to you. You must get it before Leng Jing does. Hearing this, Si Yu understood his intention. He nodded firmly. I understand. No matter what the next floor is like. But before he could finish, a look of horror suddenly flashed in Si Yu's eyes. Because before he could even step through the door, a purple shadow suddenly materialized. A new evil beast had appeared. She smirked and said, a fine fight, humans. To think you could defeat rage. Shi Yu immediately became vigilant and shouted, everyone, be careful. We don't know the origin of this evil beast. Hanshi's face also darkened. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. I didn't want to keep going, but the beast came to us. Over on the other side, Long Tian had no choice but to immediately command his cavalry, maintain your distance. Do not engage in close combat until we know the enemy's abilities. Seeing everyone preparing to attack, the female beast couldn't help but scoff coldly. She smirked and said, "You show no courtesy at all. It really makes one envious, doesn't it? Such tiny humans, yet possessing such a reliable army." Siyu narrowed his eyes at her, his gaze filled with vigilance. Every evil beast possesses unbelievable power. This one is definitely not simple. Just then, the evil beast clicked her tongue and remarked, "It really makes others jealous." As she spoke, the hair on her head suddenly transformed, writhing into living snakes. They then spat out streams of purple energy at the knights. In an instant, the knights seemed to fall under some sort of control, turning to attack one another. He watched this scene in shock. Are they being mind-controlled? The knights of the Lionheart Guild now stood before the vile beast. She smirked and said, "That which I envy will finally be mine." While everyone was in chaos, the master of the Golden Toad Guild stepped forward with a derisive smile. "How pathetic, Lionheart Guild. To think your soldiers could be controlled so easily by the enemy." Han Shi shot him a look, his face filled with displeasure. However, the Golden Toad Guild master just laughed smugly. "No matter who the enemy is, as long as we have enough firepower, my army of mechs can defeat them. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive army of mechs began to advance slowly. Seeing this, Siyu quickly tried to stop them. "Wait, the beast's power isn't that simple." Just then, the vile beast spoke, displeased. One after another. "You all truly make me so envious." Hearing this, the Golden Toad Guild master was stunned and cried out in disbelief. What could it be? That this beast's power isn't seduction, but plunder? In a flash, the Golden Toad Guild's mech army also fell under her control, turning around to attack their own side. The Golden Toad Guild master hid behind a mech, muttering through gritted teeth. "What? She's taken control of more than half of my heavy mechs." Han Shi also panicked. "Damn it. This beast's ability allows it to steal my forces and the Golden Toads. If this keeps up, we'll be completely overwhelmed." In an instant, the armies of two major guilds had fallen under the vile beast's control. Just then, Shi Yu charged forward to attack, roaring fiercely. "If that's the case, we'll just have to attack the beast directly." His Ice Spirit sword swung out in a wide arc, sending ice spikes shooting forward, but they were blocked by the beast's shield. The beast smirked once more. "Human, it seems you possess a weapon worthy of my envy." The moment she finished speaking, a strange aura enveloped his spirit sword, stunning him. Before he could even react, it was in the vile beast's hand. She sneered, "Then it shall be mine." Zhu stared at his empty hand, murmuring in astonishment. "Its power. It can steal any player's weapon." While he was still reeling, the beast attacked him with his own Ice Spirit sword. A wall of bone ice instantly erupted, pushing Siyu away. Han Shi quickly shouted a warning to everyone. "Don't attack with your weapons, or she'll steal them too." At this, Long Tian pursed his lips and asked, "Then what are we supposed to do?" Only the master of the Golden Toad Guild let out a sudden sneer. He snorted coldly. "A cheap trick like this won't work on me. It's not so easy to steal my property." Immediately, he activated their self-destruct sequence. The heavy mechs instantly exploded, taking the Lionheart Guild's knights with them. Seeing this, Han Shi asked angrily, "Why did you drag my soldiers into this?" The Golden Toad Guild master sneered dismissively. "It was a small sacrifice. That's all." Seeing the two of them arguing, Siyu cut in, "Don't let your guard down. It's not over yet." And just as he said that, the vile beast emerged from the smoke and flames, roaring in fury. "You wretched humans. How dare you destroy the things I desired? If I can't have them, then I'll destroy all of you." As she finished speaking, the snakes on her head began to writhe once more, and even the beast's lower body transformed into a massive snake tail. The purple aura began to spread through the air, causing the remaining knights to turn to stone. Even the mechs were affected. This made the Golden Toad Guild master grind his teeth in rage. All the mechs had been turned to stone. Meanwhile, Siyu shielded Yun Zhao as they found a corner to hide in. Then he shouted, "Everyone, take cover." But Han Shi was a step too late. A part of his body had already begun to petrify. He cried out in panic, "My body, it's turning to stone." Just as all hope seemed lost, a thick fog suddenly appeared, spreading quickly through the air and completely obscuring the beast's line of sight. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. "It's her line of sight. Anything that falls within her gaze will be turned to stone." The newcomer was the master of the Ashen Fog Guild. She spoke calmly. "This fog has temporarily blocked its vision. We're safe, for the moment." Han Shi, displeased to see her, coldly questioned, "Why are you helping us now? You worked with the Blood Moon Guild to open this underground city. So what are you plotting? The Ashen Fog Master calmly. She drew a card, then sighed and said, I'm sorry. It's an unfortunate prophecy. The best choice right now is to retreat. Han Shi heard this and shouted unhappily, Retreat? Then what about my soldiers who were turned to stone? Is there no way to turn them back? Guild leader Jin Chan also gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing, Damn it. This beast's power is the perfect counter to ours. We don't stand a chance. But just then, XEU suddenly shouted, Wait, I still have something I can try. Hearing this, guild leader Jin Chan frowned and asked doubtfully, You have a plan? Dan Mo nodded. CU said confidently, Please, trust me. Retreating now would be a huge loss. Right after, amidst the hazy fog, the mechs suddenly began to move. Seeing this, the beast frowned slightly and snorted, trying to surround me. In the blink of an eye, she was truly surrounded by a swarm of mechs. The beast looked down from above, watching the number of robots grow. But she still spoke with contempt. You think mere numbers can help you avoid being petrified? You underestimate me. Immediately after, she spewed out streams of gas, and in an instant, those mechs were completely enveloped by the black mist. The beast laughed triumphantly. It doesn't matter how many there are. Anything that falls under the gaze of my serpent eyes will be turned to stone for me. At the same time, guild leader Jin Chan, hidden in the fog, gave an order. Don't stop. Hide in the mist and launch your attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechs vanished into the fog, surprising the beast. Just then, a barrage of firepower came at her, but it was blocked by her shield. She spoke smugly. Don't think you can escape. Even if I only catch a glimpse of you, you will all be stopped right here. Finishing her words, she glanced down at the mechs and cavalry. The very moment they met the eyes of the beast and the snakes on her head, the mechs and cavalry were instantly turned to stone. Seeing this, Han Shi gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. At this rate, they'll all be petrified. In just a short while, a large number of mechs and cavalry had been turned to stone. Meanwhile, CU was dashing through the fog, thinking, Their sacrifice will not be in vain. The beast seemed to sense a murderous intent approaching. She hurriedly dodged. Just as expected, at that same moment, a flash of sword light slashed towards her. The beast blocked it with her hand and snorted coldly. This attack power isn't normal. But when she looked again, she couldn't see anyone. Shiyu was using the petrified mechs, along with the fog, to hide in the beast's blind spots. By constantly moving and attacking, he believed that as long as the beast couldn't see him, he still had a chance to win. Just like that, a series of attacks rained down on the beast. After a while, she lost her patience and roared, You despicable insect! Where in the world are you hiding? But at that very moment, CEU suddenly smirked coldly. This was the moment. Her attention was completely focused on finding his location. CEU dove down from above, and the beast couldn't dodge in time. She took a slash to the back, and a few of the snakes on her head were severed. On the side, guild leader Kuei Wu was still continuously casting his magic. He calmly said, The layer of fog will cover you. The beast, having just been hurt, was furious. But when she looked again, there was no one there. She gritted her teeth in rage. This guy. He can actually avoid my line of sight. Elsewhere, CU was hiding behind a petrified mech. Just as he thought, the snakes on her head were incredibly weak. A single hit was enough to sever them easily. Just then, the beast suddenly roared in fury. This game of hide and seek ends now. Following her roar, a torrent of black energy erupted, surrounding the petrified mechs and causing them to instantly corrode. This scene startled CU. The beast then laughed smugly and said, I see you now, human. Sure enough, as the mechs crumbled away, CU was exposed before the beast, and he was quickly turned to stone. Seeing this, Yun Zhao cried out worriedly, CU. She activated her azure glass staff, wanting to use its light to save him. However, the beast just smirked contemptuously. Stop your useless struggles. Once you're seen by me, you have zero chance of winning. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Zhao was also turned to stone. Han Shi and guild leader Jing Chan saw this and cried out in panic. So we really can't beat her. They'd both been petrified. But guild leader Kui Wu remained perfectly calm and said cryptically, No. This is rebirth from death. The beast, believing she had already won, laughed triumphantly. Hee hee. Don't think the rest of you can hide forever. You will all be turned to stone right here. But in reality, Yun Zhao had already launched her attack. The beast had noticed that CU's initial attacks, combined with her time-based power, had been accumulating quite a bit. Once the time seal was released, that would be the moment the beast would receive all the attacks. By the time she realized it, it was too late. A barrage of sword flashes struck the beast all at once. She cried out in terror. Since when was this happening? The beast took the full force of all his previous slashes. In the blink of an eye, the snakes on the beast's head were severed by CU's sword slashes. Seeing this spectacle, guild leader Jin Chan was also left stunned. Kim Thiam immediately exclaimed with excitement. What a great hit. I never thought CU had a move like this, cutting off the fiend's snake head. This way, it can't petrify us anymore. In the end, all it has left is its normal body, which is no longer a threat. Guildmaster Kim Thiam immediately walked over and said with a cold snort, after sacrificing so many robots, it's time to make you pay the price. The fiend was also furious at this point. She roared madly, hateful humans, unforgivable. Unfortunately, no one was afraid anymore. Guildmaster Kim Thiam immediately gave the order, get her. The heavy-duty robots immediately received the order, priming all their cannons, and instantly fired in unison toward the fiend. The fiend had no way to resist anymore and was immediately buried under the energy blasts. The system also popped up a notification. Congratulations to the player for killing the Lord of the Land of Envy. Following that, Xie Yu was no longer petrified, and Yun Jiao had also recovered. Han Shi walked over to his side and praised him. Xie Yu, you did great. The moment you were petrified, I thought it was all over. Xie Yu chuckled and replied, it was nothing. In fact, Han Shi was very grateful to him. It was thanks to him that his soldiers were restored. Guildmaster Kim Thiam received the reward and, without any hesitation, gave it to Xie Yu. You should take this floor's reward. Xie Yu didn't mind taking it, then muttered in confusion. It seems we get a corresponding fragment for each floor. Just how many fragments do we need to collect? Guildmaster Kui Wu slowly explained. It seems you still don't know that this place has a total of 7 floors. That also means there are a total of 7 fragments, and these 7 floors are divided into pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Only by clearing all 7 floors can we get through this underground city. Xie Yu nodded in understanding and said, in that case, there are 4 floors left. Judging by the strength of the last 3 fiends, each one was stronger than the last. Just how tough will the remaining ones be? After saying that, he stepped into the next floor's door that had just opened. However, before he could even step inside, Xie Yu's eyes widened in shock. He actually saw Yalin jumping out from within. Xie Yu quickly ran over and asked in confusion, why are you coming out from inside? Yalin just clicked her tongue without saying anything. Han Shi and the other man also saw something and exclaimed in shock, is that Leng Jing? That's right. Leng Jing also stepped out from another door. He was currently in his transformed state and saw Xie Yu's group. He smirked and said, oh, what a crowd. You all did well, managing to conquer the Land of Envy. He frowned fiercely. Leng Jing came out of a different door, which means he's already successfully conquered the other side. An unhappy look appeared on Yalin's face as she muttered through gritted teeth, that's right. It's all my fault I couldn't stop him. Now, Leng Jing has successfully conquered 3 floors. In his hand were the 3 reward fragments he had received. Guildmaster Kim Thiam suddenly snorted coldly. How convenient. If you've appeared here all alone, then I'll just take them back. As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Jing was surrounded by a swarm of robots. Leng Jing wasn't afraid in the slightest and drew his blade. He said contemptuously, Kim Thiam, you're really overestimating yourself. Even if you had more of this scrap metal, it would be no match for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade down. The blood-red light from his blade danced wildly, and the swarm of robots was ultimately reduced to fragments. After striking, Leng Jing turned and entered the final door. He spoke with contempt. Right now, to me, you're all just ants. I can't be bothered to deal with you now. If you want to stop me, then come and try. Watching Leng Jing's retreating back, Guildmaster Kim Thiam said in a low voice, in that case, our 3 major guilds have only one option left, to continue our alliance. We'll continue to cooperate. Does anyone have any objections? Yalin also chimed in to support him. That's right. We have to team up now to stop Leng Jing. Otherwise, if he gets the final reward, our 3 guilds will be crushed under his foot. Han Shi agreed without hesitation. As long as we can defeat Blood Moon, we of the Lion Guild will not back down. Guildmaster Kui Wu also nodded slightly and replied, the goal of my Kui Wu Guild is to finish this underground city. As long as we can achieve that final goal, Kui Wu is willing to continue cooperating with you all. Xie Yu then spoke up as well. Although I'm also here for the final reward of the underground city, our goal before that is the same, and that is to stop Leng Jing from getting his way. Having reached an agreement, they all walked into the final door together. The moment they set foot inside, they felt an uncomfortable, scorching heat. He squinted at the scene ahead, his eyes filled with confusion. He saw Leng Jing standing before the door. After a long moment, he spoke with a cold smile. Lord of Pride, long time no see. The fiendish Lord of Pride sat on a high platform, looking down on them like a god looking down on mortals. He sneered and replied, I've finally been waiting for your return. You've done well. You've completed the mission I gave you. Hearing this, Han Shi's eyes widened in shock. What? It was as if they knew each other, but the surprises didn't stop there. Lang Jing suddenly knelt on the ground. He spoke with reverence. "Your subordinate has returned late. I am ready to accept my punishment, my lord." The Lord of Pride dismissed it, speaking with excitement instead. "No, you've done an excellent job. You brought back many high-quality human sacrifices. Leave the rest to me." This statement stunned Xiu. He raised an eyebrow and muttered suspiciously. Could it be that Lang Jing made a deal with this beast the last time he was here? Lang Jing admitted it without a moment's hesitation. "That's right. My mission was to bring the strongest humans to the Lord of Pride. And now, it seems my task is complete." Hearing this, Yahello gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, "Whatever you're plotting, I won't let you get away with it." Lang Jing threw his head back and roared with laughter as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. "Ha, not let me have my way. You're the ones who should feel despair." He said that no one in this game could possibly stand against the Lord of Pride. Upon hearing this, Guildmaster Jin Chan scoffed. "Is that so? Then allow me to shatter that foolish little fantasy of yours. Since this is the final battle, there's no need to hold back anymore. Full power." The moment he spoke, all the heavy assault mechs surged forward, launching into the sky like rockets. The Lord of Pride didn't even deign to look at them. Speaking with contempt, mere ants dare to show off their strength in front of me. With those words, he raised his greatsword. He took a few steps forward and swung it. He stated coolly, "Your soldiers are not even worth mentioning in my presence." In an instant, a legion of knights appeared. Without any warning, they launched a unified attack on the heavy assault mechs. The sight horrified Guildmaster Jin Chan. This monster possessed a legion of its own. Moreover, their strength and numbers were on par with any other army. Seeing that the situation was turning grim, Han Shi immediately gave a command. All Xiong Shi members, join the battle. Reinforce Jin Chan. In an instant, the Xiong Shi cavalry unit launched a unified attack. However, the Lord of Pride was still unfazed. He smirked and said, "You want to challenge me with numbers? I can summon as many soldiers as I wish." As he spoke, thousands of the king's knights manifested behind him. They began their assault on the armies of the two major guilds, quickly gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Guild Master Kui Wu spoke up. "In that case, we of Kui Wu can no longer stand aside. Power of the water spirits." Instantly, she used her magic to summon an army of spirits. The difference was, Kui Wu's legion also consisted of magic casters. They began providing support for the other two armies. Ji Yu, watching from the sidelines, hesitated and muttered to himself, "Just fighting army against army. I don't think that's the best way. We have to go for the king." Han Shi heard him and nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's time for me to get serious." Right after, he unleashed his full power. Without any hesitation, Han Shi bolted forward like a flash of lightning. Everywhere he passed, the evil lord's knights were cut down in his wake. Seeing this, the Lord of Pride couldn't help but comment, "Oh, daring to charge directly at me?" In that same instant, Han Shi lunged forward, and the Lord of Pride raised his sword to defend. The attack failed, but Han Shi didn't back down. He roared ferociously, "I'm not done yet." As he spoke, an invisible pressure bore down on the Lord of Pride, but the creature simply scoffed in disdain, unimpressed. "A cheap trick. Get lost." He then swung his sword, sending Han Shi flying backward. But he roared back defiantly, "No one can overpower me in a direct confrontation. Die." And with that, he charged in to attack once more. On the sidelines, Guildmaster Kui Wu suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm, "Oh no, I can sense that this beast's power is unnatural." Siyu furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" She slowly explained, "The Lord of Pride. His power is the embodiment of arrogance in combat. No matter who he faces, his power automatically surpasses his opponents by 10%. And just as she said, it wasn't long before Han Shi was at a disadvantage, forced to his knees. Han Shi bit his lip and cursed, "Damn it." The Lord of Pride looked down on him from above, declaring arrogantly, "No one can ever trample upon me." At that moment, Long Tian rushed in to provide backup. A powerful cyclone formed in front of Han Shi, freeing him from the Lord of Pride's oppressive force. The Lord of Pride snorted with contempt. "Insects." In the next moment, he vanished and reappeared behind Long Tian. He spoke coldly, "You dare to interfere?" Long Tian was horrified and frantically tried to get away, but it was too late. The monster's blade came crashing down. The Lord of Pride sneered coldly, "You are unworthy of even standing in my presence." The human, Long Tian, was grievously wounded. The body collapsed to the ground. The Lord of Pride slowly approached and said in a cold voice, "Let's make you the first sacrifice." Seeing this, Han Shi instantly grew anxious. He rushed forward to block the fiend's blade. Suddenly blocked, the Lord of Pride sneered, "You think you can stop me? How foolish." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shi's sword made a cracking sound, and then it shattered right before his horrified eyes. Then, the blade pierced his body. The Lord of Pride spoke with contempt. To die by my hand is an honor for you. The moment he said that, blood-red streaks suddenly appeared on Han Shi's wound. Immediately after, he threw his head back and roared. The Lord of Pride narrowed his eyes at this scene, then spoke indifferently. Take this honor of yours and be reborn. In the blink of an eye, Han Shi's body transformed, turning him into a fiend. This sight terrified Shi Yu. Guild leader Jin Chan, seeing this for the first time, was so shocked his eyes went wide. The Lord of Pride then gave a command. Go. Show me the power of your new life. As soon as he spoke, Han Shi's massive body began to move. Like a mindless beast, he began to attack the legions of the two great guilds. Seeing this, the Lord of Pride smirked and said, Can you feel the despair now? Humans. At that moment, the dead knights lying on the ground suddenly stirred. The heavy mechs were also enveloped in a blood-red light. In an instant, a blazing fire ignited in their eyes like the flames of hell. Finally, they rose to join the Lord of Pride's battle line. The scene was utterly shocking. Guild leader Jin Chan muttered in disbelief. How are we supposed to fight this? He's using our fallen legion and turning them into his soldiers. In the end, a chaotic battle broke out. It was impossible to tell friend from foe. Siyu hurriedly shouted, There must be a way to beat him. We have to hold on. Meanwhile, he was being attacked by Hanshi. Yahello wasn't idle either. She shot forward with wind-ripping speed. Her fist immediately slammed down as she roared fiercely. Leave these soldiers to me. Yun Jiao also joined the fight, and the scene was utter chaos. The Lord of Pride watched, unconcerned. He scoffed, a futile struggle. Crush them, my servants. As soon as he said that, Han Shi slammed down a fist. Siyu was pinned to the ground. Yahello was also struggling to hold her own. Although she kept taking them down, their numbers were endless. She cursed in frustration. Damn it, there are too many. Guild leader Jin Chan also muttered impatiently. Why don't they ever end? Long Tian couldn't help but tremble and mutter. We're doomed. The vice leader was turned into a fiend. It's all over. Lang Jing stood by like a spectator, watching everything. He let out a cold laugh. You all seem more stubborn than I imagined. However, it's about time. At the same time, Yelin was about to be ambushed by a monster from behind, but before it could touch her, a flash of a blade slashed through, and blood instantly rained down. The one who attacked was none other than Lang Jing. Realizing this, Yelin's eyes widened in shock. Lang Jing smirked. Heh. The second act begins. Immediately after, Lang Jing turned and attacked the fiend army. He laughed coldly and said, With every enemy I strike, my bloodlust blade will absorb fresh blood, turning it into blood essence and increasing my power. Yaolin didn't understand his actions and asked doubtfully, Lang Jing, what on earth are you trying to do? Lang Jing laughed heartily, speaking casually. What am I trying to do? Isn't it obvious? I've been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for the Lord of Pride to turn their legion's strength into a grand army of fiends, to become the demonic power of the fiends, which will then become the most bountiful sacrifice for my blade. The Lord of Pride was enraged by Lang Jing's actions. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Human, you dare betray me? Betrayal? Lang Jing scoffed and spoke nonchalantly. I did as you asked and brought the strongest players here. But I never said I wouldn't be the player to kill you. No one can stop me from doing what I want. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade again. The light from his sword danced swiftly, annihilating the fiend knights. Lang Jing continued his frenzied slaughter, causing the blood stain on his blade to grow deeper and deeper. He laughed triumphantly. With your fresh blood, my bloodlust blade will grow endlessly stronger. Seeing this, the Lord of Pride snorted in contempt. Fool. You think you can win with just that little bit of power? The moment he spoke, a fist suddenly flew out, smashing right into Lang Jing's face. It was Han Shi who had struck. A series of booming sounds followed. Lang Jing was slammed to the ground, but he spoke with an indifferent tone. How pathetic. Vice Guild leader Shang Shi. To die and become a puppet of the fiends. Just then, Han Shi's entire body was suddenly enveloped in a blood-red aura. Then, Lang Jing stood up from under him and, with one swing of his blade, severed Han Shi's arm. He smirked and said, Let me grant you salvation. But before he could strike, Long Tian blocked his path and hurriedly said, Wait, maybe the guild master can still be saved. Hearing this, Lang Jing scoffed, Don't be so naive. Once they turn into this, they're beyond saving. With that, he shoved Long Tian aside and once again raised the bloodthirsty blade. Without any hesitation, Lang Jing decapitated Han Shi. He then laughed loudly. The only salvation is to grant him release. As expected of the Lion Guild Master, he has increased the power of my blood energy. Seeing this, Siyu's expression turned grim. He pursed his lips and muttered, Damn it. We all fell into Lang Jing's. Just then, the Pride Overlord spoke up. How utterly foolish. Did you really think you could defeat me with a trick like this? You will soon learn that before me, you are nothing but an ant. Immediately after, he charged at Lang Jing. Their two great swords clashed, but it wasn't long before a flash of energy erupted in front of the Pride Overlord. A continuous roar echoed as the energy blast shot backward, but the Pride Overlord was completely unharmed. In a flash, he appeared behind Lang Jing, viciously swinging his blade down. But Lang Jing managed to block it with his blade just in time. He smirked and said, "Heh, don't underestimate me." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his Blood-Wing Scythe strike and attacked. The Pride Overlord curled his lip in contempt. Pathetic little tricks. He immediately dodged, then casually slashed out with his blade. Lang Jing couldn't dodge in time. He let out a soft groan as a deep gash appeared on his waist. Lang Jing hurriedly retreated, smirking as he said, "One hit is enough to severely injure me, but the corpses on this battlefield will become my endless supply of blood energy." In an instant, Lang Jing's bloodthirsty blade began to absorb the leftover blood. He laughed triumphantly again. "No matter how injured I am, the blood energy can fully restore me." On the other hand, although the previous attack only lightly injured the Pride Overlord, Lang Jing had definitely managed to wound him. Lang Jing grew more triumphant as he spoke. "For the past 2 years, I've spent every moment thinking about how to finally defeat you. Today, I'm putting an end to it right here." Hearing this, the Pride Overlord snorted disdainfully. "You think you've won just by landing one scratch on me?" He would never allow anyone to feel even a sliver of victory or hope in his presence. As he spoke, flames suddenly erupted from the Pride Overlord's back. He spoke coldly, "Making you my sacrifice isn't a bad option either." With that, his blade slashed towards Lang Jing. Not daring to be careless, Lang Jing quickly dodged, but an arrogant, triumphant look remained on his face. He snorted contemptuously. "A powerful attack, but so what? The blood energy will just heal my wounds." And just like that, the two of them clashed, neither side giving an inch. Watching this from the sidelines, Yahello couldn't help but frown and mutter, "Lang Jing has calculated everything. At this rate, he might actually be able to defeat the Pride Beast." Hearing this, the Jin Chan Guild Master immediately retorted, "No way. We have to stop him. We can't let him succeed." Yu frowned slightly, hesitating. "But we were helpless against the Pride Overlord. The Lion Guild Master sacrificed himself because of it." But the Jin Chan Guild Master suddenly smirked and said, "Don't worry. I happen to have a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone right now." Immediately after, he ordered all of his remaining robots to charge forward. Lang Jing, who was in the middle of the fight, sensed this and turned his head. But the Jin Chan Guild Master just laughed triumphantly. "For the final blow, unleash your full firepower." In an instant, all the robots began to open fire. This was a magnetic field generated by Jin Chan's many robots, the strongest binding skill in the game. Immediately, both Lang Jing and the Pride Overlord were locked in place by the robot's magnetic field. Lang Jing was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Pride Overlord was also greatly surprised. The Jin Chan Guild Master, looking as if victory was already in his grasp, laughed triumphantly. "As long as you can't move, you're just fish in a barrel. By expending the fully stored power of all weapons, I can unleash a single attack that will annihilate all enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened fire, sending a frenzied barrage of firepower their way. Seeing this, Lang Jing quickly yelled, "You idiot, stop." Unfortunately, the Jin Chan Guild Master paid him no heed, roaring ferociously. Lang Jing and the beast can die together. Immediately after, the artillery exploded. Thunderous roars echoed everywhere, but the Pride Overlord looked extremely triumphant. Lang Jing cursed in frustration. "You fool, you fell right into the Pride Beast's trap. His aura makes him immune to all binding skills." And sure enough, the Pride Overlord began to laugh arrogantly. "No one can control me. Still, that was a decent attack. However, my attacks will forever be superior. That is the word of the Overlord." Right after his boast, the bombardment was suddenly reflected back. This terrifying sight made guild leader Jin Chan cry out, "Impossible," but that wasn't enough. The Lord of Pride attacked again. Yahello quickly created a shield to block it. Yu and Yun Jiao didn't dare let their guard down, quickly putting up shields as well. But guild leader Jin Chan was sent flying just like that. Lang Jing's expression instantly darkened as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, that foolish guild leader Jin Chan." Because of his attack, the demon of pride has grown even stronger. Just then, the demon threw its head back and laughed loudly, unleashing an area of effect attack. Lang Jing bit his lip hard and yelled, "Whatever power you possess, I refuse to lose." With that, he quickly raised his blade to block. The Lord of Pride heard this and snorted disdainfully. "Is that so? But if my power surpasses your defense, then a single light blow is all it will take to tear you to shreds." The creature's blade instantly struck, severing Lang Jing's arm. Seeing this, Yaolin's expression immediately soured. She pressed her lips together, murmuring, "Because of guild leader Jin Chan's attack, The demon has become much harder to deal with. The Lord of Pride snorted coldly. Despair, you ignorant humans. But at that very moment, Lang Jing suddenly broke into a smirk. Heh heh. What's a little injury like this? As he said this, he plunged the bloodthirsty blade into his own chest. Lang Jing's fresh blood was absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade. He threw his head back and roared with laughter. My blood and the blade have become one. And finally, his arm transformed into the blade itself. Witnessing this scene, Yahello was horrified. Why would Lang Jing go to such extremes? At any cost, to merge with the aberrant blade. While she was still reeling in confusion, Lang Jing laughed loudly again. Win or lose, death is the only outcome. Come on, Lord of Pride. Tear me to shreds. But as you do, I will turn you to dust. However, the Lord of Pride paid his words no mind, scoffing. There isn't a single human I can't defeat. As soon as the words left its mouth, it swung its blade toward Lang Jing once more. Lang Jing made no move to dodge, letting the blade's light strike him and sever another arm, but he remained calm and opened his mouth, saying, no matter how powerful your attacks are, I will not be defeated. My physical body will regenerate endlessly. Immediately after, Lang Jing charged forward, launching a furious assault. Yu, watching from the sidelines, muttered in disbelief. How is Lang Jing basically immortal? This recovery ability is terrifying. Yahello bit her lip hard, explaining, that's right. It's the ultimate ability of the aberrant blade. But reaching that limit means the wielder will suffer a backlash, and his life will end here. Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but ask, full of doubt, what in the world is Lang Jing thinking? If he dies, the reward from this underground city will mean nothing to him. So why risk it all? At the same time, the Lord of Pride was growing impatient from Lang Jing's relentless assault. It gritted its teeth and muttered, detestable human. Then, it began to furiously hack at Lang Jing like a sandbag, but to no avail. Just a few seconds later, Lang Jing was completely healed. He smirked and said, it's useless. I won't die before I've killed you. However, it's about time to end this. With that, he unleashed his blood aura, which instantly formed into blades of oblivion. The Lord of Pride saw this and immediately grew cautious. Lang Jing then let out a crazed roar, struggle, just like I did all those years ago when I faced you. Without giving the Lord of Pride a chance to resist, he commanded the blades of oblivion to strike. The blades of oblivion shot forward with wind-tearing speed, and within seconds, they had all pierced the Lord of Pride. Lang Jing narrowed his eyes at the creature and spoke coldly, you have lost, Lord of Pride. The demon lord narrowed its eyes at Lang Jing, asking in confusion, you've exhausted all your strength. You're going to die anyway. So why did you betray your comrades all those years ago, only to now sacrifice yourself without a second thought to kill me? Hearing this question, Lang Jing threw his head back and roared with laughter. Then, he clutched his head, his eyes brimming with hatred. He ground his teeth and said, what a ridiculous question. You're about to die by my hand, and you still don't get it? Of course, it's for revenge. Hearing this, Yahello cried out in shock. Revenge? Lang Jing, who are you getting revenge for? Lang Jing glanced at her, then back at the demon, and said coolly, isn't it obvious? For Gu. Yahello was instantly stunned, shouting in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who killed Gu Gui. Lang Jing remained silent. He walked up to the Lord of Pride and pressed his blade to its throat. Then, with a sad smile, he slowly said, at last, my goal is realized. Since it's come to this, I'll tell you the truth. Let's go back a few years, to when the Abyss Demon Underground City first opened. Lacking the power to deal with it, players were dropping like flies. Gu Gui and Lang Jing were some of the few who could resist, but both of them were already wounded. Gu Gui, refusing to accept defeat, attacked relentlessly, shouting, damn it. This is the first time. I faced a demon with these abilities, but I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Break from me. But it was all for nothing. The Lord of Pride was completely unharmed. The battle was incredibly fierce, with shockwaves constantly erupting from the clash of powerful energies. Gu Kui attacked with all his might, but it was almost useless. His attacks were countered with even stronger force. This ability completely suppressed his polarity blade. Continuing like this was not an option. Meanwhile, Yahello, who was outside, was about to be overwhelmed, and Lang Jing was already severely injured. Just then, the Lord of Pride walked towards the two of them and spoke coldly. Humans, you are both very strong, but you are still no match for me. The demon beast proposed a deal to them. He would spare one of them, and that person would become his servant. These words shocked and horrified both Gu Kui and Lang Jing. When he came to his senses, Lang Jing shouted in disgust, how absurd. You demon beast, do you really think you can drive a wedge between us? Watch closely. Gu Kui is the strongest player in this game. You will be destroyed by him. However, just as he finished speaking, Gu Kui spoke to Lang Jing telepathically. He said, no, Lang Jing. My polarity blade is being suppressed by this demon beast's power. Hearing this, Lang Jing bit his lip and asked in disbelief, "What are you talking about, Gu Kuei? You won't fail. There has to be a way." Gu Kuei's expression was extremely grim as he slowly opened his mouth. "You know that because of the backlash from the polarity blade, I don't have much time left," Lang Jing retorted, unwilling to accept it. "That's why we came to clear this dungeon together. Its reward can definitely heal you. We've been through so many battles like this, we can definitely win this one too." But before he could finish, Gu Kuei cut him off coldly. "No, it's too risky." At the same time, his arm rose. Gu Kuei was controlling Lang Jing's arm. He suggested slowly, "I can't let this demon beast gain infinite attack power because of me. If that happens, see you and Yahello won't be able to escape this dungeon." Being controlled, Lang Jing's eyes filled with panic. He tried to resist, but it was useless. He tried to reason with him. "What are you thinking? Let go of me." Gu Kuei smiled at Lang Jing and said, "I'm sorry, Lang Jing. I was already a dying man. Having you and Yahello by my side in these final moments, I have no regrets." At this point, Lang Jing finally understood his intention. He used his other arm to hold down the controlled one. His lips pressed tightly together as he said, "Let go, Gu Kuei. There has to be another way." But before he could finish, his own blade pierced through Gu Kuei's body and fresh blood gushed out. Lang Jing's eyes widened in sheer horror. Seeing this scene, the demon beast, the Lord of Pride, let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Foolish humans. He seemed certain that humans would always choose betrayal when faced with death. If one hadn't known about the conversation between Gu Kuei and Lang Jing beforehand, anyone looking at this scene would think Lang Jing was trying to kill Gu Kuei. But if there was another person here, looking from a different angle, they would see Gu Kuei smiling with satisfaction. He said that he had already made arrangements with another user of the polarity blade. If anything happened to him, she would seal the dungeon. Then, he murmured in pain, "I'm sorry, Lang Jing. I'm counting on you now. You must get Yahello out of here safely. Find a way to eliminate this demon beast in the future." At that moment, Lang Jing seemed to be completely consumed by horror, unable to utter a single word. Only when Gu Kuei's life slowly faded away did Lang Jing burst into loud laughter and shout, "It was me. I killed Gu Kuei with my own 2 hands." And just like that, he made a pact with the Lord of Pride and left the dungeon. But Lang Jing could never forget that he had killed Gu Kuei with his own hands. His life should have ended then and there, but because of Gu Kuei's last wish, Lang Jing lived on solely for that purpose. From then on, Lang Jing became ruthless, doing whatever it took to grow stronger, to expand his influence, all for the day he could reopen this dungeon, just like now, so he could personally end the Lord of Pride. After hearing this, Yalin's expression changed from resentment to heartbreak. She questioned him sorrowfully, "Why did you hide it from me all this time?" Lang Jing didn't look at her, simply replying nonchalantly, "If I had told you the truth, the ones sacrificing themselves to destroy the demon beast today would have been you, wouldn't it? I promised Gu Kuei that I would protect you." Outside, Siyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon hearing this. Lang Jing. Has he only ever lived for revenge? But at this moment, the Lord of Pride suddenly laughed loudly. What a foolish story. If a human's normal attacks can't kill you, then let me burn you to ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant flames erupted. In an instant, the fire reached the sky, and the intense heat forced everyone nearby to retreat. The Lord of Pride spoke coldly, "These flames can not only burn your body, but also your soul." Hearing this, Lang Jing showed no fear at all. He snorted coldly and opened his mouth. "So what? My soul died long ago with Gu Kuei." With that, Lang Jing also burst into laughter. At the same time, he swung his blade and severed the Lord of Pride's head. The system notification popped up. "Congratulations. The players defeated the Lord of Pride." Shiyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "We did it." Yahello ran to Lang Jing's side, her eyes filled with worry. But Lang Jing still put on a brave face, throwing his head back and laughing loudly. "I gave it my all. Don't worry about me. Before I die, at least I didn't fail, Gu Gui. It was me. I was the one who personally took down this vile beast." At the same time, the 7 fragments of the Abyss demon were finally gathered. Jiyu held 3, while Lang Jing had 4. In the blink of an eye, the 7 pieces merged into one. Suddenly, in the sky, a large circle appeared, like a hole in the heavens, and then a figure wreathed in holy light emerged. It was the demon god's holy emissary, Mate. Siyu and Lang Jing's eyes went wide when they saw him. Yahello, too, was shocked that there was another monstrous beast here. While everyone was still confused, the demon god suddenly spoke. "Humans, state your wishes." He said that he would grant them any wish, no matter what it was. Hearing this, Yahello immediately spoke up. "Any wish? Can you really bring Gugui back?" But Lang Jing spoke first. "I'm already a dead man walking,
so let me go first. If you can truly grant a wish, then please, bring Goo Gooey back to life."
As he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the demon god. Hearing this, the demon god calmly replied, "Human, your wish is powerful. You shall receive your answer." With that, he snapped his fingers, and a powerful beam of light shot down from the sky. Yahello seemed to sense something, crying out in shock, "What is this? This aura is... Could it be?" Inside the pillar of light, a faint figure slowly took shape. Lengjing was also overcome with emotion. He bit his lip and murmured, "Is it real? Goo Goo? Is that you?" Under Lengjing's hopeful gaze, the figure of Goo Gooey appeared. Yalin's eyes widened in horror. "He's alive." Goo Gooey. On the other side, the newly appeared Goo Goo spoke a greeting. "It's been a long time." Seeing him, all the words that Lengjing wanted to say from the bottom of his heart suddenly got caught in his throat, unable to come out. But at that moment, Goo Gooey suddenly challenged him. "Why did you bring me back to life?" His words left Lengjing stunned. Goo Gooey shouted furiously, "You were the one who killed me, so why would you bring me back? In that case, let me personally drag you down to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Goo Gooey stabbed Lengjing in the chest with a blade. Then he laughed loudly. "All the grudges and despair of the past, I will repay you for them slowly." This scene made Ji Yu realize the problem, and he quickly shouted, "We've been tricked. This isn't Goo Gooey." The fake Goo Gooey continued to swing his blade, attacking Lengjing. Ji Yu rushed forward to stop him. "Stop." Just then, the demon god spoke up again. "Human, I will make your wish a reality for you." But as he said it, he threw his head back and laughed smugly. However, a soul that has already died, that has experienced countless moments of despair and pain, how could it possibly be made whole again so easily? Resentment will corrode the soul, bit by bit. He told Goo Gooey not to suppress it, that this was the chance he was giving him. Unleash the hatred in your heart. Transform into one of the demon god's 7 deadly sin beasts. Fight for your resentment. At the same time, Goo Gooey was completely enveloped in a black aura. He screamed endlessly in pain, and finally transformed into a monstrous beast. Yahello, watching from the side, saw this and roared in anger. "How dare you use Goo Gooey to trick us? We'll never forgive you for this." With a light scoff, the demon god spoke coldly, "Foolish. I merely followed your wish and granted it for you. All of you humans present here, you are all masters of the heretical blade." He asked them if they knew that he was the one who bestowed the heretical blade upon those, like them, who possessed such intense desires. After obtaining that power, they would fight endlessly, growing stronger, not hesitating to sacrifice themselves to fulfill their wishes. And because of that, in the end, none of them could escape the cycle he had set. After they die, they will become the demon god's 7 deadly sin beasts. Ji Yu bit his lip fiercely, cursing in defiance. "Cut the crap. Do you think you're some kind of god? If you are, then I'll just have to cut you down." Immediately after, both he and Yahello charged forward, starting to attack the demon god, but they couldn't even touch him. He laughed triumphantly. "Just accept it. You cannot escape your destiny." As soon as he said this, 2 large pillars of light fell from the sky. This was the light of divine punishment. The instant it hit the ground, the earth exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. The 2 pillars of the demon god's divine punishment struck down, and arcs of lightning lashed out relentlessly. The demon god then let out a roar. "Perish, you foolish humans. You had the chance to fulfill your wishes, but you chose to defy me instead." With that, he looked over at Yun Zhao and Hale. Spoke. "Anyone who has not yet attacked still has a chance. State your wish." Yun Zhao bit her lip fiercely. What was she supposed to do? The demon god's power was certainly far greater than any beast they had ever faced before. How could they possibly defeat him? If Xiao Yu couldn't be brought back to life, then what was the point of fighting anymore? But just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "You can't think like that, Yun Zhao." Along with that thought, a glass-like light appeared, gathering into a silhouette in the blink of an eye. Yun Zhao trembled and mumbled, "This light. Could it be?" Yes, it was exactly who she was thinking of. Xiao Yu had appeared once again at this crucial moment. Yun Zhao exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Yu, how?" But before she could finish, Xiao Yu cut her off apologetically. "Yun Zhao, I'm sorry. I'll explain everything to you later, but right now, the most important thing is for us to end this battle." With that said, she gripped the Liu Li scepter tightly, then skillfully spun it in the air, continuously murmuring, "Light of Liu Li." Instantly, that light appeared again. It swiftly moved through the air, enveloping Xiu. This sudden turn of events stunned him. He mumbled in astonishment, "This light." Even Yahello on the side had a similar reaction. She was suddenly being healed by the light. Yu glanced behind him, saw Xiao Yu approaching, and cried out in surprise, "You're Xiao Yu. Why are you here?" Xiao Yu spoke slowly. "That's right. I shouldn't exist in this game, but the Liu Li scepter is a heretic blade that can control time. I kept a portion of my power inside it all this time. The moment it saw Xiao Yu, the demon god flew into a rage and roared, "You dare betray me? Then you shall all be destroyed." As soon as it finished speaking, the transformed remnant soul of Gu Gui slashed towards them. Shi Yu hastily dodged, his expression immediately turning grim, but Xiao Yu couldn't avoid it and was captured by Gu Gui. Seeing this, Yun Zhao shouted worriedly, "Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. The Liu Li scepter holds a certain power. It's not just my own power." These words shocked Yun Zhao. She mumbled in surprise, "Could it be? There's someone else?" As if to answer her question, a flash of a blade suddenly struck the evil beast. With a loud boom, it exploded on the spot. At the same time, Xiao Yu was released. Yaolin watched this scene, her eyes wide with shock, and stammered in a trembling voice, "No way." In contrast, Lang Jing exclaimed excitedly, "I knew it. You always have another trick up your sleeve." Under everyone's astonished gazes, the afterimage of Gu Gui appeared. He smirked and said, "My apologies, everyone. I'm late." The moment Yaolin saw him, she ran over excitedly. "Gu Gui, this time it's really you." Gu Gui glanced at her and spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry, Yaolin. The fact that you can see me now means I no longer exist in this world. Now, I can only appear for a short time." But he said he was also very happy to be able to fight alongside Yaolin one last time. They would definitely not lose. The demon god, still incredibly arrogant, spoke contemptuously, "It doesn't matter how many more of you there are. The master of the heretic blade will never escape me reclaiming their destiny." Immediately after, it activated its divine domain. In an instant, countless figures appeared there. These were the previous masters of the heretic blades, now turned into the demon god's servants. Gu Gui didn't hesitate to strike with his blade. Even as a mere afterimage, his energy was still incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu looked at Si Yu and said urgently, "Si Yu, Gu Gui and I are nothing more than faint remnants of power from the past. We'll do what we can. The Liu Li scepter allows me to peer into the future." To break the demon god's bond with the heretic blade users, Xiao Yu tried her best, until finally, she saw a glimmer of victory on Si Yu. Hearing this, he frowned in doubt. "Me? Why me? Is it because of the devouring blade?" With that, Si Yu glanced over at Yaolin, who was at a stalemate. He could only sigh helplessly. Si Yu couldn't control the backlash. He could only do what was possible, because Yu Yi still hadn't been revived. Therefore, nothing could happen to Si Yu. But at this rate, they would never break the destiny set by the demon god. In the end, they would just become another one of the demon god's evil beasts. At that moment, the demon god laughed loudly and said, "Give up, humans. Stop fighting. You still have a chance to ask for a wish from me." Hearing this, Si Yu snorted contemptuously. "A wish? We don't need something like that. I am the master of my own destiny." With that thought, he roared fiercely, "Everyone, give me the power of your heretic blades." Hearing this, Yun Zhao cried out in worry. "But if you do that, you won't be able to control the backlash from the heretic blades." Shaking his head calmly, Si Yu replied with determination, "It's fine. Xiao Yu, Gu Gu, Lang Jing. None of them hesitated to risk their lives. To defeat this damned destiny, how could I not do the same?" He believed that Yu Yi would forgive him. Hearing his words, Xiao Yu couldn't help but crack a smile. Gu Gui spoke without hesitation. "Take it, Shi Yu. This is all the power I have left." With that, he transferred his remaining energy to him. Yeah, Lin was no exception. Before giving him her power, she grumbled a warning. "Don't you dare waste the power of my fists." Lang Jing threw his blade to Si Yu and said through gritted teeth, "Please, tear that damn demon beast to shreds. This disaster before I die." Yun Zhao and Xiao Yu also handed the azure glass scepter to him. They both spoke in unison. "We're entrusting the power of this azure glass scepter to you." Si Yu nodded fiercely, his voice firm. "I will accept everyone's power, and also Teacher Lin Chen's World Breaker blade, and all the powers I've obtained until now. Condense them all for me." The moment he finished speaking, he activated the devouring blade, absorbing the essence of the 5 remaining variant blades. In the blink of an eye, an energy capable of destroying heaven and earth surged into Si Yu's body. He gritted his teeth and endured it, willing to sacrifice himself to fuse with this power. A few seconds later, a beam of light like a shooting star erupted from the ground, piercing straight through the divine realm. Shi Yu had successfully devoured all the variant blades, transforming into his sky-piercing, god-slaying form. Seeing this, Yun Zhao exclaimed with joy, "He did it." Xiao Yu also nodded in satisfaction. Shi Yu would never let us down. At this moment, Shi Yu's eyes were filled with a new level of determination. He declared powerfully, "No matter what stands in our way, this time, I will cut it all down." The demon god, however, was furious. Behind him, thousands of divine realms suddenly appeared, spinning endlessly. He roared menacingly, "Human, feel your own ignorance and insignificance." As he spoke, beams of immense power shot out from those divine realms, raining down upon the earth. Shiyu didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately charged forward. "Bloodthirsty blade, lend me your strength." Instantly, the light of his blade began to dance through the air. In a flash, the two energies collided. They exploded on impact. The demon god wasn't worried. He calmly teleported, instantly appearing behind Shiyu. Behind him were holy swords, which lunged forward without any hesitation. He reacted just in time, quickly leaping to the ground. He then used Yelin's variant blade to increase his defense. Seeing this, the demon god scoffed contemptuously. "You can't defend against my attacks." Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, the protective shield shattered. But at the same time, Shiyu activated the azure glass light. Time swiftly reversed, and he was back beside the demon god. Without wasting a single second, Shiyu slashed out once more. A barrage of blade beams shot forward crazily, but they were all blocked by the demon god's protective shield. The fiend laughed arrogantly. "Is that all you've got? No attack can harm me. I am the supreme existence." Shiyu wasn't rushed either, speaking calmly. "I know that against a final boss like you, my normal attacks are completely useless." But then, he activated the azure glass light once more, and that crystal-like radiance appeared again. And then, time was frozen. The demon god was bound by the chains of time, but unleashing the power of time had taken a heavy toll on Siyu's body. Perhaps that's why Xiao Yu also suffered from the backlash, but it didn't matter. As long as the demon god was defeated, what was a little backlash? Immediately after, he switched to Gugui's variant blade. Then he roared powerfully, "Gugui, lend me all your strength. Focus everything into this one strike." Following his shout, a colossal surge of power enveloped the blade. Without a shred of hesitation, Siyu swung down. The moment the blade fell, space itself seemed to crack open, slowly sucking the demon god inside. This was the dimension-shattering slash. If he couldn't do anything to the demon god, then he'd just make him vanish from this world. Sensing the imminent danger, the demon god hurriedly begged, "Wait, human. I can grant you any wish you desire. Save it." Siyu snorted, speaking coldly, "Disappear for me." The moment he spoke, the spatial rift slowly closed. The demon god vanished along with it. After executing that final move, Siyu let out a sigh of relief. "It's finally over. I finally didn't let everyone down." As he finished his thought, he grew weak and staggered, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Yun Jiao rushed over to catch him, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Siyu shook his head slightly, replying, "For now, it's nothing serious. But after using so much power, I'm sure I'll suffer a severe backlash." Xiao Yu also walked over, smiling happily. "Siyu, Yun Jiao, I knew you two could do it, I guess. I can't hide it from you any longer." With that, she raised her hand to her mask. The truth is, when Yun Jiao had asked for Xiao Yu's name before, she had just randomly come up with a fake one. But Yun Jiao had happily accepted her as a friend. Eventually, Xiao Yu and Yun Jiao became a team. But now, they were about to tear away that final mask and reveal Xiao Yu's true identity. This twist was even more shocking than finding out Leng Jing was one of the good guys. Both Yu and Yun Jiao were so stunned their eyes went wide. It turned out, Xiao Yu was actually Wu Yi. The person they both wanted to revive was one and the same. Wu Yi spoke apologetically. "To defeat the demon god, I guided you two step by step. I'm sorry. I kept this from you for so long." After a moment of shock, Siyu quickly came to his senses. He emotionally reached for Wu Yi's hand. Siyu sobbed, whispering, "Wu Yi, it's okay. Just being able to see you again, that's enough. You know, I have so much I want to tell you. Right now, it finally could be." Wu Yi also reached out, reluctantly holding Siyu's hand one last time. Her voice filled with sorrow, she said, "I'm sorry. This is just the last of my strength. It seems my time is up." Right after that, her figure began to blur. Shiyu and Yun Jiao couldn't help but feel their hearts break. Over on the other side, Gu Gui also went to say his farewells to Yalin. "I'm sorry I can't stay with you, but we made a promise, didn't we? No matter what happens, you have to live well." Although Yalin didn't want to, she still nodded and replied, "I understand." Then, Gu Gui went over to Leng Jing and gripped his hand tightly. He smiled and said, "Leng Jing, I've wronged you, making you carry such a heavy burden." Leng Jing didn't hold any resentment at all. He shook his head and replied, "It's all right. I hope we can be comrades again in the next life." Before vanishing, Wu Yi also left one last message. "Shiyu, Yun Jiao, you were my best friends in this life. You have to live well from now on." To have just gotten her back only to be about to lose her again. This feeling was driving him mad. Siyu's eyes began to turn red as he mumbled in a trembling voice, "No. Wu Yi. Why? Why?" Because after defeating the final boss, Siyu's mission was complete, and he had returned to the real world. Siyu groggily sat up, rubbing his forehead and muttering in confusion, "My head hurts. Have I been asleep for a really long time?" He just sat there for a while, unable to figure out what had happened. Since he couldn't think of anything, he decided to let it go. After changing his clothes, he pushed the door open and went outside. Siyu walked aimlessly down the stairs. When he reached the ground floor, he stood before the door, hesitating to push it open. He was thinking, "What happens after I go outside? Is there any meaning left for me?" After a moment of hesitation, Siyu finally pushed the door open. The morning light shone into his eyes, but in just an instant, a powerful life force ignited within them. Then, he cried tears of joy. Because right in front of Siyu were the very people who had gone through life and death with him, and without any hesitation, Siyu ran towards them. A person's life is like a game. Dangers are everywhere, and the fight never stops. But as long as you never stop moving forward, the meaning of life will also continue on. Endlessly. Yeah,